Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4SN 085 Luo Xiu subverts the world. Whitebeard explodes. Betray Marine. Kneeling to subscribe. What Luo Xiu did made the sailors, members of the Whitebeard pirates, and the remnants of the Roger pirates all feel weird. Among them, the most angry ones are naturally the Revolutionary Army. The high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army all stared at Luo Xiu's back with teary eyes, wishing they could rush up and kill Luo Xiu on the spot, and then snatch back the koala hanging on Luo Xiu's body. However, it is a pity that if you think about it, no one dares to take action. They all knew very well that the power possessed by Luo Xiu was simply beyond what they could handle. If he wanted to get koala back from Luo Xiu, he would probably have to wait until Chief Dorag came to naval headquarters and let Chief Dorag take action himself. Before that, they could only just watching koala compromise with Luo Xiu, the damn B*****************, to protect them. Gudong Luo Xiu, this guy is really bad. Such a guy is indeed worthy of the world government saying that he is an extremely vicious thief, and most pirates can't compare with him. What purpose does he have? The war has intensified, why is he still here? This guy must not know what method he wants to use to subvert the whole world. Damn it, the Whitebeard pirates, Roger pirates, and the Revolutionary Army have been pestering our marine. Otherwise, Marshal Sengoku will definitely let the three admirals attack at the same time, and kill this guy first. It is no exaggeration to say that no matter it is Marine, Pirate, or Revolutionary Army present, they all gritted their teeth at Luo Xiu, wishing to kill Luo Xiu right now. Marine hates Luo Xiu because he killed two branches when he was in East Blue, and now he snatched away the most famous goddess Momoshiki Vice Admiral from naval headquarters. The most incomprehensible thing to these Marines is that Momoshiki Vice Admiral has already come to naval headquarters, why does 087 still follow Luo Xiu? Could it be that Momoshiki Vice Admiral, a female divine-grade character, was completely tamed by Luo Xiu in this short period of 3 days, because Luo Xiu chose to betray Marine? Just thinking of that possibility made these Marine executives gnash their teeth at Luo Xiu even more. But they still have nothing to do with Luo Xiu, they can only watch Luo Xiu do whatever he wants in naval headquarters. After all, Marine 3 Admiral, Aokiji and Kizaru were fighting with the 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirates at this time. Although they already have the absolute upper hand, with the tacit cooperation of these captains, it may take a while to get rid of them. As for Akainu Admiral, I don't know when he disappeared. No one knows what Akainu Admiral is doing now. The former Marine Admiral Zephyr is leading his 2 students, Ain, Bins, and several Marine generals to launch a fierce offensive against the remnants of the Roger pirates. Although Zephyr has never regained his peak strength since one of his arms was cut off by pirates, Zephyr has not slackened in the slightest over the years, and has been training silently. The purpose is to be able to continue fighting pirates as a Marine one day. On the other hand, Jabba, Crocus, and Sanbel, the remnants of the Roger pirates, are far inferior to Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral. Not to mention that since the disbandment of the Roger pirates decades ago, in order to prevent the Marine and the world government from finding them, they chose to hide their names very thoroughly. Belong to the ranks of the strong. Under such circumstances, it won't take long for Zephyr to lead his students to wipe out all the remnants of the Roger pirates. This time, Zephyr will not do the so-called not-killing admiral as before, he will make these pirates pay with their lives for the crimes they committed. Whitebeard stood on the bow of the Moby DK, silently watching the intensifying war, and his heart became heavier. At this moment, Whitebeard regretted a little rarely, but it was not regret that he brought the Whitebeard pirates to naval headquarters to rescue Ace, but regret that he had protected these sons so well all these years. As a result, their strength is not as powerful as others imagined. Marco, Jose, and Vista, the 14 captains, joined forces to fight against the 2 Marine admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru, but they still fell into an absolute disadvantage. After all, unlike the Summit War in the original plot, Aokiji and Kizaru also know how huge the enemy they Marine will face this time. Not only did the 2 not choose to fish and paddle to act as an ape, but they broke out with all their strength at the first moment, and completely suppressed the team leaders who joined forces on the spot. It can only be said that Marine Admiral is still Marine Admiral after all. With all their efforts, even if the captains of Marco and Jose join forces, they are definitely not the opponents of Aokiji and Kizaru. Other members of the Whitebeard pirates also suffered casualties one after another, and the number of casualties was greater than that of Marine. Those pacifists created by Bartholomew Kuma as a template are constantly killing pirates and revolutionary troops under the command of Senmomaru. The other Marine generals did not stop their fierce offensive either. Although he, the strongest man in the world, has not ended in person, but the 3 guys Sengoku, Garp, and Akainu have not participated in this war either. Not to mention the remnants of the Roger pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the Whitebeard pirates that helped him attract Marine's firepower. Whitebeard held Kong Yunchi beside him in his hands, took a deep breath, and whispered to himself. I can't go on like this anymore. Although Ace is my son, these boys are also my sons. In Whitebeard's eyes, Ace's identity is indeed a special one, but in any case, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates are also his son's family. Watching family members die one after another in front of him, Whitebeard's heart was bleeding. The reason why Whitebeard didn't take part in this war at the first time was not because he wanted to be bigger, but because his current body was no longer strong enough to support him in a long-term high-intensity battle. Judging from the current situation, if he doesn't end in person, it's already a dead end. At this moment, little Ozzy, who was about to rush to the execution platform, stopped suddenly, and Doflamingo, who landed behind little Ozzy, grinned and said with a low smile. "What's wrong, demon?" Little Ozzy, whose face was covered in blood, looked down and murmured. "Foot." In the next second, little Ozzy's right foot broke suddenly, and he rolled freely in the air. Warm scarlet blood shot out from the neat cut on his right foot. Little Ozzy couldn't hold on, and fell directly to the ground. Seeing this situation, Doflamingo laughed wildly, waving his hands continuously. One after another thin lines burst out from his fingers and fell on little Ozzy's body. Under the terrified eyes of Ace on the execution platform, Doflamingo swung his hands downwards, and the huge body of this demon suddenly fell apart. PFF'd. Oz. Ace's eyes widened suddenly, and tears shot out of his sockets. Seeing little Oz in a torn shape like a buggy, Ace's whole body collapsed. After hearing Ace's cry, Doflamingo glanced up at him, shook his head and grinned. Compared to Roger back then, Roger's son is really far behind. Because of him alone, so many partners and family members died. Although Ace is not strong enough, in terms of identity, there are really few people who can compare with him. For a moment, the two brothers on the execution platform, Ace collapsed because his partner with whom he had a good relationship died, and Sabo collapsed because his prospective girlfriend was snatched away by Luo Xiu. This kind of scene is really rare. Doflamingo ignored Ace and continued to deal with the rest of the pirates. As one of the top Doflamingo among the 7 warlords of the sea, dealing with these members of the Whitebeard pirates is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. And another 7 warlords of the sea, Hancock, is also beheading members of the Whitebeard pirates with ease. It's just that if you do this kind of thing too much, it's still a bit boring after all. Originally, Hancock's goal was to fill the gap between him and Whitebeard. As a result, not only did Whitebeard stand on the Moby DK, but even the team captains became Marine Admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru. The goal, after Hancock chopped off the 2 members of the Whitebeard pirates in front of him, he turned his head and looked at Whitebeard's position. Whitebeard's face was hidden in the shadows, and he was grieving for Ozzy's falling apart. Hancock hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't choose to swing his sword at Whitebeard. What will happen? However, at this moment, Ronsa, who was the Titan Marine Vice Admiral, suddenly appeared beside Whitebeard, holding the huge axe in both hands, raised the axe to aim at Whitebeard, and slashed down fiercely. It's showing, Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't even look at Ronsa, he directly raised his palm, grabbed his axe, his eyes sharpened sharply, and his palm exerted force, directly crushing Ronsa's axe. Boom. Under Ronsa's frightened gaze, Whitebeard pulled him in front of him, and pressed his head on the Moby DK. The next second, the shock fruit ability was activated, directly shattering Ronsa's mask. Kachacha. After the mask shattered, revealing Ronsa's face with blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his eyes lost focus, and he was completely unconscious. However, this time, Whitebeard did not directly throw the comatose Ronsa aside as in the original plot. Instead, under Sengoku's angry gaze, he raised Kong Yunkir in the other hand, pointed at Ronsa's neck, and slashed down. PFF'd. With one stab, the Marine Vice Admiral was instantly killed, his head rolled over on the Moby DK, and blood started gushing out from the cut on his neck. The Whitebeard pirates suffered far more casualties than the Summit War in the original book, and the anger in Whitebeard's heart obviously couldn't be vented by shaking the Marine Vice Admiral into a coma. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, was a strong man with a very vicious reputation in New World as early as the Rocks era. How could such a guy be a soft-hearted person? Damn Whitebeard, how dare you? Sengoku gritted his teeth, his face instantly became a little ferocious. At this moment, whether it is Whitebeard or Sengoku, their hearts are already filled with anger and hatred. This Summit War, no matter what, it is impossible to be kind. Whitebeard doesn't even look at the one he's beheaded. Ronsa, grinning at Sengoku on the execution platform, squeezed out a cruel smile, and even planned to jump off the Moby DK and fully participate in this war. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the Moby DK, and the Vortex Spider Skuyard looked at Whitebeard's back, and said in an inexplicable tone. Father. Without looking back, Whitebeard immediately figured out who the other party was, and said straightforwardly. Skuyard, if you have anything to say, wait until after Ace is rescued. I absolutely don't want to continue seeing more and more of your brothers dying in this war. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard bent his legs under Skuyard's astonished eyes, kicked hard, and his body flew into the air, towards Aokiji, Kizaru, and Marco. Joes and the others jumped over. What's happening here? Skuyard stood a little at a loss on the Moby DK, not knowing what he should do for a moment. Whitebeard didn't expect it at all, because he decided to leave early, but managed to escape the filial sun sword from Skuyard by mistake. However, at this moment Whitebeard didn't even bother to guess what Skuyard was thinking, so Whitebeard jumped into the air and raised the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunchi high in his hand. Aokiji and Kizaru, who were right below, slashed down hard. Aokiji and Kizaru, who were originally concentrating on dealing with Marco, Jazzy, and Vista and other team captains, immediately raised their hands after noticing Whitebeard's actions. The ice blade and Tiankongan sword in the middle resisted everything blown by Rybert. Boom. Accompanied by Kong Yunchi colliding with Bingren and Tiankongan sword, a violent roar resounded through the sky, and suddenly spread throughout the entire naval headquarters. The ground under the feet of Aokiji and Kizaru was instantly blasted into a big hole by this huge force, the surrounding ground was cracked inch by inch, and the dust and mist filled the sky directly covered the figures of the three of them. Middle, Dad. After seeing this scene, Marco, Josie and others shouted loudly, and Dang even planned to rush in to help his father deal with Aokiji and Kizaru together. But before they could make a move, Whitebeard's angry voice came out from the cloud of dust. Marco, take your brother's 0.1, rush to the execution platform, and save Ace. These two marine brats, leave it to the old man to deal with them. Marco glanced worriedly at the faintly visible back of Whitebeard, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and agreed. Yes, father, everyone, with me, run to the execution block and save Ace from those marine guys. After the words fell, Marco, who had just transformed into a phoenix, waved his arms that turned into wings, his body suddenly rose into the air, and flew towards the execution platform. Quickly go. At the same time, Jose, Vista, Ramank and the others gritted their teeth and rushed towards the execution platform. What they have to do now is to successfully rescue Ace in the shortest possible time. After all, they are very aware of their father's physical condition, and they know that he cannot compete at the top level. In the intensity war, persist for too long. As the cloud of dust gradually dissipated, a bright yellow light flashed in Kizaru's eyes, even if he wanted to stop the actions of Marco and others. Whitebeard, however, slashed directly at Kizaru from Cloud Cut, all the while shouting loudly. You two, there's no time to stop my son from rescuing their brother. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other, and immediately gave up the idea of chasing Marco and others, and concentrated on dealing with Whitebeard in front of him. The two marine admirals teamed up. Can't deal with Luo Xiu's outright monster, can't they also deal with you, an old Whitebeard? Since Whitebeard doesn't intend to give way, let's kill the strongest man in the world first, and then take this opportunity to wipe out all the other members of the Whitebeard pirates. Luo Xiu, who was standing on the other side, looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth raised, a playful smile appeared on his face, and he whispered softly. This summit war is really getting more and more interesting. 086 Luo Xiu's prophecy. Ace completely collapsed, there is no doubt that he must die. Kneeling to subscribe. While Luo Xiu was lamenting that this summit war was getting more and more interesting, Akainu, who had just been bewitching Skiyard to attack Whitebeard and dealt with several deserters, returned here. Akainu couldn't help being stunned after seeing this scene, obviously he had successfully stirred up Skiyard's emotions just now, why is Whitebeard okay? Instead, he fought with Aokiji and Kizaru. Could it be that Whitebeard saw through Skiyard's actions? Akainu frowned, looked at Whitebeard who was constantly waving Kong Yunkiri and slashing towards Aokiji and Kizaru, and immediately denied his conjecture. Based on what he knew about Whitebeard, this guy would never have defended against his sons, otherwise, Blackbeard would not have easily killed Thatch and successfully snatched the devil fruit back then. The reason for this situation is probably because seeing too many people sacrificed by the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard couldn't help but end up in person, and instead skipped one by mistake. After thinking about this, Akainu cast a contemptuous glance at Squad, who was standing on the Moby DK foolishly, at a loss. What a waste, you can't do this well. After Akainu snorted coldly, he didn't even look at Skiyad anymore, his eyes suddenly froze, his shoulders instantly turned into hot magma, and the magma solution dripped on the ground, and an extremely hot flame rose instantly. Akainu does not intend to participate in Aokiji and Kizaru's action against Whitebeard, his target is Marco, Josie, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates in Vista. After all, 2 marine admirals are more than enough to deal with an aging Whitebeard. On the other hand, those team leaders rushing towards the execution platform, if no one stopped them, they might really be able to rescue Fire Fist Ace. In the eyes of the current Akainu, Garp who sits silently on the execution platform is no longer their marine hero, but an unstable factor who will betray Marine at any time. To be precise, from the moment Marine decided to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, Akainu no longer trusted Garp. It is precisely because of this that when Garp said that he would accompany Fire Fist Ace in Impel Down for the last few days, Akainu directly volunteered and said that he wanted to go with Garp. What they say is to prevent the Whitebeard Pirates 12 from invading Impel Down, but what Akainu is really guarding against is Garp, the marine hero. Akainu's body is already full of magma, and it has reached a level of hot enough to burn most objects in this world to ashes, but in his eyes, there is a bone-chilling coldness. Great eruption. Boom, boom, boom. As Akainu waved his fists, one fist-shaped giant magma object after another was released by him, bombarding at an extremely fast speed towards the positions where Marco, Jose, and Vista and other captains were passed. Wherever these fist-shaped magma went, the air along the way was so large that it was burned to the point of distorting. After hearing the whistling sound, Marco in the form of the phoenix turned his head and took a look, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he shouted. Careful, Marco yelled sharply, and under the action of the wings transformed by his arms, his body turned suddenly, and his raised right leg was like a battle axe, slashing fiercely at the magma that had come to him go down. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar resounding through the sky, Marco directly kicked the magma towards the positions of the sailors below. The sailors avoided it, and couldn't even make a scream. After being hit by the magma, they were instantly melted into ashes. Although Jose, Vista and others are not as powerful as Marco, they still successfully blocked this wave of great eruption from Akainu by virtue of their respective abilities, physical skills, or sword skills. Akainu was furious when he saw that his move only blocked the footsteps of the captains and did not cause any harm to them. On the contrary, they used the magma to cause some casualties to Marine. With a sharp look in his eyes, his lower body directly turned into magma, pushing his body towards the position of Marco and others. That fist, which had turned into hot magma, was aimed at the back of Bremank, one of the captains, and blasted wolfishly. After Bremank realized that something was wrong, he immediately turned around, but just as he turned around, he saw Akainu appearing in front of him. Bremanki's pupils dilated suddenly, and in a panic, he frantically raised the big mallet in his hand and smashed it at Akainu. Unfortunately, his wooden sledgehammer couldn't even block Akainu for a moment, and was directly burned to ashes by the magma above Akainu's fist. Bremank. After seeing this scene, Marco, Jose, and Vista and others shouted loudly, and the 10 sides rushed towards the position where the two of them were located. It's a pity that it's too late. When dealing with pirates, Akainu has always been a thunderbolt. When he has the opportunity to directly kill the enemy, he will never give the enemy a second chance. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Akainu's arm, which had turned into magma, pierced through Bramank's heart. Bramank's blood couldn't even flow, it was completely melted and evaporated by the hot magma. Bremank could clearly feel that with his heart pierced through, it was impossible for him to survive no matter what, in this case. Bremanki's eyes suddenly became fierce. Not only did he not retreat, but he also actively rushed towards Akainu in front of him. After hugging Akainu, he shouted loudly with the loudest voice he could use so far. Marco, hurry up and take Josie and Vista to the execution platform. We must rescue Ace. When Marco heard this, his breath stopped suddenly, and his body also stagnated in the air for an instant. Marco in the phoenix form had tears falling from the corner of his eyes, and then he growled. Keep going to the execution platform. Yes. A group of captains took a last look at Bremank, and began to crazily rush towards the execution platform. They knew very well that, not to mention the current dad, even at his peak, he would definitely not be able to stop the joint attack of the two Marine admirals. With my father's current body, he can't last long at all, and he will be defeated by those two guys, Aokiji and Kizaru. And what they need to do most now is to successfully rescue Ace from the execution platform before dad loses. Only in this way can the Whitebeard pirates no longer suffer casualties, so that the old man can continue to live. Akainu looked at the backs of Marco, Jose and the others, and after a sneer, Lava Fruit's ability exploded again, and in the blink of an eye, it directly burned the Bremank that had jumped on him to nothing. After shaking his hand, he launched a pursuit to these captains again. In order to save Ace before their father's defeat, these captains have decided to bet their lives. There is no need to communicate in advance, and two captains stood up in front of Akainu. He wanted to hold back Akainu's footsteps and buy more time for Marco and the others. Unfortunately, for Akainu, opponents of this level had no effect at all. Captain kills. After continuing this kind of suicide rescue operation, one after another, the captains died in the hands of Akainu, causing Ace on the execution platform to completely collapse. Stop, please, Marco, Jose, please don't save me anymore, just let me die, don't save me like this again. Ace broke down and cried, tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes, and even began to lie on the execution platform and begged Marco and others. From the time Whitebeard pirates came to naval headquarters until now, including those under the Whitebeard pirates, more than half of them have died in this war. The reason why these family members and brothers who have been with me for more than 2 years died is all because of him. He, Fire Fist Ace, is the real sinner who caused this war. After hearing Ace's begging, his heart was already full of anger and hatred, and the sad Marco could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and roared at Ace. Shut up, Ace. If you die now, are you worthy of these family members who sacrificed to save you? What you have to do now is to wait honestly on the execution platform. After you are rescued by us, you must live well for those family members and brothers who sacrificed to save you. Ace knelt on the execution platform, looked at Marco who was very close with tears in his eyes, his whole body was in a state of collapse, and he didn't know what to do. Up to now, of the original 14 captains, only Marco, Josie, Vista, and Yizang are still alive. The others, in order to delay Akainu's footsteps, died under Zeta's fist. And at this time, the 4 of them finally came to the execution platform, but Akainu, who had been chasing them all the time, followed closely behind again. Jose glanced at Ace on the execution platform, gritted his teeth, then turned around and rushed towards Akainu, roaring with a ferocious face. Marco, the task of rescuing Ace is up to you. I will block the B***************** D Akainu. Jose's shining fruit ability was activated, and except for half of his face, the rest of his body had turned into extremely hard and shining diamonds. After Chaozi yelled violently, he rushed towards the bed dog without hesitation. Marco, Vista, and Yizang didn't even have time to look at Josie, so they could only bite the bullet and continue rushing towards the execution platform. Sengoku on the execution platform looked at Akainu and directly suppressed Chaozi in an instant, putting him in an absolute disadvantage and a precarious situation. Then he turned his head to look at Garp, and said in a deep voice. Garp, these 3 guys, leave it to you. Although Garp has been paying attention to the situation of the captains of the Whitebeard pirate team, his face has been hidden in the shadows, making it impossible for Zongui to see clearly. After hearing Sengoku's words, Garp was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Sengoku, I don't want to go anywhere now, I just want to stay here and spend the last time with my 2 grandsons. Sengoku's pupils contracted suddenly, his fists were clenched suddenly, and his face was directly filled with anger. Garp seems to be really determined to betray Marine and let his two grandsons escape from Marine. Sengoku took a deep look at Garp. That is, it is not suitable to tear up with Garp now, otherwise Sengoku might consider subduing Garp first. The most important thing now is to stop the three guys like Marco from coming to the execution platform. Sengoku tore off the cloak of justice behind him, a stern look flashed in his eyes, he stomped hard, his body suddenly rose into the air, raised his palm, aimed at Marco who was rushing to the execution platform, and slammed down. Boom. Slap it down, it's huge. The power directly caused Marco to give up his previous efforts, and his body fell down uncontrollably. After hitting the ground, there was a loud noise, as if the entire naval headquarters had been shaken. Trembling, Sengoku's offensive did not end there, but took this opportunity to slap both Vista and Yizang. Accompanied by two violent roars, Sengoku did not choose to pursue after blasting Vista and Yizang, but entrusted the task of chasing and killing them to Kai. Dog, he stepped on Moonwalk and returned to the execution platform. For Sengoku, Marco and the others are no threat to him at all. It is Garp, the Marine hero, who needs to guard against him, the Marine Marshal. Although Garp knew that Sengoku could easily eliminate the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, but after seeing Sengoku slap each one and send them all flying, his eyes still became gloomy. Originally, he hoped that people like Marco could rescue Ace and Sabo, so that he would not need to really betray Marine. But now it seems that these guys are still unreliable after all. Sengoku took back the cloak of justice that had just been thrown on the execution platform, and watched Garp say 397 in a low tone. Garp, you have carried the cloak of justice for decades, don't be abandoned by yourself at the last moment. Sengoku's thoughtful words made Garp's body tremble, but he recovered in an instant. Looking at Garp who hangs his head silently, Sengoku's eyes flashed a trace of unbearable, which disappeared immediately, replaced by a strong expression of determination. If Garp really betrays Marine injustice, Sengoku will never be merciful to him even if they have been fighting side by side for decades. Exclamation mark. Even, Sengoku would choose to execute him himself. The failure of Marco, Vista, and Yizang made the members of the Whitebeard pirates at the scene completely desperate. They couldn't think of what to do in the face of such a situation to successfully rescue Ace. From being full of confidence at the beginning to being full of despair now, they also have lingering resentment and hatred for the brother, Ace in their hearts. If it wasn't for Ace who didn't listen to the persuasion and insisted on chasing and killing Blackbeard alone, how could this situation happen? In order to save an Ace, they have already died too many people. Could it be that only Ace is a family member, and those who died are not their family members? At this moment, even Whitebeard, whom they respected and admired so much, is not as glorious and great as before. It seems that the rescue operation of the guys from the Whitebeard pirates has completely failed. Hancock looked at Diamond Josie who had been severely injured by Akainu and was about to be killed by him, and Marco and others who were slapped flying by Sengoku, and said with some emotion. Said a word. Her words were unanimously agreed by Robin, Nami, Vivi, and Gion. Even Koala looked at this scene in despair and prayed in his heart that Dorig's head. The caller can arrive quickly. However, what they didn't expect was that after hearing Hancock's words, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. This is not a failure, but even if the Whitebeard pirates can save Fire Fist Ace from the execution platform, that guy will take the initiative to die. To the extent that he has no brains, it can be regarded as a kind of strength that few people can match. Robin and Hancock couldn't understand Luo Xiu's words, but Luo Xiu didn't intend to explain. Just after seeing Akainu's move of Dark Hound, which directly blew Josie's head in diamond form, Luo Xiu suddenly turned his head and looked in another direction. Looking at the ships galloping towards naval headquarters one after the other, they are Blackbeard and Eternal Hell prisoners, Shanks and Red Hair pirates, and Drago. With the people of the Revolutionary Army. A flash of excitement flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes, he grinned, stretched lazily, and said slowly. All the actors have arrived, and this big show can finally be staged to the most exciting part. 087 Luffy, the king of torture and collapse. Luo Xiu is terrifying. Blackbeard confesses, kneeling to subscribe. Thief ha 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 ha. It seems that we came at the right time, this war has just reached the most critical moment. Standing on the bow of the snatched warship, Blackbeard looked at the current situation of the approaching naval headquarters, a frenzy flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Originally, Blackbeard was always worried that he would come too late, so that Whitebeard had already died in Marine's hands, causing him to miss the shock fruit ability that he had coveted for decades. But now it seems that the timing of his coming is really just right. Even Bullet, the Red Earl, Clockadar, and Shiryu, who were on the same warship as Blackbeard, couldn't help but get excited. For them, the current naval headquarters is the best stage. Guys like Marine have been live broadcasting this public execution all over the world. Then they can just take advantage of this opportunity to announce their return to the whole world. The beasts who have been imprisoned in eternal hell for so many years have finally successfully escaped from their cages. Whoa, Marine, Laozi has waited for so many years, and finally got this opportunity. Are you ready to be slaughtered by Laozi? Wow ha 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 ha. Thinking about letting the whole world see Laozi's return for the first time, Laozi is already excited. Thank you Shanks and those guys from the Revolutionary Army. If it weren't for those guys, Laozi would have to wait for many years to escape from Impel Down. Really, Whitebeard, don't be so anxious to die. Laozi will kill his so-called strongest man in the world with his own hands. The voices of these eternal hell prisoners echoed over naval headquarters, causing drastic changes in the expressions of the Marines, pirates, and Revolutionary Army present. What happened in Impel Down? Except for Sengoku, Garp, Rayleigh and Ace on the execution platform, no one knew at all. Even the high-level members of the Revolutionary Army thought at first that their leader, Dorag, only rescued Ivankov, Lightning and others, and at most he rescued the leader's son, the Straw Hat Boy, and his Straw Hat Pirates from Impel Down. It's just brought out together. But what is going on now? How did these prisoners who have been imprisoned in Impel Down for many years appear here? What happened in Impel Down? The two Marine admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru, who were originally teaming up to deal with Whitebeard, have completely suppressed the strongest man in the world. It won't take long for Whitebeard to be defeated, or even killed directly. After seeing Blackbeard and these eternal hell prisoners suddenly appear after that, the fierce offensive stopped involuntarily. Aokiji frowned, looking at the warships already docked at the Marineford port, as well as those Blackbeard, Bullet, Crocodile, Red Earl and others who were jumping off the warships one after another. How did these guys escape Impel Down? What is that fellow Magellan doing? On the side, Kizaru no longer had the cynical and wretched smile in the past, and his face was also full of dignity, looking at the pirate ship that followed Blackbeard's warship, and another ship, said in a deep voice. Shanks and his red hair pirates, plus Dorag, and that B************ D Blackbeard, no matter how hard Magellan tries, they won't be able to stop them. But, to release the prisoners of eternal hell, what are the two bastards, Shanks and Drago, trying to do? Kizaru was holding the Amakongan sword made of the sparkling fruits abilities tightly in his hand, a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes, and his face was full of killing intent at some point. It can only be said that at this moment, Huang Yuan finally looked like a Marine admiral. It was not only Aokiji and Kizaru who were shocked, even Whitebeard, after seeing Blackbeard and the prisoners of eternal hell, his heart became heavy unconsciously. What the hell is that B********* D Shanks doing? He brought the red hair pirates to invade Impel Down. Whitebeard can understand it, and Whitebeard has already guessed that the Straw Hat Kid is the kid that Shanks said he bet on an arm. It is normal for Marine to take this opportunity to save the Straw Hat from Impel Down while Marine has no time to pay attention to Impel Down. But, that B******* D Blackbeard, why did he release all the prisoners from eternal hell? Hey, did the guy Shanks watch Blackbeard do this? If these people become Blackbeard's subordinates, it will only make their already very dangerous situation even more precarious. When Aokiji, Kizaru, and Whitebeard were watching Blackbeard, Blackbeard had also noticed them, looked Whitebeard up and down, and couldn't help grinning loudly. It's really rare to see you in such a mess, old man. In order to save that guy Ace, you really did your best. Do you want to use your current body to face the combination of two Marine admirals at the same time? Father, you are already old, and you are no longer the strongest man in the world that you were back then. Now, it is absolutely impossible for you to be like that damn guy Luo Xiu, relying on your own strength, even in the face of two Marines. Admirals teaming up will not let us down in the slightest. In order to prevent the legendary you have maintained for so many years from ending in such a miserable way, let me end you, the strongest man in the world. Blackbeard stared at the opposite Whitebeard with scorching eyes, his face was already full of fanaticism, and he couldn't wait to kill Whitebeard and get the shock fruit ability that he had coveted for decades. However, at this moment, a voice sounded deeply in Blackbeard's mind, which made Blackbeard freeze on the spot. Yo, Blackbeard, do you think so highly of me? Blackbeard froze on the spot, turned his neck extremely stiffly, and clearly saw Luo Xiu who was surrounded by several women and was looking at him playfully. Luo Xiu, D. The moment he saw Luo Xiu, Blackbeard's eyes immediately turned red, his fists were clenched tightly, and his whole body immediately became ill. Blackbeard never forgot what happened to him on Banero Island before, thinking about it all the time. After he got the shock fruit ability, he must take revenge with his own hands. Seeing Luo Xiu in naval headquarters now, it can be said that the enemy is extremely jealous when they meet. That guy, faced with the joint siege of two Marine admirals at the same time, didn't he get killed? Hey, Blackbeard, is this kid really as powerful as you say? Are you kidding Laozi? That's right, I don't know how many little devils like this. Laozi was imprisoned before the damned Impel Down. I really don't understand, has the current Marine admiral been stretched to such an extent? They were forced to join forces by this kind of brat, and they still haven't succeeded in solving it. Wow, ha 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 ha, it seems that Laozi escaped from Impel Down at the right time. The prisoners of eternal hell looked at Luo Xiu, and all of them frantically mocked Blackbeard, Marine, and even Luo Xiu. Especially those guys who were imprisoned in Impel Down as early as 10 or even 20 years ago, they began to despise the current Marine over and over again. I feel that the Marine admiral of this era is simply stretched to the extreme. Blackbeard's face changed suddenly after hearing these guys' words, and when he wanted to reprimand them to shut up, who did they think Luo Xiu was? Will the guy who can be called a vicious thief by the world government be indifferent to their insults and ridicule? However, before Blackbeard could speak, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed a stern look, and he directly pulled out the famous knife Chushui from his waist, pointed at the position where Blackbeard and the eternal hell prisoners were, and slashed down fiercely. Laugh. In an instant, a terrifying slash with boundless power galloped towards where they were. What frightened Blackbeard the most was that Luo Xiu, relying on his time fruit ability, even applied an acceleration to the slash he swung. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying slash appeared directly in front of him, and the ground of the naval headquarters along the way had been torn apart inch by this slash released by Luo Xiu. Filled with fear, Blackbeard rolled to the side completely subconsciously, and at the last moment, he barely escaped the slash. However, if Blackbeard dodges like this, the unlucky ones will be the prisoners standing behind him. PFF'd. The sound of slashing and tearing flesh was heard, and one after another, the prisoners were directly chopped off by this slash before they had time to react. He couldn't even make a wailing sound, so he lost his life directly. But in the blink of an eye, those guys who kept clamoring just now, saying that they wanted to kill Luo Xiu and take this opportunity to become famous in the world again, all died. They did announce their return to the world through this summit war at naval headquarters, but before they could say their names, they died under the sword of Luo Xiu. Blackbeard's forehead was covered with big cold sweat, and the fear in his eyes was lingering. Blackbeard, who was lying on the ground, was already full of fear and anger in his heart. These idiot-like prisoners, Blackbeard had already warned them on the way to naval headquarters. No matter how arrogant they want to be in front of the Marine, the Whitebeard pirates, and even the Red Hair pirates, and the Revolutionary Army, they must not make any provocations to Luo Xiu. It's good for these idiots, they forgot what they said when they came up. What's the difference between stepping on a horse and taking the initiative to seek death? Luo Xiu's knife made these prisoners, who had just escaped from the prison and were full of ambition in their hearts, instantly recognize the reality. Even Bullet, the Red Earl, the World Destroyer, and the Evil King, all of them belonged to the top powerhouses in the food chain of eternal hell, and their expressions became incomparably dignified at this time. They can all clearly feel that Luo Xiu's strength is indeed as Blackbeard said before, and it is simply not something that ordinary people can provoke. Even Mahawk on the other side, after seeing the slash that Luo Xiu swung casually, his eyes instantly became sharper. Luo Xiu's swordsmanship seems to be stronger than he expected before. Blackbeard got up from the ground, holding the dagger in his hand, not even daring to blink, looked at Luo Xiu and said in a deep voice. Luo Xiu, I don't want to conflict with you now, my goal is Whitebeard, so, for the time being, let's not affect each other. Luo Xiu smiled playfully and looked at Blackbeard with great interest. Blackbeard, are you begging me? Blackbeard's face darkened, and boundless anger gushed out of his heart, but after thinking of the importance of shock fruit to him, Blackbeard still pinched his nose and said in a low voice. If you want to understand it that way, I didn't. Any comments? Luo Xiu gave Blackbeard a very meaningful look. It has to be said that Blackbeard's behavior can be regarded as a real pirate. Especially in the aspect of being able to bend and stretch, even if you look at the whole world, I am afraid that there are not many people who can compare with Blackbeard. Luo Xiu really didn't intend to target Blackbeard now, after all, the target he wanted to target had already come to naval headquarters. Ace, Sabo, I'm here to save you. Luffy stood on the bow of the Red Force and yelled loudly to the two big brothers kneeling on the execution platform. Seeing this, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised, a strange smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Blackbeard with a smile and said, Blackbeard, I'm really looking forward to it. Whether you can get what you want from Whitebeard, don't let me down. As soon as the words fell, Blackbeard's pupils dilated suddenly, his face changed suddenly, and the depths of his eyes were filled with thick horror and suspicion of life. Gudong. Seeing the playful smile on Luo Xiu's face, Blackbeard took 2 steps back unconsciously, swallowed, and said bravely. Thief ha ha ha, Luo Xiu, I can't understand what you're talking about at all. Luo Xiu waved his hands with a smile, and didn't say anything more. The reason why he mentioned this matter was just to make Blackbeard a tool for him. Luo Xiu can be sure that with his own words, Blackbeard will only try harder to find Whitebeard, and will kill Whitebeard in the shortest possible time at all costs. Son, get his shock fruit ability. In this way, Blackbeard has completely become a tool to help Luo Xiu share the firepower. After all, what Luo Xiu will do next is destined to make everyone in naval headquarters crazy about it. Blackbeard took a look at Luo Xiu and found that he really didn't seem to intend to target him, which made Blackbeard deeply relieved. Without the slightest hesitation, he stomped hard and rushed directly to where Whitebeard was. Bullet, Red Earl, Lock Doll, now that you have come to this excellent stage, it is time for you to come to a grand performance under the watchful eyes of the whole world. Get out, otherwise Qian Li's, what's the point of you coming here with Laozi? While running towards Whitebeard, Blackbeard encouraged the prisoners of eternal hell. Although he was a very clumsy provocateur, Farson achieved a very effective effect. Lock Dar, with a cigar in his mouth, glanced at Bullet beside him, and said in a deep voice. Whitebeard, it's mine. Lock Doll's eyes sharpened, his lower body suddenly became elemental, pushing his body to rush towards Whitebeard. However, at this moment, there was a violent shout, and Jinbei, who was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, raised his fist and directly bumped into K. Lockadar's body. Boom. Save it, Lock Doll, I'm not going to let you be ******** D trouble your daddy. Kelkadar, who was caught off guard, was beaten and flew out. After stabilizing his figure, he stared at Jinbei with a gloomy expression. Just because you want to stop me. With a growl, K-Lock launched a frenzied offensive towards Jinbei. Seeing Lock Dar who was fighting with Jinbei, a trace of disdain appeared on Bullet's face, and Daosong coldly. Is it so weak already? K-Lock Doll, Bullet even took one more look at the sand crocodile who had been 50-50 with him before showing a cruel smile, and rushed towards Aokiji. The inmates in hell did not hesitate at all, and launched an offensive towards the nearby people, howling. For them, whether it is Marine, the Whitebeard pirates, the remnants of the Roger pirates, or the Revolutionary Army, they are all targets of their killing. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiu expressed his satisfaction. He deserves to be the best group of Tool people. It's really good. Luo Xiu didn't waste time either. What he has to do now, besides torturing King Luffy, is to expose the true colors of these guys in front of the whole world. With a firm step, he appeared directly in front of Shanks, Dorag, and Luffy who had just boarded naval headquarters, and said with a smile. Meet you again, Wong Luffy-san. 088 expose the monkey family. Garp is ruined. Kneeling to subscribe. The moment they saw Luo Xiu's appearance, Shanks and Drago immediately became vigilant, fixed their eyes on Luo Xiu, and guarded against the sudden riot of this extremely vicious thief. The two of them have never given up collecting all the news about Luo Xiu during this period of time, so they naturally know how powerful Luo Xiu is now. When facing Luo Xiu, you must not relax in the slightest. Luffy was also caught off guard by Luo Xiu's sudden appearance, but Luffy who reacted immediately, his eyes suddenly turned red, and roared at Luo Xiu who was opposite. Luo Xiu, you be **************. Give me back Nami and Robin. They are my partners. Until now, Luffy still clearly remembers the powerlessness he experienced when facing Luo Xiu the first two times. The first time at Eni's lobby, Luo Xiu killed Usopp and stole Robin. In the Sabayati archipelago before, Luo Xiu forcibly snatched Nami away in front of his face, and even caused their Straw Hat pirates to fall into the hands of Marine. If Shanks and his father Dorag hadn't appeared, even Luffy wouldn't know how long he and his friends would be imprisoned. For Luffy, whether it's saving Ace and Sabo from Marine, or taking Nami and Robin back from Luo Xiu, a goddamn B************, that's what he has to do. Now that I met Luo Xiu at naval headquarters, of course we have to do two things together. Facing Luffy's snarl, Luo Xiu raised the corners of his mouth and said playfully. Luffy-san, it's been so long, why are you still so stubborn? When you were in the Sabayati archipelago, Robin has already told you personally that she is no longer a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Your brain, in terms of idiots, will never disappoint you. Hearing this, without even waiting for Luffy to react, the expressions of Shanks and Drago immediately darkened. Jung. Shanks pulled out the supreme sharp knife griffin from his waist, pointed the tip of the knife at Luo Xiu who was facing him, and said in a deep voice with cold eyes. Luo Xiu, you have single-handedly turned this war into what it is now. You guys are too dangerous for the whole world. No matter what strength you have, and what dangerous plans you are planning, but let's stop here. Drago opened his mouth, feeling at a loss for a moment, and gave Shanks a strange look in his eyes. The feeling he had at Impel Down before was indeed correct, and Shanks was indeed the same kind of person as him. But, you have finished what I want to say, let me say something, hey. Drago glanced at Sabo on the execution platform 090, and Koala surrounded by Robin, Nami, Vivi, Hancock, and the 5 girls from Gion. After taking a deep breath, he said slowly, although I don't want to repeat the truth, I have to admit that what Shanks said is indeed very reasonable. I already know what you did before, and I also know how you treated Sabo, Koala, and even our Revolutionary Army. A reckless guy like you is absolutely not allowed to continue to exist in the lower frame. The smile on Luo Xiu's face widened, and he raised the live phone bug in his hand, pointed at Shanks and Dorag who said the words righteously in front of him, not only did not get angry, but asked with a smile on the contrary. Really, I want to ask, who is responsible for the escape of these eternal hell prisoners from Impel Down? Also, this Straw Hat Kid, and his Straw Hat Pirates, who rescued them. After the words fell, Shanks and Drago's momentum suddenly froze, their faces froze for a moment, and they didn't know how to answer Luo Xiu's question for a moment. Although the prisoners of eternal hell were freed by that fellow Blackbeard, if it wasn't for the two of them invading, Magellan would have been able to kill Blackbeard himself. From this point of view, the prisoners of eternal hell were able to escape from the prison, which was completely caused by the two of them. What both Shanks and Drago couldn't accept the most was that when Luo Xiu said these words, he also blatantly pointed a live phone bug at them, so that the audience watching this public execution all over the world could clearly understand to see the faces of the two of them. If at this time, it is the responsibility of the two of them to admit that these vicious prisoners escaped from Impel Down, then how can they pretend to be considerate of the people of Common in the future and deceive those ignorant people? While Shanks and Drago were frantically thinking about countermeasures, Luffy, who was standing between the two, directly raised his clenched fists and roared at Luo Xiu. It was Shanks and Dad who rescued me and Zoro. But this time, I will never be like Eni's lobby and Sabayati archipelago again. I will definitely blow you away with my own hands. With Luffy's voice resounding over the naval headquarters, Shanks and Drago felt as if their breathing had stagnated. Both of them turned their heads stiffly to look at Luffy, their faces full of doubts about life. They really didn't expect it, and it was too late for the two of them to deny it. How did Luffy say it out loud? Could it be that Luffy is really as clueless as Luo Xiu said? After hearing Luffy's words, the smile on Luo Xiu's face became more intense, and he pointed at Luffy with the live phone bug in his hand, and asked with a smile. Luffy-san, when you said you wanted to blow me away, did you use your own power, or did you rely on your guide, the red-haired Shanks, or the leader of your father's revolutionary army, Monkey D? Dorag, quote. Without the slightest hesitation, Luffy said straightforwardly. Even without the help of Shanks and Dad, I can beat you. Luo Xiu nodded with a smile, his eyes lingered playfully on Luffy, Shanks, and Drago, and he clapped his hands in praise. As expected of Luffy-san, you really have courage, but the background of your Straw Hat Kid is probably something that most people have never thought of, right? The red-haired Shanks, one of the New World 4 emperors, is the guide who made you a pirate. Monkey D. Dorag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is your biological father. The son of Roger the Pirate King, Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team, is your sworn brother, and Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, is your second brother. Even that marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, is your own grandfather, am I right? Monkey D. Luffy, accompanied by Luo Xiu's voice, the entire naval headquarters seemed to fall silent instantly. The Marine, Whitebeard Pirates, Roger Pirates, Revolutionary Army, and even the Eternal Hell prisoners who had just arrived here turned their attention to Luo Xiu, Luffy, Shanks, and Drago. Body. What did they hear? The Straw Hat Boy is the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Is it the influence of their Marine, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Even Fire Fist Ace, who is kneeling side by side on the execution platform, and Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, are the Straw Hat Boy's eldest brother and second brother respectively. Also, even the red-haired Shanks, one of the New World 4 emperors, is the guide who made the Straw Hat Boy a pirate, right? After experiencing a brief silence, the entire naval headquarters was in an uproar, and everyone shouted loudly. How is it possible? How is this possible? How could the Straw Hat, one of the pirate supernovas, be the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? I absolutely don't believe it. That's right, Vice Admiral Garp is our Marine's hero, and even the idol of all our sailors. How could he be such a person? However, Vice Admiral Garp has already admitted before that the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army is his grandson, and now Luo Xiu has also said that the Straw Hat Boy, Ace the Fire Fist, and the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army are sworn brothers. It's hard not to feel that there is no relationship between them. The most important thing is that the surname of the Straw Hat Boy is Monkey. Even the name of the leader of the Revolutionary Army is Monkey D. Dorag. How could they have nothing to do with each other? How could Vice Admiral Garp, how could he have such a son and grandson? In an instant, the entire naval headquarters was boiling, and all the sailors turned their attention to Garp sitting on the execution platform, wanting to get an exact answer from Vice Admiral Garp. It is no exaggeration to say that even looking at the entire Marine, the idol of most sailors is Garp, the Marine Vice Admiral, not the three Marine Admirals Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Because Vice Admiral Garp has always been very accommodating, no matter what his identity is, he can easily talk to Vice Admiral Garp. Also, Vice Admiral Garp has received too much credit over the past few decades. He has personally captured countless pirates and saved countless BCFE common people. In their eyes, Vice Admiral Garp became a marine hero after getting rid of the Sea Overlord rocks in the Valley of God's War. After capturing the One Piece King Roger, the reputation of the hero Vice Admiral Garp reached its peak. Even after more than 20 years, Garp has always been the iconic figure of Marine. Many people choose to join the Marine and become a part of the Marine, and there is a big reason why they are here for Garp. Garp has been hiding his face in the shadows from the beginning to the end, and no one can see what Garp's reaction is at this time. However, Sengoku, Ace, Sabo, and Rayleigh who were beside him could clearly feel the turbulent and crazy momentum gathering on Garp's body. Feeling the anger of the sailors below and their questioning eyes, Sengoku raised the amplified telephone bug in his hand, but finally put it down without saying anything. At this time, even with Sengoku's wisdom, he has no idea how to deal with it. Although from the very beginning, Sengoku had been mentally prepared that Luo Xiu would expose these things, but when it really happened, Sengoku was still helpless, and there was no way to refute Luo Xiu's words at all. Because Sengoku knows better than anyone that what Luo Xiu said is true. The sailors below couldn't help being even more angry at Garp's silence. They no longer cared about continuing to fight the Whitebeard pirates, but questioned Garp angrily, asking him why he didn't answer their questions. While these sailors were angry, the prisoners who escaped from Eternal Hell couldn't help laughing out loud after the initial astonishment. Wow, ha 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 ha. So there is such a wonderful thing, is it something we guys don't know? Garp, on the surface, is a marine hero. He said he fought for justice, was admired by countless sailors, and was also respected by those ignorant common people. As a result, the real Garp turned out to be like this. Obviously first I'm a marine hero and have the position of Marine Vice Admiral, but in the end I cultivated. There was a son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and a grandson of the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, and the other two grandsons also became pirates. Hey, did you miss the point at all? Isn't the important thing? Garp, the marine hero, adopted the son of the pirate king Roger. As far as I know, in order to find Roger's son, Marine killed countless innocent pregnant women, as well as newly born or even unborn children. Watching so many innocent people die, what kind of marine hero is Garp? I'm afraid he's even scarier than us pirates. Speaking of which, wouldn't those high-level Marines have known about Garp's actions for a long time, and ended up not only blaming him for it, but treating him as a hero all the time, right? The ridicule of these Eternal Hell prisoners was not concealed at all, and they began to criticize Garp, the marine hero, and took this opportunity to attack the entire Marine. In the hearts of these prisoners, nothing is more hated than the marine where they were arrested and imprisoned and impelled down for many years. Originally, they agreed to Blackbeard's invitation and chose to come to naval headquarters with Blackbeard, just to find trouble with Marine and to avenge the hatred they had been imprisoned for so many years. Of course they will not let go of such a good opportunity created by Luo Xiu. After seeing the reactions of those sailors and prisoners, Luffy, whose mind has always been extremely dull, finally realized with belatedness what a ridiculous crime he had committed. A mistake. After glancing at his grandfather who was sitting on the execution platform without saying a word, Luffy's complexion instantly became extremely pale, his forehead was covered with bean-sized cold sweat, and he backed away unconsciously. A few steps. No. It's not like that. Luffy panicked, more panicked than Enies Lobby and Sabayati Archipelago these 2 times. He seemed to say something that affected him extremely terrifyingly. What's more, even my father, Dorag, who I just met today, will be greatly affected by it. Both Shanks and Drago saw Luffy's panic, and knew that it was because he thought that he had harmed his grandfather that he became what he is now. There wasn't even any communication between the two. At the same time, they made the same choice, took steps, and stood between Luo Xiu and Luffy together. Not only to prevent Luo Xiu, a bad guy, from continuing to lead Luffy to say nonsense, but also to prevent Luffy from continuing to feel guilty about it. Drago looked at the playful smile on Luo Xiu's face, and after glancing at his father's obviously old and crooked figure on the execution platform, he took a deep breath, and looked at Luo Xiu's hand. The live phone bug said in a deep voice, Luo Xiu, whether I form the Revolutionary Army or Luffy goes out to sea to become a pirate, it has nothing to do with Vice Admiral Garp. The reason why he is a marine hero and admired by marine and common people all over the world is because he has never given up fighting pirates all these years. I am me, and Luffy is Luffy. Although we are related by blood, the choices we make between each other will not be shaken by each other. Drago wants to separate his father Garp from this incident, so that he will not be affected by himself and Luffy. Even, in order to achieve this point, Drago deliberately used this kind of words to make the soldiers and the audience forget that Ace, the son of Roger, the One Piece, was sheltered by his father. Adopted. It's a pity, how could he hide this little trick from Luo Xiu? Luo Xiu twitched the corners of his mouth and said slowly, I avoided talking about the adoption of the son of the One Piece King Roger, and kept saying that you are both independent individuals and should not be affected by each other's choices. Then, Vice Admiral Garp was in Enies Lobby back then, leading his sailors to protect his pirate grandson. You, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, made an invasion of Impel down for your son. Can it all be hidden? Also, as far as I know, Vice Admiral Garp's title of hero is very deserving. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, was obviously defeated by him and Roger. All the credit has made him a marine hero. Quote, even Roger, the One Piece who surrendered himself, was eventually captured by Vice Admiral Garp himself. 089 Luffy is addicted to drugs. Luo Xiu cuts off the red-haired group. Kneeling to subscribe, Luo Xiu's words reverberated in Marineford, making everyone truly understand what it means to not be astonishing and endlessly dead. Just exposing the monkey family and the relationship between the 3 brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy is enough to shock the whole world. Now Luo Xiu directly pointed out that Garp, a marine hero who is admired and respected by the whole world, is actually a fake. What the hell is going on with this horse? Sengoku, Zephyr, Staff Officer Crane, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru and other high-level marines who knew about it all fell silent. Their faces became extremely ugly, and their eyes were fixed on Luo Xiu's back, wanting to know what exactly this guy was. Where did you get the news? Why do you even know such a secret? At Luo Xiu's age, Luo Xiu was not even born before. Whether it was the Battle of the Valley of the Gods or the matter of One Piece Roger surrendering himself, why did he know so clearly? With the wisdom possessed by Sengoku, he was completely confused at this point, and he even began to doubt whether there was some special force behind Luo Xiu. Is it something he doesn't know? But now is obviously not the time to think about these things. Sengoku picked up the amplified phone bug, fixed his eyes on Luo Xiu, and growled in a low voice. Luo Xiu, what are you trying to do? Facing Sengoku's growling question, Luo Xiu waved his hand with a smile and said lightly. Marshal Sengoku, am I not going to expose for those poor people who have been deceived, the marine hero Vice Admiral Garp they admire? What kind of person is he? By the way, Marshal Sengoku, you should be very aware of this kind of thing, right? Could it be that you are included in those who play with the common people in the world as if they are fools? As soon as the words fell, Sengoku's aura suddenly stagnated, and the angry look on his face also froze, and for a moment, he looked a bit at a loss. How should he answer? Is it possible to go on with Luo Xiu's words and admit in front of the whole world that they marine really deceived those ignorant common people as fools? What a joke. He's Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, not some idiot like Garp's grandson. Sengoku looked at the live phone bug in Luo Xiu's hand. Even though he couldn't see the appearance of the audience watching the public execution, Sengoku could also guess that after Luo Xiu successively revealed the truth of such a big event, the audience is definitely full of resentment now. The marine hero Garp, who was originally highly respected and admired, has completely become a street mouse that everyone shouts and beats from now on. Sengoku opened his mouth several times to say something, but in the end he still couldn't say anything, and could only remain silent with a gloomy face. But the clenched fists and the throbbing veins on his forehead all showed the raging anger in Marshal Marine's heart this time. It's a pity that Luo Xiu didn't take Sengoku's anger to heart at all, instead he continued to stimulate the Marine Marshal with words. Marshal Sengoku, I advise you to be more careful. Since Vice Admiral Garp is not as great and upright as he appears on the surface, who can guarantee that he will not become pirates in this war because of himself? What about betraying Marine with the family members of the Revolutionary Army? Luo Xiu's words made all the sailors on the scene vigilant, especially when Garp refused to respond to the questions they asked before. These sailors shouted for Garp to be used from the execution platform. No one is willing to give even an iota of trust to this once revered Marine hero. This situation made Sengoku's face even more gloomy. If this continues, even if Garp didn't intend to betray Marine, he will eventually have to betray Marine. Thinking of this, Sengoku picked up the amplified telephone bug in his hand, looked around and said loudly. Quiet, Garp is a comrade in arms who has fought side by side with this old man for decades. Even if he makes some mistakes, this old man is willing to trust him and believe that he will not betray Marine. This old man guarantees that Garp will not betray the justice and belief that he has fought for decades. Sengoku was going crazy, he didn't know what to do best in this situation. In the end, they could only choose to use this method to temporarily maintain the situation, so that the sailors would not completely riot. But this way of betting his own reputation, if Garp really betrays Marine, not only Garp will be completely beaten by everyone, even Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, will completely lose his prestige. Sengoku's words made Garp's body tremble while sitting on the execution platform, and under Sengoku's hopeful gaze, Garp finally said nothing, just sat there with his head asleep. Helpless Sengoku can only use other methods to divert the attention of the sailors. Heroic sailors, this war has reached the most critical moment. Raise your weapons and wipe out all the pirates who invaded Marineford. With Sengoku's order, the war, which had been unconsciously stopped, officially started again. Those sailors who were full of fire in their hearts became even crazier. They didn't care whether they would be hurt or not, and launched an extremely crazy offensive towards the enemy regardless. Shanks and Drago didn't waste any more time, and waved their hands solemnly, allowing their red hair pirates and Revolutionary Army to join in the rescue of Ace, Sabo, and Rayleigh on the execution platform. Holding the griffin in his hand, Shanks said in a deep voice without looking back. Luffy, take your friends and rescue Ace and Rayleigh. Let us stop this guy. Drago's mood became even weirder, and he always felt that compared with himself, Shanks, the New World 4 Emperors, was more like Luffy's biological father, but he still nodded in agreement. Luffy, Sabo, I'll leave it to you two. Luffy glanced at Luo Xiu through the gap between the two of them, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, but after I rescue Ace and Sabo, I must let me beat this B********** D with my own hands. Shanks and Drago didn't answer, they just praised Luffy's self-confidence in their hearts. This kid is really too strong. No matter what kind of blow he received, he can completely recover in the shortest time. However, this kind of self-confidence, now it looks like, why does it reveal a deep sense of stupidity? Didn't you see that even top powerhouses like the two of them need to work together to be qualified to stop Luo Xiu? Why did Luffy say that he wanted to fly Luo Xiu with his own hands? You can't do it like this, right? Luffy slammed his fist on the ground, and immediately entered the second gear state. With a hard step, he was about to rush towards the execution platform. However, at this moment, Luo Xiu's voice suddenly reached Luffy's ears, making this Straw Hat Kid recall the fear of being dominated by Luo Xiu twice before. Time stops. In an instant, no matter whether it was Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates, Shanks and Drago, or the Red Hair Pirates and the Revolutionary Army, all action stopped, unable to make any unnecessary movements at all. Luo Xiu didn't hesitate at all, his eyes sharpened sharply, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. In the next second, Luo Xiu, who appeared above Luffy's head, kicked down on Luffy's head with his raised right foot. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, Luffy's body flew upside down uncontrollably, and while rolling in the air, a roar of boundless pain came from deep in his throat. Luffy, kneeling side by side on the execution platform, Ace and Sabo, after seeing their younger brother being kicked on the head by that D Luo Xiu, immediately struggled forward regardless, and took out the shackles that bound them. There was a crashing sound. The eyes of both of them were already full of anger and hatred, and there was also an imperceptible trace of fear in the depths of their eyes. They were very afraid that Kid Luffy would die in Luo Xiu's hands, especially now that the two of them could only watch helplessly. They couldn't help Luffy at all. While Ace and Sabo were terrified by this, Shanks and Drago, who broke out with all their strength, finally succeeded in breaking free from the melting time. They have all seen Luffy, who was kicked in the head by Luo Xiu and was kicked out. In a rage, Shanks raised the griffin in his hand and slashed at Luo Xiu. Drago also relied on the wind fruit ability, condensed a wind blade, aimed at Luo Xiu and slashed down fiercely. Facing the offensive from Shanks and Drago, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Not only did Luo Xiu not have the slightest intention of retreating, but he took the initiative to attack the two of them. The national treasure of Wanukuni, the famous knife Chushui, was already held by Luo Xiu. Boom! Chu Shui, griffin, and the wind blade collided together, and a violent roar resounding through the sky broke out in an instant. An incomparably terrifying wave, centered on the location of the three of them, swept away in all directions at high speed. The nearby Red Hair Pirates, Straw Hat Pirates, and members of the Revolutionary Army all changed their expressions after feeling the intensity of the aftermath of the battle, and immediately rushed towards the distance to avoid being affected by it. After Luo Xiu blocked Shanks and Drago's attack with a single knife, without any hesitation at all, he continued to wave the autumn water in his hand, and kept slashing at the two guys in front of him. Luo Xiu's terrifying and fierce offensive made both Shanks and Drago feel extremely heavy. Although after reading the information about Luo Xiu and knowing that Luo Xiu was not defeated by the two marine admirals alone in the Sabayati archipelago, they already valued Luo Xiu very much. But when I actually face Luo Xiu now, I still can't help being shocked by Luo Xiu's terrifying strength. We must know that whether it is Shanks or Drago, the two of them are stronger than Aokiji and Kizaru. Even if it's just a collision of swordsmanship and physical skills, the two of them haven't shown their real strength yet, but Luo Xiu is the same. Ask for flowers. 0. Especially after personally experiencing the power of Luo Xiu's time fruit ability just now, Chunks and Dorig's hearts sank even more. Perhaps this time, if you want to defeat Luo Xiu, a complete monster, it will definitely not be so easy. At the same time that Luo Xiu launched this crazy offensive against Shanks and Drago, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates had already rushed in front of Luffy, and Chopper checked Luffy's physical condition immediately. Hey. Hold on Luffy, I'll treat you now, you'll be fine. Chopper kept taking out the medicines, almost crying out of anxiety, but at this moment, Luffy suddenly grabbed Chopper's hand. Due to the continuous severe pain in his mind, Luffy's face became hideous and distorted to the extreme, but under such circumstances, Luffy still endured the pain. Said hoarsely, "No Chopper, I have to save Ace and Sabo as soon as possible, I don't have time for treatment." Chopper's breath stopped suddenly, and he said in an extremely difficult way, "But, with your current physical condition, there's no way to continue fighting. Luffy, if you continue like this, your body will suffer irreversible damage. Hurry up and let me heal you." As a doctor, Chopper can certainly tell the physical condition of Luffy at this time, and of course he can also know that the current Luffy is just struggling. That D Luo Xiu, that kick just now really kicked Luffy's head. No matter how hard Luffy fights, he can't stand the attack of Luo Xiu, who is obviously the strongest man in the New World. 0. Luffy gritted his teeth, forced himself to get up, gasped heavily, and said to the members of the Straw Hat Pirates around him, "Chopper, for me, if I want to watch Ace and Sabo die like this, it will hurt me more than killing me. So, don't stop me, no matter what the price is, I must save Ace and Sabo from Marine." Luffy's sincere words filled Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Frankie, and Brook with pain in their hearts. They only felt that they were useless. There is not enough power to help your own captain. If they were stronger, wouldn't it be possible to help Luffy rescue his two big brothers without making Luffy so desperate? At this moment, the Monster King Ivankov said, "If you really make up your mind, maybe I can help you and bring your physical condition back to its peak." Hearing this, Luffy's eyes lit up immediately, and he looked at Ivankov and said repeatedly, "I can. Please help me." Ivankov stared at Luffy and asked in a deep voice, "Even if you have to pay the price of your life for this, are you willing?" Luffy didn't hesitate at all, and nodded heavily. "I am willing. As long as I can save Ace and Sabo, I can do anything." Ivankov glanced at Drago, who was teaming up with Shanks to fight fiercely with Luo Xiu, then nodded and released his hormone fruit ability. Several thick syringes appeared directly in her hands. Under Luffy's hopeful gaze, Ivankov directly injected healing hormones and stimulating hormones into Luffy's body. Under the nervous gaze of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy let out a roar, and the whole person changed drastically. Luffy felt that his strength seemed to be stronger than that of the peak period, and nodded to Ivankov, not caring about thanking him at all. The execution platform rushed over. At the same time, Luo Xiu, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Shanks and Drago, suddenly sensed something strange, waved his palm without looking back, and slapped himself directly. Bullets fly. Boom. Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, and clearly saw that Usopp's eyes were red, panting heavily, and staring at him ferociously. "Luo Xiu, I will blow your head off with my own hands, and take revenge for Usopp." Hearing this, Shanks was horrified. Obviously he had repeatedly told him not to interfere in the battle between him and Luo Xiu after arriving at naval headquarters, Usopp. This guy, how could he be dazzled by hatred and anger? Just when Shanks was about to say something, a flash of light flashed in the eyes of Luo Xiu in front of him, and his figure disappeared instantly. Seeing this situation, Shanks' pupils dilated suddenly, and he shouted anxiously, "Usopp, get out of the way." Without waiting for Usopp to make any moves, Luo Xiu, who suddenly appeared beside him, raised the famous saber Chushui in his hand, aimed at Usopp's head and slashed it down. PFF'd. The sound of the blade tearing flesh sounded, Usopp's head rolled in the air, and warm scarlet blood began to rush out from the neat cut on his neck. 090 Luo Xiu group destroys Red Hair Pirates. Shanks are crazy. Kneeling to subscribe. Usopp. After seeing Usopp beheaded by Luo Xiu, all members of Red Hair Pirates present watched this scene with tearful eyes, watching Usopp's head roll in the air until it hit the ground heavily. Boom. Usopp's headless body also collapsed, and everyone could clearly see that Usopp's wide-open eyes were full of anger and panic. It was as if, even until the last moment of his life, Usopp never thought that he would die by Luo Xiu's knife so hastily. Obviously, he was the one who wanted to avenge Luo Xiu, and even just now he uttered wild words, saying that he would blow Luo Xiu's head off to avenge his son Usopp. However, why did things turn out like this? Not only did Luo Xiu not suffer the slightest injury, but he, the red-hair pirate sniper, was beheaded by Luo Xiu 10 times. Shanks was furious, and Beckman, Rakiru, Deeg, and other members of the red-hair pirates were also completely furious. Especially Lakilu and Deeg, who were closest to Luo Xiu, saw with their own eyes that Yasop, a close partner who had been together for many years, was beheaded by Luo Xiu, and they were directly dazed with anger. He completely forgot what kind of terrifying strength Luo Xiu possessed, his eyes were red, and he rushed towards Luo Xiu without hesitation. Seeing this situation, Shanks was about to go crazy. He rushed towards Luo Xiu's position, and yelled crazily. Lakiru, Deeg, get out of here. Hearing Shanks' words, Lakilu and Deeg woke up suddenly. They finally realized how terrifying the strength of Luo Xiu had reached in reality. It's just a pity that they woke up too late. Luo Xiu will not give them a chance to regret it. A stern look flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he stomped hard. A deep pit appeared directly in the same place as 080, and Luo Xiu himself suddenly disappeared in the same place with the help of this force. In the next second, Lakilu and Deeg only felt the sound of a blade tearing the air in their ears. Shocked in their hearts, they hurriedly raised their weapons in an attempt to resist Luo Xiu's momentum. Chaos Golden Watchman. In an instant, the actions of Lakilu and Deeg were directly slowed down dozens of times, and the whole person seemed to have stopped suddenly. Under the terrified eyes of the two of them, the famous knife Chushui in Luo Xiu's hand aimed at the necks of the two of them and fell down precisely. PFF'd. Accompanied by the sound of two blades tearing flesh and blood, the heads of Lakilu and Deeg showed the same scene as Yasop just now. The heads sprayed with blood kept rolling in the air, and scarlet blood also began to spurt out from the cut in their necks. Obviously, in less than a minute, the red-hair pirates, which claims to be the most balanced in strength, had 3 staff cuts directly. You know, the number of red-hair pirates members is very small. Seeing with his own eyes that the 3 partners who had accompanied him for many years were killed by Luo Xiu in this way, Shanks lost his mind in an instant. After rushing in front of Luo Xiu, he raised the griffin in his hand and aimed at Luo Xiu with a ferocious face chopped down hard. Facing Shanks' offensive, Luo Xiu did not hesitate at all, and shouted violently. Chaos Golden Watchman. Shanks' attack was stagnant in the air, and even though Griffin was very close to Luo Xiu, he couldn't really cut down at all. After seeing this scene, all the members of Red Hair Pirates were full of fear. Just now Lakilu and Deeg were stopped by Luo Xiu with this move, then they were picked up by Luo Xiu. Now that Shanks is also immobilized by Luo Xiu with the Time Fruit ability, is it possible that even Shanks will be beheaded by Luo Xiu? Facts have proved that the location Luo Xiu's raised famous knife Chushui is aiming at is Shanks' neck. Under the terrified gaze of Shanks, Chushui came in front of him in an instant, and just as Shanks was desperately trying to break free from the shackles of Luan Jintuo, a gust of wind suddenly blew up, directly causing Shanks' body to fly into the air. Drago attacked the position where Luo Xiu and Shanks were, and at the same time released the Wind Fruit ability with all his strength, trying to make Shanks avoid Luo Xiu's knife in this way. Although Drago had tried his best to pull Shanks' body and let him fly into the air in the shortest time, the autumn water in Luo Xiu's hand finally fell on Shanks' chest. Laugh. When the knife was cut down, blood burst out, and the severe pain hit Shanks, who had just broken free from the shackles of Luan Jintuo, uncontrollably let out a mournful scream from the depths of his throat. The severe pain that kept coming into his mind made Shanks wake up instantly. In order not to let the autumn water in Luo Xiu's hand continue to slash at him, Shanks could bite the bullet and swing the griffin to slash at Luo Xiu. Boom! Chushui collided with Griffin, and the huge force caused Shanks' body to fly upside down. But this time, Shanks was not discouraged at all. Instead he breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart, and with the help of this power, he directly chose Luo Xiu, a terrifying monster. Seeing that Luo Xiu would continue to pursue Shanks persistently, Drago waved his hand violently, and several invisible ropes twisted by the wind directly restrained Luo Xiu's body, causing his movements to stagnate for a short time. Drago didn't let go of such a good opportunity. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, he swung the wind blade, and slashed at Luo Xiu fiercely. Just as the wind blade was about to land on Luo Xiu slightly parted his lips and let out a low drink. Slow. Drago's body was once again blessed with the power of a time fruit, which slowed down his action several times again. At the same time, Luo Xiu broke free from the wind rope on his body, and the lotus moved Chushui to renew Dorag again. Boom. The autumn water did not fall on Drago, but was blocked by the rushing Shanks. However, the huge force from Griffin still caused Shanks' face to become horribly distorted in an instant. Just when Shanks was about to lose his hold, Drago, who broke out with all his strength, finally broke the time fruit ability that Luo Xiu had blessed him with. He immediately waved the wind blade in his hand, and once again resisted Luo Xiu together with Shanks. Xiu. With Drago joining, Shanks breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Luo Xiu in front of him, Shanks' heart was completely filled with anger and hatred. However, what Shanks thinks most is the concern about Beckman and other Red Hair Pirates members. Thinking of this, Shanks yelled at Beckman and others while joining hands with Drago to resist Luo Xiu's fierce offensive. Beckman, you take the others and get Ace and Rayleigh out of the scaffold. Don't stay here. For Shanks, the deaths of Yasop, Rakiru, and Deeg already filled his heart with grief. They, the red hair pirates, must never die in this war again. Of course, Beckman was well aware of this, and immediately waved his hand without any hesitation, and said in a deep voice. Let's get Ace and Rayleigh out. Yes, the members of the red hair pirates gave Luo Xiu a resentful look, wishing they could kill Luo Xiu on the spot, but unfortunately they were not strong enough. Even their captain Shanks teamed up with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Duo Lage. There is no guarantee that Luo Xiu will be able to get away successfully. However, just as Beckman was about to step forward, he wanted to lead the members of the red hair pirates towards the execution platform. Luo Xiu slashed at Shanks in front of him with a knife, and asked with a smile. Shanks, in your heart, the status of your partners should be very important, right? The captain of yours, Roger the Pirate King, massacred a whole country just because someone insulted a member of Roger's pirate group. Then, if all of your companions were killed in front of you, what kind of crazy behavior would you, New World 4 Emperors, do? I'm really curious about this. Hearing this, Shanks' pupils dilated suddenly, and his face instantly became extremely ferocious. Shanks gritted his teeth and watched Luo Xiu squeeze out a low growl containing boundless anger from between his teeth. Luo Xiu, if you dare to do such a thing, I promise, I will kill you with my own hands. Before I kill you, I will let you feel the real pain. Not only did Luo Xiu not have the slightest fear when he heard the words, but he also outlined a strange smile. Shanks, are you threatening me? Shanks fixed his eyes on Luo Xiu in front of him, and said word by word. You can understand it like this. But I want to tell you that what I said will definitely come true. Luo Xiu twitched the corners of his mouth and said bluntly. That's such a pity, because, I never accept threats of any kind. As soon as the words fell, the wind blade in Drago's hand slashed directly at Luo Xiu. This time, Luo Xiu did not choose to confront Drago head-on, but just raised his autumn water to block the knife. With this force of Drago, his body suddenly retreated. Seeing this situation, Shanks' pupils contracted suddenly, his eyes were instantly filled with anger, his ferocious face revealed boundless ferocity, and he roared crazily while running towards where Beckman and the others were. Luo Xiu, if you dare to hurt Beckman and them, I promise, I swear I will kill you with my own hands. Beckman, Snake, punch, get out of the way. Beckman, Snake, and the rest of the red hair pirates heard Shanks yelling clearly. It has also been noticed that Luo Xiu is attacking quickly towards their position. Unfortunately, just when they were about to turn around to resist Luo Xiu's attack, Luo Xiu's voice without the slightest emotion suddenly rang in the ears of every red hair pirates member. Time stops. In an instant, all members of red hair pirates were fixed on the spot, and Luo Xiu raised the famous knife Chushui in his hand and slashed at the member of red hair pirates who was closest to him. While raising the other palm to aim at Shanks, he let out a low drink. Chaos Golden Watchman, Shanks and Drago, who were chasing Luo Xiu, were suddenly slowed down dozens of times, and all their actions seemed to have stopped directly. Shanks is going insane. Is there anything more infuriating than watching your partner get killed while you're powerless to stop it? Under the influence of Luan Jintuo, Shanks could only watch helplessly. With Luo Xiu's hands up and down, one after another, his partners who had been with him for many years were either beheaded by him, or directly used by Luo Xiu. Pierce the famous knife Chushui through the heart. What happened here has attracted the attention of most people present at naval headquarters, regardless of. It was Sengoku, Ace, Sabo, and Rayleigh who were on the execution platform, and even Garp, who had been hanging his head since before, unconsciously turned his gaze to Luo Xiu. Sengoku watched Luo Xiu kill those members of the red hair pirates one after another with incomparable crispness, and even swallowed unconsciously, with a look of shock written all over his face. What the hell is Luo Xiu trying to do? This crazy guy is attacking everyone in naval headquarters indiscriminately. Originally, when Luo Xiu exposed the relationship between the monkey family, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, Sengoku still felt that he was deliberately targeting Marine. He wanted to use the method of destroying Garp's prestige and destroying his reputation to make the entire Marine a target of public criticism. It is precisely because in order to save Marine's face that Sengoku took a huge risk and said that he would guarantee that Garp would never betray Marine injustice with the identity of Marine Marshal. Sengoku knows that this method is only a palliative, not a root cause. At most, it is to let the sailors not care about Garp for the time being, but the dissatisfaction and anger towards Garp in his heart does not end there. Medical. After this war, even if Garp has not betrayed Marine, he will definitely face strong condemnation and insults from the Marines and those common people who have been deceived for decades. But as a result, what Luo Xiu is doing now has completely dispelled Sengoku's speculation. When Luo Xiu is dealing with pirates like Shanks, he is better at dealing with them than Marines. Be more ruthless. Sengoku is not the only one who feels this way. Even Rayleigh, whose arm was cut off by Luo Xiu, looks at Luo Xiu who is slaughtering the red hair pirates. Already full of shock and anger. It is no exaggeration to say that for Shanks, every red hair pirates member is the most important partner and family member in his life. But now, Shanks can only watch his partner being brutally murdered by Luo Xiu, but he is powerless to save them from Luo Xiu's knife successfully. Rayleigh couldn't even imagine how much pain Shanks felt in his heart at this time. The crazy Shanks managed to break free from the chaotic gold watchman that Luo Xiu had blessed on his body, his eyes turned red, his face was extremely ferocious, and his body exuded a crazy and surging aura. Killing intent. I wish I could kill Luo Xiu right now. Drago could feel the pain of Shanks beside him. After breaking free from the shackles of the time fruit ability together with Shanks, Drago did not hesitate at all, and directly followed the. Dazed by 2.9 anger and hatred, Shanks rushed to where Luo Xiu was. Luo Xiu, stop it, you bloody b*****************. D. Shanks, whose eyes were about to split open, had his hair standing on end, raised the supreme sharp knife griffin in his hand, and was about to slash Luo Xiu down. Unfortunately, facing Shanks in this state, Luo Xiu just pointed at him with a smile, released the time fruit ability again, and once again fixed Shanks in place. Exclamation mark. Even though he was close at hand, he was completely unable to stop Luo Xiu from killing his comrades. This kind of pain, I am afraid that no one can truly understand Shanks. At this time, more than half of the red hair pirates have already been beheaded by Luo Xiu, and the remaining few have been affected by the time fruit ability, even if they are already in their hearts. Full of panic and fear, but also unable to escape at all, can only watch Luo Xiu raise the butcher knife and slash at him. Chick, chick, chick. A series of dull voices sounded, and in front of Shanks, Luo Xiu wiped out members of the red hair pirates one after another. Luo Xiu walked towards Beckman, who was the last one left. He intentionally left the red hair pirate's deputy captain until the last, just to wait for this moment. Luo Xiu had just put Shushui on Beckman's neck, and Shanks finally got rid of the shackles of the time fruit ability. Shanks, who was dazzled by anger at first, was frightened and furious when he saw that there was only one Beckman left in his partner, and Luo Xiu had put the knife on Beckman's neck. Roared extremely, Luo Xiu, stop. Luo Xiu looked at Shanks with a smile, and shook his head regretfully. Shanks, you missed the chance to say goodbye to your last buddy. After the words fell, Luo Xiu didn't say a word of nonsense, and directly waved the autumn water in his hand. The sound of the blade tearing the flesh sounded, and the deputy captain of the red hair pirates was instantly separated from his body. 091 Evil Luo Xiu, Crazy Shanks, slash the sky with one blow. Kneeling to subscribe, Fitch, accompanied by muffled sound, warm and scarlet blood shot out from the neat cut on Beckman's neck. This time, Luo Xiu did not let Beckman's head roll wantonly in the air, but directly grabbed Beckman's flowing hair and held it in his hands. Shanks could clearly see the expression of unwillingness and fear in Beckman's eyes, as if, until the end of his life, Beckman never thought that he would die under Luo Xiu's knife like this. Obviously, their red hair pirates are already one of the New World 4 Emperor's regiment, and he, Beckman, as the deputy captain of the red hair pirates, is beyond the reach of ordinary people in terms of strength and prestige. However, just because Shanks brought them to naval headquarters and participated in the rescue of Fire Fist Ace and Pluton Rayleigh, the entire red hair pirates were wiped out by Luo Xiu. The most important thing is that when Luo Xiu beheaded Beckman, he deliberately didn't restrain Shanks with the time fruit ability, but let him watch how his deputy captain separated the corpse. Luo Xiu, I want you to die. I want to kill you, I must kill you with my own hands. In an instant, the eyes of Shanks, the New World 4 Emperors, instantly turned red, and his face had reached an unprecedented degree of ferocious distortion. At this moment, Shanks completely forgot what kind of terrifying strength Luo Xiu possessed. Now he only has one thought, which is to kill Luo Xiu with his own hands. Before killing Luo Xiu, he must use all the torture methods he knows, all used on Luo Xiu, the damn B********************. D. Facing the charge Shanks launched towards him, Luo Xiu didn't seem to be able to react, and he didn't have the slightest intention to retreat or resist. Seeing this situation, although Shanks doesn't know what Luo Xiu is thinking, but if such a good opportunity can be missed, then Shanks is not qualified to become one of the New World 4 Emperors. Shanks let out a low growl, raised the griffin in his hand, aimed at Luo Xiu in front of him, and slashed down. Go to hell Luo Xiu. Just when the griffin in Shanks' hand was about to fall on Luo Xiu looked at his crazy appearance, a flash of 12 spirits flashed in his eyes, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Xiu raised the Beckman's head in his hand, aimed at the griffin that Shanks had cut towards him, and threw it over. Boom! With one slash, Beckman's head was chopped off instantly, and Grandma White's brains splashed onto Shanks' body, making the New World 4 Emperors stunned on the spot. No matter what, Luo Xiu would never let go of such an excellent opportunity. Luo Xiu waved the autumn water in his hands, aimed at Shanks who was in a stunned state, and slashed down fiercely. However, at this moment, Drago, who had already noticed something wrong just now, was also supported by the wind and wind fruit ability, appeared directly beside Shanks, raised the wind blade, and directly blocked in front of Shanks. Boom! The collision between Shushui and the wind blade erupted with a violent roar. Luo Xiu's huge force caught Duo Lage by surprise, and directly hit him on Shanks' body, causing them both to be blown away at the same time. Cough cough cough. Shanks and Drago jumped up from the ground at the first time, unlike Drago who was staring at Luo Xiu with a wind blade in his hand, guarding against his sudden rise. Shanks at this moment stared blankly at the scattered on the ground, being caught Beckman's split head, which he split open with his own hands. After the stupefaction passed, Rao Yi Shanks' strong psychological quality was a little unsteady for a while, his body began to tremble slightly, and the arm holding Griffin was constantly swaying. Papa Papa, Luo Xiu applauded in admiration, looked at Shanks opposite with a smile, and spoke slowly. As expected of the red-haired Shanks, one of the New World 4 Emperors, his partner has lost his function after death, so even if he cut the head of his closest partner with his own hands, it is only natural. Luo Xiu's words made Shanks wake up suddenly. Looking at the split head on the ground, Shanks' face turned pale instantly, and unconsciously took 2 steps back, frantically shaking his head and denying in a low voice. No. It's not like that. Beckman. Shanks never imagined that such a thing would happen, that Beckman's head would be chopped off by himself. It is obvious that Griffin is the supreme sharp knife, there is no trace of bloodline on it at all, and the brains of the milk white are not stained on it at all, but Shanks still feels that Griffin seems to be full of his partner's blood. You know, for Shanks, although all members of Red Hair Pirates are the most important partners and family members in his life, Beckman, the deputy captain, is the most special one anyway. Over the years, without the help of Beckman, who is known as the man with the highest IQ in the world, Shanks and his Red Hair Pirates would not have been able to go smoothly in New World. It is no exaggeration to say that although Shanks is not as stupid as Wong Luffy, but with his high-spirited style, without the assistance of Beckman, the deputy captain, Shanks will definitely encounter countless troubles. But such a most reliable partner in Shanks' career, after being brutally beheaded by Luo Xiu, his head was not saved, and even beheaded by him, Shanks himself, how could Shanks accept this? Luo Xiu, UB********D. Shanks' body began to tremble violently, and an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. The mighty Conqueror's haki centered on his position and swept away in all directions. Seriously speaking, if you just compare the strength of Conqueror's haki, even if you look at the whole world, no one can compare with Shanks. Although the release of this Conqueror's haki is just the best way to clean up miscellaneous fish, it will not have any impact on the other party if they meet a strong guy. However, the strength of Conqueror's haki has reached the level of Shanks, even if it is not a trash fish, it will become a trash fish in front of Shanks. In an instant, the Marines, Whitebeard pirates, Revolutionary Army, and even some weaker Eternal Hell prisoners who were fighting fiercely. Under the pressure of Shanks' super-powerful Conqueror's haki, he lost consciousness in an instant and fell into a coma. Even the stronger ones endured a huge sense of oppression, struggling to sustain themselves under the crushing pressure of this surging Conqueror's haki. After feeling the oppression of the Conqueror's haki, everyone present couldn't help turning their attention to Luo Xiu, Shanks, and Drago. It is precisely because of this that everyone has clearly seen that the members of the Red Hair Pirates, one of the New World 4 emperors, have been completely wiped out by Luo Xiu, leaving only the captain Shanks alive. Seeing this scene, whether it was Marine, pirates, or the Revolutionary Army, their hearts were already filled with shock and disbelief. They are very clear that although the number of members of the Red Hair Pirates is small, each of them has a very powerful force. Even compared with the other 3 large groups of 4 emperors, the Red Hair Pirates will definitely not have any disadvantages. But such people have all been beheaded by Luo Xiu, and even their deputy captain, Beckman, had his head cut in half by Shanks himself. Gudong. Luo Xiu, what the hell is he trying to do? Rao Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, saw this situation, and there was a huge wave in his heart, and his eyes were fixed on Luo Xiu's back, trying to find out what kind of thoughts and plans Luo Xiu had in his heart. Killed everyone in the Red Hair Pirates, and even designed Shanks to chop off Beckman's head. Under this kind of stimulation, no matter how calm and mentally strong Shanks is, he has gone completely crazy. Rayleigh gritted his teeth and stared at Luo Xiu. If eyes can kill, Luo Xiu must be riddled with wounds by now. But unfortunately, no matter how much he hated Luo Xiu in his heart, he couldn't have the slightest influence on Luo Xiu, let alone helping Shanks kill Luo Xiu together. Whether he, Pluton, can save his life is not certain things. This damned fellow, how dare he do such a thing? After hearing Rayleigh's low growl, Sengoku's mood improved a little unconsciously. Obviously their Marine was targeted by Luo Xiu, it was already miserable enough, but now seeing someone worse than Marine, Sengoku couldn't help but feel comfortable not a lot. Sengoku glanced coldly at Rayleigh who was kneeling at his feet, and said in a cold tone. Resign yourself to fate, Rayleigh, no matter what purpose Luo Xiu has, what I can assure you is that you pirates will not be able to continue living no matter what. This war has progressed to this level, Marine has no way out, just because Luo Xiu exposed the monkey family, the relationship between the 3B**********D brothers, and Garp, the true face of the Marine hero, has caused Marine to suffer dealt a huge blow. If these 3 guys on the execution platform, as well as the Whitebeard pirates who invaded naval headquarters, the remnants of Roger's regiment, the Revolutionary Army, and the Eternal Hell prisoners escape, then their Marine will be completely destroyed. As the laughingstock of the whole world, I can no longer get the support and trust of any of the people. Blackbeard, who was fighting Whitebeard at first, saw the miserable scene of Red Hair pirates, and suddenly the scene of his men being slaughtered by Luo Xiu on Banero Island appeared in his mind. It's just that those guys are just tools for Blackbeard, but the death of these Red Hair Pirates members will make Shanks collapse. Thief ha 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 ha, Shanks, it seems that you are not good enough, you can't even protect your friends, are you even so excited that you split the head of that guy Beckman with your own hands? Blackbeard only felt that the idea was clear, and the whole person seemed to be going to heaven. Blackbeard had long been unhappy with Shanks. Obviously, he is a pirate just like himself, but Shanks always pretends to be sympathetic, as if he is a righteous party and other pirates are evil people. Now that everyone in the Red Hair Pirates has been slaughtered by Luo Xiu, Blackbeard is a little curious whether Shanks can still maintain his previous appearance. However, at the same time that Blackbeard was very excited about this, a stern look flashed in the eyes of Whitebeard opposite him, and without hesitation, he raised the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunchi in his hand, aimed at Blackbeard's chest, and slashed fiercely. Down. Although at the last moment, Blackbeard had sensed Whitebeard's movement, but it was too late, and it was already impossible to avoid it, so he could only watch the Kong Yunchi cut on the ground with fear. On my own body, PFF'd. With one stab, Blackbeard's chest was instantly torn apart, and the huge force caused Blackbeard to roll and fly backwards. Warm and scarlet blood shot out in the air, and the accompanying. And Blackbeard's mournful howl of intense pain. Blackbeard really didn't expect that this guy Whitebeard would actually do a sneak attack. Isn't this a trick that a villain like him would use? You Whitebeard is obviously the strongest man in the world, now you don't want your face anymore. In this regard, Whitebeard just wants to say that in the current situation, no matter what means are needed, he will not hesitate any longer. You must know that in this war, in order to rescue Ace, more than half of his Whitebeard pirates were killed or injured, and even the 14 captains who came with him were only Marco, Beasta, and Yizang are still alive. Even those pirate groups that belong to the Whitebeard pirate group were about to be slaughtered by those guys in Marine. If Whitebeard still clings to his proud 067 of being the strongest man in the world, then the most important family members in his life will all die in this war. Exclamation mark. At this moment, Whitebeard couldn't help feeling a little dazed in his heart. He began to doubt for the first time, and led the entire Whitebeard pirate group to naval headquarters. Is it worthwhile to rescue Ace alone, with so many casualties? However, this thought only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Whitebeard's eyes turned hard, he stomped hard, and chased after Blackbeard in the direction where Blackbeard flew out. The soaring Kong Yunchi was aiming at Blackbeard's head. Blackbeard watched this scene in horror, and immediately shouted, "Father, let me go, I know I'm wrong, Daddy." When Whitebeard heard this, his movement stagnated for a moment, but he became firm again immediately, and he immediately wanted 10 knives to end it. Blackbeard is a damn B***************. However, at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared behind Whitebeard, their respective weapons aimed at the back of Whitebeard's heart and were about to stab them. A trace of anger flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, he could only turn around in desperation, swung Kong Yun and slashed at these two desperate guys. Boom! Whitebeard's full-strength knife cut the two Eternal Hell prisoners in half on the spot. However, this also gave Blackbeard a chance. After a flash of panic flashed in Blackbeard's eyes, he quickly got up and swept back, staring at Whitebeard on the opposite side, not daring to have a look at him. The slightest relaxation, he finally understood that although Whitebeard's physical fitness has long been inferior to that of the peak period, no matter whether it is combat experience or the strength he possesses, he cannot be a little distracted, otherwise, you will have to pay the price of your life. After Whitebeard dealt with the two Eternal Hell prisoners who wanted to kill him to make him famous, a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes, and he growled at Blackbeard. "Teach, only you, not worthy to be the son of this old man." Blackbeard wiped the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and said with a sinister smile. "Don't be so heartless, Dad, although I am no longer a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but I have been in the Whitebeard Pirates for so many years, have you forgotten?" Whitebeard ignored Blackbeard, he had completely lost interest in talking nonsense with this D, and immediately broke out with all his strength, chasing and killing Blackbeard. At the same time, Shanks on the other side has gradually calmed down after experiencing the initial shock, but the anger and hatred towards Luo Xiu in his heart has not subsided in the slightest. On the contrary, he wanted to kill Luo Xiu even more urgently to avenge Beckman, Yasop, and Lakilu. Furious, Shanks wrapped the released Conqueror's haki around the griffin in his hand, and rushed towards Luo Xiu. Seeing this situation, Luo Xiu not only did not choose to retreat, but also used the Conqueror's winding, raised the autumn water, and brazenly collided with Griffin. A roar from the sky came, and the entire sky seemed to be split directly by the 2.092 Garp completely betrays Marine. Luo Xiu is a monster. Kneeling to subscribe, boom, accompanied by the collision between Shushui and Griffin, who were all entwined by Conqueror's haki, a violent roar resounded in everyone's ears, making everyone instantly enter a state of tinnitus. An extremely terrifying fluctuation, centered on the positions of Luo Xiu and Shanks, quickly swept away in all directions. A huge deep pit had already appeared under the two people's feet, and the surrounding ground was still cracking inch by inch, and layers of land were lifted up directly. The dust and mist covered the figures of Luo Xiu and Shanks, making it impossible for outsiders to see the extent of the battle between the two. Those sailors, members of the Whitebeard Pirates, and members of the Revolutionary Army, who were a little closer, didn't dare to hesitate at all after feeling the intensity of the aftermath of the battle, and ran madly towards the distance. Even if this kind of battle belongs to the top level in the whole world, even if the promotion is just the aftermath of the battle, it is simply not something ordinary people can face. If one is accidentally involved in it, it will lose its life. The only one who didn't stay away was Drago, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago has never relaxed in collecting intelligence on New World powerhouses over the years, and he naturally knows how terrifying Shanks, the New World 4 Emperor's power in Conqueror's haki is. However, Drago also knows that Luo Xiu also showed an extremely powerful Conqueror's entanglement when Sabayati Archipelago fought against the two Marine Admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru. If left alone, there is only one ending for Shanks, and that is to be defeated by Luo Xiu. Thinking of this, Drago didn't hesitate anymore, his eyes were fixed, and the Conqueror's haki that belonged to him also came out from his body. Under the control of Drago, this Conqueror's haki not only did not spread, but also it was tightly wrapped around the wind blade in his hand. As soon as Drago thought about it, a gust of wind pushed his body directly, rushing towards the position where Luo Xiu and Shanks were covered by the dust and mist. Boom! After Drago joined the Conqueror's entangled collision, there was another roar, and the entire naval headquarters seemed to shake because of it. At this moment, Drago couldn't help but feel a little lucky, because he could clearly feel that Shanks, who was standing beside him, was almost unable to hold on, and his face was extremely ferocious. Doda's cold sweat also appeared on his forehead. If he stays at night for even a few seconds, Shanks will probably be blown away by Luo Xiu. Damn it, Luo Xiu, this B***************, D, is he a human or a monster? Why is he so strong? The ferocious Shanks stared at Luo Xiu in front of him, no matter in the depths of his eyes or in his heart, he was already full of lingering fear and anger. Luo Xiu was obviously about the same age as Luffy, but in terms of strength, let alone Luffy, even he, the New World 4 Emperors, can't compare with Luo Xiu at all. Shanks could feel that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, beside him, was definitely not inferior to him in strength, but even if the two of them joined forces, at most, they could only compete with Luo Xiu. It is simply impossible to defeat, or even kill Luo Xiu directly. The most important thing is that Luo Xiu's time fruit ability alone has made him almost invincible. The Conqueror's entanglement and collision between Luo Xiu, Shanks, and Drago made the sky of the entire naval headquarters immediately become extremely gloomy. The sky was filled with dark clouds, covering naval headquarters, as if the end times are coming. The most frightening thing is that these dark clouds are divided into 3 large pieces, and from a distance, it looks as if the entire sky has been split. Whether it was Sengoku, Garp, Rayleigh and others on the execution platform, or the Marines, pirates, and Revolutionary Army who were fighting fiercely, they all watched this scene with horror, and their hearts were full of turbulent waves. At this moment, with an explosion that resounded through the sky, Luo Xiu, Shanks, and Drago were all directly blasted away by this force that could no longer be suppressed. Luo Xiu, who was rolling backwards in the air, directly plunged the autumn water into the ground, using this method to stabilize his figure, and after cutting the ground of naval headquarters for dozens of meters, Luo Xiu finally stood firm. Shanks used the same method to make himself stand firm, while Drago relied on his wind fruit ability, and under the blessing of the strong wind, his body floated in the air. After Luo Xiu stood up, he let out a long breath, and looked at Shanks and Drago on the opposite side with a happy face. It really was this kind of top-level battle that made him break out with all his strength. Shanks and Drago gasped and stared at Luo Xiu, their hearts were already filled with fear, the monster Luo Xiu's strength has far exceeded their expectations. They didn't even dare to imagine, if Luo Xiu was given some more time to grow, how terrifying this guy's strength could grow to. At that time, even if the 2 top powerhouses join forces, in front of Luo Xiu, they will only be defeated in the end. Thinking of this, Shanks and Drago looked at each other with a tacit understanding, and the same idea emerged in their minds. No matter what the price is, this time, the monster Luo Xiu must be killed. Otherwise, the future Luo Xiu will definitely overturn the whole world. Shanks and Drago nodded to each other, and almost at the same time, they rushed towards Luo Xiu's position. Luo Xiu can roughly guess what Shanks and Drago are thinking, but it's not just that they don't intend to let Luo Xiu go, Luo Xiu also doesn't think about letting them go. In this summit war, which is completely different from the plot of the original book, what Luo Xiu has to do is to use this excellent opportunity to completely subvert the whole world. Luo Xiu raised the famous knife Chushui in his hand, stomped hard, leaving a deep hole in the spot, and he himself, with the help of this force, took the initiative to attack Shanks and Drago past. Just when another fierce battle broke out between Luo Xiu, Shanks and Drago, Magellan, the prison warden of Impel Down, finally brought the only remaining jailers and guards of Impel Down, and successfully arrived at naval headquarters. Magellan looked at naval headquarters, which was strewn with corpses and had been devastated because of this war, and was instantly enraged. The whole person was extremely angry. Especially the Bullet, the Red Earl, the World Destroyer, and the Eternal Hell prisoners who belong to the Evil King, are fighting fiercely with the Marine Admiral at this time, and some guys are killing the Marine soldiers wantonly, using this method to vent their frustration, a rage that has been held for decades. The wailing and roaring of the sailors constantly sounded in the sky, making Magellan unable to suppress the anger and hatred in his heart any longer, and he yelled angrily at Hannibal, who was bandaged like a mummy beside him. Hannibal, you take Domino, Sati-chan and them against the others, and I'm going to kill Dorag, Shanks and Blackbeard, those bloody bastards, with my own hands. Hannibal nodded heavily when he heard the words, and said in a deep voice. Magellan, we must kill those bastards who ruined Impel Down and released the prisoners. No matter what their identities are, they must not be merciful. For Hannibal, the destruction of Impel Down directly made his life bleak and completely lost the direction of his efforts. You must know that he has been working hard to replace Magellan and become the new warden of Impel Down, but now all his efforts are in vain. Impel Down is gone, how can he be the warden? After Magellan heard Hannibal's words, his face suddenly became more ferocious. Because he unconsciously released the ability of the poisonous fruit, the venom appeared on his face, making him look even more ferocious. You don't need to remind me. I will definitely kill those guys with my own hands. As soon as the words fell, Magellan didn't even wait for the warship under his feet to dock at the port of naval headquarters. He stepped on the moonwalk and rushed directly to where Dorag and Shanks were. After seeing Magellan's actions, Sengoku's pupils contracted suddenly on the execution platform, and he quickly raised the amplified telephone bug, shouting repeatedly. Magellan, leave Drago and Shanks alone, deal with the other guys. Don't get involved in any fights between them. After hearing Sengoku's anxious shout, Magellan's forward movement suddenly stopped, and he looked in the direction of the execution platform with a puzzled expression. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, then continued. Magellan, don't waste time, do what you should do, and deal with the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down first. Although I still can't understand why Marshal Sengoku issued such an order, but since Marshal Sengoku has repeatedly emphasized, Magellan has no choice but to follow the order. After glaring fiercely at Drago and Shanks with eyes full of anger and hatred, Magellan no longer hesitated, activated the poisonous fruit ability, and his lower body suddenly became elemental. Pushing his body in this way, he galloped towards where the Eternal Hell prisoners were. After Sengoku saw that Magellan stayed away from Luo Xiu, Shanks, and Dorag, he couldn't help secretly heaving a sigh of relief. Although he is very confident in Magellan's strength, he knows that even compared with the three Marine Admirals Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, Magellan is not much inferior. But if Magellan gets involved in the battle between Luo Xiu, Shanks, and Drago, then no matter who he wants to deal with, it will instantly break the original state of almost equilibrium. Whether Luo Xiu was defeated, or Dorag and Shanks were beheaded, it would not be good news for Marine now. Only let them hold each other back temporarily, and wait until Marine finishes off Whitebeard, the Eternal Hell prisoners, and the remnants of the Roger pirates, then he will have a chance to destroy the three of them together in one fell swoop. If it can be done, then their Marine can completely wash away the shame that Luo Xiu brought them, and once again win the support and trust of the people of the whole world. Even if it is done properly, it is not impossible to take this opportunity to completely break Marine from the control of the world government. Thinking of the scene where Marine is no longer under the control of the world government and obeys all orders from the world government and the five elders, Sengoku couldn't help but get excited secretly. After Magellan joined the battlefield, the situation of this summit war in naval headquarters has changed dramatically again. Originally, because Blackbeard brought the prisoners from Eternal Hell, the Marine executives had no time to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, the remnants of the Roger pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. After all, these prisoners have been completely mobilized by Blackbeard, and they all want to take advantage of this opportunity to send a message to the whole world. The world announces their return. They are well aware that the public execution at naval headquarters has been broadcast live all over the world. It is precisely because of this that Bullet, the Red Earl, World Destroyer and the King of Evil Government, etc. are all top powerhouses in Eternal Hell, and they directly approached Aokiji. Akainu, and Kizaru are the three Marine Admirals. There are also some guys who also found Marco, Vista, Doflamingo, and Hawkeye Mahawk and others. For the prisoners of Eternal Hell, they don't care what the war will turn into in the end, whether it's Marine, pirates, or the Revolutionary Army. They are all the targets they want to slaughter and fight. Now Magellan's joining can be regarded as liberating some Marine executives. After all, in this kind of large-scale war, the lethality of Magellan's poisonous fruit ability can be overwhelming. Is not inferior to Marine 3 admirals. Whether it was the Whitebeard pirates, the remnants of the Roger pirates, the Revolutionary Army, or the prisoners of Eternal Hell, they all died in the hands of Marine one after another, and the number is rapidly decreasing. If it continues like this, it won't be long before Marine will completely win this war. Sengoku on the execution platform also gradually relaxed. Perhaps, in order to prevent any accidents, the commander-in-chief of the three armies who has not dedicated himself. Kong, there is no need to participate in this war anymore. Just as this idea came to Sengoku's mind, the sound suddenly resounded through the sky. Ace, Sabo, I'm here to save you. Under the cover of the Straw Hat Pirates, Ivankov, and even Marco and others, Luffy finally managed to break through the blockades of the Marine executives and came to the execution platform. Ahead, in the second gear, Luffy fixed his eyes on Ace and Sabo who were kneeling side by side on the execution platform. Hearing the sound of the fierce battle coming from behind, Luffy couldn't stop thinking. Without the slightest hesitation, after taking a deep breath, he stomped hard and rushed towards the execution platform. After seeing Luffy's actions, Ace and Sabo became tense, hoped that Luffy could successfully save themselves, but worried about Luffy at the same time. Situation. You know, on the execution platform, there is still Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, guarding it. While the two of them were worried about Luffy, Rayleigh on the side was a little dazed, feeling that he was such a big living person, that Luffy hadn't taken it to heart all the time, right? I only know that I want to rescue Ace and Sabo. Has Luffy forgotten that he is Uncle Rayleigh? Obviously, when he was in the Sabayati archipelago before, he was evacuating with the Straw Hat Pirates to cover Luffy, and that guy Luo Xiu cut off an arm. After Sengoku saw Luffy's behavior, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Obviously, he has given Luffy 2 chances, and even negotiated with 5 elders for Garp's consideration, and did not let Luffy and Fire Fist Ace publicly execute you. But in the end, after this guy was rescued from Impel Down by Drago and Shanks, not only did he not leave honestly, he even dared to come to naval headquarters. Since this is the case, then no matter what happens to you, you can't blame God. Sengoku murmured to himself. kicked his feet vigorously, and greeted Luffy with his body, aiming at Luffy who had rushed to the execution platform, raised his palm and slapped down hard. Boom. With a slap, Luffy's second gear was directly released, and his body even crashed onto the ground of naval headquarters. Sengoku ignored the dust all over the sky. Dang even planned to step forward and bring the idiot Luffy to the execution platform, but at this moment, two crisp voices came from somewhere. The transmission from the execution platform made Sengoku's heart skip a beat, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the execution platform. Sengoku clearly saw that Garp, who had been sitting silently on the execution platform, hiding his face in the shadows, had already torn off the shackles on Ace and Sabo, and they were stable. Stood behind the two of them. Sengoku's pupils dilated suddenly, his face was instantly filled with shock and anger, and he roared angrily at Garp. Garp, are you really going to betray Marine, the justice you fought for all your life? 093 The three brothers are desperate. Commander-in-Chief Kong appears. Kneeling to subscribe. Sengoku was stunned. This time he was really stunned. He never thought that Garp would choose to betray Marine at this moment. Obviously, the situation of this war has been quite clear so far. As long as it continues in such a steady manner, their Marine will definitely win the final victory. Whether it is the Whitebeard pirates, the remnants of the Roger pirates, the Revolutionary Army, or the Red Hair pirates, even after Marine and Admiral finish off their respective enemies, it is not impossible to join hands to kill Luo Xiu things. In the end, Garp actually chose to tear off the shackles on Fire Fist Ace without authorization. Just release the two of them like this. Facing Sengoku's questioning, Garp's face was also extremely ugly. Garp could clearly feel the terrifying anger in Sengoku, an old man who had fought side by side with him for decades, in his heart. However, for Garp, if he doesn't make a choice, betray Marine, and rescue Ace and Sabo, then there is no chance at all. You know, in Garp's mind, there are only Drago, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, the family members who have been lost for more than 10 years and are now back. All the family members are involved in this war, and all of them belong to the hostile camp with Marine, so how does Garp choose this horse? Even when only Ace was about to be publicly executed by Marine, Garp was already full of entanglements, entangled in whether he should choose his family, or choose the justice he had fought for decades. In this situation, do you still need to hesitate? He has been fighting pirates for so many years with justice on his back, can't he fight for his family once? Thinking of this, Garp took a deep breath, looked at Sengoku below, and said in a deep voice. Sorry Sengoku, I still let you down, but for this old man, no matter what, you can't just watch these family members of this old man die like this. Hearing this, Ace and Sabo on the execution platform finally came to their senses. When the shackles on their bodies were torn off by Garp just now, they were stunned on the spot. Just like Sengoku, Ace and Sabo also did not expect that the old man Garp would choose to betray the Marine he had fought for all his life. Obviously, they are heroes who have been respected and admired by Marine and the whole world for so many years, but when they are dying, because of their unworthy descendants, they have to do this kind of behavior that is destined to be cast aside by the whole world. People are sad and painful. Old man, Master Garp. For a moment, Ace and Sabo pressed their lips together tightly, drops of water appeared in their eye sockets, and their faces were already full of pain and entanglement. After actually making a decision, Garp found that he was not as painful as he expected, but it was countless times easier. Facing the reactions of these two grandsons, Garp was far more free-spirited than them, stretched out his palm and patted both of them on the shoulders, and grinned. Okay, you two guys, since you have been released, then, you must not disappoint the old man's expectations, and you must live well. Garp's words made both Ace and Sabo feel extremely bad. Ace even grabbed Garp's arm and hurriedly asked, Old man, what are you going to do? You have already done this kind of thing, you are no longer a Marine, let's get out of here together. Sabo nodded heavily when he heard the words, also speaking sincerely. Ace is right, Mr. Garp, you leave with us. Garp is very pleased with the words of his two grandsons, but it's not so easy to leave. Not to mention Sengoku, even the Marines in Marineford are eager to tear him, the former highly respected Marine hero, to pieces. Yes, Garp's act of loosening the shackles on Ace and Sabo without authorization has been noticed by all the sailors present, and they all know that this Marine hero who has dedicated his life to Marine has completely decided to betray Marine, have betrayed the justice they believed in. All of a sudden, the curses and roars of these sailors began to reverberate over the entire naval headquarters. Garp, you be ********D. You are a Marine hero, why would you do such a thing? Obviously you didn't discipline your son and grandson well, making them Marine's enemies, but why did you betray Marine? Why, you trash, how dare you trample on the justice of our Marine like this, you are the most unforgivable B***********D. Kill Garp, let this damned guy know that Marine's justice will never be trampled upon by anyone. Marine hero, shit Marine hero, even the name of your Marine hero is fake. You and Roger jointly defeated the overlord of the sea, rocks, and in the end it was all thanks to you alone. Even Roger, who surrendered himself, it was all said by you B**********D that you captured it yourself. I have never seen such a brazen person. Down with Garp, kill his sons and grandsons who became revolutionaries and pirates. The sailors roared wildly at Garp on the execution platform, wishing they could kill this B*********D who betrayed Marine right now. Some of the sailors, even BCCE, without any order, directly raised their guns to aim at Garp's head, pulled the trigger and fired directly at Garp. Unfortunately, the bullet he fired never came to Garp's face at all, and was shot down by Ace, who was standing beside Garp directly with a fireball. Hearing the angry scolding of these sailors, Ace was also very angry. After finding the sailor who shot, he raised his index finger and middle finger together without hesitation, creating a pillar of fire that was so hot that the air along the way was distorted. Bombard Zhang directly towards the opponent. Boom! It was too late for the sailor to react, and the pillar of fire pierced through his chest, taking the angry sailor's life away. However, it can only be said that Ace really has no brains. He wanted to use this method to calm down the sailors, but not only did it not have any effect, but it also made the sailors even more angry. This time, even those Marine high-level executives became completely angry, and some even directly chose to let go of their opponents, and rushed towards the execution platform regardless. Garp's expression changed after seeing Ace's actions, and he opened his mouth as if to stop Ace from killing Marine, but he didn't say anything in the end. Even though he has betrayed Marine, he still can't bear to let Garp kill these sailors. At this moment, Sengoku stepped on the moonwalk and rushed towards the execution platform where Garp was. His face was extremely ferocious and cold, and he roared at Garp. Garp, you betrayed Marine for the sake of your own family. Although I don't support it, I can understand it to some extent. But if you let these bastards kill Marine, I will never let you go. The reason why these sailors are so angry with you is because they worship and respect you more than anyone else. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp's body trembled suddenly, his eyes and face became extremely complicated, but he immediately returned to his original appearance. Garp glanced at Sengoku, who was madly rushing towards him, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice to Ace and Sabo beside him. Ace, Sabo, take Luffy and get out of here. I help you hold Sengoku and them. Ace and Sabo looked at each other after hearing the words, and they could clearly see the deep worry in each other's eyes. They were really worried, because Garp betrayed the Marine he had fought for decades. He already had the will to die. However, before they could say anything, Garp stomped on his feet, and with the help of this force, he directly took the initiative to meet Sengoku and shouted loudly at the same time. Don't waste your time, Ace, Sabo. Remember, don't let the efforts of this old man go to waste. Seeing that Garp and Sengoku had started to fight, Ace and Sabo gritted their teeth after looking at each other. Without any hesitation, they were ready to rush down. What they have to do now is to take Luffy, who was slapped away by Sengoku before, and the three brothers who have been reunited for a long time, leave this damn naval headquarters together. However, just as they were about to leave, Rayleigh struggled to his feet and yelled at Ace. Hey, Ace, have you forgotten the old man? Help the old man to untie the damn shackles, let the old man rush out with you. Rayleigh is numb. Garp doesn't care about him. Rayleigh can understand. After all, Garp still has feelings for Marine in his heart. He, the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh, known as Pluton, obviously has no way to compare with the two boys Ace and Sabo. But Ace actually wanted to leave the execution platform directly, which made Rayleigh unable to sit still. This horse, if he is really left alone on this execution platform, Rayleigh can guarantee that Sengoku will order Marine to come up and kill him. Although Rayleigh was old and had an arm chopped off by Luo Xiu, he really didn't expect to die on Marine Ben's outer execution platform like this. Ace and Sabo stopped at the same time. After glancing at Rayleigh, Ace hesitated for a moment, but finally found the key and began to unshackle Rayleigh. After the shackles that bound Rayleigh were untied, Rayleigh finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Ace and nodded. Ace, no matter what, this old man is your father Roger's partner. Next, let this old man open a way for you to escape from naval headquarters. Hearing this, Ace not only did not show the slightest joy, but his face turned cold instantly. I said, I have nothing to do with Roger. I only have one daddy, and that's Whitebeard. Rayleigh shook his head upon hearing this, not intending to argue with Ace on this issue, and said casually. Whatever you say is what you say. Well, don't waste time, take Luffy, let's leave this naval headquarters together. After finishing speaking, Rayleigh jumped off the execution platform first, and rushed towards the positions where Luffy, Marco, Vista, Ivankov and others were. Ace looked constipated, hesitated to speak a few times, and finally could only turn into a cold snort, and made the same behavior as Rayleigh with Sabo beside him. At the same time, Sengoku and Garp have also fought each other. Sengoku has been completely enraged by Garp's actions. Under the attack, he didn't hold back at all, and all his moves were aimed at Garp's vital points. Different from the anger and ferocity on Sengoku's face, although Garp's face is expressionless at this time, he can feel the peace in his heart just by looking at it. As if, the act of betraying Marine didn't even have the slightest impact on this guy. Garp's reaction inspired Sengoku even more. Furious in his heart, Sengoku asked Garp with an angry growl while waving his big hand wheel. The old man really never thought that one day he would formally break with you. You guy, you would actually betray Marine and the justice you have fought for decades. Garp took a deep look at Sengoku, and while resisting Sengoku's attack, he shook his head and said with emotion. I also didn't expect that our two old buddies who have fought side by side for decades would end up in this situation. As long as there are other choices, Garp will not betray Marine. Originally, Garp pinned his hopes on Drago, Shanks, and Whitebeard, and wanted them to rescue Ace and Sabo from the execution platform. However, What Garp didn't expect was that with Luo Xiu's B***** D messing up the situation, Duorag and Shanks couldn't get away from each other at all, so they had no choice but to join forces to fight Luo Xiu. Go on like this, after Marine has completely eliminated the Whitebeard pirates, Roger pirates, and the Revolutionary Army and the prisoners of Eternal Hell, the two of them. Grandson, he will really be killed. What Garp couldn't accept the most was that his own grandson, Luffy, also came to naval headquarters. If I hadn't chosen to betray Marine and attracted Sengoku's attention, I am afraid that at this time, my only 3 grandsons would all kneel on the execution platform. Awaiting the judgment of Marine, Sengoku stared at Garp in front of him, knowing that Garp has thoroughly recognized the reality and fully accepted the behavior of betraying Marine. In this case, there is nothing to say. That's it. Sengoku glanced at Ace, Sabo, and the 3 Luffy brothers who were trying to break through the blockade of the Marine executives and escape from naval headquarters. After shaking their heads, Sengoku showed pity. Glancing at Garp, he said in a deep voice, "Garp, have you ever thought that before the outbreak of this war, the old man has already started to guard against your betrayal of Marine?" Garp's eyes changed, and his face suddenly became extremely serious. Based on his understanding of Sengoku, Sengoku always arranges every detail when facing big events. In place, if he really had already started to guard against betraying Marine, then he would definitely have made arrangements for it. Sengoku, D, what do you mean? Sengoku sighed rather sadly, and said in a deep voice, "When I announced to the whole world that Fire Fist Ace and Pluton Rayleigh would be publicly executed at naval headquarters, I already asked Commander Kong for help. As for Commander Kong, he has already brought his elite and is waiting at naval headquarters. What he has to do is to prepare for all possible emergencies. Originally it was just an insurance policy, but I didn't expect that you would actually betray Marine." As Sengoku's voice fell, Kong, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, finally made his debut with his elites. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, Rayleigh, Marco, and Ivankov and others are clearly about to successfully break through the blockade of the Marine executives. However, Kong's goal was very clear. He directly raised the fist that had already wrapped armament hockey, aimed at the head of Ace who was rushing forward, and smashed it hard. Boom. Ace couldn't dodge it, and finally he could only raise his hands to protect his head, and punch down. A dull voice suddenly sounded a huge force, causing Ace's body to roll backwards uncontrollably and fly backwards. After gliding on the ground for nearly 100 meters, Ace slammed into the execution platform, almost collapsing the huge execution platform. Ace. Seeing Ace being punched flying, Sabo and Luffy screamed at the same time, and rushed towards Kong. Seeing these two bastards, Kong was furious. After a cold snort, he saw the fists they were throwing, and Kong collided with them without hesitation. Together, 2 dull voices sounded at the same time. Sabo and Luffy screamed at the same time. Just like Sabo before, they also hit the execution platform. Kong ignored the collapsed execution platform, turned his head to look at Garp who was wrestling with Sengoku, and said with a gloomy face, "Garp, you be D, you are really good." 094 Sengoku's Garp. 1 for 1 limit. Clear the portal. Kneeling to subscribe. After hearing Kong's roar, Garp, who had not had many disturbances in his heart even though he betrayed Marine, suddenly changed drastically. Garp's eyes became a little evasive, not daring to meet the sudden appearance of Kong, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Seeing Garp's reaction, Kong couldn't help being even more angry. The veins on his forehead popped out, his eyes widened, his face was already full of anger, and he roared at Garp again. "Garp, look at the old man. Answer the old man's question. Why do you betray Marine and abandon justice?" Garp didn't respond, just waved his fists mechanically to resist Sengoku's offensive, completely unaware of what he should do now. Garp really didn't expect that this guy Sengoku actually moved out the commander-in-chief of Kong, and Kong still appeared at such a critical moment. You know, in the Rocks era, when Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Staff Officer Crane belonged to the new Marine generation, Kong was already Marine Admiral. It is no exaggeration to say that Kong is Garp's teacher, and his Marine Vice Admiral was trained by Kong. Garp thought that after betraying Marine, he would be ashamed to face his former teacher, but he still didn't expect that the meeting with Kong would come so quickly. The more Garp remained silent, the more furious the anger in Kong's heart became. He wished he could blow Garp's head off with a punch on the spot. After taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, "Garp, if you get caught now, the old man can still give you a chance to live, but if you still persist in your obsession, then don't blame the old man for cleaning up the house." Kong stared fixedly at Garp, wanting to hear a definite answer from him. Things have developed to the present. Garp, the Marine hero, has been completely ruined. Even he, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, cannot completely protect Garp. After all, the 5 elders watched this public execution in the conference room of the world government, so they naturally knew what Garp was doing. But no matter what, Garp's achievements over the years cannot be erased. If it is just to save his life, it can still be done with the face of Kong, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. Unfortunately, facing Kong's proposal, Garp didn't even show the slightest hesitation, and directly shook his head, saying in a low tone, "Commander Kong, I have no turning back, and, for me, if Dorag, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy are to die and leave me alive alone, then I would rather die like this." Boom. After hearing Garp's words, Kong's eyes sharpened suddenly, and an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from his body, and he roared angrily at Garp word by word. If that's the case, then you go to die. Kong has completely lost interest in persuading Garp. For Kong now, he is doing everything possible to restore the prestige Marine lost in this war. Luo Xiu, that B***********D, exposed the identities and relationships of the monkey family, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy brothers, and also exposed that the honor of Garp, the Marine hero, is false. The body has already dealt a huge blow to Marine. Even if this war is not over yet, Kong can still guess how disgusted and bad emotions those audiences who are watching this public execution in every corner of the world have towards their Marine. Now that Garp has openly betrayed Marine again, it will make Marine's reputation completely drop to the bottom. If they don't want to restore their image, then their Marine will really lose the support and trust of the common people. You can only be a dog for the world government forever. Although Kong is the commander-in-chief of the three armies, he was the Marine division before Sengoku. Whether Garp and Roger took credit for killing the Sea Lord Rocks, let Garp own it alone, or concealed the fact that Roger surrendered himself, and publicized that Roger, the One Piece King, was captured by Garp himself, all were decisions made by Kong. The purpose is to create a hero for Marine, so that Marine can win the trust and support of common people all over the world. When the right opportunity arises, Marine can completely get rid of the control of the world government, and truly deserve the justice behind him. But since Garp has completely failed his expectations, no matter what kind of teacher-student relationship he has with Garp, Kong is absolutely impossible to be merciful to Garp at all. Seeing that Kong wanted to intervene in the battle between them, Sengoku said hastily. Commander Kong, this guy Garp, leave it to me to deal with it, I think, get rid of Garp, the guy who betrayed Marine. Kong took a deep look at Sengoku and nodded heavily. In this case, Garp will be handed over to you. After finishing speaking, Kong didn't hesitate at all, stomped hard, and rushed towards Rayleigh, Marco, and Ivankov and others on the other side. Kong understands Sengoku and knows how deep his feelings for Marine are. At this moment, which is crucial to Marine and concerns the future destiny of Marine, Sengoku will never soften his heart. As Marine Admiral, this is the responsibility that Sengoku must bear. Sengoku tore off the cloak of justice behind him, held it in his hand, and said in a deep voice to Garp in front of him. Garp, take off the Marine uniform, I don't want to see you continue to wear the Marine uniform, but act against justice. Sengoku's words made Garp's complexion change, and his eyes became extremely complicated. However, under Sengoku's angry eyes, Garp finally took off the cloak of justice behind him. Garp opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but after seeing the three brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy who supported each other and climbed out of the ruins of the execution platform, Garp's eyes became incomparable again resolute, threw the cloak of justice aside, stared at Sengoku opposite, and said in a deep voice. Come on Sengoku, we have fought side by side for so many years, let's take this opportunity to have a good fight. Garp's attitude towards the cloak of justice completely angered Sengoku. After a cold glance at Garp, Sengoku had a thought and directly entered the form of the phantom beast Buddha that he had. Sengoku's body became huge, and Sengoku, whose whole body was shining bright gold, roared at Garp. Garp, since you insist on being so obsessed with obsession, then I will get rid of you with my own hands. As the voice fell, Sengoku stomped hard, and a deep pit appeared directly at the original place, and Sengoku himself, with the help of this force, rushed towards the opposite Garp. In the face of Sengoku's offensive, Garp did not hesitate at all. In order to save the lives of his son and grandson, Garp can do anything now. A gleam flashed in Garp's eyes, and with a thought, the extremely powerful armament Haki directly covered his fists, and took the initiative to meet Sengoku. Boom! Garp's fist collided with Sengoku's huge palm shining with gold, and a violent roar resounded through the sky. A huge deep pit was instantly blasted out of the place where the two were, and the surrounding ground was cracked inch by inch, and layer after layer was set off by this terrifying shock wave. When the battle between Sengoku and Garp officially started, both of them began to break out with all their strength. As the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Kong also led his elite troops to fight against Marco, Beasta, Yizang, Ivankov and Rayleigh. Wait for people to fight fiercely. At the same time, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Magellan, the four top marines, have completely suppressed the offensive of the Eternal Hell prisoners. Under the offensive of the four of them, prisoners died one after another, and only Bullet, the Red Earl, World Destroyer, and the King of Evil Government, these were top-level strongmen even in Eternal Hell. Only those who can continue to persevere in front of Marine Admiral. However, they are also very clear that if this battle continues, it may not take long at all, and they will completely die in the hands of these Marine executives. They just escaped from that damned cage of Impel Down, how could they be willing to be killed by Marine just like that? Under such circumstances, some prisoners of Eternal Hell no longer wanted to take this opportunity to become famous in the world, but began to frantically flee towards the port of naval headquarters, desperately trying to escape from this damn naval headquarters. However, it is a pity that their behavior will only make death fall on them faster, and they are completely ruthless. They no longer think about imprisoning them in Impel Down, but want to kill them directly. They will never give them any chance to escape, just catch up and kill them. In Marine 3 Admiral and Magellan, in conjunction with other Marine high-level people, concentrate on dealing with these Eternal Hell prisoners at the same time. The battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard has also entered a fierce stage. After several attempts, Whitebeard finally discovered that his shock fruit ability. In front of the B*********** Blackbeard, it seemed that he couldn't play any role at all. Not only can't directly shatter Blackbeard, but it can even be directly absorbed by his dark fruit ability. Blackbeard, whose body was covered in black mist, grinned at Whitebeard in front of him, and laughed loudly. Father, I've told you before my dark fruit ability, all devil fruit abilities will be completely useless. Except for the time fruit ability of that monster Luo Xiu, Blackbeard has not swollen to the point of losing his mind, and directly added a sentence in his heart. After all, Blackbeard has never forgotten what happened in Wano Island before. Blackbeard has always remembered the humiliation he suffered on Luo Xiu at that time, and when he gets the shock fruit ability from Whitebeard, he will seek revenge on Luo Xiu immediately and wash away his shame. Whitebeard stared at Blackbeard in front of him, feeling the swelling emotions coming from this guy, growled in a low voice. The old man said, "Teach, you are not worthy to be the old man's son, stop using the title of father to discuss the old man." Asking for flowers. Without the slightest hesitation, Whitebeard directly raised the Kong Yunchi in his hand, pointed it at Blackbeard in front of him, and slashed it down. He, the strongest man in the world, is not only powerful with his shock fruit ability. Since the shock fruit ability is useless against this guy Blackbeard, no need. Even without shock fruit, Whitebeard has absolute confidence to kill this damned guy. In Whitebeard's eyes, although Luo Xiu single-handedly provoked this summit war, but the B********* Blackbeard is the real culprit of this war. If it wasn't for his act of killing Sage, Ace would chase him desperately alone, under the protection of his majestic Whitebeard. How could Ace? Could it fall into the hands of that guy Luo Xiu? This war has been carried on to the present, and it took him decades to have so many family members, but because of such a war, it directly disappeared. How could the grief and hatred in Whitebeard's heart be expressed clearly in words? Seeing Kong Yunchi that Whitebeard cut towards him, Blackbeard's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were instantly filled with fear. After experiencing Whitebeard's severe beating, Blackbeard has also thoroughly recognized the reality. Even though Whitebeard is no longer at the peak, but only with his strength, he wants to solve the problem. For Whitebeard, it is not so easy to do. The most important thing is that this war has progressed to the present level, and this fellow Whitebeard has already developed a will to die in his heart, and is ready to die in this war. It is no exaggeration to say that if it is possible to protect Marco, Ace, and Vista from leaving naval headquarters alive, then no matter what Whitebeard is asked to do, he will definitely be willing. Ruyi, 0. Faced with Whitebeard, who was already in a state of madness, Blackbeard didn't want to exchange one with him to the limit. Blackbeard's eyes flickered, and after glancing at the nearest battlefield from the corner of his eyes, a flash of brilliance suddenly flashed in his eyes. Boom! Kong Yunchi slashed on Blackbeard's dagger, and the huge force caused Blackbeard's body to roll and fly backwards in the air. Seeing this, Whitebeard was a little skeptical. Although Blackbeard's strength is not good, he is not so weak. But no matter what he wanted to do, this time, he couldn't let Blackbeard live any longer. Otherwise, even if Marco, Ace, and Vista can successfully escape from naval headquarters, with the character and behavior of Blackbeard, the B********, they will definitely not stop. Make trouble for them, until all the members of the Whitebeard pirates are wiped out. In this case, let's help them solve the big trouble of Blackbeard before desperately sending these remaining sons out of naval headquarters. Thinking of this, Whitebeard stomped hard, and a deep hole appeared directly on the spot, and his body, with the help of this force, chased after Blackbeard. After seeing Whitebeard's actions, Blackbeard not only showed no fear at all, but a sternness flashed in his eyes, and he shouted loudly to Akainu behind him. Akainu, forget about Bullet, if you don't get rid of Whitebeard, he's going to destroy you naval headquarters. As Blackbeard's voice fell, Whitebeard's soaring cluster of clouds fell directly towards him. Blackbeard retreated in a hurry at the first moment, causing Whitebeard's knife wrapped in shock fruit ability to slam on the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar that resounded through the sky, shock fruit's ability exploded, and the ground that was cut by the clouds exploded, and the terrifying cracks spread to Haihu. Child's feet. Seeing this scene, a trace of fear flashed in Blackbeard's eyes, and then he looked at Akainu expectantly, wanting to join hands with Akainu to get rid of Whitebeard. However, Akainu just glanced at the two of them coldly, and while continuing to launch a crazy offensive towards Bullet, he said coldly in that voice with no trace of emotion. You'd better take care of yourself, the grievances between you and Whitebeard, the two of you will settle it alone. Want to make trouble? Think Akainu is someone? Do you really think everyone is as idiot as that guy Garp's grandson? When Blackbeard heard this, the smile on his face instantly froze. Seeing that Whitebeard was holding Kong Yunchi and slashed at him again, Blackbeard didn't care about talking nonsense with Akainu, and bit him. After gritting his teeth, he ran towards where Ace, Marco and the others were. This time, Blackbeard could say that he used the fastest speed in his life, even faster than when he ran away from Luo Xiu in Wano Island. Dad, in order to save Ace, your Whitebeard pirates suffered so many casualties. If Ace dies, what will you do? Hearing this, Whitebeard's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was instantly filled with raging anger. While chasing Blackbeard, he roared angrily. Teach, this old man will kill you with his own hands. 095 knife cut Rayleigh Marco. Shanks Whitebeard crazy, kneeling to subscribe. For Blackbeard, the Commander-in-Chief Kong is already the last strength he can rely on, and the only thing he can do now is to lead Whitebeard to Kong. Anyway, Kong and the elites under his command are dealing with Ace, Marco, and Vista. Blackbeard knows very well that once they are in crisis, Whitebeard cannot sit idly by no matter what. After all, nothing is more important to Whitebeard than his sons. As long as a war breaks out between Whitebeard and Kong, then he can find a suitable opportunity to directly kill Whitebeard with a sneak attack and seize the hull power that he has coveted for decades. At that time, with Dark Fruit and Shock Fruit, Blackbeard really couldn't believe how many people in this world could be his opponents. Especially Luo Xiu, who has made him experience several times of humiliation. He must be slaughtered with his own hands when the time comes. With this in mind, a hot light flashed in Blackbeard's eyes, and after feeling that Whitebeard was following closely behind him, chasing and killing him, Blackbeard is even more reckless toward Ace, Marco and the others. Run to the location where you are. Seeing that Blackbeard seemed to be about to sneak attack Marco and Ace, Yi Zhang's pupils shrank suddenly, raised his two pistols and shot at Blackbeard crazily. It's a pity that Yi Zhang's behavior of drawing his gun and shooting couldn't have any impact on Blackbeard at all. On the contrary, it made Blackbeard notice this guy and changed his target to Yi Zhang. A stern look flashed in Blackbeard's eyes, he stomped hard, and rushed over while holding the dagger. After seeing Blackbeard's movement, Yi Zhang was startled, and hastily picked up a saber under his feet, aimed at Blackbeard and chopped it. In any case, Yi Zhang was born in Wanukuni. Even if he is not good at swordsmanship, at least he is not at the level of 390, who knows nothing. It's just that Blackbeard doesn't have the time to play with Yi Zhang slowly, he just wants to kill Yi Zhang directly, using this method to stimulate Whitebeard to completely lose his mind. Blackbeard swung the dagger in his hand to block Yizo's saber, and immediately before Yizo could react, he stretched out his other hand and grasped Yizo's slender and tender neck. This guy, obviously a man, but always dressed as a woman, really makes people feel uncomfortable. Blackbeard grabbed Yi Zhang's neck, dragged it to his body, and put the dagger on Yi Zhang's neck. He grinned at Whitebeard who had already chased him. Thief, ha 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 ha. Father, although you, the strongest man in the world, are indeed very powerful, but these sons of yours are really weaker than each other. When I was on Banaro Island before, if Luo Xiu didn't appear suddenly, I should be the one who captured Ace and handed it over to Marine to start this war with my own hands. After hearing what Blackbeard said, Whitebeard was even more furious, and even wanted to cut off the head of that B************ D Blackbeard with a knife. However, after seeing his movements, Blackbeard put the dagger on Yi Zhang's neck and said with a sinister smile. Father, are you trying to force me to kill Yi Zhang now? Whitebeard stopped in his footsteps, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes, he waved Kong Yunchi, pointed the knife point at Blackbeard, and growled word by word. Teach, do you think the old man will accept the threat of you B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Blackbeard is absolutely impossible to let go and hide, and even, he is deliberately using it to hide for time, so that Kong, and those marine executives, can deal with their opponents. After freeing your hands, deal with him, the strongest man in the world. Yizang also realized this and yelled directly at Whitebeard. Father, leave me alone, kill the damn bee ************ teach. Hearing this, the smile on Blackbeard's face froze, but he recovered immediately. Since threats are useless, there is no other use in hiding this guy. Thinking of this, under Whitebeard's horrified gaze, Blackbeard directly swung the dagger in his hand, and cut off Yizang's head with one blow. Yizang, teach you bloody bee ************. Looking at Yizang's body that crashed to the ground, and the head held by Blackbeard, even Ace, Marco and others who were resisting the attack of Kong and his elites on the other side were all staring. He looked at Blackbeard in disbelief, wishing he could kill the bee ********* on the spot. Facing their anger, Blackbeard not only showed no fear at all, on the contrary he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Thief, ha 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 ha, father, don't be so serious, your body will be bad if you get angry. While talking, Blackbeard also lifted Yizang's head, appreciating the deep fear in Yizang's eyes before he was about to die. After seeing Blackbeard's performance, Whitebeard couldn't hold back the anger in his heart any longer. After a roar, he raised the never-cut sword in his hand and rushed towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard laughed twice, threw Yizang's head at Whitebeard, and at the same time rushed towards Ace, Marco, Vista and others. If you want to completely anger Whitebeard, let the strongest man in the world be overwhelmed by anger, to the point of losing his mind. How can he just kill one and hide it? The only 3 remaining captains of the Whitebeard pirates, he is determined. Kong also noticed Blackbeard's behavior after he punched Marco to fly away. The commander-in-chief's eyes flickered, and he hesitated for a moment before stepping on Moonwalk and appearing in front of Whitebeard. Boom! Kong's fist collided with Whitebeard's Kong Yunchi, and a violent roar resounded through the sky. Whitebeard, haven't you always been proud of your sons? Now it seems that some people are very dissatisfied with you. Seeing the mocking smile on Kong's face, Whitebeard became more angry in his heart, and growled angrily at Kong. Go away! Kong snorted coldly when he heard the words, and didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, he broke out with all his strength and started a fierce battle with Whitebeard. In Kong's eyes, Blackbeard has become the most useful tool man. Since he wants to deal with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Kong doesn't mind helping Blackbeard block Whitebeard first. After Blackbeard kills Marco, Ace, and Vista, it's not too late for Whitebeard to continue chasing Blackbeard. Naturally, Blackbeard could also guess what Kong was thinking, but he didn't care at all. In the end, he might not know who was playing tricks on whom. When Whitebeard, Kong, and Blackbeard fought fiercely with Marco, Ace and others, Luo Xiu on the other side had also noticed their situation. For Luo Xiu, although he had an advantage in the battle with Shanks and Drago, but these advantages were not enough for Luo Xiu to successfully kill them both. If you want to kill Shanks and Drago, finding the right timing is very important. In this case, instead of wasting time on these two guys, it's better to kill other targets first. Luo Xiu doesn't want that guy Blackbeard to snatch his prey. After all, the more things Luo Xiu did in this summit war, the higher the rewards he would get after the war ended. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu smiled and said to Shanks and Drago in front of him. Shanks, Dorag, I don't intend to continue playing with you. Hearing this, both Shanks and Drago had an ominous premonition in their hearts. After catching a glimpse of where Blackbeard and Ace were, they both realized what Luo Xiu wanted to do. Unfortunately, before the two of them could make a move, Luo Xiu raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly. Slow. In an instant, the speed of time on Shanks and Drago was directly slowed down dozens of times, not to mention blocking Luo Xiu. It was extremely difficult for them to even move. Luo Xiu didn't even look at these two guys, he stomped hard, and a deep pit appeared directly in the same place, and Luo Xiu himself, with the help of this force, moved towards Blackbeard, Marco, and Rayleigh. He rushed over to where Ace and the others were. At this time, Blackbeard is frantically releasing the power of his dark fruit, devouring the fireball that Ace blasted at him. Blackbeard looked at Ace with a frenzied face and laughed loudly. Thief, ha 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 ha, Ace, you are as brainless as ever. You have tried so many times when you were in Banaro Island, and you know that your Mara fruit is useless to my dark fruit ability. Why waste time in vain? Ace's face was livid, his eyes were full of raging anger. He wished he could rush up and kill Blackbeard, the damn B********** D right now. But at this moment, Sabo on the side directly grabbed his arm and said in a deep voice. Don't fall for the trick, Ace. This guy is doing this on purpose to piss you off. The most important thing now is to successfully escape from naval headquarters. Don't forget the words of Mr. Garp, let the sacrifices he made first be wasted. Hearing this, Ace finally calmed down. After taking a deep look at Blackbeard, he nodded heavily. Then escape from here first. Later, I must kill Teach, the damned B***************** D, with my own hands. Sabo secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words. Ace, this guy, has not changed at all compared to back then. He is still so impulsive to the point of losing his mind. After persuading Ace, Sabo didn't waste any time, joined forces with him and Luffy on the other side, and continued to rush towards the marine executives in front of him, as well as the elite who followed Kong to naval headquarters. At the same time, Marco, Vista, Rayleigh, Ivankov and the others joined forces to kill Blackbeard, the troublemaker. Blackbeard is stronger than any of them. If left alone, it will only make it more difficult for them to break through Marine's blockade. Seeing this, Blackbeard didn't flinch at all, even wanting to kill these guys one by one. However, at this moment, Blackbeard suddenly had an alarm bell in his heart, and a sudden feeling of heart palpitations came, which made Blackbeard roll and throw towards his side desperately. PFF'd. The sound of a blade tearing through flesh was heard, accompanied by Blackbeard's uncontrollable howl of pain. Luo Xiu looked at Blackbeard, who had escaped the vital point, but was only slashed by himself in the back, and couldn't help but smacked his lips in pity. You're not letting your guard down, Blackbeard. Blackbeard, who had endured double the pain, didn't even bother to respond to Luo Xiu, and just kept rolling on the ground, trying to pain relief in this way. Luo Xiu did not continue to hunt down Blackbeard, but set his sights on the vigilant Marco, Vista, Rayleigh, and Ivankov on the opposite side. Feeling their gaze, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, a strange smile appeared on his face, and he spoke slowly. I declare that you are now surrounded by me. Hearing this, Marco, Rayleigh and the others became more and more depressed. Just when they were about to say something, a stern look flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes, and his figure disappeared instantly. In the next second, Luo Xiu, who appeared beside Vista, raised the famous knife Chushui in his hand, aimed at Vista's neck, and slashed down fiercely. Even at the last moment, Vista, who had reacted, was shocked and hurriedly raised the two sabers in his hand to block in front of him, but Luo Xiu's terrifying power was still completely surpassed. Flattered Vista's imagination, clang _ accompanied by a crisp sound, the two sabers held in Vista's hands broke immediately. Luo Xiu didn't give Vista the slightest chance at all, and continued to wave Chushui, and the wolf knife slashed Stay's neck. PFF'd. The sound of the blade tearing flesh sounded, and Vista's head began to roll wantonly in the air, and the neat cut on the neck began to be filled with warm and scarlet blood. Shoot out. Luo Xiu admired this scene with great interest, and said with a smile. You don't really think I'm interested in talking nonsense, do you guys, do you? Vista. Watching Vista be beheaded by Luo Xiu, the eyes of Marco, who was closest to him, instantly turned red, and even though he had entered the form of a phoenix, his face still looked extremely ferocious. Marco, who had been dazzled by anger and hatred, no longer had the rationality of the past. He flapped his arms that turned into wings, roared, and headed towards Luo Xiu's position. Set rushed over. Facing the mad-looking Marco, Luo Xiu raised his palms and whispered softly with his lips parted. Time stops. In an instant, Marco's body suddenly stagnated in the air. Luo Xiu didn't waste even a second, stepped on the moonwalk, and instantly appeared above Marco, his hands. The famous sword Chushui that has been wrapped around armament hockey in the middle is aimed at Marco's head and cut off. Laugh. 0.71 knife down. Marco's body was separated directly. This Phoenix Marco became a dead bird directly. Marco. I watched Vista and Marco being beheaded by Luo Xiu one after another, whether it was Whitebeard who was fighting fiercely with Kong, or Ace who was attacking the blockade of the marine executives. All eyes were tearing apart, their eyes were red, and they roared wildly at Luo Xiu. However, no matter what kind of hatred and anger they harbor in their hearts, it is impossible to affect Luo Xiu's actions. After beheading Vista and Marco one after another, Luo Xiu's offensive did not end there. The nearest Ivankov seemed to have become Luo Xiu's target. After Ivankov realized that he had become Luo Xiu's prey, his pupils dilated suddenly, his heart was already filled with fear, and he didn't dare to face Luo Xiu directly at all, but started to run away crazily. Unfortunately, in front of Luo Xiu who possesses the time fruit ability, no matter how fast he can explode, it will be useless at all. Luo Xiu raised his palm and shouted violently. Chaos Golden Watchman. Under the effect of the time fruit ability, Ivankov's figure stagnated instantly. Luo Xiu didn't give him any chance at all, and directly pierced the heart of the Monster King with a single knife. Accompanied by Luo Xiu's wrist flip, Chu Shui directly shattered Ivankov's heart into countless pieces, making this king so dead that he couldn't die anymore. Luo Xiu kicked Ivankov's body, and at the same time kicked him out. With the help of this force, he appeared directly behind Rayleigh. As soon as Rayleigh was about to run away, he just felt a time fruit ability fall directly on him, making him, Pluton, unable to make any movements at all. Luo Xiu put Chushui on Rayleigh's neck, and smiled as he watched the crazy Shanks charge towards him. Shanks, this time we must seize the opportunity to say goodbye to you, the deputy captain. 096 Destroy the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy completely broke down. Kneeling to subscribe, Luo Xiu's voice echoed in this area, causing everyone present to involuntarily turn their eyes to Luo Xiu. Whether it was the marine executives, the elites who followed Kong to naval headquarters, or the pirates, their hearts were already filled with fear of Luo Xiu, the vicious thief. They really never imagined that things would develop to this point. In the huge Whitebeard pirates, at this time only the leader of the Fire Fist Ace, the dignified Phoenix Marco, the number 2 of the Whitebeard pirates, was simply beheaded by Luo Xiu. Even now, Luo Xiu put a knife on Pluton Rayleigh's neck, playing with Shanks, the New World 4 emperors, with this playful gesture. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid they would never believe it anyway. However, different from the exclamation of these marine executives, after Whitebeard knocked Kong back with a single knife, his eyes were red, and he looked at the beheaded Marco and Vista fiercely. Fix this damn D and kill him. Marco Vista. At this moment, apart from anger and hatred, there was only remorse in Whitebeard's heart. He has begun to doubt whether his decision to lead the entire Whitebeard pirate group to naval headquarters, participate in this war, and rescue Ace from Marine is correct. Is it really worth it to let so many sons who have accompanied me for many years die for an Ace? When Whitebeard was in great pain for the death of his sons, Shanks, who had already rushed to the opposite of Luo Xiu, was trembling slightly, and the arm-holding griffin began to tremble violently. Shanks fixed his eyes on Luo Xiu, and could clearly see the playful smile on Luo Xiu's face, which filled Shanks with even more raging anger. Luo Xiu, let go of Deputy Captain Rayleigh. If you dare to hurt Deputy Captain Rayleigh, I will make you feel all the pain before killing you. Hearing Shanks' angry threats, Luo Xiu not only showed no fear at all, but the smile on his face became even more intense. He shook his head with a smile, and sighed with feigned pity. It's a pity that you still didn't grasp this second chance. As the voice fell, Shanks' pupils dilated suddenly, his face twisted ferociously, and he ran towards Luo Xiu madly like 12. Luo Xiu intentionally did not use the time fruit ability to restrain Shanks, but waited until he came in front of him, let him feel the hope that Rayleigh could be saved, and then swung the famous knife Chushui in his hand. PFF'd. The sound of the blade tearing flesh was heard, and Shanks, who was extremely frightened, could clearly see the look of fear and dejection in Rayleigh's eyes. After Luo Xiu beheaded Rayleigh, he picked up Rayleigh's head with autumn water and threw it towards Shanks who had already rushed in front of him. Hey, this Pluton's head is for you. This gift should make you very satisfied, right? Shanks hugged Rayleigh's head, which was still bleeding scarlet, with his trembling arms, his lips were trembling, and his whole body had completely collapsed. Shanks never imagined that things would develop to this extent. Not only his red hair pirates were wiped out by Luo Xiu's regiment, even the Vice Captain Rayleigh, whom he always respected so much, was beheaded by Luo Xiu, the damn B**************. What's more, this damn guy even said that this is a gift for himself. Is this horse riding a human language? Luo Xiu, I want you to die. I must kill you with my own hands. I want to make you feel all the pain. I want to inflict all the torture on you. There seemed to be blood and tears gushing out of Shanks' eyes in grief, staring at those red eyes, fixedly staring at Luo Xiu on the opposite side, with a hoarse voice say these words that make people shudder just by hearing them. However, in the face of Shanks' threat, Luo Xiu had a mocking smile on his face, looked at Shanks playfully, and said slowly. What, you guys are only allowed to kill others, and others just use the same means to deal with you, can't you bear it? Shanks, this gesture of yours not only didn't move me at all, but it also made me uncomfortable. As soon as the words fell, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed fiercely, he stomped hard, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. After seeing Luo Xiu's actions, although Shanks' heart was already filled with grief, he became more sober and knew what kind of situation he was in now. Facing a complete monster like Luo Xiu, if he dared to relax in the slightest, he might lose his life because of it. Shanks only hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and threw Rayleigh's head in his arms to the ground. He raised the griffin in his hand and held it in front of him, resisting Luo Xiu's slashing knife. Boom! Chushui collided with Griffin, and the terrifying force caused a huge deep pit to be blasted out of the ground under Shanks' feet in an instant. This powerful wave swept away towards the surroundings, and directly sent Rayleigh's head thrown to the ground by Shanks. After rolling nearly 100 times on the ground, he finally stopped powerlessly. Luo Xiu glanced at Rayleigh's head, which was covered in mud and couldn't see his face clearly, chuckled lightly, and said to Shanks, who had a hideous face in front of him. Shanks, do you really respect Rayleigh enough to put his head in this situation? Shanks was going crazy, even though he knew that Luo Xiu was trying to provoke him on purpose, but Shanks still couldn't control his emotions. The anger surged into his heart, and after a loud roar, he waved the griffin recklessly. Facing him, Luo Xiu slashed fiercely. Go to hell. Facing Shanks in this state, not only did Luo Xiu have no intention of retreating, but a gleam flashed in his eyes. After chopping Shanks' griffin aside, Luo Xiu aimed at Shanks' neck without hesitation. Hard new fall. Laugh. The sound of the blade tearing through the air came, and Shanks woke up suddenly. He finally realized what an outrageous mistake he had made. This mistake may be fatal. Just when Shanks picked up Griffin bravely, trying to block Luo Xiu's knife, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in front of him, pushing Shanks' body to slip. With the help of Drago's wine fruit ability, Luo Xiu's knife only cut across Shanks' chest, leaving a deep wound on his chest, from which warm and scarlet blood still gushed out. Death. Feeling the severe pain coming from the wound on his chest, Shanks couldn't help but gasp, and the whole person became calm and sober. Seeing that Shanks and Drago stood side by side again, Luo Xiu raised the corner of his mouth, aimed at their position and chopped down with his knife. A slash that contained boundless power split the ground inch by inch along the way, and quickly struck towards the two people's positions. At the same time, Luo Xiu didn't waste any time, stepped on the moonwalk, and rushed towards the three brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. After seeing Luo Xiu's actions, Shanks and Drago's pupils dilated instantly, and their faces were filled with shock and anger. Luo Xiu, stop! With a ferocious face, Drago released the wind fruit ability with all his strength, and a terrifying gust of wind pushed him and Shanks to chase Luo Xiu. After hearing the roar of Shanks and Drago, the three brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy have also noticed Luo Xiu's actions. At this time, the three of them didn't have the courage to face Luo Xiu at all, and they no longer cared about whether they would be hurt or not, and rushed into the group of marine executives and the elites brought by Kong in front of them. To be precise, Ace and Luffy didn't have the brains to come up with such a way. It was Sabo who pulled the other with each hand and dragged the two of them away. The marine generals were shocked, but they had no choice but to bite the bullet and resist Luo Xiu's attack. Luo Xiu wasn't merciful at all. He waved the famous knife Chushui in his hand, and started to cut at these marine generals neatly. For Luo Xiu, in this war, whether it is the pirates, the Revolutionary Army, or these marines, they are all the targets he has to deal with. Hesitate. However, this kind of behavior of Luo Xiu made Kong, who was happily watching the excitement, instantly furious, and roared angrily at Luo Xiu in his fright. Luo Xiu, you bloody B*********************************************************************************************************************************************่********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Kong and focused on dealing with the Marine generals in front of him, as well as those elites who followed Kong to support Marine. Taking advantage of Kong's distraction, Whitebeard's eyes sharpened sharply. The shock fruit ability wrapped Kong Yun, pointed at Kong in front of him, and slashed down. Although Kong was old, he was not so old that he was unresponsive. The first time he realized Whitebeard's behavior, he gritted his teeth and punched Whitebeard. In an instant, Whitebeard's Kong Yunchi slashed on Kong's chest, and Kong's iron fist directly hit Whitebeard's head. Boom! With a loud bang, Whitebeard and Kong's bodies were blown away by the opponent's power almost at the same time. Both Kong and Whitebeard have been hurt a lot. Whitebeard opened a big hole in Kong's chest, and even the bones were broken by the force of the shock fruit on Kong Yunchi. After Whitebeard was punched on the head by Kong's full force, his whole body also appeared a little trance, and there was a buzzing sound in his head. At the same time, Blackbeard, who was slashed by Luo Xiu just now and got up from the ground, after seeing this scene, only had a moment of hesitation in his mind. After he gritted his teeth, his body suddenly moved towards Whitebeard, rushed over. Blackbeard has also thoroughly recognized the reality, at least until he has not obtained Whitebeard's shock fruit ability, he is still not qualified to be really arrogant. If we don't find a chance to kill Whitebeard and use his dark fruit ability to take away his shock fruit ability, then perhaps, there will be no chance. After all, the target that lunatic Luo Xiu wanted to hunt down was Blackbeard. When Blackbeard launched a crazy offensive against Whitebeard, Luo Xiu personally beheaded many elites who followed Kong to naval headquarters. Even those members of the Whitebeard pirates who rushed to the execution platform to rescue Ace and Sabo, as well as the members of the Revolutionary Army, have already died in the hands of Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu's indiscriminate attack filled all the people present with fear, and they didn't know what they should do now. The three brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy are hiding in the siege of the Marine generals, preferring to fight against the Marines. Even with the offensive of the generals, they absolutely dare not face Luo Xiu, that downright monster. It's just that the three of them are a little safer now, but it's different for the others. Luo Xiu's eyes fell on Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Frankie, and Brook, the 5 members of the Straw Hat Pirates. After feeling Luo Xiu's gaze, the 5 of them were shocked at the same time, and even wanted to follow the example of the 3 Luffy brothers. These Marine generals in front of Shen were used as shields. Unfortunately, before they could take any action, Luo Xiu's voice without the slightest emotion suddenly sounded. Time stops. For a moment, the movements of the 5 members of the Straw Hat Pirates froze instantly, and they stood there blankly, unable to make any movements at all. Luo Xiu turned his head and looked at Luffy's position with a playful face, and said with a smile. Be sure to watch out, Luffy-san, your partner is about to die. As the voice fell, Luo Xiu didn't hesitate at all. He raised the famous knife Chushui in his hand very simply, aimed at the neck of the nearest Frankie, and slashed down fiercely. PFF'd. With a knife down, Frankie's dead head began to fall from the air. Luo Xiu raised the corner of his mouth. A 007 strange smile appeared on his face. He raised his right foot and kicked at Luffy's position. Boom. Luffy watched Frankie's head flying towards him, and was so shocked by this scene that he almost lost consciousness, and he couldn't even catch it. With a dull business sound, Frankie's head landed at Luffy's feet, and after a few bounces, it finally stopped there safely. Luffy stared blankly at the head under his feet. He could even clearly see the frightened look in Frankie's eyes. Luffy, who woke up suddenly, unconsciously. Taking 2 steps back, his face instantly turned pale, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his bloodless lips began to tremble. No, Frankie, don't. Luo Xiu's movements did not stop because of Luffy's reaction, but the smile on his face became more intense. Swinging Chushui again, the knife smashed Brook's bones completely, and then pierced Chopper's heart, and turned his wrist to smash his heart into countless pieces. After returning to the dwarf reindeer form, Luo Xiu raised his foot again and kicked out, sending Chopper's body and Brook's skull to Luffy very intimately. Luffy-san, why don't you come to rescue your friends? If you don't come, your Straw Hat Pirates will be wiped out just like Shanks' Red Hair Pirates. Looking at the heads and corpses of his 3 partners, Luffy's eyes instantly turned red, his body began to tremble violently, and a crazy aura began to emanate from his whole body. Just when Luffy lost his mind, he stepped forward and wanted to rush to Luo Xiu to rescue the only remaining Zoro and Sanji from Luo Xiu's knife. Ace and Sabo held Luffy's arms, and Shanks and Drago, who rushed over, blocked Luffy directly. Calm down, Luffy. Luo Xiu, the damn B***************** D, is deliberately using this method to irritate you, so that you will completely lose your mind. Stay behind us. With the 2 of us here, we will never let this extremely vicious B*********** D hurt you. Luffy couldn't listen to Shanks and Drago's words at all, and began to exert force crazily, trying to break free from the pull of Ace and Sabo, while roaring in his mouth. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I'm going to save my buddies. There are only 2 of my buddies left. Zoro and Sanji must not be killed. Although Luffy's sincere words moved Ace, Sabo, Shanks, and Drago very much, although they also hated Luo Xiu in their hearts. But they still didn't get out of the way, but blocked in front of Luffy, preventing him from going to Luo Xiu to die. Seeing this, Luo Xiu didn't waste any time or saliva with them, and swung his knife neatly, killing the 2 remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates at the same time. Luo Xiu looked at the completely collapsed Luffy with a smile, and said slowly. Remember, Luffy-san, it's because they stopped you that they killed your 2 partners. 097 Luo Xiu was crazy. Slay Blackbeard, Kong, kneeling to subscribe. After seeing that even Zoro and Sanji were killed by Luo Xiu, Luffy completely collapsed, even with Ace and Sabo pulling him on one side. He fell to his knees, tears pouring from his eyes. From the depths of his throat, there was a sad howl that sounded sad. Listening to Luffy's howling in pain, whether it's Ace and Sabo, or Shanks and Drago, their expressions have become extremely ugly. Especially in conjunction with what Luo Xiu said, and the playful smile on Luo Xiu's face, it made the 4 of them hate Luo Xiu to the extreme. What do you mean they are the murderers who killed Zoro and Sanji? You, Luo Xiu, are obviously the one who killed Luffy's partner. How did you say such a thing with a smile? Luo Xiu didn't take the reaction of the 4 of them to heart at all, but looked at Luffy, who was kneeling and crying in a low voice with a look of great interest. Seeing that the collapse in his heart had reached its peak, but he still hadn't shifted into 4th or 5th gear, Luo Xiu couldn't help but smacked his lips and shook his head regretfully. If you don't open it yet, you won't have a chance to open it. Shanks and Drago just stood guard in front of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, with no intention of leaving at all. Out of the corner of Luo Xiu's eyes, Luo Xiu glanced at Kong, who had just got up from the ground, was slashed by Whitebeard in the chest, and was still gushing blood. After a flash in his eyes, he directly lifted the autumn water and hit Shanks and Duo on the opposite side. Rag. Seeing this situation, Shanks and Drago didn't dare to relax in the slightest, and hastily waved the Griffin and Wind Blade in their hands to slash at Luo Xiu. Boom. As Chushui collided with Griffin and the Wind Blade, a violent roar erupted directly. However, to the surprise of Shanks and Drago, this time, Luo Xiu did not continue to confront them head-on, but instead used their strength to fly towards the distance. This kind of behavior of Luo Xiu made Shanks and Drago a little puzzled for a while, but after seeing the direction Luo Xiu was rushing towards, Drago's pupils dilated suddenly and he shouted loudly towards Kong. "Commander Kong, be careful." After Kong heard Drago's words, an ominous premonition appeared in his heart. Even though he didn't have time to check what happened, he still swung his fists completely by relying on the fighting instinct he had cultivated over the years. It's easy to swoop over. Boom! The terrifying force struck, causing Kong's face to become ferocious and distorted in an instant. Kong, who was caught off guard by Luo Xiu's knife, just persisted for a moment and was immediately blown away by Luo Xiu's huge power. Seeing this scene, although Drago was still full of worries, he was also deeply relieved. In any case, before he betrayed Marine and founded the Revolutionary Army, Kong and Sengoku treated him extremely well. Even if he has broken his face with Marine now, Drago absolutely does not want to see Kong die like this. At least, Kong can't die until they successfully leave naval headquarters. Drago and Shanks exchanged glances. Dang even wanted to take this opportunity to take Ace, Sabo, and Luffy to leave naval headquarters. However, at this moment, Magellan, the prison warden of Impel Down, released 3 poisonous dragons directly from his body, blocking Shanks and Drago. For Magellan, of all the enemies Marine has faced in this war, none are more hateful than the 2 bastards Shanks and Dorag. Originally, when he came to naval headquarters, Magellan wanted to kill them immediately. It was just because Marshal Sengoku ordered him not to participate in the battle between Luo Xiu, Shanks, and Dorag, that Magellan reluctantly turned to deal with the prisoners of Eternal Hell them. But now the prisoners of Eternal Hell, except some of the most powerful Bullet and the Red Earl, are struggling to support in the hands of Akainu, Aokiji, and Marine Admiral. The other prisoners have been beheaded by Magellan. Even Shiryu, the former guard of Impel Down, has died in the hands of Magellan. Seeing that Drago and Shanks, the 2 culprits who caused the destruction of Impel Down, wanted to flee, how could Magellan remain indifferent? Seeing this situation, Shanks and Drago could only temporarily give up the idea of running away with the 3 brothers, resisting Magellan's crazy offensive. However, Drago swung the wind blade in his hand and slashed at Magellan's poisonous dragon, while looking at Magellan and said in a deep voice. "Magellan, what you should do now is to help Commander Kong deal with Luo Xiu. Instead of wasting time on us. Those prisoners of Eternal Hell will be killed by your Marine soon. What's the point of arguing with the 2 of us now?" Hearing this, Magellan not only did not give up the idea of dealing with Drago, but became even more angry, with venom dripping on his face, making the warden look extremely ferocious. "Dorag, you be *******************. How did you have the face to say such a thing? How did the prisoners from Eternal Hell escape? Didn't you say you wanted to help Marine get rid of those prisoners? How did you help? Take your revolutionary army and start a war with Marine." In the end, Magellan couldn't control his emotions, and he started to attack Drago crazily regardless of whether he would be hurt. Even if it's a 1-for-1 exchange at the limit, Magellan will definitely kill Dorag, the hypocritical villain who was the ultimate villain. And Magellan's words made Dorag feel ashamed for a while, and didn't know how to answer at all. Seeing this situation, Shanks' eyes flashed, looked at Magellan and said in a deep voice. "Magellan, neither I, nor Dorag, expected things to turn out like this. However, since the prisoners of Eternal Hell are about to be eliminated by Marine, please do me a favor and let us bring Ace and Luffy with him." Hearing this, Magellan was furious immediately, and after an angry roar, an extremely huge poisonous titan appeared directly behind Magellan. While Magellan controls the poisonous titan to rush towards Shanks, he himself rushes towards Dorag in a 1-for-1 crazy state regardless. "Go to Nima, give you face, what face do you have for stepping on a horse? Laozi must kill you." With Magellan's character, he couldn't help but blaspheme such swearing directly. It is conceivable how angry the 2 hypocritical villains, Dorag and Shanks, have made him. While Magellan single-handedly stopped Shanks and Dorag from fleeing naval headquarters with the 3 brothers. After chopping Kong down with a single blow, not only did Luo Xiu's attack not end there, but he stepped on Moonwalk and chased after Kong. Kong, who kept chopping down with the autumn water in his hand, even with the armament hockey entangled, Kong's arms were still cut with many wounds by Luo Xiu. After Kong gritted his teeth, he swung his fist and hit the autumn water that Luo Xiu slashed at him again. Boom! The fist collided with the autumn water, and the huge force caused Kong's body to fall downwards. With a loud noise, naval headquarters was directly smashed into a huge deep pit by Kong, and the dust and mist filled the sky directly covered Kong's figure. Kong felt the severe pain continuously coming from the wounds on his arms, his face became a little ferocious, and his heart was full of solemnity. He was terrified from the bottom of his heart by the strength of Luo Xiu, a monster. Kong braced his body to get up, took a deep breath, and Dang even wanted to rush out of the cloud of dust, but at this moment, Luo Xiu's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Time stops." In an instant, all of Kong's actions stopped immediately, and he could clearly feel that under the blessing of this time fruit ability, all actions were impossible. At this moment, Kong only felt that he clearly smelled the breath of death, as if, in the next second, he, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, was about to die straight away. After realizing this, Kong was frightened and angry, and crazily broke out with all his strength, trying to break free from the time fruit ability blessed on him. Unfortunately, just when Kong was about to successfully break free from the shackles of the stop of time, a knife appeared, and the tip of Chu Shui suddenly stabbed Kong from the back of the heart. PFF'd. Accompanied by a dull sound, Kong, who successfully broke free from the shackles of the time fruit ability, looked down and found that there was a knife point emerging from his heart. Kong could clearly feel that his heart had been pierced through by Luo Xiu with the famous knife Chushui, and the life force in his body was rapidly passing away. Luo Xiu, you. Just when Kong opened his mouth to say something, Luo Xiu suddenly flipped his wrist, and the autumn water stirred in Kong's body instantly shattered the heart of the chief army commander into countless pieces. Luo Xiu pulled out the autumn water, without even looking at the dead commander-in-chief, he turned around and swept in another direction, without any muddling in the action. The dust and mist all over the sky gradually dissipated, revealing the situation inside. Other people present also clearly saw the dead Kong lying powerlessly on the ground. Commander Kong. After seeing this scene, whether it was Sengoku and Garp who were fighting fiercely, or other marine executives, even Magellan, who was stimulated to go crazy, couldn't help looking at Kong's position. In an instant, angry roars resounded throughout the naval headquarters, and all marines began to launch extremely crazy attacks on their respective enemies. Even Sengoku, who entered the Buddha form, looked at Luo Xiu's back with eyes full of anger and hatred, gritted his teeth and roared, and then launched a fiercer and crazy attack towards Garp in front of him. What he needs to do most now is not to be sad because of the death of Commander Kong, but to get rid of the D Garp first, and then unite with other marine executives to kill Luo Xiu, the damn guy. Unlike Sengoku, who was completely strong after a moment of sadness, Garp was already full of grief after seeing his only teacher killed by Luo Xiu. Garp couldn't help but began to wonder, did he really do something wrong when he allowed Drago to leave Marine to form a revolutionary army, let Ace and Luffy go out to sea and become pirates? If his attitude could have been tougher back then, allowing Drago to stay in Marine, and allowing the three brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy to join Marine, wouldn't the tragedy like this not happen now? The momentary stupefaction that appeared on Garp undoubtedly gave Sengoku the best chance. Sengoku in the Buddha form raised his huge palm shining with gold light, facing Garp's head. The bag was slapped down hard. Boom. After a big shake, Garp's body was slapped flying, and after dozens of laps in the air, he finally fell heavily to the ground. Sengoku's slap didn't hold back at all, and Garp's face was instantly swollen, and blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. Sengoku didn't waste any time either. After stepping hard, he rushed towards Garp again. At this moment, in Sengoku's mind, Garp was no longer a partner fighting side by side, but the enemies that their marine must deal with. Garp shook his dazed head, and after getting up, he no longer cared about mourning for Kong's death, and continued to wrestle with Sengoku. Now that he has completely betrayed Marine and caused his teacher Kong to die in this war, then he can't give up halfway. At least, wait until Dorag and Shanks defeat Magellan and escape from naval headquarters with Ace, Sabo, and Luffy before they can die. On this point, Garp has absolute confidence in Drago and Shanks. After all, even if compared individually, both Drago and Shanks are stronger than Magellan. More powerful. The reason why Magellan was able to block the two of them with his own strength was only because he risked his life. Just as the battle between Sengoku and Garp became more and more intense, both of them broke out with all their strength and entered a desperate state. Luo Xiu, who just killed the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Kong, has also appeared in front of Whitebeard and Blackbeard. Seeing that Luo Xiu is attacking Whitebeard madly, he wants to kill Whitebeard in the shortest possible time. Blackbeard, who killed him inside, said with a smile, "Blackbeard, it seems that even if you are given a chance, you don't need it." Hearing this, Blackbeard's expression changed suddenly, and his heart began to beat wildly. While attacking Whitebeard, he was guarding against Luo Xiu's sudden riot. The moment Whitebeard saw Luo Xiu appearing in front of him, his eyes turned red and filled with intense anger and hatred. He wanted to kill Luo Xiu on the spot, in order to die in. Marco in his hands takes revenge on Vista. However, after Whitebeard repelled Blackbeard with a single blow, just as he took a step towards Luo Xiu, he felt a chill on his back, joudas, and a sharp pain came to his mind. Teach, you bloody B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** immediately roared angrily, waved Kong Yunchi in his hand, and slashed at Blackbeard. After Blackbeard gritted his teeth to block Whitebeard's blow, he looked at Whitebeard angrily and anxiously and roared. Whitebeard, let me kill you, I promise, after killing you, I will kill Luo Xiu and avenge Marco and Vista. Father, believe me, I can do it. Blackbeard is going crazy, he knows that Luo Xiu has his eyes on him, if he doesn't get the shock fruit ability, he will really die by Luo Xiu's knife. It's just that Blackbeard's incoherent words made Whitebeard even more angry, and he stopped talking nonsense to Blackbeard, raised Kong Yunchi and slashed at Blackbeard fiercely. Since Blackbeard is looking for death, he should kill Blackbeard first to avenge Shanks and then kill Luo Xiu. While avenging Marco and Vista, he can still save his life. Finally, take down the biggest threat for Ace. Luo Xiu looked at this scene with great interest, and a strange smile appeared on his face. This is really a model of fatherly kindness and filial piety. It's just a pity, I don't intend to waste all my time on you. Time stops. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, both Whitebeard and Blackbeard's movements stopped. Luo Xiu, who appeared behind Blackbeard, waved the autumn water, aimed at Blackbeard's neck and fell down. Go, Fitch. With one strike, Blackbeard, an unfulfilling careerist, was instantly killed on the spot. After Luo Xiu beheaded Blackbeard, he smiled and looked at Whitebeard who had broken free from the time fruit ability and said slowly. Whitebeard, I helped you solve Blackbeard's big trouble, so you want to reciprocate. Why not? How about handing over the life of the strongest man in the world? 098 Luo Xiu kills Whitebeard. Ace dies. Famous scene. Kneeling to subscribe. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Whitebeard couldn't restrain the anger in his heart any longer. The veins in the palm of the hand that was holding Kong Yunchi bulged, and it kept making creaking noises. What kind of anger and hatred does the strongest man in the world have towards Luo Xiu? Watching Marco and Vista being brutally murdered by this guy, Whitebeard wanted to kill Luo Xiu just now. It's just that Kong and Blackbeard blocked the way successively, so they didn't have the trouble to find Luo Xiu. Now that Luo Xiu took the initiative to deliver it to the door, of course Whitebeard can't let go of such a good phone case. Whitebeard glanced at Blackbeard's head, which was still rolling on the ground, and the body that had collapsed on the ground, headless, and blood gushing from the cut in the neck. After taking a deep breath, he fixed his eyes on Luo Xiu who was opposite him, and said word by word. Luo Xiu, although I don't know what you want to do and what purpose you have. But the old man promises that no matter what the price is, I will kill you. You who provoked this war with your own hands, let the old man's sons die and wounded, and even killed Marco and Vista with your own hands, you are unforgivable no matter what. If it wasn't for Luo Xiu who captured Ace and handed it over to Marine, and exposed Ace's identity, this so-called summit war wouldn't have been possible anyway. It took Whitebeard decades to have such a large number of family members, but because of this war, they all died in this naval headquarters. You must know that for Whitebeard, whether it is treasure or the so-called One Piece, he has no interest at all. Even when Roger wanted to tell him what Raftel had, Whitebeard refused directly. In Whitebeard's mind, the most important thing is his sons. Since Luo Xiu killed his sons, of course Whitebeard will make Luo Xiu pay for it no matter what. Even if he, the strongest man in the world, is no longer in his peak state, but if he tries his best, not everyone can escape from Whitebeard alive. Whitebeard feels that even if Luo Xiu's strength is stronger than his current self, if he wants to change the limit, there is a high probability that Luo Xiu, a chaotic. After hearing what Whitebeard said, Luo Xiu twitched the corners of his mouth, a mocking smile appeared on his face, and shook his head slightly. You guys are really just as shameless. However, you are better than that guy Shanks, at least you don't use any excuses for the stability of the world, directly point out that it is for revenge. 957 inches. In Luo Xiu's view, if hypocrisy has its own ranks, then the most hypocritical people in the world are Shanks and Drago. One bite at a time for the stability of the world, but in the end, when they do things, they are no different from other pirates. To say that kind of words from their mouths is simply the greatest irony. Such a guy is not even as pleasing to the eye as a real villain like Blackbeard. It's just a pity that Blackbeard, a downright ambitious man, had already been beheaded neatly by Luo Xiu, leaving him no chance or leeway to struggle. Then, it will be the turn of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Luo Xiu is really looking forward to it more and more. After this war is over, what kind of rich rewards can he bring to himself for what he did in this summit war, which is far more grand than in the original plot? Thinking of this, Luo Xiu no longer has any interest in talking nonsense with Whitebeard. In Luo Xiu's eyes, Whitebeard has become a tool for him to increase rewards. Holding the famous knife Chushui in his hand, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed fiercely, and he stomped hard. A deep pit appeared directly on the spot. Luo Xiu disappeared in an instant with the help of this huge force. Seeing this situation, Whitebeard's pupils shrank suddenly. No matter what kind of anger and hatred he had in his heart, he had to be full of dignity when facing Luo Xiu at this moment. Under observation Haki's perception, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he waved the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunchi in his hand, aiming at his side and slashing down fiercely. Boom! Chu Shui and Kong Yunchi crashed into each other, and a violent roar that resounded through the sky entered the ears of everyone present at naval headquarters. Because of the terrifying power contained in Luo Xiu's knife, a huge deep pit suddenly appeared in the position where Whitebeard was. The surrounding ground was directly lifted by this terrifying wave, and the dust and mist covered the figures of Luo Xiu and Whitebeard, making it impossible for people to see clearly the battle between the two inside. But just relying on the violent sound of weapons colliding, everyone can clearly tell how fierce the battle between Luo Xiu and Yu Huzi is. After seeing this scene, Ace, who was fighting fiercely with those marine executives and the elite who followed Kong to naval headquarters, suddenly changed his face, and shouted at the positions of Luo Xiu and Whitebeard. Dad. The worry in Ace's heart was about to overflow, his face was full of fear. Deng even planned to rush forward to help his father deal with Luo Xiu together. But before he could move, Sabo grabbed Ace's arm and roared at Ace. Ace, calm down. If you pass now, not only will you not be able to help Whitebeard, but you will become a burden. Even if you are not careful, you will implicate Whitebeard until he dies under the knife of Luo Xiu. Ace swung his arm, wanting to break free from Sabo's palm, growled with a ferocious and distorted face. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for Dad to die under the knife of Luo Xiu, that damn B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Whitebeard. Everyone in Sabo is going to be numb, first Luffy, then Sabo. Can these two brothers be more rational? Can you first recognize your own situation? Hey, obviously when he persuaded Luffy just now, Ace also knew that Luffy was not Luo Xiu's opponent. Not only would he not be able to save his partner if he rushed forward, but he would even die in Luo Xiu's hands. But now it's Ace's turn, why did he just lose his head? Sabo has never been so tired as he is now. His two sworn brothers are really the same as before. At least, in terms of IQ, there is no improvement at all. Sabo firmly grasped Ace's arm, and pulled him back, his eyes widened, staring at Ace in front of him, saying every word. Ace, are you going to leave Luffy alone? Are you going to watch Luffy, who came to naval headquarters to save the two of us, die at the hands of these Marines? Hearing this, Ace followed Sabo's eyes and looked at the past. At this time, Luffy was still kneeling on the ground, watching the corpses of his partners in front of him and crying. Obviously after Kong was killed by Luo Xiu, the Marine generals who dealt with them, as well as the elites who followed Kong to naval headquarters, have fallen into a state of incomparable madness. But this situation didn't seem to have the slightest impact on Luffy. From the beginning to the end, Luffy was immersed in the grief of losing all his partners and couldn't extricate himself. Just like what Sabo said, if he leaves Luffy now and goes to where Whitebeard is, it is very likely that Luffy will die at the hands of these crazy Marine generals and elites. Thinking of this, a trace of confusion flashed in Ace's eyes, but finally, after taking a deep look at the stalwart figure of Whitebeard covered by dust and mist, he finally said in a deep voice. Then break the blockade of these damn Marines first. You take Luffy and leave, and I will take Dad away with me. After finishing speaking, Ace didn't wait for Sabo to respond at all. Hot flames suddenly rose all over his body, and rushed towards the opposite Marine general and elite. Sabo looked at Ace's back and let out a long and helpless sigh. Ace, when will he become mature and a little bit more rational? Before recovering his memory, Sabo saw information from the Revolutionary Army about Blackbeard killing Sarge and defecting from the Whitebeard pirates, and Ace, the captain of the second team, chose to hunt down Blackbeard alone. If Ace's brain can have a little effect, it should be imagined. Since Blackbeard dares to do such a behavior that violates the iron rules of the Whitebeard pirates, he must have full confidence. But he just couldn't think of this, and ended up chasing and killing Blackbeard, but was arrested by Luo Xiu and handed over to Marine, which became the key to start this war. If not, how could things have developed to this point? You must know that in this war, not only the Whitebeard pirates were almost wiped out, but even the strength of their revolutionary army has been damaged by half. Even Koala is now guarded by Nico Robin, Nami, Vivi, Boa Hancock and Momoshiki Junkin, BCAJ. He has no chance to rescue Koala. Sabo's eyes became gloomy, and after glancing at Koala in pain, he had no choice but to join hands with Ace and try to break through the blockade and siege of these Marine generals together with others. While Ace and Sabo, as well as those members of the Revolutionary Army, began to break out with all their strength, trying to break through the Marine blockade. The battle between Luo Xiu and Whitebeard has also entered a fierce stage, and the strength demonstrated by Luo Xiu has already shocked Whitebeard's heart. Before experiencing the strength of Luo Xiu personally, even if he has seen how Luo Xiu is 1 against 2, facing the scene where Shanks and Dorag team up and both have the upper hand, Whitebeard still finds it difficult to accept, and he is younger than Ace. Little Luo Xiu has become so powerful. However, after facing Luo Xiu directly, Whitebeard found that he couldn't accept the horror of Luo Xiu even more. Even the rocks back then were not so strong. What kind of monster is Luo Xiu? How did he grow up to this level at this age? At this moment, Whitebeard finally understood why Blackbeard was so terrified after seeing Luo Xiu before. Whitebeard looked at the extremely deep wound cut by Luo Xiu on his chest, and with the surge of blood, Whitebeard could clearly feel that the life force in his body was constantly passing away. His physical fitness, the world's strongest man, has long been unable to support him in long-term top-level battles. If it goes on like this, it won't take long at all, and I'm afraid it will be completely defeated by Luo Xiu, or even be beheaded by Luo Xiu. The most important thing is that Luo Xiu, at this time, showed a completely opposite state to him. It is obvious that Luo Xiu has experienced so many powerful opponents in this war, and the result is that even now, there were no wounds on his body either. Whitebeard had already noticed just now that Shanks and Drago had also suffered injuries of varying severity due to the battle with Luo Xiu. The wave of offensive that I had just now seemed to have no effect at all. Doesn't have the slightest influence on Luo Xiu. What Whitebeard didn't know was that Luo Xiu had indeed suffered some traumas in the previous battle with Shanks and Drago, but he had the time fruit ability. If you want to turn back time, the injuries Luo Xiu suffered will be recovered directly. It is precisely because of this that Luo Xiu has the confidence to have a hearty uproar in naval headquarters, a summit war that is countless times bigger than the original plot. Ah, Luo Xiu looked at Whitebeard, who was panting heavily opposite him. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. He blessed himself with a time acceleration, and then disappeared in place in an instant. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard, who was thinking about countermeasures, was shocked, and in a hurry, he wanted to pick up Kong Yunchi to resist Luo Xiu's attack. However, what filled Whitebeard's heart instantly with horror was that he found that his observation haki seemed to have completely lost its function, unable to capture Luo Xiu's trace at all. Not to mention relying on observation haki to predict Luo Xiu's next move. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, completely relying on the fighting instinct he had cultivated over the years, swung Kong Yunchi, and slashed towards his side fiercely. In the next second, Luo Xiu was indeed holding the famous knife Chushui, and appeared beside Whitebeard. However, before Whitebeard could breathe a sigh of relief, a burst of time fruit ability directly blessed him. On his body, his movements were instantly slowed down dozens of times. Chaos Golden Watchman. Facing Whitebeard, who was restrained by him with a chaotic golden guard, Luo Xiu didn't hesitate at all, and waved the famous knife Chushui in his hand, pointing at the uncut arm held by Huzi Nazong. He slashed hard, PFF'd. Accompanied by the sound of the blade tearing flesh, warm and scarlet blood gushed out from the cut of Whitebeard's shoulder, his arm cut off by Luo Xiu followed the supreme weapon. The sharp knife cut Kong Yun and fell to the ground together. The severe pain from the broken shoulder, even with Whitebeard's resolute heart, uncontrollably issued a roar containing boundless pain from the depths of his throat. Whitebeard's painful scream resounded throughout naval headquarters, making everyone present involuntarily turn their attention to the strongest man in the world. Even Ace, who was teaming up with Sabo and trying to break through the siege and blockade of the Marine generals, is no exception. After seeing his most respected and admired father, even his arm was cut off by Luo Xiu, Ace's eyes were tearing apart, and his face became extremely ferocious and distorted in an instant. Dad, after Ace roared, he didn't care about anything else, and Dang even wanted to rush to Luo Xiu, kill this damned guy, and save his father. However, before he took 2 steps, Sabo hugged him tightly. Sabo felt the trembling body of Ace in his arms, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Ace, don't go. No matter what happens, don't go. Don't let the efforts of the Whitebeard pirates and Mr. Garp be in vain. Luo Xiu saw that Whitebeard was about to swing the remaining arm and hit him with the shock fruit ability. Without any hesitation at all, he raised the knife again, and Whitebeard immediately raised his arms. Cut off. Luo Xiu looked at Whitebeard whose arms had been chopped off by him and fell to the ground, then turned his head to look at Ace who was tightly hugged by Sabo and said narrowly. Ace, your old man gave his all to save you from Marine, don't you plan to come and save him once? As Luo Xiu's voice fell, a surge of power burst out of Ace's body, and his conqueror's haki was released instantly. Already losing his mind, Ace, who was completely dazzled by anger and hatred, couldn't care about anything else, elementalized out of Sabo's embrace on the spot, and rushed towards where Luo Xiu was. Lying on the ground, Whitebeard with a painful expression on his face also saw Ace's movements, and when he wanted to speak out angrily, he told Ace to go back. Unfortunately, Luo Xiu didn't give Whitebeard a chance to speak again, raised the autumn water in his hand, pierced directly and broke Whitebeard's heart. Luo Xiu drew out his autumn water, looked at Ace rushing towards him with a smile, and said slowly. Don't worry Whitebeard, I'll kill your brainless son right away and let him leave with you. 099 Luo Xiu kills Ace. Sabo Luffy completely broke down. Kneeling to subscribe, it can only be said that Ace will never disappoint in terms of taking the initiative to die. No matter whether they did not listen to Whitebeard's dissuasion and chose to chase and kill Blackbeard alone, or in the Summit War of the original story, because of Akainu's words, they could already escape from naval headquarters but they insisted on rushing to die. Instead, he was punched through the chest by Akainu, and he couldn't die anymore. And now, Ace was also stimulated by Luo Xiu's few words to the point of losing his mind completely, rushing towards Luo Xiu without hesitation, completely ignoring the consequences of his behavior. You know, the Whitebeard pirates have to pay a terrible price to rescue this Fire Fist Ace this time, but it is simply not comparable to the casualties in the original plot. Whether it's Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, or Marco, Joes, and the captains of Vista, they have all died in this war. If Ace took the initiative to die at this time, then the sacrifice made by the Whitebeard pirates would become the biggest joke. Regrettably, at this time, Ace has been dazzled by anger and hatred, and completely forgets what kind of terrifying power Luo Xiu possesses. There is only one thought in his mind, that is to kill Luo Xiu and avenge his father Whitebeard. In Luo Xiu's eyes, Ace, the Fire Fist, is one of the targets that needs to be hunted down. What he said just now meant to deliberately stimulate Ace. Now that Ace has bitten the hook, it is of course impossible for Luo Xiu give him any chance. Facing Ace rushing towards him, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed fiercely, he stomped hard, and a deep pit suddenly appeared on the spot, and Luo Xiu himself, with the help of this huge force, moved towards Ace as the direction rushed over. Ace, when he saw Ace break free from his embrace in this way of elementalization, and rushed towards Luo Xiu regardless of his speed, Sabo's pupils dilated suddenly, and his face was instantly filled with fear. Not caring about anything else at the moment, after gritting his teeth, he rushed towards Luo Xiu and Ace to go to the doctor. Sabo's brain is very clear, knowing that this guy Luo Xiu is deliberately provoking Ace, and his purpose is obviously to let Ace escape from the protection of Chief Dorag and Shanks, and then kill Ace with his own hands. Even if he knew that he could never be Luo Xiu's match, Sabo would never just watch Ace die by Luo Xiu's sword. After all, his purpose of coming to naval headquarters in the first place was to save Ace and prevent Ace from dying here in naval headquarters. Sabo's yelling attracted the attention of many people present, including Luffy, who had been immersed in the grief of losing all his partners, and couldn't help but turned his attention to Luo Xiu. After seeing his elder brother Ace rushing towards Luo Xiu, Luffy was stunned for a moment, then jumped up from the ground and chased after Ace. However, Luffy didn't want to save Ace from Luo Xiu's knife like Sabo, but looked at Luo Xiu and roared wildly. Luo Xiu, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you to avenge my friends. The death of Whitebeard, and the behavior of the three brothers, made Shanks and Drago's hearts sink to the bottom of their hearts. Obviously the two of them teamed up and will be able to deal with Magellan immediately, and soon they will be able to escape from naval headquarters with Ace, Sabo and Luffy. As a result, in such a short period of time, Luo Xiu actually killed Kong, Blackbeard, and Whitebeard one after another, and even deliberately stimulated Ace to lose his mind, making Ace cooperate with him to take the initiative to die. Who can stand this horse? Drago swung the wind blade and slashed at Magellan, who had been severely injured in front of him, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice. Shanks, you go and bring the 3 of them back, and I'll deal with Magellan. Please hold on until no matter what, after I've dealt with Magellan, I'll go support you. Shanks didn't hesitate at all when he heard the words. At such a critical moment, even a moment of hesitation may cause the death of the 3 brothers. Shanks stomped hard, and chased Luo Xiu and the 3 brothers at full speed. Magellan originally wanted to stop Shanks' footsteps, and wanted to let the 2 bastards, Dorag and Shanks, also feel what it was like to watch the younger generation die in front of them. However, after realizing Magellan's thoughts, Drago stood in front of Magellan immediately, not letting him hinder Shanks from rescuing Luffy, Sabo, and Ace. After cutting off the poisonous dragon released by Magellan with one knife, Drago looked at him and said in a deep voice. Stop here, Magellan. If you continue to let Luo Xiu act recklessly like this, with that guy's behavior, the whole world will be completely overturned, and even Marine will pay an extremely painful price for it. Not only did Drago's words not have the desired effect, but it made Magellan even more angry, and he roared at Drago in front of him. Shut up, Drago. In my opinion, UB**********D needs to be dealt with more than Luo Xiu. Drago's eyes became colder, and the movements of his hands became more violent because of this. He stared at Magellan coldly, and spoke in a voice without the slightest emotion. Your behavior will definitely have a huge impact on the whole world, so I can only kill you first. Magellan spat out a mouthful of venom with a mocking face, and said tit for tat. You are really shameless beyond my imagination. Anyone who stands in the way of your footsteps will probably be labeled by you as a person who will have a huge impact on the world, right? Dorag, I haven't seen you for so many years, you are really getting more and more hypocritical and thick-skinned. As soon as the words fell, Drago's eyes suddenly became stern, and he no longer had the desire to talk nonsense with Magellan, but broke out with all his strength, wanting to get rid of the impelled-down warden in the shortest possible time. After all, it is absolutely impossible for Shanks alone to save the lives of Luffy, Sabo, and Ace. Luffy and Sabo, there must be no accidents. When Drago broke out with all his strength and Magellan was desperate for his life, Ace stopped suddenly and swung his arms violently. 10 spiral flames appeared directly at his feet. Under the control of Ace, these flames gathered together and condensed into a huge great fireball like the sun. The terrifying temperature of the fireball burned the surrounding air to an incomparably distorted degree. Great Flame Precept Emperor Yan. Ace with red eyes, after roaring ferociously, held the extremely huge Emperor Yan in his hands and rushed towards Luo Xiu crazily. After approaching Luo Xiu, Ace raised the huge Yandi high up without the slightest hesitation, pointed at Luo Xiu in front of him, and smashed it violently. At the same time, Ace's arm turned into a flame again, aiming at Luo Xiu's figure covered by Emperor Yan, and roared again. Fire Punch. Facing Emperor Yan thrown by Ace, Luo Xiu twitched the corners of his mouth, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Really, I don't have a long memory. Not only did Luo Xiu not have the slightest intention of retreating, but he swung the famous knife Chushui in his hand, aimed at Ace, the strongest killing move, and slashed down. PFF'd. With a single strike, Ace's ultimate move, which contained boundless anger and hatred, was directly cut in half by Luo Xiu. Even the fire fist released by Ace, which followed Emperor Yan's attack on Luo Xiu, was also used by Luo Xiu. The famous knife Chushui cut it off lightly. Seeing this situation, Ace finally woke up suddenly, recalling the despair he felt when facing Luo Xiu in Banaro Island. Unfortunately, it was only at this time that I had a little IQ, but it was already too late. Just when Ace wanted to rely on elementalization to run away from Luo Xiu, an outright monster, Luo Xiu slightly parted his lips and let out a low drink. Time stops. In an instant, Ace felt the feeling he had when he was in Banaro Island again. Under the effect of the time fruit ability, Ace at this time can't make any actions at all. Seeing this situation, whether it was Sabo and Luffy who were rushing towards where Luo Xiu and Ace were, or Shanks who was rushing over, all pupils dilated suddenly, then shouted immediately. Ace. Under their frightened stares, Luo Xiu's slashed Ace seemed to freeze for a moment, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The knife didn't hit Ace's neck according to the original trajectory, but fell directly on Ace's chest, leaving a deep wound on his chest. PFF'd. The sound of the blade tearing flesh sounded, and the warm and scarlet blood rushed out from the wound. Luo Xiu grabbed Ace's neck and released the time fruit ability that was blessed on him. Ace uncontrollably let out a mournful howl containing boundless pain from the depths of his throat. Ace's wail resounded through naval headquarters, causing most people present to involuntarily turn their eyes to him. The only surviving members of the Whitebeard pirates, after seeing that Ace was hacked to pieces by Luo Xiu and fell into Luo Xiu's hands, their expressions suddenly turned extremely ferocious. Only this time, the anger in their hearts was not directed at Luo Xiu, what they were angry with was Ace, the idiot. Ace, what the hell are you doing? Why are you going to die? Obviously they have been rescued from the execution platform, obviously to save you idiot, we lost so many family members, even my father was killed by that D Luo Xiu, why do you want to die? Damn you for riding a horse, Ace. If I knew you would take the initiative to die, why would we risk our lives to save you? Are you worthy of us? Are you worthy of the family members who died trying to save you? For a moment, the situation in the entire naval headquarters became incomparably chaotic. The angry curses of the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates made Ace, who was screaming, stop instantly. Ace, whose neck was held by Luo Xiu, turned extremely pale in an instant, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were already filled with regret and fear. Ask for flowers. No. It's not like this. I just want to avenge my father. I'm not dying, I'm not. No matter what, Ace never imagined that he was trying to save his family and friends who had risked their lives before, but now he would swear at him mercilessly. The most important thing was that Ace really couldn't find any reason to refute their rants. Because, now that Ace has calmed down and thinks about it carefully, it seems that his behavior just now is really no different from taking the initiative to die. After realizing this, Ace's body began to tremble uncontrollably, feeling overwhelmed by what he had done. An active idiot committed to ultimate, felt the deepest remorse. Luo Xiu held Ace's neck, appreciating his pain and regret at the last moment of his life, and said with a smile. Ace, you really didn't let me down. With your own strength, the Whitebeard pirates made such a big sacrifice completely in vain. I'm curious about your thoughts now, can you follow the... Shall I share? Ace was already in a daze, as if he didn't hear Luo Xiu's words at all, just kept murmuring, it's not like that, it's not like that. At this moment, Ace could no longer feel the pain from the wound on his chest, and his whole body had completely collapsed. At the same time, Shanks who rushed over saw Ace falling into Luo Xiu's hands. Although his anger and hatred towards Luo Xiu had reached its peak, he still stopped him. In front of Sabo and Luffy, prevent them from taking the initiative to die like Ace. It is enough to do this kind of stupid act of actively sending you to death. Sabo and Luffy, don't do this kind of thing again. Rao is Shanks, at this time he is also full of resentment towards Ace, obviously he doesn't have enough strength, why he has to take the initiative to find Luo Xiu, isn't this just like those Whitebeard pirates? As the members said, are you looking for death? To avenge Whitebeard, do you have the strength? So stupid, is Ace really the son of Captain Roger? Let Ace go. You be ********** D don't hurt Ace. Sabo was holding the water pipe, and Luffy in second gear was also staring at Luo Xiu with teary eyes. If Shanks hadn't stopped him, maybe they would really have died like Ace. Luo Xiu held Ace who was in a trance, looked at Shanks on the opposite side, and Sabo and Luffy behind him, and said with a smile. Shanks, I can give you a chance, let Ace go, but you need to exchange Luffy, the right to choose is up to you, who will live and die, you have the final say. Hearing this, Shanks is in a bad mood. Is this riding a horse for him to choose? This riding a horse is for his life, right? On the way from Impel down to Naval Headquarters, Shanks has already learned from Luffy that Ace is the son of Captain Roger. It is precisely because of this that Shanks is eager to rescue Ace from Marine. Now that things have developed to this point, according to Luo Xiu, Ace, the son of Captain Roger, and Luffy, who inherited the will of Captain Roger, can only live as one. Shanks doesn't know how to choose. At this moment, Sabo on the side stared directly at Luo Xiu and growled. I'll do it, trade me for Ace. Luo Xiu twitched the corners of his mouth and said bluntly. You are not qualified. Hearing Sabo's words, his momentum faltered abruptly, and he was in a bad mood. Luffy, who was standing beside him, took a step forward and yelled at Luo Xiu. I'm willing to change Ace. Let Ace go, I can die. Seeing that Luffy was about to walk towards Luo Xiu, Shanks grabbed his arm and said in a deep voice. Don't be fooled by Luffy. Even if you change Ace, that fellow Luo Xiu will never let Ace go. In the end, you two will only die in Luo Xiu's hands. Shanks knew very well that with Luo Xiu's bad character and behavior, since Ace was already in his hands, he would never let Ace go. Even if Luffy really wanted to trade himself for Ace, the end result would be that both of them were killed by him. Shanks will never allow Luffy to do this kind of loss-maximizing trade. Ace, who was held by the neck by Luo Xiu, looked palely at Sabo and Luffy opposite him, forced an ugly smile with difficulty, and said slowly. Sabo, Luffy, I might really die in. PFF'd. Ace's words stopped abruptly. The famous knife Chushui in Luo Xiu's hand had already pierced his heart, and when his wrist was turned, his heart shattered into countless pieces, making Ace never again. Can't even say a single word. Luo Xiu casually threw Ace's body on the ground and said with a smile. I'm not interested in listening to your sensationalism here, I'd better die honestly. Luo Xiu looked at Luffy who collapsed to the ground with a playful look, and said slowly. Luffy-san, I don't blame me for Ace's death. If you want to blame it, you can blame Shanks. Who told him to reject this deal and not want to rescue Ace? 100 Sengoku and Garp fight to the death. Hypocritical monkey family, kneeling to subscribe. Ace, seeing that Ace's corpse, which had completely lost the symbol of life, was thrown at his feet casually by Luo Xiu, no matter whether it was Sabo or Luffy, they all slumped on the ground, crying towards Ace's corpse. Obviously they have successfully rescued Ace from the execution platform just now, and they will be able to successfully break through Marine's blockade and escape from this damn Marineford soon. But why did things turn out like this? Why did Luo Xiu, that B****************** D, kill Ace so easily without even giving him a chance? Sabo first experienced his prospective girlfriend Koala being forcibly snatched away by Luo Xiu, and those comrades in the Revolutionary Army who had been together day and night for more than 10 years also died in the hands of Marine one after another. Compared with Sabo, Luffy is equally miserable. Except for Nami and Robin, who were forcibly snatched away by Luo Xiu long ago, his partners also all died under Luo Xiu's knife. These successive blows have caused Sabo and Luffy to collapse completely, lying on the ground and crying loudly, no longer caring that they are in danger and may die at any time. The veins on Shanks' forehead popped out, and his face became extremely hideous and distorted in an instant. The pain in the heart of this new world for emperors was no less than that of Sabo and Luffy. Just like Luffy, his red hair pirates were also wiped out by the Luo Xiu group. Even Deputy Captain Rayleigh, who always took good care of him, was beheaded by Luo Xiu, as well as other members of the Roger Pirates, and now only Jabba, Rox, and Bell are left. These three people, Zephyr, Aang, and Benz and others struggled to support them. If it goes on like this, it won't be long before the Roger Pirates will completely cease to exist, but Shanks doesn't even bother to help Jabba and the others. Just how to safely take Sabo and Luffy away from Luo Xiu, a goddamn B**************** D, has already given Shanks a headache that can't be more. 703. After Luo Xiu completely eliminated Ace, he didn't waste any time, stepped on the moonwalk, and rushed directly to where Sabo and Luffy were. The three brothers, of course they have to be neat and tidy. After seeing Luo Xiu's actions, Shanks' heart skipped a beat, and he no longer cared about mourning for Ace's death. He waved the griffin in his hand and directly blocked in front of Luo Xiu. Boom! Chushui and Griffin collided together, and the huge force made Shanks' face become ferocious and distorted to the extreme in an instant. The ground under Shanks' feet exploded in an instant, and the terrifying fluctuations centered on the two people's positions and swept away in all directions. Sabo and Luffy, who were the closest, immersed in the grief of Ace's death, had no time to react, and were directly blown away by the wave of battle. After rolling dozens of times on the ground, it finally stopped. Shanks yelled without looking back while resisting Luo Xiu's fierce moves. Sabo, Luffy, don't waste time, get out of here quickly. If you don't leave, even you will die in the hands of Luo Xiu. Only if you two survive, will you have a chance to avenge Luo Xiu in the future. Don't you want to kill Luo Xiu with your own hands to avenge Ace and your friends? After hearing what Shanks said, Luffy still looked indifferent, just crying loudly, without any reaction at all. On the other hand, Sabo on the side, after experiencing the initial extreme grief, has gradually calmed down. Even if the sadness in his heart has not diminished, he is also very clear that what Shanks said is indeed very reasonable. With the strength the two of them have now, even if they really rushed forward, they would be the same as Ace just now, and could only die under Luo Xiu's knife in the end. If you want to take revenge, you can only endure the grief, escape from naval headquarters desperately, and then desperately improve your strength, so that you will have a chance to avenge Luo Xiu in the future. Thinking of this, Sabo wiped away the tears on his face, pulled up Luffy, who was still in a collapsed state, and ran towards the remaining members of the Revolutionary Army. Seeing this situation, Luo Xiu shouted in a low voice, "Time stops." While restraining Shanks with a time stop, Luo Xiu also applied an acceleration to himself, and appeared directly behind Sabo and Luffy in the blink of an eye. The famous sword Chushui in Luo Xiu's hand raised high, aimed at Sabo and Luffy in front of him, and slashed down fiercely. Boom! With a knife down, Chushui didn't look at Sabo and Luffy as he wished, but was blocked by a long black knife. Luo Xiu looked expressionlessly at Mihawk, who stood in front of him, twitched the corners of his mouth, and without a word of nonsense, directly slashed at the world's #1 swordsman. Since Hawkeye took the initiative to die, Luo Xiu didn't mind helping each other. Chushui and Hideoye collided one after another, bursting out violent roars continuously. Feeling the huge power from above Hideoye, Eagle Yan's heart sank directly, and his face became extremely dignified. Sabo didn't waste any time, although he didn't know why Hawkeye, the #1 swordsman in the world, wanted to help them block Luo Xiu, but since such a good opportunity appeared, Sabo naturally would not let it go. When Luffy, who was almost unconscious and almost in a coma, turned his back behind him, gritted his teeth and ran towards the location of Drago and the members of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo was very worried about Luffy, and he also knew that Luffy had previously received several injections of hormone stimulation with different effects from Ivankov. Now that the power of the hormone fruit has disappeared, coupled with the successive blows just now, Luffy's body has reached the end of its strength. If you don't leave here quickly and let people treat Luffy, the consequences will be unimaginable. After Shanks broke free from the shackles of the time fruit ability, he rushed to the battlefield as soon as possible, joined forces with Hawkeye to face Luo Xiu, and after helping Hawkeye block Luo Xiu's knife, Shanks breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. Said loudly, "Thanks, Mihawk." Hawkeye's face was very solemn, and he shook his head slightly. "You don't need to thank me, I just want to experience for myself what kind of terrifying power Luo Xiu, an extremely vicious thief, possesses." For Mihawk, who is known as the world's #1 swordsman, whenever he meets a great swordsman with powerful swordsmanship, he will see Lai Shingxi and want to have a fierce battle with the opponent. Just like Shanks, Hawkeye liked to learn swordsmanship with Shanks very much, but since he broke his arm in East Blue, Hawkeye has never fought Shanks again. Now that Luo Xiu is so powerful, Hawkeye naturally hopes to compete with him, definitely not to help Shanks, absolutely not. Shanks glanced at Hawkeye, and having known him for so long, Shanks naturally knew Hawkeye's character well, and he was clearly trying to help him, but he insisted on saying that he wanted to fight Luo Xiu. This guy is really as dishonest as ever. However, now is obviously not the time to tease Hawkeye, and Shanks is not in the mood at all at this time. what he needs to do now is to buy enough time for Sabo and Luffy so that they can successfully get out of naval headquarters escape. With this in mind, Shanks broke out with all his strength again, directly using Conqueror's entanglement, and kept waving Griffin to resist Luo Xiu's terrifying attack. Hawkeye didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Shanks and Luo Xiu fought fiercely. It's just that although Hawkeye has the title of the world's #1 swordsman, even if he looks at the entire New World, his strength is still at the top level. But even so, there is still a big gap between Hawkeye and Drago, who is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Even Shanks teamed up with Dorag, and fell into a disadvantage when facing Luo Xiu. Now that Dorag is replaced by Hawkeye, Luo Xiu has already gained the absolute upper hand. According to this situation, it won't take long at all, they will be completely defeated, and they will even die directly at the hands of Luo Xiu. While Luo Xiu fought against Shanks and Hawkeye on his own, the situation in other battlefields of naval headquarters has also become clearer. The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates, after seeing Ace was really killed by Luo Xiu, they were surprised to find that there seemed to be no sadness in their hearts, but only felt that Luo Xiu's action was very happy. Especially Squid, the maelstrom spider who has a blood feud with the Roger pirates, the joy in his eyes is about to overflow. You know, after he was bewitched by Akainu, he prepared to backstab Whitebeard, but because of Whitebeard's early exit, Squid failed to stab the filial sun sword, and naturally he was not successfully influenced by Whitebeard. In Squid's heart, there is still a lingering strong hatred for Ace. Especially in addition, because of rescuing Ace alone, those brothers and sisters who had been together for decades and who were no different from real family members all died in this war, which made Squid even more I can't wait to kill Ace with my own hands. Just now, he scolded Ace for taking the initiative to die, but Squid was the first to speak, and his words were unanimously approved by all the surviving members of the Whitebeard pirates. Also because of this, after seeing Ace killed by Luo Xiu with their own eyes, they had no intention of avenging Ace at all. Instead, they started rushing towards the Marineford port crazily, wanting to escape from naval headquarters immediately. After all, when Ace chose to take the initiative to find Luo Xiu to die, their Whitebeard pirates' seemingly tragic behavior has completely become the biggest joke in the world. Even some members of the Revolutionary Army only think that they are the biggest joke in the world. Obviously, the Summit War this time is an internal matter of the Monkey family. As a result, their so-called leader Dorag kept saying that it was to make the Revolutionary Army famous and let the people know that their Revolutionary Army was trying to bring real power to the common people. Strive for happiness and peace. But, is this stepping on the horse what Dorag said he was fighting for to bring the real happiness and peace to the people of Common? They came to naval headquarters and participated in this war, all for the sake of Dorag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the family affairs of Sabo, the chief of staff, right? Because of the personal problems of the two of them, it took decades to expand the Revolutionary Army to this size, and there were so many casualties. If possible, these members of the Revolutionary Army would even wish to tear the two bastards, Drago and Sabo, to pieces with their own hands. It's a pity, for these remaining members of the Revolutionary Army, the most important thing now is to try every means to escape from naval headquarters. Whether it was the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, or the prisoners of Eternal Hell, they were all fleeing desperately towards the Marineford port. It was obvious that Marine prevented them from invading naval headquarters not long ago, but now they have changed to stop them, otherwise they left from Marineford. This earth-shaking change really makes people laugh and cry. Of course, not everyone is thinking about running away, at least Garp. Never thought about it that way. Garp now only wants to get rid of Sengoku and blow the head of that D Luo Xiu with his own hands. The moment he saw Ace falling into Luo Xiu's hands, Garp already had a bad feeling in his heart, especially when he heard that Luo Xiu asked Luffy to trade his life for Ace's life. After that, Garp was even more furious, wishing to appear in front of Luo Xiu directly and snatch Ace back from him. But it turns out that Garp's premonition was not wrong. That D Luo Xiu, who was so vicious as ultimate, never thought of releasing Ace, but deliberately used this method too. Luffy was filled with guilt, feeling that it was because of him that Ace was not allowed to survive. With red eyes, Garp's face was already distorted to the extreme. After blocking Sengoku's giant gold palm that was slapping him with a punch, he growled at Sengoku. Sengoku, for the sake of fighting side by side for so many years, let me kill that damn D Luo Xiu first. After I kill him, no matter what you want to do with me, I will never resist. Hearing this, Sengoku not only didn't move at all, but became even more angry, waving his palms and slamming Garp in front of him, and roared angrily at the same time. Garp, until now, haven't you felt the slightest bit of guilt for betraying Marine? If it wasn't because of you D, would Commander Kong die under the knife of Luo Xiu? You only saw that Fire Fist Ace was killed by Luo Xiu, didn't you see that your teacher Kong was killed by Luo Xiu before him? You damn D, what did you say that after you kill Luo Xiu, you will be at the disposal of the old man? If the old man really does this, I am afraid that the first thing you will do is to kill Luo Xiu. Send the other two bloody grandchildren to Marineford. When hearing what Sengoku said earlier, Garp felt more pain in his heart. Sengoku was indeed right. In Garp's heart, when he saw Kong being killed by Luo Xiu, it was far from. It hurt so much to see Ace killed. But what Sengoku said later, saying that Garp wanted to take this opportunity to send Sabo and Luffy, really wronged Garp. Although Garp is not stupid, he is not yet so witty. He really wants to kill Luo Xiu first. As for after he kills Luo Xiu, Garp can't do it himself. Guaranteed things too. Seeing that Sengoku had no intention of backing down, Garp gritted his teeth, looked at Sengoku with a ferocious face and growled. Sengoku, don't push me. 4.4 I don't want to hurt you, I just want to kill Luo Xiu for revenge. Facing the almost crazy Garp, Sengoku not only did not back down, but continued to speak coldly. Don't worry Garp, even if this old man can't solve you, he will hold you back so that you can't help your two damned grandsons escape. I just want you, B***********D, to see with your own eyes how your two grandsons were killed by Luo Xiu. Sengoku knows very well that even if Shanks and Mihawk team up, they will never be able to stop Luo Xiu. As long as no one is involved, it won't take long for Luo Xiu to kill both Shanks and Mihawk. At that time, Garp's two grandsons will surely die under the knife of Luo Xiu. All Sengoku has to do is to hold Garp back with all his strength before Luo Xiu kills Sabo and Luffy as well, so that this guy can't help those two bastards escape. In Sengoku's eyes, Luo Xiu is also the best knife, after Luo Xiu kills Shanks, Hawkeye, and even Drago and others. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru must have already eliminated their opponents. In this way, Marine 3 Admiral, plus him, the Marine Marshal, can also borrow. Take this opportunity to get rid of Luo Xiu, the biggest threat. And after hearing Garp's words, no matter how slow his head reaction was, he had already sensed Sengoku's thoughts, which made Garp suddenly unable to control his emotions anymore, and could no longer care about it. Whether he will be traumatized or not, after a roar, he officially began to desperately launch a crazy offensive against Sengoku regardless. Facing Garp in this state, Sengoku did not choose to retreat, but also broke out with all his strength, and entered a state of fighting with Garp. Sengoku knows that it takes a lot of risk to use this method to count Luo Xiu, but then, it depends on who will have the last laugh. 101 Luo Xiu beheads Hawkeye. /Drago. Kneeling to subscribe. Whether it's Sengoku or Garp, they have already started desperately, and they no longer have the slightest scruples about whether they will be traumatized, and they are completely reckless in launching a crazy offensive against the other party. The break between these two old comrades who have been fighting side by side for decades, even though they knew that Garp had completely betrayed Marine, still made Staff Crane and Zephyr a little bit unbearable to watch. Especially for Staff Crane, when she, Sengoku and Garp were called the Iron Triangle of Marine, the friendship between the three of them is naturally extremely deep. It's just that even Staff Crane didn't expect that the matter would develop to such an extent that at the very beginning, Cassette had already accepted Marine's public execution of Fire Fist Ace. In the end, it was because of the misconduct of his other two grandsons that they had to participate in this war, which made the situation turn into what it is now. Staff Crane knew very well that Garp was destined to be unable to survive at this stage. After all, their Marine side is about to finish off those difficult enemies. It won't be long before Marine 3 Admiral and Zephyr can free up their hands to deal with Garp, Luo Xiu. There are also Dorag and Shanks et al. Not only Staff Crane had such thoughts, Zephyr also turned his eyes to Sengoku and Garp who were fighting fiercely, his eyes were dim and his heart was full of helplessness. That fellow Garp, if he had been tougher and prevented Drago from betraying Marine, wouldn't such a thing have happened. Zephyr, like Sengoku, valued Drago very much back then, and Drago was still his first student with Akainu and Kizaru. It can be said that Zephyr devoted himself to teaching them. When he learned that Drago had betrayed Marine and created the so-called Revolutionary Army, Zephyr had gone to Garp to question him, but Garp just said that he couldn't influence Drago's decision. Garp chose to remain indifferent back then and did not dissuade Drago from his decision, so the bitter fruit now can only be swallowed by himself. After shaking his head and sighing secretly, Zephyr continued to swing that huge mechanical arm, aimed at Jabba in front of him, and smashed it wolfishly. While these Marine executives secretly mourned for Garp, on the other side, after seeing the war going on till now, Robin thought for a moment and said slowly. Let's go to the boat and wait for Luo Xiu. As Robin's voice fell, Nami, Vivi, Hancock, Gion, and even Koala, who was guarded by them, all turned their light on Robin involuntarily. Vivi blinked, and asked with a puzzled expression. Let's go. Didn't Luo Xiu say before that we should use our experience to ruin the reputation of Marine and world government? Nami also tilted her head, looked at Robin, and couldn't understand why Luo Bao said to wait for Luo Xiu on the boat. According to what Luo Xiu said before, the reason why he brought them to naval headquarters was to tell the whole world what they had experienced. How did Marine use Buster Call to brutally erase Ohara, who was a sacred place of scholars, and how did Marine Admiral Akainu order to kill all innocent civilians? There is also what happened in Kokoyasi village, how Colonel Mouse, the head of the Marine branch, colluded with the pirates to become the umbrella of the Dragon Pirates. What's more, there are also what Clockadar did in Alabasta, how the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government destroyed a peaceful world government member country, and how Marine gave the occupation the credit for getting rid of Clockadar. For yourself, it is no exaggeration to say that as long as these things are really exposed, coupled with the relationship between the monkey family exposed by Luo Xiu in this summit war, and the heroic deeds of Garp, the Marine hero, it will directly make Marine his reputation and prestige have completely collapsed, and he will no longer receive the support and new appointment of the common people. Even those members of the world government will begin to doubt whether the world government can protect them, and doubt whether paying such a huge amount of heavenly gold can play its due role. It's just. Feeling the attention of the girls, Robin looked at Luo Xiu, who was fighting against Shanks and Hawkeye with his own strength, as well as other battles in naval headquarters, shook his head and said, "Next, it is no longer suitable to continue to do this kind of thing. After the Marine executives have eliminated their opponents, they will definitely think about dealing with Luo Xiu. Even if Luo Xiu's strength is indeed very strong, if he faces the 3 Marine admirals, the Marine Marshal, and the former Marine Admiral at the same time, it will not end well. And the most important point is that even if these things were not exposed in this war, Luo Xiu can still use Morgan's World Economic News Agency to print these things in newspapers and spread them to every part of the world. Corner. According to Luo Xiu's plan, it was originally planned to help Marine and the world government to promote it under the watchful eyes of the whole world after all the characters are assembled in this grand performance. However, the development of the matter did exceed Luo Xiu's expectations, but he did not say these things as planned. But Robin knew very well that when he was in Sabayati Archipelago, Luo Xiu had contacted Morgans, and asked the News King to rely on the power of the World Economic News Agency to report the news that Luffy is the son of Drago in the shortest possible time, spread throughout the world. If Luo Xiu is willing to let the World Economic News Agency print their experiences in the newspaper, I am afraid that Morgans will be excited to give Luo Xiu a knock. After hearing Robin's words, all the girls present nodded in understanding, and even planned to go to the boat to wait for Luo Xiu as Robin said. But Hancock spoke suddenly, "Go to the boat first. If those Marine guys want to do something to Lord Luo Xiu, I will definitely not spare them. I will stay and help Lord Luo Xiu." For Hancock, who is in the late stage of love, Lord Luo Xiu is her everything and the meaning of her life. If it wasn't because Lord Luo Xiu said that they would not be allowed to participate in this war, Hancock would have already rushed forward to help Luo Xiu Tianren. Just when the other girls had no choice but to take Hancock, Robin smiled and shook his head. "Hancock, staying here will only affect Luo Xiu, and will not help Luo Xiu in any way. You don't want Luo Xiu to be hurt because of your stubbornness, do you? How did that Fire Fist ace die just now? You shouldn't forget, right?" Hearing this, Hancock's delicate and glamorous face instantly collapsed, and he said unwillingly, "I won't be as useless as that guy." Robin didn't talk nonsense to Hancock, but straight to the point. "Hancock, I can assure you that if you stay, not only will Luo Xiu not like you more, but it may even make Luo Xiu feel dissatisfied with you. Are you sure you want to stay?" Hancock's breath stopped suddenly when she heard the words. She didn't care if she would get hurt, she just wanted to help Lord Luo Xiu, but she was also worried that it would affect Lord Luo Xiu, and she was even more afraid that Lord Luo Xiu would really do what Robin said, dissatisfied with myself. Thinking of that situation, Hancock's heart ached, and he shook his head quickly. "Don't. My concubine should never dissatisfy Master Luo Xiu." Robin was very satisfied with Hancock's performance, and even smiled and took the girls to the ship they took when they came to naval headquarters. Koala stared blankly at this scene, her mind racing with thoughts. She had heard a lot of rumors and information about Boa Hancock, the pirate queen. But every piece of information is explaining Boa Hancock's arrogance, and her indifference to men, but what's going on now? Why did Nico Robin just say that what she did would make Luo Xiu feel dissatisfied, and the high-ranking pirate Empress Boa Hancock was taken care of like that? How did that be ******** D Luo Xiu do it? Does he have such great magic power? Guillaume glanced at Koala and said slowly, "What are you waiting for? No miracle will happen to you." When Koala heard this, her breath suddenly stagnated, her whole body was in a precarious state, her lips were bitten by her, and her lips were bloodless. After looking sadly at where Sabo was, she followed Robin with her head down, and Nami and the others went together on that ship. Yes, just as Guillaume said, no miracles will happen to her. All she can do now is to obediently follow Nico Robin and Guillaume to board the ship. At the same time, Sabo, who was carrying Luffy on his back, was attacking the marine blockade together with those members of the Revolutionary Army. As if he felt Koala's gaze, he turned his head and looked at it. "The anger and hatred in my heart have reached their peak." No longer caring about other things, he began to crazily charge towards the marine generals in front of him. What he has to do now is to get out of naval headquarters in the shortest possible time. While Luo Xiu was at his wit's end, after settling Luffy, snatch Koala back from Nico Robin and Boa Hancock's hands. Koala is his prospective girlfriend, and she has had a crush on him for a long time. She must not be forcibly snatched away by Luo Xiu, let him wantonly ravage Koala. Under Sabo's madness, which completely ignores whether he will be traumatized, other members of the Revolutionary Army are also infected by him, and they seem to be crazy, rushing to block the marine generals in front of them, in a dragon claw. After killing a marine rear admiral, these blockades of marine were finally successfully opened by Sabo. Without the slightest hesitation, Sabo rushed out of the gap with a loud roar, and rushed towards the port of naval headquarters. "Get out of here quickly." In an instant, those members of the Revolutionary Army scrambled to follow Sabo and ran wildly, ignoring others and only wanting to escape from naval headquarters alive. Almost at the same time, after Luo Xiu repelled Shanks and Hawkeye in front of him with a single blow, his eyes froze suddenly, and he let out a violent shout. Time stops. Shanks and Hawkeye, who had just stood firm, stagnated in place at the same time. Both of them had scars all over their bodies, and scarlet blood kept gushing from the wounds. After Shanks and Hawkeye felt the bondage of the extra time fruit ability on their bodies, they began to explode with all their strength in horror, trying to break free in the shortest possible time. Facts have proved that even if Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman, there is still a big gap between his strength and Shanks, who stands at the top of New World. At the same time, he was restrained by time, and at the same time, he tried to break free with all his strength. Shanks had successfully broken free, but Hawkeye was still unable to move. Of course, Luo Xiu couldn't let go of such an excellent opportunity, and what frightened Shanks was that Luo Xiu's target this time was not him at all. At the same time that Shanks broke free from the shackles of time stop, Luo Xiu had already appeared beside Hawkeye, raising the sword in his hand. The famous knife Chushui aimed at the neck of the world's #1 swordsman in front of him and slashed down. Mahawk, stop it Luo Xiu. After seeing Luo Xiu's action, Shanks was about to go crazy. With a ferocious face, he ran towards Luo Xiu at the fastest speed, trying to save Hawkeye from Luo Xiu's knife. Unfortunately, for Luo Xiu, who has always been decisive, how could he give Shanks such a chance? PFF'd, accompanied by a flash of light, and the sound of the blade tearing flesh, Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, was directly beheaded by Luo Xiu, the great swordsman. Looking at Hawkeye's head rolling in the air, and the lingering look of horror in his eyes, coupled with the blood gushing out of the neat cut on Hawkeye's neck, Shanks. I can no longer control my emotions. Nearly collapsed, Shanks waved the griffin wrapped around the Conqueror's hockey in his hand, aimed at Luo Xiu and slashed down fiercely. Boom! Horrific roars resounded through the sky, and the Conquerors entwined and collided. The sky of the entire naval headquarters became gloomy again. Looking at Shanks' extremely distorted face in front of him, Luo Xiu smiled and said 733. Shanks, watching your partner, friend, senior, and junior die in front of you, how does it feel? Shanks stared fixedly at Luo Xiu in front of him with his red eyes, and roared word by word. Luo Xiu, I must kill you, definitely. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes. He chopped Shanks out with a single knife, and laughed. This kind of thing, since you came to naval headquarters, has been said so many times, I'm tired of hearing it. Luo Xiu's offensive didn't end there. Instead he stomped his feet and chased after Shanks, who had been knocked out by him. If you kill Shanks, you will definitely be able to make the rewards you get in this war more generous, right? After roaring, Shanks stood firm, and instead of retreating from Luo Xiu's attack, he even proactively met it. Regrettably, whether it is teaming up with Drago or Hawkeye, they are absolutely at a disadvantage in front of Luo Xiu, let alone now that Hawkeye has been killed by Luo Xiu, only him is left. Face Luo Xiu alone. It didn't take long at all. Shanks' body was already covered with hideous wounds, making this new world 4 emperors exhausted physically and mentally. It can only be said that the blessing of the time fruit ability to Luo Xiu is too terrifying, so terrifying that Shanks can hardly parry it at all. Just when Shanks was thinking about countermeasures and desperately wanted to break out of this extremely dangerous situation, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed fiercely, and he shouted violently again. Time stops. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Xiu waved the autumn water in his hand, aimed at Shanks in front of him and chopped it down. Boom! Just when Shanks was about to despair, a figure suddenly appeared and helped Shanks block Luo Xiu's knife. Although Drago, who suddenly appeared here, blocked Luo Xiu's knife, his body was blown away by that huge force, hitting Shanks behind him. See, let the two roll and fly out at the same time. But for the sake of Shanks' safety, Drago buffed him with the wind fruit ability, so that Shanks can fly farther away from Luo Xiu, a dangerous guy. Now Shanks, after such a long time of high-intensity fighting, is not as energetic as he was at the beginning. However, to Drago's horror, just as he helped Shanks stay away from Luo Xiu, he suddenly realized that a time fruit ability instantly blessed him, making everything in him. Actions immediately came to a standstill. After realizing this, Drago was filled with panic, and began to explode with all his might, trying to break free from the shackles of time ability. At this moment, Luo Xiu suddenly appeared in front of Drago, the autumn water in his hand shone with a sharp light, aimed at Drago's neck and chopped it off. PFF'd. The sound of the blade tearing flesh and blood sounded, and the blood burst out, and the famous sword Chushui slammed down on Dorag. 102 Reward a bumper harvest. Dorag's death. Rob Ain. Kneeling to subscribe. With a single blow, Dorag's arm holding the wind blade was cut off by Chushui. While the blood was rushing at the broken shoulder, the severed arm was still flipping in the air. Feeling the severe pain from his shoulder, Drago subconsciously uttered a mournful howl containing boundless pain deep in his throat. That is, at the last moment, Drago successfully broke free from the shackles of time stop, otherwise, it would not be his arm that was cut off by Chushui, but his head. Drago's howling attracted the attention of everyone present, whether it was Sengoku, Zephyr, Marine 3 Admiral, or Garp, Shanks, and Sabo, all of them could clearly see that Drago's severed arm fell on the ground. For a moment, Garp no longer cared about fighting Sengoku, but tried his best to resist Sengoku's slap in the Buddha form, and with the help of this huge force, he rushed towards Luo Xiu and Drago crazily. At the same time, Shanks also stood firm for the first time, holding the griffin firmly, and ran towards Luo Xiu's position. Shanks knows very well that Drago's broken arm was completely broken for him. If it wasn't for the appearance of Drago who helped him block Luo Xiu's knife, in his state just now, even if he wasn't directly beheaded by Luo Xiu, he would have suffered extremely serious injuries. In order to save his broken arm, how could Shanks watch Drago get killed by Rongsho and remain indifferent? Originally, Sengoku was also sad because of Drago's broken arm. After all, Drago was his very promising junior. In order to train Drago, Sengoku can be said to have devoted a lot of time and effort, energy. However, when Sengoku saw Magellan's body, the sadness that had just appeared disappeared in an instant, replaced by deep anger and hatred. Dorag, damn you! After Sengoku roared, he stomped hard, and with the help of this force, he chased after Garp. All Sengoku has to do is stop Garp so that Luo Xiu can take this opportunity to kill Drago directly. Sengoku knew very well that Magellan was definitely killed by Drago. In order to save the pirate Shanks from Luo Xiu, he actually killed his former comrade in arms. Why didn't Luo Xiu directly kill Duo Lage? After Luo Xiu cut off Drago's arm with a single knife, the offensive did not end there, and instead attacked Drago again. Drago didn't care about howling, and after gritting his teeth, he released the Wind Fruit ability, allowing the Wind Blade to reappear in his other hand, so as to resist Luo Xiu's even more terrifying attack with difficulty. Feeling the huge power coming from above the Wind Blade, Drago's heart sank to the bottom. Things have developed to this point, and it is already impossible to escape from naval headquarters with Sabo and Luffy safely. Not to mention Luo Xiu, just the marine executives will never let them go. If this continues, whether it is him, or the old man Garp, or Sabo and Luffy, they will all die in Luo Xiu or in the hands of Marine. Countless thoughts appeared in Drago's mind for a moment, but in the end, after a deep sigh, Drago's eyes suddenly became extremely resolute. Since you can't leave alive, then use your own life to create a chance for Dad, Sabo, and Luffy to escape successfully. With this in mind, Duo Lage faced Luo Xiu's autumn water that was slashing at him, and put the Wind Blade in front of him. He did not choose to confront Luo Xiu head-on, but relied on Luo Xiu's huge strength. Let your body fly towards the rear. After relying on the Wind Fruit ability to stand firm, seeing that Luo Xiu was about to pursue him, Drago didn't dare to hesitate, and swung the Wind Blade in his hand violently. A tornado with boundless power came towards him. He rushed to the location where Luo Xiu was. After swinging the knife, Drago turned around abruptly and shouted at Garp. Father, Sabo and Ace will depend on you to take care of them from now on. Don't resist this force, I will send you out of Marineford. Hearing this, Garp's heart skipped a beat, as if he had realized what Drago wanted to do. Dang even growled at Drago. Stop, the old man will help you block these guys, you take Sabo and Luffy away. Drago looked at Garp with a relieved smile and shouted, I'm sorry Dad, I'm going to live up to your expectations. I hope Sabo and Luffy can fulfill my ideal. Don't resist this force, this is the last thing I can do for you, don't let my sacrifice in vain. After the words fell, Drago's eyes suddenly froze, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his face instantly became extremely ferocious, and a terrifying gust of wind burst out from his body, sweeping away in all directions. Under the impact of this gust of wind, no matter the corpses scattered on the ground, or the buildings and objects of naval headquarters, all of them rose into the air, as if the entire naval headquarters would be blown over by this terrifying storm. Drago's goal is obviously not to destroy naval headquarters, but to use this last force to send Garp, Sabo, and Luffy away. In an instant, Drago's face became extremely pale, and the nearest Garp suddenly rose into the air, and even Shanks, who was rushing towards him, showed exactly the same situation as Kazan. Under Drago's control, Garp and Shanks galloped towards Sabo, Luffy and others by the gust of wind. At the same time, Sabo, Luffy, and some high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army were also blown high by the storm by Drago, and flew to the ships docked at the naval headquarters port at an extremely fast speed. In order to allow them to leave faster, Drago even deliberately manipulated the storm to propel the ship, galloping away towards the distance. After doing this, Drago looked at the ship speeding towards the distance, and his whole body relaxed instantly. With Drago's current state, being able to trigger such a terrifying storm with the Fung Fung fruit can already be said to be overdrawing his life. However, as long as his own father, his son, and Sabo can survive, then everything he has done is worth it. Just as Drago relaxed about this, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his heart. When he looked down, the position where his heart was located seemed to be pierced by the tip of a knife. Scarlet blood began to ooze from the corner of Drago's mouth. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but Luo Xiu had no interest in talking nonsense to the dead at all. Lots of pieces. As Luo Xiu pulled out the autumn water, Drago's body collapsed and hit the ground. On the ship that was galloping away into the distance, Garp, Sabo, and Shanks stood at the bow, looked at Drago's body and yelled crazily. Dorag. Anger welled up in his heart, and an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Garp. The former marine hero, and now the marine scum, rushed towards Luo Xiu recklessly, and punched Luo Xiu's body. Head, to avenge his son Drago and grandson Ace. However, before he could move, Sabo and Shanks held Garp's arm directly. Sabo was already in tears, looking at Garp with pain and choked up. Grandpa Garp, don't go, or the sacrifices made by Chief Dorag will be wasted. Shanks echoed with a heavy nod. That's right, Drago sacrificed his own life in exchange for us to live. What we need to do is to find a suitable opportunity to avenge Luo Xiu in the future, instead of going back to die now. The scene where Ace took the initiative to die and was cut by the knife by Luo Xiu has become a psychological shadow for Drago. He doesn't want to see Garp die in the same way anyway. You know, Luo Xiu is not the only one who wants to kill Garp, those Marine executives want to kill him, the former Marine hero, more than anyone else now. Garp's eyes were red, his mouth and nose were panting heavily, his body began to tremble slightly, the veins on his forehead seemed to be bursting, and the clenched fists made continuous creaking sounds, all showing that what kind of anger and hatred was in his heart. Garp threw off Shanks' arm and yelled at him with a hideous face. "You be asterisk 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 D. If you hadn't bewitched Luffy back then and made him think about becoming a pirate, the old man would have allowed Ace and Luffy to join Marine, so how could this happen now?" Regarding Luffy's desire to become a pirate since he was a child, Garp has already wanted to settle accounts with Shanks, and now he puts all the responsibility on Shanks' head, wishing to blow this guy's head off on the spot. After hearing Garp's words, Shanks' face turned pale and his eyes suddenly became gloomy. Garp is a little too unreasonable. Didn't your family die in this war? You know his red hair pirates, Rayleigh, Jabba, Crocus, who took good care of Shanks, have all been killed. At this moment, Shanks suddenly remembered a person. When even rushed to the fence of the deck, he began to look around naval headquarters with a hideous face. Buggy, where are you guys? Shanks suddenly discovered that since coming to naval headquarters, Buggy seemed to have completely disappeared, never appearing in front of people from the beginning to the end, which made Shanks extremely worried. If even Buggy died in this war, then his partners, friends, are all gone. While Shanks was yelling wildly, a voice suddenly sounded from inside the cabin. "Well, Shanks, I'm here." Hearing this voice, Shanks turned his head suddenly and saw clearly that after the cabin door opened, Buggy came out with a look of horror on his face. Seeing this scene, Shanks froze on the spot, looking at Buggy in a daze, completely unaware of what happened. According to his observation, among those people whom Drago sent away with the wind fruit ability just now, none of them Buggy is not included. After seeing that the ship they were on was far away from the naval headquarters, Buggy let out a long breath, patted his chest in fear and said, "My uncle made the right choice, I almost died in naval headquarters." After Buggy sighed, Dang even told Shanks about his experience. After coming to naval headquarters with the red hair pirates, Buggy clearly saw how horrible the war was. Fearing, Buggy did not dare to participate in it. He even felt that Shanks' red force was not safe, so he immediately chose an empty ship and hid in the cabin. Unexpectedly, by mistake, his clown Buggy managed to survive. Suffice it to say, conqueror's luck. The horror lives up to its reputation. While Shanks was in a daze because of Buggy's luck to escape, on naval headquarters, after Luo Xiu killed Drago, he took a look at Garp, Shanks, and the ship with Sabo. Luffy and others galloped towards the distance, shook his head and said, "It's really tenacious enough." Quote, as Luo Xiu's voice fell, Sengoku, Staff Crane, and the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, who had completely eliminated the remnants of the Roger pirates, appeared directly in front of Luo Xiu. Figure Luo Xiu was surrounded. Sengoku in the Buddha form stared at Luo Xiu in the field, and said word by word, "Luo Xiu, now it's your turn." Whether it's Sengoku, Staff Officer He, or Zephyr, they all stared at Luo Xiu covetously, as if they were ready to go, and wanted to push Luo Xiu away. Seeing this situation, Luo Xiu wasn't surprised at all, and just glanced at Marine and Admiral on the other side. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji are about to successfully kill Bullet, the Red Earl, World Destroyer, Lockdar and other prisoners of eternal hell. This also means that what Luo Xiu has to face is not only Sengoku, Zephyr, but also the 3rd District of Crane Staff. All the top Marines are ready to besiege and kill Luo Xiu. It's just, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, and a weird smile appeared on his face. Looking at Sengoku in front of him, he spoke slowly. "Marshal Sengoku, I've helped you Marines so much, it's fine if you don't thank me, but now you're still thinking of turning around and dealing with me." Sengoku glared at Luo Xiu, and said in a cold tone, "I want to thank you very much, but that will have to wait until I kill you." Because of Luo Xiu's disruption, Marine's word of mouth and reputation have completely collapsed. Sengoku can't wait to slap Luo Xiu's head right now, let alone thank him. Luo Xiu glanced at Sengoku with a smile on his face, and said playfully, "How about another way to thank me, for example, give me another beautiful Marine?" Hearing this, whether it was Sengoku, Zephyr, and the 3 staff officers of Crane, or the other Marine executives present at the scene, all of them were instantly furious. They still don't understand until now why Guion was completely tamed by Luo Xiu in such a short period of time. As an admiral candidate, Guion was clearly in naval headquarters, but in this war, he didn't do anything to help Marine from the beginning to the end. Only after killing Luo Xiu can we find out why Guion did this. However, when Sengoku wanted to order everyone to attack Luo Xiu took action before them. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he suddenly shouted violently, "Chaos Golden Watchman, Om!" In an instant, all the Marine executives present were all frozen in place by Luan Jintuo, and all their actions were slowed down dozens of times. Luo Xiu didn't waste time either. Although he has gained a lot from this war and killed a lot of prey that he had been eyeing for a long time, the physical strength he has consumed is also quite a lot. If they don't leave naval headquarters, and wait until Marine and Admiral finish off their respective enemies and are completely liberated, then Luo Xiu may really be unable to leave. After anchoring the surrounding Marine executives, Luo Xiu stomped hard, and a deep pit appeared directly on the spot, and Luo Xiu himself, with the help of this force, rushed directly to the ground. He turned to Ain who was beside him. After holding Ai Yin, the goddess in the marine, in her arms, she stepped on the moonwalk and rushed directly to the ship where Xuanyi, Nami and others were. At the same time, Robin had already started Nami to drive the boat before Luo Xiu left, and the moment Luo Xiu and Ain landed on the deck, the boat had already reached its fastest speed. Galloping away towards the distance. With a smile on his face, Luo Xiu waved goodbye to Sengoku, Zephyr, staff officer he and others who were freed from the bondage of Luan Jintuo. Marshal Sengoku, I am very satisfied with this thank you gift from Ain. As Luo Xiu's voice reverberated over naval headquarters, in Luo Xiu's mind, the system's voice also sounded, wreaking havoc on the summit war rewards, a big harvest is coming. 103 Injecting special energy liquid to help the girls improve their strength. Kneeling to subscribe, host ravages summit war, subverts the world, kills Whitebeard, Ace, Blackbeard, Rayleigh. Get rewards. Conqueror's Hockey upgrade, physical skill upgrade, sword skill upgrade, title, unparalleled under heaven, special skill, accelerated growth. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, Luo Xiu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Luo Xiu knew that what he did in the summit war would definitely bring him rich rewards, but he still didn't expect it. This wave of rewards can be so rich. It is no exaggeration to say that Luo Xiu's current Conqueror's Hockey, physical skills, and swordsmanship have all stood at the top of the world. No one is stronger than Luo Xiu. He is now the most powerful man in the world. As for the title of Unparalleled Under Heaven, Luo Xiu has already seen the effect. After having this title, no matter what the other party's identity is, as long as someone is an enemy of Luo Xiu, when they face Luo Xiu, they will be sincere being intimidated, you will become even more restrained when fighting. However, what surprised Luo Xiu the most was that special skill, accelerated growth. After seeing the effect of this skill, Luo Xiu's face suddenly became extremely weird. Although Luo Xiu has become the strongest in the world, the women he has now, except for Hancock and Guion, are the strongest. People like Robin, Khalifa, Perona, and Nami, in today's new world, don't have any commendable power. Not to mention Makino, Nuochigao, Kaya, Vivi and other common people. And the accelerated growth of this newly acquired skill allows Luo Xiu to help them improve their strength, so that they can grow into a real strong in the shortest possible time. The prerequisite for the skill of accelerating growth is that Luo Xiu needs to inject them with energy liquid, and in this special way, let the girls gradually have a powerful emperor. The more times they inject energy liquid, the faster their strength will improve. So it is also called Budaidao Shenabili. After seeing the usage and effect of this skill, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Well, in order to let them have the power to protect themselves, it seems that I will have to work harder in the future. That is to say, Luo Xiu's current constitution has also reached an extremely powerful level, otherwise, this kind of high intensity helped them accelerate their growth. How can ordinary people be able to withstand it? At this moment, Luo Xiu's thoughts were interrupted by Sengoku's roar, which clearly reached Luo Xiu's ears. Luo Xiu, you bloody B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* the ship that had sailed far away, as well as Luo 100 Xiu standing at the bow, and his student Yin who was forcibly taken away by Luo Xiu, his whole face became pale. Incomparably ferocious. Luo Xiu, bring Yin back. This old man will kill you. While speaking, the former Marine Admiral was about to step on the moonwalk and chase Luo Xiu, but he had just made a move, and Sengoku on the side was terrified, and directly stretched out his hand to grab him. Zephyr turned to look at Sengoku with red eyes, and asked angrily. Sengoku, why are you stopping me? Sengoku turned his head and glanced. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, the three Marine Admirals, although they have pushed their respective enemies to a desperate situation, they have not yet successfully eliminated their respective opponents. This also means that even if they pursue Luo Xiu now, only he, the Marine Marshal, and Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral, can participate. The other Marine executives, in front of Luo Xiu's outright monster, not only won't play any role, but will become a burden instead. Thinking of this, Sengoku's eyes became slightly sad, and he said hoarsely. Calm down, Zephyr. I am also extremely angry at Luo Xiu's behavior, but if the two of us go after him, the final result will only get worse. Zephyr is better. When dealing with Jabba, Crocus and the remnants of the Roger pirates, although it took a little longer, he was not traumatized by it. But Sengoku was different. In the desperate battle with Garp, both Sengoku and Garp suffered very serious injuries. Chasing and killing Luo Xiu in this state, not only can't stop Luo Xiu, but there is a great possibility that Luo Xiu will kill him instead. After all, the time fruit ability possessed by Luo Xiu is really too pervert. The red-eyed Zephyr was panting heavily, exuding an insane aura all over his body, wishing he could appear in front of Luo Xiu right now and kill Luo Xiu directly. Even from such a long distance, Luo Xiu could feel Zephyr's anger, and when he waved his hand, he thanked Zephyr very politely. Mr. Zephyr, thank you for cultivating such a good student like Ain. This time I took Ain away unceremoniously. First hope you Marine can prepare such a wonderful gift when we meet next time. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, all the Marine executives in Marineford were furious. Luo Xiu, this B************** D, is trampling on the dignity of their Marine. Absolutely unforgivable. The most hateful thing is that no matter how angry they are now, how much they want to kill Luo Xiu, they still have nothing to do with Luo Xiu. BCED, after roaring, Sengoku roared directly. Kill all those damn prisoners. After yelling, Sengoku didn't hesitate any longer, and rushed directly towards Bullet, the Red Earl, World Destroyer, Lockdar and others. The same is true for other marine executives, even Zephyr, who was restrained by Luo Xiu with the time fruit ability at the end. After a glance at Yin standing at the bow, he entered the final battle of naval headquarters like crazy minister. Now that there is no way to kill Luo Xiu and get Yin back, then I can only use the prisoners of eternal hell to vent my anger and hatred. Originally under the offensive of the Marine Three Admirals, the situation of Bullet and the Red Earl has become extremely difficult, but now that they have Sengoku, Zephyr and others joining in, they are even more unable to withstand this offensive. It didn't take long for these prisoners who had just escaped from the cage of Impel Down to die in naval headquarters before they had done a big job. Just because they were bewitched by Blackbeard, they wanted to announce their return under the eyes of the whole world, and they died just like that. It can only be said that pretend is risky. You need to be careful when you manifest yourself in front of people. Regrettably, after they successfully killed the prisoners, the ship that Luo Xiu was on had completely left the sea area where the naval headquarters was located. Even if you want to pursue Luo Xiu now, it's too late. Sengoku looked at Zephyr, whose body began to tremble slightly because of anger, and sighed. Zephyr, after finishing everything, our marine's next target is Luo Xiu, and we will definitely save Ain and Gion from that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** word by word. I want to take part in the eradication of Luo Xiu. Of course Sengoku would not refuse this, and after nodding, he didn't say anything more, but turned his head and looked around naval headquarters. At this time, naval headquarters, in addition to the corpses of sailors, pirates, and members of the Revolutionary Army, has been destroyed to the point of being devastated. The most troublesome thing for Sengoku is that the bad impact of this war on their marine is really too great. If they can't restore their prestige and completely lose the support and trust of the common people, then their marine will really be obediently to the world government forever from now on. Thinking of how Marine has worked so hard for so many years, in order to one day be able to get rid of the control of the world government, and truly fight for the justice behind him, but because of this summit war, all his efforts were in vain, which made Sengoku feel full of anger towards Luo Xiu and Garp. One day sooner or later, he must personally get rid of that D Garp. While Sengoku was having a headache for Marine's future, Luo Xiu also released the time fruit ability bound to Aiyin. Ain felt her body loosen suddenly, even if she wanted to step on Moonwalk to escape from this ship, as long as she could escape back to naval headquarters, then she would be safe. However, just as Aiyin made a move, Luo Xiu directly pressed on her shoulder. Ain's pupils vibrated violently, and after gritting his teeth, he wanted to use his regression fruit ability to turn Luo Xiu into the appearance of a child. Luo Xiuming knew what Aiyin was going to do, but he just watched this scene with a smile, without any intention of avoiding it. When the backward fruit ability released by Aiyin landed on Luo Xiu, before Aiyin could relax, the scene before him filled Aiyin's heart with fear. Ain was shocked to find that her regression fruit ability couldn't have any effect on Luo Xiu. Just when Aiyin wanted to break free from Luo Xiu's palm and flee towards naval headquarters, Luo Xiu snapped her fingers, directly slowing down all her movements several times. Under Ain's terrified gaze, Luo Xiu put on a pair of seastone shackles that he had prepared a long time ago with a smile on his face. After Luo Xiu removed the blessing of the time fruit ability, Aiyin's legs went limp, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, Luo Xiu pinched Aiyin's fair and delicate cheeks, so that the marine goddess fell on the deck. Don't be so ignorant, Aiyin, why ask for trouble? After hearing this, Aiyin felt a little sore legs due to the shackles of the seastone, as well as a sense of powerlessness all over her body. After gritting her teeth, she glared fiercely at Luo Xiu, saying every word rode. Luo Xiu, no matter what you want to do to me, I will definitely not let you succeed. Either let me go, or just kill me. I'm not going to betray Marine like someone did. While talking, Ain gave Dion a fierce look. Dion was clearly Admiral's candidate, Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. In the end, it only took 3 days to be completely tamed by Luo Xiu. Not only did he not participate in the entire Summit War, even the seastone shackles that bound him were given to Luo Xiu by Dion. Aiyin's words made Gion's face change. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, he just looked at Aiyin with pity. Gion is only curious about how long Ain's hard-talking, transparent magic can last. Luo Xiu looked Aiyin in front of him playfully, twitched the corners of his mouth, and said slowly. You are really loyal enough to Marine, but unfortunately, I don't plan to play any pulling games with you. Hearing this, Aiyin's pupils dilated suddenly, as if she had already realized what Luo Xiu was going to do. Dang even yelled at Luo Xiu angrily. What are you trying to do? Luo Xiu, stop you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Pretending to be calm until the end, I couldn't help but start crying. As far as Yin is concerned, she never thought that she would end up in such a fate, that she would be targeted by Luo Xiu, a vicious guy, and even be forcibly taken into captivity. Especially in the current situation, it has completely exceeded Ain's expectations. And Luo Xiu did exactly what he said. He had no interest in playing games with Yin at all, so he directly brought him into the cabin to officially start the relationship with the woman in the marine. The battle between gods. It just so happened that Luo Xiu received an incomparably generous reward during the raging Summit War, making him the strongest and unparalleled in the world. Of course, at this time. To verify it well, facts have proved that Luo Xiu's strength has indeed been greatly improved, and the battle has only just begun. Under his huge strength, Ain's marine uniform the armor instantly became shattered. Luo Xiu didn't hesitate at all, directly pulled out the famous knife he owned, aimed at Ain's old wound that was the same age as her, and stabbed it with all his strength. As one of the last students of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, and one of the only surviving students, Ain has been receiving the teachings of Zephyr all these years, although he usually relies on evil magic fruit ability, but in terms of physical skills, he has never slackened in training and improving. In addition, Ain's spear skills are also very good, but before she can shoot Luo Xiu directly blocked the barrel of Ain's famous gun with a famous knife, making him helpless. He could only do his best to resist Luo Xiu's crazy attack. Regrettably, under the shackles of the Seastone Shackles, Ain, as a demon fruit power, was still greatly affected. Both physical strength and strength have declined because of this, even the two shields on Ain's chest. Luo Xiu has precisely found the protruding weakness and directly hit her. His defensive posture was broken, and he launched an even more terrifying attack on Ain. Ain's regression fruit ability can't be used, but Luo Xiu's time fruit ability is not affected in any way. In order to defeat Ain faster, Luo Xiu even blessed himself. A time acceleration makes the next attack even faster. Even though Ain had tried her best in this battle, she was still defeated miserably in the end. Luo Xiu wasn't surprised by this either. With his current combat strength, it couldn't be easier to deal with Ain who had zero combat experience. The only regret is that it is temporarily impossible to verify the effect of the accelerated growth skill that I just obtained on Ain. But it's not a big deal. After all, on this ship, it's not just Song Yuijin who can be Luo Xiu's opponents. Now that the Summit War is over, Luo Xiu naturally won't waste any more time here, but starts heading towards Nine Snake Island on this ship. After all, those women who were not brought to naval headquarters by Luo Xiu have been waiting for Luo Xiu's return on Nine Snake Island. Before proceeding to the next step, Luo Xiu will naturally bring them along, and by the way, he can also use accelerated growth, so that Makino, Nuo Chigao, Kaya, and Shirahoshi can also grow up in the shortest possible time. Of course, while going to Nine Snakes Island, Luo Xiu was not idle. While injecting energy liquid for Robin, Nami, and Hancock and others, he began to follow Robin's previous instructions. It's normal to guess, contact the News King Morgans, and prepare to send a big gift to Marine and world government. What Luo Xiu has to do is to completely collapse Marine's image and prestige, and never get anyone's support and trust again. And those countries that are members of the world government, after this time, will also start to doubt whether the world government can guarantee their safety. During this period, Luo Xiu also successfully verified the power of the accelerated growth skill after receiving the injection of energy liquid respectively. Whether it's Robin, Nami, and Vivi, the three women who are not considered strong, or Hancock and Guion, they are considered strong even in the new world. The strength has been greatly improved. This kind of improvement made them all feel the surprise from the bottom of their hearts, and they also wanted to receive the injection of energy liquid more urgently. As long as their strength can continue to improve, then no matter what kind of enemy Luo Xiu faces in the future, then they can also help Luo Xiu. 5SN 104 Luo Xiu played badly with Marine. I am the Marshal, Alliance of Double Emperors, kneeling to subscribe. It is no exaggeration to say that this incomparably grand Summit War has already attracted the attention of the whole world from the moment it started. Even Kaido and his beasts pirates, and Charlotte Linlin and her Big Mom pirates watched the war from start to finish. Naturally, I also know what happened in this war, and what kind of terrifying power that guy Luo Xiu possesses. The three major disasters of Wanukuni, Onijima, Kaido and Beast's pirates have gathered together, but at this moment, they seem to be very silent. After a long time of silence, Kaido finally said in a solemn voice. The strength of that brat named Luo Xiu has completely surpassed our imagination. Kaido's words were unanimously endorsed by Ember of Fire, Quinn of Plague, and Jack the Drow. Before this Summit War broke out, although they had already heard about Luo Xiu fighting against two marine admirals on his own in Sabayati Archipelago. But in fact, whether it is Kaido or the three major disasters, they all hold a skeptical attitude towards this news. Although they recognize Luo Xiu's strength, they still can't believe that Luo Xiu can defeat the two marine admirals alone. After all, even a New World 4 emperors like Kaido, who has been famous for many years, can't do this kind of thing. However, after witnessing how Luo Xiu killed all parties in the Summit War with his own eyes, Kaido and the three major disasters discovered to his horror that Luo Xiu's strength is even more terrifying than the rumors. Not to mention the two marine admirals, even Shanks and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, after facing Luo Xiu, fell into an absolute disadvantage in an instant. Kaido can clearly tell that if there is no influence from other people, if only Luo Xiu, Shanks, and Drago are allowed to fight, then the final outcome will definitely be that Shanks and Drago die at the hands of Luo Xiu under the knife. Although he has never fought against Drago, Kaido can also feel that Drago's strength, even if compared with his own, will definitely not be inferior in the slightest. This also means that even if he is replaced by Dorag, if he, the Beast, joins forces with Shanks to fight Luo Xiu, the ending will not change. This terrifying power possessed by Luo Xiu, coupled with his reckless behavior style, made Kaido feel a touch of unknown fear deep in his heart. Kaido looked around, looked at Jin, Quinn, and Jack in front of him, and said in a low voice. Let's talk about it. What should we do next? If that brat Luo Xiu targets us beasts pirates, our fate will not be so good. Kaido just looks reckless, but his brain is much better than the average person. He will not lose his brain. He has already known Luo Xiu's strength, but he has to be so stubborn that he can't face the reality. However, Kaido's words directly silenced the three major disasters of the 100 beasts present. Jack looked like he didn't know what to do, and didn't know what kind of opinion he should express on this matter, while Jin and Quinn were silently thinking about countermeasures, thinking about what they should do next for the beasts pirates. After a while, Jin, whose face was hidden under the mask, finally spoke. Boss Kaido, I think that guy Luo Xiu should not have time to trouble us in a short time. After all, we all know how terrifyingly Marine's image and prestige have been affected in this war. For the current Marine, what they want to do most is to kill Luo Xiu and try their best to restore Marine's image. With Marine, Admiral, and Sengoku and Zephyr, Luo Xiu will be able to take care of himself, at least in a short period of time. Kaido nodded silently when he heard the words, and felt that Jin's words made sense, while Quinn, who was beside him with a cigar in his mouth, exhaled a thick white smoke, and added. Boss Kaido, I think you can contact Charlotte Linlin, let us beasts pirates, allied with her Big Mom pirate group, at least in the face of Luo Xiu, we can help each other. In this way, even if Luo Xiu really wanted to trouble us, we would have the confidence to fight him. Jack stared at this scene with eyes wide open, although he also felt that Luo Xiu was really strong, but do you want to be so exaggerated, or should you be so cowardly? Now that Luo Xiu hasn't troubled the beasts pirates, you guys are already so cowardly that you want to ally with the Big Mom pirates. Without waiting for Jack to express his opinion, Kaido said bluntly. Then do as you said. First form an ally with Charlotte Linlin, and carve up the territory of the Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates together, and you can also deal with Luo Xiu together. After speaking, Kaido didn't waste any time, and immediately started trying to find a way to contact Junwo Linlin. Although the relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin is not friendly now, in any case, when they were in the Rocks Pirates, the relationship between them was very special. Even Kaido's Azure Dragon form, the Fruit of Fish, was given to him by Charlotte Linlin back then. When Kaido explained his intentions, he was immediately mocked mercilessly by Charlotte Linlin, and Charlotte Linlin taunted Kaido. However, after the output, Charlotte Linlin still very simply agreed to Kaido's alliance invitation to make the Big Rom Pirates and Kaido's Beasts Pirates an alliance. After all, Charlotte Linlin was still very clear-headed when she was not going crazy, and she already knew the horror of Luo Xiu, so of course she didn't want to miss Kaido, her best ally. At the same time, after a fierce quarrel, the two have divided their respective territories, and are ready to start snatching those long-coveted territories that belong to Whitebeard and Shanks respectively. Whitebeard is dead, and the red hair pirates of that Shanks guy is also wiped out. Of course, Kaido and Zonglot Linlin are unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity. While Kaido and Charlotte Linlin sent their men to seize the territory originally belonged to Whitebeard and Shanks, Marine also made a big move. As the Marshal of the Marine, Sengoku took all the responsibility on himself, admitting that it was his dereliction of duty, not aware of the conspiracy of the Monkey family, which led to the occurrence of that situation. It is precisely because of this that Sengoku voluntarily resigned from the position of Marshal of Marine, and volunteered to be only a sailor of the common, and continued to fight for the Marine injustice until Luo Xiu, Garp and others were all eliminated. The replacement of Marshal Sengoku seemed to be the former Marine Admiral Akainu. Although Aokiji was somewhat reluctant about this, under the repeated persuasion of Sengoku and Zephyr, he finally accepted it with his nose pinched. Aokiji also knows that in the current situation, what Marine needs is Akainu's thunderous means. When it comes to dealing with pirates, Marine must not be any more lenient. Only in this way can Marine gradually restore its image and regain the support of the public. Support and trust. The first thing Akainu did after becoming Marshal of Marine was to announce to the world that Impel Down would no longer exist, and that Marine would no longer need to arrest pirates when dealing with pirates. Instead, kill him on the spot. At the same time, the world conscript started, allowing those who want to have a righteous heart to join the Marine and deal with those vicious pirates with them. What I have to say is that Akainu's approach has indeed won him the support of countless people, and it has also saved Marine's image a little bit. It also made many people spontaneously participate in Marine's big conscription and become a member. However, before those Marine executives felt relieved, a newspaper from the World Economic News Agency under Morgan's directly spread to every corner of the world at the fastest speed. The newspaper clearly stated the details of the Ohara Buster Call incident, the Kokoyasi Village incident, and the Alabasta incident, which directly shocked the whole world. After reading this newspaper, people all over the world have fully understood that the so-called justice of Marine does not exist for common people like them at all. Marine is nothing more than a faction deliberately created by the world government in order to maintain their rule. The so-called justice can only deceive those ignorant common people, making them think that Marine is the party of justice. The most important thing is that Luo Xiu's previous experience was the last straw that triggered the riot. Everyone knew through this newspaper that Luo Xiu had such a miserable experience before he became a vicious thief in the mouth of the world government. First, the village where I lived for 18 years was slaughtered by pirates, and I went to ask Marine for help, and when first wanted Marine to kill the gang of pirates, not only did I not get Marine's help, but was even beaten up by Marine from the branch of East Blue. Throw it out. What's more, when he was beaten and thrown out by Marine, and was drifting on the sea, Celestial Dragons thought it was an eyesore, and directly ordered people to shoot Luo Xiu to kill him. Only then did people realize why Luo Xiu was not merciful to pirates or Marines at all. Especially when dealing with the Monkey family, which has Marine, Pirate, and Revolutionary Army respectively. Why would Luo Xiu behave so cruelly, and why would he intentionally and viciously abuse the so-called Marine hero garb? It is also because of this that those weak common people all sympathize with Luo Xiu fiercely, because these experiences of Luo Xiu may also happen to them in the future. Obviously, even if you look at the whole world, you can never find a villain who is more vicious than Luo Xiu, but these common people, after reading this newspaper, Tong Wei felt sorry for Luo Xiu. 0129044125 Filu 1045200020. In this regard, I can only say that this world is really too magical and deformed. For a moment, the world was in an uproar, and the people of the whole world began to criticize Marine. Marine guys deceived them and played them like fools all the time. Of course they want Marine to give them an explanation. Naval headquarters, in the Marshal's office, all the high-level Marines have gathered together. Akainu, who sat at the top, slapped the desk in front of him, with anger written all over his face, and growled. Luo Xiu, B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Ask for flowers. Akainu was furious, completely furious. Obviously he had just become the Marshal of Marine, so he used various methods to slightly improve the image of Marine. As a result, Luo Xiu, that B************, turned around and joined forces with Morgan's World Economic News Agency to expose what he did when he was in Ohara. Let the whole world know that he, the iron-blooded Marine Marshal with thunderous means, is not only cold-blooded towards pirates, even unarmed common people are no different from pirates in Akainu's eyes. Not only Akainu was angry about this, but Aokiji, Kizaru, Zephyr, Staff Officer Crane, and Sengoku, who clearly said he was demoted and became a common Navy soldier, were also furious. The emergence of this newspaper has made all the efforts that Marine has made these days all in vain. Don't say it's saving the people. Thanks to everyone's trust and support, even those guys who have joined Marine through the world conscription, after reading this newspaper, all chose to quit Marine one after another, and let them go to sea directly. The army instantly became the biggest laughingstock in the whole world. How can the senior Marines accept this kind of shame? Because of Akainu's anger, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his clenched fists kept making creaking noises, and his tone was as cold as Ultimate's deep voice. Alabasta, and the Fishman Island cannot be held accountable. After all, those two princesses were forcibly snatched away by Luo Xiu. But that woman, Boa Hancock, is different. Since Boa Hancock has completely surrendered to Luo Xiu, there is no need for her Nine Snakes Island to exist. Aokiji, you immediately lead someone to completely destroy Kusnake Island. Hearing this, whether it was Aokiji or the other Marine executives present, they were all stunned on the spot, never expecting that Akainu would issue such an order. 0. After a brief moment of stupefaction, Aokiji frowned and looked at Akainu, and said in a solemn tone. I refuse. Do you know the consequences of doing this? If our Marine, before we get rid of Luo Xiu, we will attack people who are related to Luo Xiu without authorization. Luo Xiu will usher in crazy revenge. With the power that Luo Xiu possesses, he can easily kill any Marine who wants to kill him. Aokiji's refusal was so decisive that Akainu didn't expect it, but after a brief moment of astonishment, Akainu stared at Aokiji on the opposite side and said in a deep voice. Of course I know this. I just want to lure Luo Xiu out in this way, so that I can wipe him out completely. Hearing this, Aokiji's pupils constricted suddenly. He stood up from the chair, looked at Akainu with a cold face and said angrily. What did you say? In your eyes, what are those sailors? A tool for you to achieve your goals. Remember Sakazuki, those sailors are just like you. Living people. Akainu also pressed his hands on the desk, staring at Aokiji word by word. If necessary, I can also become this kind of tool. As long as I can kill Luo Xiu, everything is worth it. Also, Aokiji, I'm the Marine Marshal now. Before the other Marine executives in the office could even react, such a fierce conflict directly broke out between Akainu and Aokiji. 10 and the atmosphere became extremely solemn in an instant. The Marine executives at the scene were directly divided into two factions. One side was the Radical Hawk faction represented by Akainu. As long as they could kill Luo Xiu, even if they sacrificed everything for it. Worth it. On the other side, the moderate Dove faction dominated by Aokiji. In their view, even if they want to deal with Luo Xiu, they must not use this method of using the sailors as bait. Regarding the conflict on this point, the differences between Akainu and Aokiji have not lasted for a day or two. It is just that by taking this opportunity, all the problems have come to the fore. Seeing that the situation seemed to be out of control, Sengoku stood up and looked at Akainu and said. Sakazuki, although I really want to get rid of Luo Xiu as soon as possible, but no matter what, you can't use the lives of the sailors as bargaining chips. The current image of our Marine is already very bad. If you do this, it will only make those people who have been deceived by Luo Xiu treat our Marine even worse. Akainu took a deep look at Sengoku, wanting to say to him, now first I'm the Marine Marshal, but finally endured it, looked at Aokiji in front of him and snorted coldly without answering. In other words, this guy's gentle method is the most inappropriate at this time. Seeing that Akainu was shaken, Sengoku hastened to increase his strength. And don't you forget, with Luo Xiu's character, will he disappear? Not only will he not disappear, but he will become more prominent. All we need to do is to do. Get ready, as soon as you get news of Luo Xiu, go and get rid of him. Akainu was silent for a while, and finally said indifferently with a blank face. Hope it's as easy as you say. Facts have proved that Sengoku's guess is indeed correct. Luo Xiu has indeed not disappeared, but has set off from Nine Snake Island with Robin, Nami, Hancock and others. Next destination. 105 Koala Yin, squeeze Luo Xiu dry. Kaido. It's hopeless, wait for death. Kneeling to subscribe. Indeed, just as Akainu and Sengoku expected, the reason why Luo Xiu didn't ask Morgus to reveal the truth about the Ohara incident, as well as the matter of Kokoyashi village in Alabasta, was to wait for the news from Marine. Luo Xiu had already guessed from the very beginning that Sengoku would take all the responsibilities on him, and took this opportunity to step back to the second line to make way for the younger generation and at the same time restore some of Marine's image. Even the fact that the new Marine Marshal will be Akainu was within Luo Xiu's expectation. After all, given the current situation that Marine is facing, it is obviously not suitable for the Dovish Aokiji to take the top position. As for that Kizaru who only knows how to fish and paddle, I am afraid that Sengoku has never considered making him the Marine Marshal from the beginning to the end. It is precisely because of this that Sengoku gave Luo Xiu the best opportunity to expose the truth of the Ohara incident, making Akainu, the new Marine Marshal, an instant target of public criticism. It can only be said that Marine cooperated very well. If Luo Xiu didn't seize the opportunity, then he would be too useless. Of course, while waiting for Marine to make these big moves, Luo Xiu is not idle, but keeps working hard, to be precise, for Robin, Nami, Vivi, Kaya, Hancock and Gion, etc. People inject energy liquid, so that their strength can be improved faster. Facts have proved that this skill obtained by Luo Xiu in the Summit War is simply a magical skill. However, it only took about 10 days for these women to have considerable strength, especially Makino, Nuo Chigao, Kaya, and Vivi who were only from common. Since they have no combat power at all, the speed of improvement seems to be the fastest. Robin, Nami, Khalifa, and the 4 daughters of Corona have also improved in strength. Of course, compared with those real strongmen in New World, there is still a big gap. On the contrary, 280 are the 2 most powerful women, Hancock and Gion. Although the strength is steadily increasing through the injection of energy liquid, the rate of improvement is not as high as that of others, but, compared with their own practice, this method saves countless times of time. Even Shirahoshi, Shiarli, and Kami, the 3 mermaids, also received the energy liquid injected by Luo Xiu. Among the 3 of them, Luo Xiu is most looking forward to Shirahoshi, Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Luo Xiu knows that after Shirahoshi grows up, he can make the Sea Kings obey her orders and be used by her, but in addition, there may be other abilities, otherwise, how can he be worthy of the title of Poseidon? It is worth mentioning that even Koala and Ain, who were forcibly taken away by Luo Xiu in the Summit War, are also among the ranks of receiving energy liquid injections. Although the 2 of them belonged to opposing camps before, one was the Revolutionary Army and the other was the Marine, but now they are deeply in the same situation, so they have a lot of common language. Especially after discovering that Luo Xiu could improve their strength rapidly by injecting energy liquid, Koala had a heart-to-heart talk with Yin. Through this conversation, they also confirmed each other's thoughts, knowing that they both want to escape from Luo Xiu's hands. However, even without mentioning Luo Xiu's terrifying strength, Hancock and Gion alone, and even Robin, Nami, Khalifa, and Perona, who have received more injections than them, can easily defeat them now. In order to successfully escape from the hands of Luo Xiu, the B********* one day, the 2 made an extremely bold decision, that is to accept as much energy liquid injected by Luo Xiu as possible, so that they can have the power to escape from birth as soon as possible. After making up their minds, Koala and Yin didn't waste any time and started planning directly, but as long as they had enough strength, they chose to charge Luo Xiu and try their best to receive the injection of energy liquid. However, what Koala and Yin didn't know was that they couldn't hide their thoughts from Luo Xiu at all. Not to mention Luo Xiu, even Robin, Nami, Khalifa, Hancock, Gion, etc., all know their thoughts, but they haven't exposed them. Even, Robin, Nami and others are secretly betting on how long the 2 of them can hold on before they are completely immersed in the charm of Luo Xiu. Regarding this point, except for Hancock who has a soft spot for Luo Xiu from the very beginning, they all have the right to speak. That is to say, Luo Xiu's strength and constitution have reached the unparalleled level in the world, otherwise, this kind of high-intensity tiring work is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. In this ordinary and boring life of injecting energy liquid, Luo Xiu also brought all the girls to the target he had been eyeing for a long time, Derice Rosa. It is worth mentioning that Hancock, the Emperor of Nine Snake Island, followed Luo Xiu to leave, and did not let her 2 younger sisters and her mother-in-law and others object to it. On the contrary, she very much supported Hancock's decision. As for all the affairs of Nine Snake Island, they have been handed over to Granny Zaw and Hancock's 2 younger sisters. With Granny Zaw, the former Emperor of Nine Snake Island, there will be no problems with Nine Snake Island. Of course, based on the relationship between Luo Xiu and Nine Snake Island, there will never be anyone who is blind to trouble Nine Snake Island, even Marine will never lose his mind to that extent. Luo Xiu knew very well that even if Akainu's absolutely hawkish martial marine wanted to take action against Nine Snake Island, only Sengoku, Zephyr, Staff Crane and Aokiji would be able to stop his crazy decision. After all, if Marine dared to provoke Luo Xiu in this way, the price Marine would have to pay would be far beyond their imagination. After docking the ship at the port, Luo Xiu looked at Rosa in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a strange smile appeared on his face. If the previous newspaper of the World Economic News Agency can make Marine lose face and lose the support and trust of the people, once the incident of Rosa is exposed, those countries that have joined the world government will really put everyone in danger, and start to doubt whether the world government is reliable, and whether it is correct to pay the heavenly money in exchange for peace. Luo Xiu has already begun to wonder what kind of face Doflamingo will have when he knows that he is coming. With this in mind, Luo Xiu didn't waste any time and directly led the girls on board to Rosa. In the palace of Rosa, Doflamingo was sitting on the throne, holding a newly released reward order in his hand. He couldn't help but smacked his lips and sighed. 12 billion Baileys, this guy Luo Xiu really came up with the highest bounty amount in history. Hearing this, Toripal's eyes widened immediately, and after a short period of sluggishness, he swallowed, with a look of doubt on the way of life. My lord, has the bounty of Luo Xiu increased to 12 billion Baileys? Not only Toribal, but the cadres of the Don Quixote family who were present were all stunned on the spot after hearing Doflamingo's words. Doflamingo looked around, saw the reaction of these guys, and laughed. What's so strange about this? With Luo Xiu's strength, it's not normal not to have such a high bounty. Moreover, this so-called bounty has long been meaningless to Luo Xiu. No matter whether there is such a high bounty or not, it will not affect his status as the strongest in the new world. For Doflamingo, who had experienced the terror of Luo Xiu at close range, Luo Xiu's formidable strength brought an incomparably huge shock to his heart. Doflamingo is very clear that the so-called 12 billion Bailey bounty is just a formality, at most it is used to make Marine more motivated to deal with Luo Xiu. According to the information obtained by Doflamingo, Luo Xiu used Fire Fist Ace, Pluton Rayleigh, and Straw Hat Luffy to blackmail the world government for 10 billion. Those guys from Five Elders deliberately used this excuse to delay Marine's military spending, and now the meaning of raising Luo Xiu's bounty to 12 billion Baileys is also very obvious. The only way to kill Luo Xiu, Marine is eligible to continue asking the world government for military expenses. Thinking of this, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing. Just when he was about to say something, a member of the Don Quixote family suddenly rushed into the palace, attracting the attention of everyone present. Seeing this, Doflamingo frowned, and looked at this guy with a displeased face. If he can't give himself a good reason, then the end will definitely not be good. However, before Doflamingo could ask, the member of the Don Quixote family shouted anxiously. Young master, Luo Xiu is here. He is rushing to the palace, calling to see you. Following the voice of the member of the Don Quixote family, Tamaya immediately fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it was Doflamingo or the cadres of the Don Quixote family, they were all stunned on the spot, and cold sweat suddenly appeared on their foreheads. With Luo Xiu's bad character and unscrupulous behavior, what good will happen when he comes to Rosa? Obviously it is impossible. Gudong, did he say what he wanted to do when he saw me? Doflamingo stood up abruptly from the throne, his face had become extremely solemn, and his eyes under the sunglasses were already full of fear. Feeling the attention of Doflamingo and other cadres, the member of the Don Quixote family shook his head repeatedly and said anxiously. No, but those who tried to stop Luo Xiu were killed by his women. Hearing this, Doflamingo felt a surge of anger in his heart, and then disappeared straight away, sitting back on the throne. At this moment, Doflamingo has already determined that Luo Xiu is definitely a bad guy. The officials of the Don Quixote family in the palace had obviously realized this, and all of them suddenly became cold. Even Shanks and Drago are no match for that monster Luo Xiu, let alone their little Don Quixote family. Young master, what should we do? Or just run away? Toribal looked at Doflamingo with a look of panic, and said the most heartfelt words. However, not only did no one object to his words, but he also got the unanimous approval of 10 Don Quixote family cadres. Even Doflamingo began to seriously consider whether he could just run away. However, after thinking of Luo Xiu's terrifying time fruit ability, Doflamingo directly dispelled this idea. If Luo Xiu really wants to trouble him, at this time, it is too late to run away. Thinking of this, Doflamingo quickly took out the phone bug and began to ask his backer for help. The first one to find him was naturally Kaido of the Beasts as a partner. After the call bug was connected, Doflamingo didn't even give Kaido a chance to ask, so he said directly. Kaido, that guy Luo Xiu came to trouble me. I'm in Rosa now, bring someone to save me. After the voice fell, the opposite side of the phone bug fell into a long silence. Seeing this, Doflamingo had a bad feeling in his heart, and quickly growled at the phone bug. Don't forget Kaido, I have mastered the method of making artificial devil fruit. If you still want to continue to get artificial devil fruit, then quickly bring someone to save me. This time Kaido finally responded, but his response made Doflamingo's heart sink to the bottom. Dover, are you ordering Laozi? What do you think you are? Are you qualified to speak to Laozi in this manner? The cooperation between Kaido and Doflamingo has never been equal. How can a mere 7 warlords of the sea be on an equal footing with Kaido, the New World 4 emperors? It's just because Doflamingo has Caesar that can make man-made devil fruit in his hand, and it happens that Kaido needs this kind of man-made devil fruit, so he successfully hooked up with Kaido. Match. Doflamingo's breathing suddenly stagnated, his face instantly became extremely ferocious, and he growled at the phone bug. Kaido, it seems that you really don't want to make artificial devil fruit. Kaido snorted coldly when he heard this, and said very directly. That guy Luo Xiu is already in Dressrosa, can you still live? Don't dream about Dover, wait to die, Laozi can't save you. After speaking, Kaido didn't give Doflamingo a chance to continue talking nonsense, and directly hung up the phone bug. Although he was very reluctant to part with the man-made devil fruit made by Doflamingo, but thinking of Luo Xiu's terrifying power, Kaido immediately gave up the idea of bringing people to rescue this guy. Compared with man-made devil fruit, his life is obviously more important. Even though Kaido has reached an alliance with Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom, Kaido still doesn't want to provoke Luo Xiu, a complete monster. Luo Xiu, let's leave it to those guys in Marine. Doflamingo looked at the phone bug who hung up and started yelling, and then he sent out a crazy void output to Kaido. After the output, he didn't forget that he is now. In this situation, he quickly contacted another backer, 5 Elders. After Doflamingo told 5 Elders the news that Luo Xiu had come to Dressrosa, he also directly silenced 5 Elders. However, unlike Kaido, 5 Elders quickly responded to 2.0 Doflamingo, saying that they would inform Marine of the news immediately, and let all the senior management of Marine fully understand the situation. No matter what, Luo Xiu must be killed in one fell swoop. Of course, before the Marine executives arrive in Dressrosa, it will be up to Doflamingo to find a way to hold Luo Xiu down. After receiving the guarantee from the 5 Elders, although Doflamingo was still full of fear, he obviously felt much better. After taking a long breath, Doflamingo stood up from the throne again, looked around, looked at the Don Quixote family cadres present, and said in a deep voice. Let's go and see what that guy Luo Xiu wants to do. Yes, young master. Following Doflamingo's order, Torrebel and others followed him and walked outside. However, before they even walked out of the palace, they stopped directly, because that fellow Luo Xiu had already entered the palace. The moment Doflamingo saw Luo Xiu, his footsteps stopped immediately, and cold sweat began to drip down his forehead continuously. Doflamingo found that compared to the time in the Summit War at Naval Headquarters a few days ago, the aura exuded by Luo Xiu seems to have become more terrifying. Luo Xiu, I heard that you came to Dressrosa to find something for me, right? I wonder if there is something that needs my help. Just say it, as long as I can do it, I will do it. Doflamingo didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and directly showed the most humble attitude, wanting to use this method to delay time. After the arrival of those Marine executives, Luo Xiu. This guy is absolutely impossible to escape. However, what Doflamingo didn't expect was that Luo Xiu just looked at him with a smile and said slowly. Don't worry, you can do it. I came to you this time to borrow your head. 106 card bug, kill Brother Ming. Threat Baby 5, Sugar. Kneeling to subscribe. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, the scene suddenly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it was Doflamingo, or Torrebel, Pika, Diamante and other cadres, or the members of the Don Quixote family, they all stared wide-eyed and stared blankly on the spot. Although they had expected Luo Xiu's purpose and vaguely guessed that Luo Xiu was a bad comer, they still didn't expect that this guy Luo Xiu would be so straightforward. Just saying that you want to borrow Doflamingo's head, isn't that just saying that you want to kill the young master? After the initial sluggishness, Doflamingo unconsciously took 2 steps back, his face had become a little ferocious, he looked at Luo Xiu and growled. Luo Xiu, I didn't provoke you, did I? Even in the previous Summit War, although first was helping Marine, I always dealt with the Whitebeard pirates. I didn't find you from the beginning to the end trouble. You be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* couldn't understand it. He wasn't like Hawkeye, he insisted on looking for death, and he acted to help Shanks, but he did die by Luo Xiu's knife. Even in the Summit War, when Doflamingo sensed that the situation was getting out of control, he had already sneaked away without waiting for the end of the war. Doflamingo thinks that he has never had any grievances with Luo Xiu, and even before that, he has not even said a word to Luo Xiu. Now that Luo Xiu came to him suddenly, it filled Doflamingo with fear, but at the same time, he couldn't understand why he did so. However, after hearing Doflamingo's words, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, a playful smile appeared on his face, and he said the words that made Doflamingo furious. Isn't it good to die honestly, because why are you talking nonsense? I don't intend to waste all my time on you. In Luo Xiu's eyes, Doflamingo can bring him some meager rewards, and let him use what he did in Dressrosa to deal a big blow to the world government. Value. Instead of wasting time and energy on Doflamingo, after killing him, would it be better to spend time and energy on Violet, Monet, and even Sugar 12? It is worth mentioning that although Granos's appearance is only 10 years old, her real age is already 22 years old. And Monet, the Snow Girl, has not been sent by Doflamingo to Caesar as an undercover secretary at this time, but it saves Luo Xiu a lot of time and trouble. As for Violet, Luo Xiu can only say, the princess of Dressrosa, plus her niece Rebecca, how can ordinary people be able to withstand it? Oh yes, there is also Baby 5, a beautiful girl who desperately longs for other people's needs, and will never refuse as long as she makes a request. Luo Xiu can only thank Doflamingo for protecting Baby 5 very well and not being touched by anyone. In order to express his gratitude, Luo Xiu didn't mind letting Doflamingo die more happily, so as not to let him feel too much pain. Come to think of it, if Doflamingo knew what Luo Xiu was thinking, he would be very moved, right? Doflamingo had already clearly sensed Luo Xiu's killing intent, his expression changed immediately, and his heart was instantly filled with shock. Those guys from Five Elders also told him to find a way to hold Luo Xiu down and persist until the Marine executives come to Rosa. What is he going to do to hold Luo Xiu down? Thoughts were spinning in Doflamingo's mind, eagerly thinking of countermeasures. Just when he was about to say something, Luo Xiu directly pulled out the famous knife Chushui from his waist and held it in his hand. A sharp look flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he stomped hard. A deep pit appeared directly on the spot, and Luo Xiu himself rushed forward with the help of this force. Seeing this scene, the Don Quixote family cadres standing next to Doflamingo suddenly turned pale with fright, and took up their weapons one after another, wanting to help their young master resist Luo Xiu. However, what they didn't expect was that Luo Xiu didn't even look at Doflamingo at all, but stepped on the moonwalk and rushed to the inside of the palace. Luo Xiu waved the autumn water in his hand, and slammed it down towards the seat of the throne. A slash with boundless power split the ground along the way, and slashed straight towards the throne. Boom! This slash landed on the throne, and the throne exploded suddenly, and behind it stood Doflamingo, who had fallen into a state of confusion and doubted his life. Damn, how come? Everyone in Doflamingo is stupid. Although he knew that the puppet he made with the Shadow Knight string could not hide from Luo Xiu, he did not expect that it would be exposed so quickly. Obviously, even Torrible and Diamante, who were with him all the time, didn't realize that he created a puppet. When did Luo Xiu know about it? In fact, after contacting Kaido and Five Elders, and getting the guarantee from Five Elders, he asked him to delay the time. When the Marine executives came to Rosa, Doflamingo secretly created a puppet with Shadow Knight string. The purpose is naturally to use the Shadow Knight string to test out what kind of purpose Luo Xiu has. Even if Luo Xiu really disagrees and wants to attack him, that puppet can help him block Luo Xiu once, right? But the development of things has completely exceeded Doflamingo's expectations. Seeing Luo Xiu rushing towards him with the famous knife Chushui, Doflamingo didn't dare to be careless at all, and immediately used the strongest move under Devil Fruit's awakening. Holy Bullet _point God killing. Accompanied by the roar of the ferocious Doflamingo, a total of 16 huge waves and white lines wrapped around armament hockey rose from the ground and rushed towards Luo Xiu at high speed. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched. Facing Doflamingo's so-called strongest ultimate move, he waved Chushui without hesitation. 10 knives slashed fiercely in the middle of these giant white lines entwining armament hockey. Laugh. Chushui collided with the white line of the giant wave. Doflamingo's strongest ultimate move didn't even make Chushui stand still for a moment, and was cut off with a single blow. The 16 huge waves of white lines were useless in front of Luo Xiu. After seeing this scene, Doflamingo was so frightened that his heart was about to split. He didn't know how to deal with this monster Luo Xiu next. However, no matter what Doflamingo was thinking, Luo Xiu's offensive would not end there. Instead, he stepped on moonwalk and continued to charge towards Doflamingo's position. At the same time, Robin, Nami, Kaya, Vivi, and Hancock and Gion also fought against the cadres and members of the Don Quixote family. For them, they have been receiving Luo Xiu's energy liquid injections for a while, since either their strength has been improved, or they have jumped from common people to strong people with good strength. Now that there is such a good opportunity, of course, the members of the Don Quixote family should be attacked, so as to take this opportunity to verify their current strength. Of course, Robin and Nami are also very clear that most of the guys in the Don Quixote family can be killed, but those beautiful women, let Luo Xiu handle it himself. At the same time when Robin, Nami, Hancock, Gion and others were fighting with the cadre members of the Don Quixote family, Luo Xiu, who appeared in front of Doflamingo, had already raised the autumn water high, aimed at this guy and slashed down fiercely. Looking at the sharp light shining above the autumn water, the fear in Doflamingo's eyes was almost overflowing. Having personally experienced Doflamingo in Summit War, he naturally knows how Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Dorag, and Hawkeye all died under the force of Luo Xiu. Facing Luo Xiu's attack, Doflamingo quickly released several thin strings with his string fruit ability, dragging his body and sliding backwards. Unfortunately, although his movements are fast, the autumn water falls faster than him. Even though Doflamingo had tried his best to evade Luo Xiu's attack, although he avoided the vital point and did not let Chushui slash on his neck, it still landed on his chest in the end. Certificate. PFF'd. The sound of the blade tearing flesh sounded, and Doflamingo's chest was directly cut with a very deep wound, from which warm and scarlet blood crazily shot out. The severe pain coming from his chest made Doflamingo uncontrollably let out a mournful howl containing boundless pain from the depths of his throat. Although the cadres and members of the Don Quixote family heard the roar of their young master, they didn't bother to check the situation at all, because their current situation was also very pessimistic. To the horror of Torrible, Diamante and others, among these women in Luo Xiu, not only Boa Hancock and Momoshiki Gion are powerful. Nico Robin, Nami, Perona, and the 4 daughters of Khalifa also showed great strength. Even Makino, Nuo Chigao, Kaya, Vivi, Shirahoshi and others crushed those common members of the Don Quixote family. Even the two daughters Koala and Ain participated in this battle. After all, for them who originally belonged to the Revolutionary Army and Marine, these guys from the Don Quixote family are pirates, and they are the targets they need to deal with. Therefore, they only deal with these pirates in their original identities, not to help Luo Xiu, absolutely not. After Doflamingo stood firm, seeing Luo Xiu was about to slash at him with a knife, he didn't even care about the wound on his chest, and begged for mercy repeatedly in a panic. Wait a minute, wait a moment Luo Xiu. Let me go, as long as you let me go, I can serve you. I have mastered a technique that can create man-made devil fruit. With my help, you can easily create an army of demon fruit power. Luo Xiu, I'm still very useful, as long as you spare me, no matter what you ask me to do. Hearing this, Luo Xiu paused, looked at Doflamingo playfully, and teased with a smile. Can you do anything? Seeing that Luo Xiu was about to waver, Doflamingo was overjoyed, and hurriedly swore. Yes, you can do anything. A flash of light flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The next second, Luo Xiu, who appeared in front of Doflamingo, raised the autumn water in his hand, aimed at his neck and slashed down fiercely. PFF'd, accompanied by a dull sound, under Doflamingo's unbelievable gaze, his head was separated from his body instantly, and he began to roll in the air. Looking at Doflamingo's unrepentant appearance, Luo Xiu said with a smile. Hey, I did let you go, but what I need you to do is give me your head. Even at the last moment of his life, Doflamingo never thought that Luo Xiu would still have such a way of getting stuck. As Luo Xiu said, he did let Doflamingo go, and according to Doflamingo, as long as Luo Xiu let him go, he can do whatever he wants. In this case, it's okay to offer your own head as a gift, right? So far, the majestic 7 warlords of the sea has completely become a thing of the past. Moria was hacked by Luo Xiu, Lockdoll and Jinbei were killed by Marine in the Summit War, Bartholomew Kuma and Hawkeye were both killed by Luo Xiu during the Summit War, and Hancock was removed from 7 by the world government. He was removed from warlords of the sea, and now Doflamingo also died in the hands of Luo Xiu. Even the guys from 5 Elders probably won't be making a new 7 warlords of the sea anymore, right? From this point of view, perhaps Luo Xiu saved Zephyr's life instead. After all, if Whitebeard 2 who chopped off Zephyr's arm and killed his students hadn't become 7 warlords of the sea, maybe Zephyr wouldn't have done it either, an act of betraying Marine. Luo Xiu saved Zephyr's life, so it is very reasonable and logical for Yin, who is a student of Zephyr, to repay his favor, right? After beheading Doflamingo with one knife, Luo Xiu put the autumn water that was not stained with bloodline back into the scabbard at his waist, turned around and looked at the relationship between Robin, Nami, and the Don Quixote family with great interest, fighting. Watching them take down members of the Don Quixote family one after another in an understatement, the combat power shown is indeed extraordinary, and it is completely different from before the Summit War. Regarding this, Luo Xiu just wanted to say that in order for them to have great strength and grow up faster, Luo Xiu really worked hard. However, the results are very gratifying. If it continues like this, maybe it won't take long at all. Even if Luo Xiu doesn't make a move, they can still face any potential match in New World. Of course, if you want to achieve this, Luo Xiu will continue to inject energy liquid for them in the next period of time. Thinking of their desperate and crazy behavior these days in order to get the injection of energy liquid, Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel a burst of heat in his heart. It can only be said that the skill of accelerated growth, in addition to allowing them to improve their respective strengths the fastest, also gave them an excellent reason. The reason why they are so crazy is definitely not for enjoyment, but for getting more injections of energy liquid, so that after their strength improves, they can help Luo Xiu in future battles. Well, that's it. With Hancock, the Pirate Empress, and Guillaume, the former Admiral candidate, Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, even though the cadres of the Don Quixote family tried their best, they were still killed one after another in the end. Especially after noticing that their young master, Doflamingo, had died under the sword of Luo Xiu, these members of the Don Quixote family also completely lost their fighting spirit. They wanted to escape here regardless. Unfortunately, how could Robin, Nami, Hancock, and Guillaume give these guys a chance to escape? Perona released those negative ghosts, directly causing these guys whose mentality had already exploded to completely collapse, and directly knelt on the ground losing their fighting spirit, waiting for the moment of death. Such a good opportunity created by Perona, Robin, Hancock and others naturally wouldn't let it go. They quickly and neatly eliminated all members of the Don Quixote family except those beautiful women. Violet, Baby 5, Monet, and Granu and others looked at Luo Xiu, Robin, Hancock and others in horror. Their bodies began to tremble violently, and their hearts were completely filled with fear. They really couldn't believe it. In such a short period of time, the dignified Don Quixote family was wiped out by Luo Xiu and his women. Is this the terror of the strongest man in the world today? However, Luo Xiu, a complete monster, why on earth would he focus on Doflamingo and Don Quixote family? Just when Violet, Baby 5 and others felt that they were going to die soon, Luo Xiu's playful eyes swept over them and said with a smile. You guys, would you like to survive? 107 Luo Xiu's real punishment. Just follow and obey my orders. Kneeling to subscribe, Luo Xiu's voice echoed at the gate of the palace, making Violet, Baby 5, Monet, and Granu who were full of fear all involuntarily turn their gazes to Luo Xiu. Don Quixote family has been wiped out by Luo Xiu and his women, and even Doflamingo has been killed by Luo Xiu. At first, I thought that they would all die, but now it seems that there is a turning point. Maybe they can still survive. After realizing this, Web Right spoke first. Think. Please let us go. Violet's attitude of begging for mercy at this moment really surprised the other three people, but they did not refute, but looked at Luo Xiu with hopeful eyes, hoping to get a definite answer from him. Luo Xiu walked up to Violet, looked at this sexy beauty who appeared to be a dancer but was actually Princess Rosa, pulled her up, and under Violet's apprehensive gaze, stretch out your fingers and dance gently on her fair and tender face. Since you want to survive, you will have to pay for it. Are you guys mentally prepared? If before this, Violet and Baby 5 didn't know why Luo Xiu wiped out the Don Quixote family but left them alone. After hearing Luo Xiu's words and seeing how Luo Xiu treated Violet, everyone has already reacted. They finally remembered the rumors about Luo Xiu they had heard before. Whether it's the common but exquisite women of East Blue, the princesses of Alabasta, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, the members of CP9, or the princesses of the Fishman Island, and the Pirate Queen Hancock and Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral Dion, Luo Xiu didn't miss any of them. From this point of view, have these women who are also very delicate and glamorous have become the targets of Luo Xiu. Feeling the gaze of Luo Xiu in front of her sweeping over her body, Violet could clearly perceive the scorching light in Luo Xiu's eyes that seemed to burn her. Gudong. Luo Xiu, I am not actually a member of the Don Quixote family. My real identity is the Princess of Rosa. The reason why I joined the Don Quixote family is just to find opportunities. Recapture Rosa. Violet felt that since Luo Xiu's purpose in coming to Rosa was to kill Doflamingo and destroy the Don Quixote family. Then I, the princess who was undercover in the Don Quixote family, shouldn't be Luo Xiu's target, right? If this is the case, doesn't it mean that I don't have to pay the price as Luo Xiu said, in order to survive? Thinking of this, Violet looked at Luo Xiu sincerely and said in a deep voice. Mr. Luo Xiu, you killed Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. You are the hero who saved our Rosa. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you as the princess of the Rosa family. As Violet's voice fell, without even waiting for Luo Xiu's response, Baby 5 and Monet on the other side suddenly stood up from the ground and asked Violet angrily. Violet, how dare you do this? How dare you betray the Don Quixote family? Now that he had already blew himself up, there was nothing to hesitate, and Wei Ao directly smashed the jar while cooking. I'm not a member of your Don Quixote family. What's more, do you think there will still be a Don Quixote family? Violet's words stunned Baby 5, Monet, and even Granos. Looking at the scattered corpses around them, their faces turned extremely pale. Violet ignored them, but looked seriously at Luo Xiu in front of her and said, Mr. Luo Xiu, now that the effect of Sugar's childlike fruit has been removed, the citizens of Rosa should have recovered, including my father, King Liku Dold III. When they know that you saved Rosa, they will definitely do their best to thank you for your help. Although Violet didn't say it directly, the meaning behind the words is also very obvious, that is, in addition to the condition proposed by Luo Xiu, she can try her best to express her gratitude to Luo Xiu. It's just a pity that for Luo Xiu, this so-called Rosa has no value at all. Luo Xiu opened his palm, pinched Violet's delicate face, and said with a smile. Violet, are you making a deal with me? Violet was startled and wanted to shake her head, but because Luo Xiu pinched her cheek, she couldn't move at all, and Luo Xiu continued to speak slowly. Did you make a mistake? Do you think that, by virtue of your princess status of Rosa, you are qualified to negotiate terms with me? Violet panicked. This time it was a complete panic. At this moment, Violet suddenly woke up. The man in front of her was not something she could fool around with. The most important thing is, for him, the new strongest man in the world, what can Rosa have that is worth his attention? Thank you. The most worthless thing, her so-called Princess Rosa status, even that guy Doflamingo doesn't care, so what is it in Luo Xiu's eyes? I didn't mean that, I'm Sung Kong, just. Violet was full of fear and apprehension, and couldn't organize her words for a while, and didn't know how to respond to Luo Xiu's words. Luo Xiu didn't get used to her either, and gradually strengthened the fingers pinching Violet's cheek, and said words that made Violet shudder in the most gentle tone. From now on, all you need to do is to obey and abide by what I say, understand? Violet felt the pain gradually coming from her cheeks, and Luo Xiu's expressionless eyes, a few crystal tears appeared in her eyes, and she said hastily. Ming, I understand. Luo Xiu let go of his palm, admiring the red marks he left on Violet's fair face, and said with a smile. As for what you just said, you don't need to worry about King Liku's gratitude to me. Violet only felt that she was the survivor of a catastrophe, her legs went limp, and she fell to the ground weakly, her body trembled slightly, and she hung her head without answering. Luo Xiu didn't say much about it. Luo Xiu didn't care about King Liku's so-called thanks at all, but he could also take this opportunity to ask for Violet's niece. Aunt and niece or something. You can think about it, you can do it, but you don't need to say it for the time being. Violet's end was seen by Baby 5, Monet, and Granos, and a tinge of pleasure appeared in their hearts. This woman was really dazzled by the surprise brought by the destruction of the Don Quixote family, and wanted to negotiating conditions with a guy like Luo Xiu. I really don't know how to write dead characters, right? But after feeling Luo Xiu's gaze turn to them, the hearts of Baby 5, Monet, and Granos suddenly twitched. Luo Xiu didn't mean to play a teasing game with them, but said directly. You three, it's time to make your choice, whether to stay by my side in the future or to accompany the Don Quixote family to perish now. After the voice fell, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly became extremely quiet. The baby looked at Luo Xiu timidly, and asked in a polite manner. But do you really need me? Luo Xiu looked at this, weapon master, with great interest, and under her expectant gaze, he affirmed. Of course, you are very important to me. It is no exaggeration to say that after hearing Luo Xiu's words, Baby 5 seemed to have been turned on by some switch, his eyes suddenly became extremely bright, and everyone present could clearly see the excitement and joy on his face. Baby 5 didn't have any hesitation, wishing he could just fly into Luo Xiu's arms, heavily nodded and said loudly. I'll go with you, I just hope you don't abandon me in the future. For Baby 5 who had an unfortunate childhood, what she desires the most is to be needed by others, and what she does not want most is naturally to be abandoned by others. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly when he heard the words, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had already begun to look forward to what kind of fanatical attitude this Baby 5 girl would have. To satisfy all his demands, Luo Xiu can be sure that after leaving her, no matter what she wants Baby 5 to do, she will never refuse. And this also means that Luo Xiu can completely use the knowledge he possesses to make Baby 5 a highly skilled old Siji in the shortest possible time. Don't worry, from now on, you are already mine, how can I abandon you? Feeling Luo Xiu's gaze, Baby 5 nodded vigorously with a flushed face, only feeling that her life that had just been bleak was full of hope again. On the other hand, after looking at each other, Monet and Granos finally chose to compromise helplessly. They are not undercover agents like Violet, nor are they eager to be needed like Baby 5. For Monet and Granos, Luo Xiu was the enemy who destroyed the Don Quixote family, but they didn't want to die just like that. Facing this threat from Luo Xiu, no matter what kind of hatred they had in their hearts, they could only choose bow to the enemy Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu was naturally aware of Monet and Granos' thoughts, but instead of being annoyed, he was very happy to see this scene. As the target of their hatred, instead of taking revenge, they can only try their best to please themselves, and even, like Robin, Nami, Khalifa, Dion and others, they will gradually sink into it. Let me ask, is there anything more wonderful than this? After collecting Violet, Baby 5, Monet, and Sugar, Luo Xiu immediately nodded in satisfaction. The trip to Rosa was indeed not in vain. In addition to taking advantage of Rosa's situation to prevent the world government from gaining the trust of those alliance countries, you can also use Doflamingo to place the undercover Virgo in Marine, so that Marine is also affected again. The most important thing is that I have harvested 4, no, to be precise, if Rebecca is included, it should be 5. At this moment, Luo Xiu seemed to have suddenly remembered something, turned to look at Violet and Monet's 4 daughters, and asked. I heard that the princess of the little people is now being imprisoned in the palace of Rosa, right? Violet, Baby 5, and Granu couldn't understand what Luo Xiu said, but Monet on the side took a deep look at Luo Xiu, nodded and answered. Yes, in the confinement cell deep in the palace chapel. Even in the Don Quixote family, only a few people know where the little human princess is being imprisoned. Monet really doesn't understand where Luo Xiu got the news. The most important thing is, Luo Xiu, is it possible that he also treats the princess of the little human race the same as he treats the 4 of them? But, after thinking of the figure of the little human princess, Monet's eyes suddenly became extremely weird. If it is what she thinks, then Luo Xiu is really a punishment. Or, like Doflamingo, Luo Xiu is also eyeing the healing fruit of the little human princess Manchueli. Monet is very clear about how powerful Manchueli's healing fruit ability is. As long as the ability is activated, it can heal all wounds suffered by living creatures. Even, at the cost of reducing lifespan, it can achieve the effect of recovery. It is precisely because of this that after Doflamingo caught her, he imprisoned Manchueli in the royal palace. What Monet didn't know was that both of the reasons she guessed had a combination. The zoom in and zoom out flashlight I got on Kami back then can not only shrink Shirahoshi's huge body to a level that is almost the same as that of a normal person, but also can zoom in on the small people to look like common people. Punishment can be tortured. It is safe and reliable. Luo Xiu has never concealed his purpose from the beginning to the end, let alone what a good person he is. He will not be like guys like Shanks and Drago, who obviously do things with their own purpose. It should be said that it is for the common people. Even if you look at the whole world, no one is more hypocritical than them, right? Since he didn't die at the hands of those pirates, nor was he killed by the celestial dragons, but he still possessed such powerful power, how could he not wantonly understand it? Aggrieved, miserable experiences, and those before awakening memories are enough. Under the guidance of Monet, Luo Xiu also met the little human princess Manchueli in the confinement hut in the palace. Under Luo Xiu's signal, even though Monet was full of resistance, she, a member of the Don Quixote family, could only explain the current situation to Manchueli in the end. When Manchueli learned that Doflamingo had died and that Don Quixote family had been destroyed by Luo Xiu, she burst into tears of joy, unspeakably happy. Wang Hao finally threw herself into Luo Xiu's arms. However, under the gaze of Monet's weird eyes, Luo Xiu also looked at Manchueli who was held in his palm. Thank you, really thank you for saving us, our little people will definitely thank you well, you are the hero in our hearts. Not only Manchueli, the princess of the small human race, was imprisoned by Doflamingo, but also 500 other small human race companions, but they were not locked in the same room. In Manchueli's view, Luo Xiu who killed Doflamingo and destroyed the Don Quixote family as the hero who saved her and her clan. However, the hero in her eyes is not as great and upright as she imagined. Luo Xiu put his palms in front of his face, looked at this little human princess, and said with a smile. I don't feel your sincerity just by thanking you verbally. To express your gratitude, start today and stay by my side from now on. Ah, what does this mean? Man Shuili was stunned, and the tears of joy stopped instantly, and she looked at Luo Xiu with a face of bewilderment, not understanding what he meant by his words for a moment. Luo Xiu didn't waste any time, and said directly to Monet beside him. Go and release the other people from the small human race, and tell them that they are relieved. By the way, tell them, Princess Manshuili, and I will take them away. If you have an opinion, kill it directly. Monet took a deep look at Luo Xiu, bowed his head and said. Yes, Lu Xiu Tianren. Luo Xiu didn't even look at the departing Monet, but smiled and looked at Monet in his palm. His small body began to tremble slightly. The joy on his face had completely turned into fear. Tears of fear began to flow. Manshuili, who kept gushing out of her eyes, spoke slowly. How about Princess Manshuili? You should have no objection to my decision, right? If you have any opinions, please be patient, because I won't change my mind just because of your thoughts, Oh Yang. 108 Aunt and niece, Violet and Rebecca. Kneeling to subscribe. Manshuili was stunned. She never imagined that the man named Luo Xiu in front of her was the hero who saved herself and other clansmen just now in her mind. In the end, before she was happy, Luo Xiu said such cruel words. If those clansmen had any objection to his decision, would they kill them? At this moment, although Luo Xiu had a very gentle smile on his face, and his whole body exuded an aura that made people want to get close unconsciously, but in Manshuili's eyes, he had already become a demon-like existence. Manshuili stepped back unconsciously, wanting to stay away from Luo Xiu, but she forgot that she was in Luo Xiu's palm and was about to fall directly from the air. Ah, Manshuili, who fell down, yelled suddenly. Her heart was already filled with panic. At this moment, Luo Xiu stretched out her hand again to catch it in her hand. Manshuili, who survived the catastrophe, subconsciously thanked Luo Xiu, but as soon as she said the words of thanks, Manshuili recalled her current situation. Manshuili looked at a loss for a while. She didn't know what kind of attitude she should use to face Luo Xiu, and Luo Xiu didn't give her a chance to continue to hesitate, and walked directly to the outside of the palace. After Luo Xiu took Manshuili out of the prison room, Mana had also released the members of the Little People. They have also learned from Monet that Luo Xiu is about to take Princess Manshuili away, and he escaped from Doflamingo's grasp, only to fall into the hands of another guy who was stronger than Doflamingo. Why is the fate of Princess Manshuili of their little human race so rough? Luo Xiu didn't know what these guys were thinking, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care about it at all. Instead, he led the girls and walked outside. Indeed, just as Violet said before, after the end of the childlike fruit ability of the sugar, those Derice Rosa citizens who were turned into toys by her have returned to their original appearance. It is precisely because of this that everyone has realized that someone defeated Doflamingo, and even destroyed the Don Quixote family, and completely saved them. Therefore, the people of Derice Rosa spontaneously started to go to the palace, wanting to see who the hero who saved them from Doflamingo was. And after seeing Luo Xiu and his group walk out of the palace, the people of Derice Rosa fell to their knees spontaneously after a brief silence, and shouted to Luo Xiu to thank him for saving themselves. Even King Liku, who was the former king of Derice Rosa, stepped forward with Cyrus and Rebecca. King Liku expressed 650 thanks to Luo Xiu as a royal family. However, what King Liku didn't expect was that Luo Xiu accepted all his thanks, and also proposed a condition that made Liku and Cyrus instantly confused. King Liku, since you said that you don't know how to thank me, then let me help you find a way to let the girl next to you follow me from today on. After the words fell, no matter whether it was King Liku, Cyrus, or even Rebecca who was the party involved, they all froze on the spot. In any case, they never thought that the benefactor who saved Derice Rosa would propose such a condition. Violet stood behind and looked at Luo Xiu's back. Her eyes also changed. So, is this what Luo Xiu said just now? Would he offer the conditions so that King Liku could express his gratitude? But, Rebecca is my sister's daughter. It's fine if Luo Xiu lets herself go with him. In Violet's view, as long as the crisis in Derice Rosa can be completely eliminated, it's worth sacrificing herself. But now it seems that it is obviously impossible to satisfy Luo Xiu's appetite by himself alone. At this moment, King Liku had also noticed Violet standing behind Luo Xiu, and after being stunned, he couldn't help asking repeatedly. Violet, what's the situation? Mr. Luo Xiu. King Liku was obviously at a loss, completely unaware of what he should do now. Violet felt the gazes of King Liku, Cyrus, and Rebecca, and after a long silence, she finally said in a low tone. Father, let Rebecca leave with us, if you don't want Derice Rosa to continue to be hurt. King Liku understood. The meaning of Violet's words was already very obvious, that is, the so-called Luo Xiu who saved Derice Rosa was not at all the hero he imagined. Even, relying on Violet's attitude and her helpless words, King Liku could tell that perhaps, Luo Xiu is a more terrifying guy than Doflamingo. But, is it really necessary to sacrifice Rebecca in exchange for Derice Rosa's safety? The most important thing is, according to what Violet said, what Luo Xiu wanted was not only Rebecca, but even Violet had to leave Derice Rosa with him. My aunt and niece left with Luo Xiu, what's going on? King Liku was in a state of bewilderment, but Cyrus on the side would not hesitate like him. As Rebecca's father, Cyrus stood in front of his daughter, staring fixedly at Luo in front of him. Xiu growled, "Mr. Luo Xiu, even if you saved Rosa, you are absolutely not allowed to do such a thing. I will never allow anyone to hurt Rebecca." Cyrus regretted that he didn't protect Rebecca's mother well. If anything happened to Rebecca, he might as well stop living. "Father." With tears in her eyes, Rebecca looked at her father's tall and broad back. Even though he lost a leg, he still stood firmly in front of her, which made Rebecca's heart full of emotion. Unfortunately, Luo Xiu didn't have time to play this kind of touching drama with them. Luo Xiu raised his closed index finger and middle finger to point at the center of Cyrus' brow. The smile on his face had disappeared, and the voice without the slightest emotion said lightly, "That's really a pity, because what I said just now was not to discuss with you, but to inform you. Since you disagree, I have no choice but to ask you to die." After the words fell, no matter whether it was King Liku, Rebecca and Cyrus, the group or Violet standing behind Luo Xiu, they all turned pale with shock. Seeing that Luo Xiu was about to make a move, Violet, who witnessed how he killed Doflamingo neatly, shouted immediately, "Wait a minute, wait a moment, Lord Luo Xiu." Violet's face was full of anxiety. She wanted Luo Xiu to let Cyrus go, in order not to let her father and Cyrus anger Luo Xiu again. Violet said quickly, "Lord Luo Xiu, as the princess of Rosa, Rebecca will definitely agree to your request, please give her another chance." Luo Xiu looked at Violet in front of him with great interest, and said playfully, "Violet, you should be very clear about the principle of equivalent exchange, right?" Violet actually didn't know, but after feeling Luo Xiu's gaze, Violet had already guessed what Luo Xiu meant. Since he wanted to save Cyrus and let Luo Xiu give Rebecca another chance, it was obviously impossible to do it with just these two light words. And this also means that after Violet and Luo Xiu leave Rosa, what she has to do may be far beyond her imagination. Thinking of this, although Violet was very worried about her situation, she finally gritted her teeth and nodded heavily. "I understand, Lord Luo Xiu." After getting Luo Xiu's permission, Violet quickly turned around and said in a deep voice to Rebecca, "Rebecca, now, it's time for you to make a choice." Feeling Violet's gaze, Rebecca was at a loss for a moment, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Cyrus wanted to say something angrily, but before he could speak, Violet yelled at him angrily, "Shut up, Cyrus. I am also Rosa's princess. Since I can make sacrifices for Rosa, why can't Rebecca? This is the responsibility of the royal family, and we are making atonement for our incompetence at the beginning. No matter what, we must not allow Rosa to be in turmoil again." Violet's words made the faces of King Riku, Cyrus, and even Becca extremely pale. If it weren't for King Liku's incompetence, Rosa would not have suffered so many years of suffering, and those people would not have been turned into toys by sugar. On this point, King Liku absolutely has an unshirkable responsibility. And just as Violet said, since she, as the Princess BEFB of Rosa, can make sacrifices to protect Rosa, why can't Rebecca? Even though Rebecca was already full of fear, after seeing her aunt's face, she finally cried and nodded in agreement. Seeing this situation, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth slightly raised, and without wasting any time, he straightforwardly led the girls to the place where his ship was docked. Those common people kneeling on both sides didn't know what happened, and they were still cheering for Luo Xiu, the hero who saved them. In the minds of these people, King Liku is a representative of incompetence and cowardice. Even if they know the conditions proposed by Luo Xiu, they may not only not feel angry about it, but will feel worthless for Luo Xiu, a hero. After all, how can such incompetent and cowardly women in the royal family be worthy of a hero like Luo Xiu? King Liku and Cyrus sent Luo Xiu and the others pale, until they arrived at the port, when Luo Xiu suddenly turned around and threw a phone bug to Master Liku. While King Liku was grieving, he was somewhat puzzled by Luo Xiu's move, but before he could ask a question, Luo Xiu said with a smile, "After those marine executives come to Rosa, hand over the phone bug to the new Marine Marshal Akainu, and say that I have a big gift for Marine." After finishing speaking, Luo Xiu took the girls onto the ship, and under Nami's control, the big ship sailed away towards the distance. The pale-faced King Liku and Cyrus seemed so out of place with the surrounding Rosa people who were sending Luo Xiu off. It can only be said that the joys and sorrows of human beings are not connected. King Liku and Julu the taxi only thought they were noisy. It wasn't until the ship that Luo Xiu was on sailed out of sight that King Liku finally turned his head to look at Cyrus with dim eyes beside him, and said in a low tone, "Cyrus, what Luo Xiu said just now, has Marshal Marine changed from Sengoku to Akainu? Has something happened recently that we don't know about?" Cyrus walked out of his sad mood, shook his head in a little confusion and said, "I don't know, after all, the kingdom of Throsa, because of Doflamingo and his Don Quixote family, has been closed for too long, and they don't know what happened to the outside world." King Liku sighed deeply when he heard the words, and turned his head to look at those people who hadn't even come out of their joyful mood because they were rescued by Luo Xiu. Even until now, he, King Liku, has always been associated with cowardice and incompetence. It is a long way to go if he wants to change the public's view of the royal family. The fact is indeed as King Liku thought, those people didn't have any good looks towards him, the former king. Although they didn't speak ill of King Liku, they did. They all chose to ignore him, which made him feel more uncomfortable than scolding Li Junwang. However, King Liku had no choice but to take Cyrus to the palace to check the situation. After seeing the corpses of Doflamingo and the members of the Don Quixote family in the palace, even though King Riku and Cyrus had been mentally prepared, they still couldn't. Don't feel frightened from the bottom of my heart. What Violet said just now is indeed not unreasonable. After the two looked at each other, they could only helplessly clean up the mess in the palace. After all, the corpses and ruins were dealt with, as Luo Xiu said before. Just like the previous ones, those marine executives actually came to their Dressrosa. Akainu, who was walking in the forefront, looked at King Liku in front of him, and asked in a deep voice. King Liku, Luo Xiu, what did you do in Dressrosa? King Liku doesn't have a good impression of marines at all. As a member of the world government, Dressrosa has already been occupied by Doflamingo so much. Why has the world government and marine never managed it? Now that Luo Xiu has killed Doflamingo, and Don Quixote family has also been destroyed by Luo Xiu, marine came here immediately. Under the watchful eyes of all the high-level marines, King Li snorted coldly. Can't you see it yourself? King Riku's attitude immediately changed Akainu's face, and Shendu's eyes turned cold. Just when Akainu was about to say something, Sengoku hurried forward from behind. Looking at King Liku, he said in a deep voice, King Liku, about what happened to Dressrosa, we marine have only heard about it before, and this old man can only express his apologies. However, although Luo Xiu killed Doflamingo and saved Dressrosa in a disguised form, I can assure you that he definitely didn't do it out of kindness. King Riku looked at Sengoku in front of him, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes, and he said in a low tone. Even so, it's better than Dressrosa being occupied for so many years and no one cares about it all the time. If it wasn't for the appearance of Luo Xiu, King Liku would never have imagined how long Dressrosa would be dominated by Doflamingo and his Don Quixote family. King Riku's words made all marine executives present look very ugly. Just when Sengoku was about to say something, Riku Akoku took out the laptop that Luo Xiu threw to him. The wordworm, throwing it to Sengoku, spoke. Before Luo Xiu left, he handed over the phone bug to me, and said that after you marine arrived, he asked me to hand over the phone bug to you. According to him, there was a big gift for you. Hearing this, whether it was Akainu, Sengoku, Zephyr, or Aokiji and Kizaru, their hearts were unconsciously filled with solemnity. The gifts that Luo Xiu gave Marine last time were Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy, and Pluton Rayleigh. That summit war directly caused Marine's image to collapse completely lost. Gained the support and trust of the people. This time he wants to give Marine a big gift again. It really makes me feel uncomfortable to think about it. Sengoku just used the phone bug to contact Luo Xiu. Akainu took the phone bug into his hand. Anyway, he is the Marine Marshal now, talking to Luo Xiu. Things, of course, also need to be done by him. After the phone bug was connected, Akainu asked with a gloomy face. Luo Xiu, D, what are you trying to do? Why don't you dare wait for us here? Luo Xiu laughed outright when he heard this, and said cheerfully. Your actions this time didn't involve beauties like Gion and Ain, so what am I waiting for you? 109 Incompetent Akainu. Played wantonly by Luo Xiu. Kneeling to subscribe. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, the faces of the senior marine executives at the scene suddenly became very strange. Their actions this time did not involve beauties like Gion and Ain. What's more, in this operation, apart from the necessary sailors to open the warships, there are only 5 people, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Sengoku, and Zephyr. From their point of view, among those women of Luo Xiu, there is only one Boa Hancock who can really help Luo Xiu in a battle of this level. Although I don't know why Gion chose to stand by in the summit war, but according to Sengoku's guess, it is most likely because she was coerced by Luo Xiu. Perhaps Luo Xiu had already threatened Gion before, but if she dared to help Marine in the summit war, then Luo Xiu would most likely kill the Marines, just like he threatened revolution like the koala of the command army. And this time the action did not involve the common Marines, so Gion naturally didn't need to have such concerns. Instead, he would turn around and join them in dealing with Luo Xiu and his women. The same is true for Ain, who is a student of Zephyr. It can only be said that Marine's so-called justice really gave Sengoku great confidence, making him feel that it is absolutely impossible for Gion and Ain to betray Marine because of Luo Xiu. It's a pity that Sengoku didn't know that Gion had already sunk completely, and even Ain might not be too far away from this day. However, Luo Xiu's words made Akainu furious instantly. His eyes suddenly became extremely cold, and he sneered at the phone bug. Luo Xiu, talking about these meaningless things, after all, aren't you still scared? Hearing this, Luo Xiu, who had just returned to the deck after the fierce battle with Violet and Rebecca, looked at the phone bug in his hand with a smile, and said slowly. Afraid? Didn't King Liku tell you that I'm going to give you Marine a big gift? Akainu's face suddenly became more gloomy, and he said to the phone bug word by word. Luo Xiu, what on earth are you trying to do? D. If you dare to do anything that damages Marine's image, I promise I will kill you with my own hands. Akainu was already extremely upset that he didn't kill Admiral Luo Xiu at the Summit War Vice Admiral, especially since he spread the Ohara incident to the whole world just after he became the Marine Marshal. As a result, Akainu, the Marine Marshal, became the first person in history to be directly reduced to the target of everyone shouting and beating him just after taking the position. How can Akainu's anger and hatred towards Luo Xiu be expressed clearly in 1 or 2 sentences? Facing Akainu's threat, Luo Xiu cheerfully showed. Akainu, you have become the Marine Marshal now, it's not a good thing to be so restless. How do I feel that if you become the new Marine Marshal, why not make Aokiji the one who succeeds Sengoku? Even if Sengoku continues to be the Marine Marshal, he will be better than the current you, right? Hearing this, Akainu's momentum froze suddenly, and he was in a bad mood. Akainu can bear any evaluation of Luo Xiu on himself, he will not be affected in the slightest, and he will still act as vigorously as before, but what Akainu can't bear is that Luo Xiu, D, said let him become the Marshal of the Marine. How about putting Aokiji on top? With Aokiji's weak character and methods, can he solve the current situation Marine is facing? Seeing that Akainu was about to get angry, Sengoku hesitated for a moment, then snatched the phone bug back directly, and asked the phone bug straightforwardly without waiting for Akainu to speak. Luo Xiu, what did you mean by what you just said? What conspiracy do you have? Luo Xiu lay happily on the deck, tasted Nuoki's high-peeled orange petals without any white silk, and greeted the phone bug with a smile. Hey, Marshal Sengoku, long time no see. No, you are no longer a marshal, but an ordinary sea soldier. If you are called a marshal again, maybe that Marshal Akainu will be unhappy. Luo Xiu's words were obviously provocative, so Sengoku glanced at Akainu unconsciously, shook his head and planned to tell Luo Xiu not to say such meaningless words, but at this moment, Luo Xiu was full of smiles. The voice came from the phone bug. Sengoku, do you think that if the news about Dressrosa is publicized, will it also cause a huge shock? Will those guys from the world government continue to maintain this high-ranking attitude? Sengoku frowned, and his face became very ugly. According to Luo Xiu, it is not only the world government that is affected, their marines are also among them. After all, Dressrosa, a majestic world government franchise country, has been occupied by Doflamingo and Don Quixote family for so many years. What about those places that do not belong to the world government franchise country? Will the situation be worse? Once this matter is publicized, their marine will be condemned by the whole world again. The already bad situation is about to get worse. Luo Xiu, you. Before Sengoku finished speaking, he was interrupted directly by Luo Xiu. Sengoku, you don't think that the big gift I'm talking about is just that? Just wait and read the newspaper of the World Economic News Service, I promise you will have a huge surprise. A friendly reminder to you, don't be in such a hurry to return to Marineford, otherwise, you will go to New World just after returning. The undercover that Doflamingo put in became Marine Vice Admiral, and even the death of your Migyu was all because of this undercover. So, Rocinante's death was not caused by your own hands. Hearing this, Sengoku's pupils dilated suddenly, and he roared angrily at the phone bug. What do you mean? What do you mean? Who is the undercover agent you mentioned? Unfortunately, Sengoku's growl was not answered at all, and the phone bug in his hand was hung up. However, Akainu, Aokiji and the others could clearly see that the body of Sengoku, the former Marine Marshal, began to tremble slightly, his eyes had turned red, his face appeared extremely ferocious and distorted, and an incomparable wave was brewing in his body. Terrifying momentum. Seeing this situation, even Akainu didn't know how to calm Sengoku down, so only Zephyr sighed. Calm down Sengoku, it's not certain whether what Luo Xiu said is true. Boom. Unable to control his emotions, Sengoku directly crushed the phone bug in his hand, took a deep breath, and said in a low tone as the bulging veins on his forehead kept throbbing. Based on what I know about Luo Xiu, from the beginning to the end, Luo Xiu has never told a lie. Before the Summit War, Sengoku had already dealt with Luo Xiu, so he naturally knew whether it was the identity of Ace the Fire Fist, or the things he exposed in the Summit War, or Ohara on the newspaper of the World Economic News Service not long ago, Kokoyasi Village and the truth about the Alabasta incident. That guy Luo Xiu has never lied about anything, at most he just deliberately added fuel to the water to make the public even more distrustful of their marine. It is precisely because of this that when Luo Xiu said that it was Doflamingo's undercover agent in the marine that caused Rocinante's death, Sengoku did not have the slightest doubt at all, and believed Luo Xiu's words on the spot. Akainu looked at Sengoku who couldn't restrain his anger, and asked in a deep voice. What are you going to do? Feeling the gaze of everyone present, Sengoku clenched his fists and growled. The old man is waiting for the newspaper from the World Economic News Service. The old man is going to kill that B***** D himself. Akainu was not surprised by Sengoku's answer, nodded heavily and said in a deep voice. Okay, I just want to see, which Marine Vice Admiral is actually the undercover agent that B***** D Doflamingo put into our marine. At the end, Akainu's eyes instantly became extremely cold. Everyone can clearly feel the killing intent emanating from Akainu that is not inferior to Sengoku at this time. Seriously speaking, Akainu's role as Marine Marshal was extremely difficult. He became Marine Marshal after Marine's image and prestige completely collapsed, but instead of turning the tide and restoring Marine's image, it was because of what Luo Xiu exposed. Several incidents have dealt a greater blow to Marine's reputation. Originally, he thought of taking this opportunity to kill Luo Xiu, get military expenses from the world government, and at the same time completely reshape Marine's reputation. Unexpectedly, not only did the action fail, but Luo Xiu was about to use the hands of that Morgans to reveal that there were 10 vice admirals who were undercover pirates in their marine. Once this horse is exposed, their marine will never be able to tear off the label incompetence. The most important thing is that even though Luo Xiu has made it clear what he is going to do next, the marine still can't stop it, they can only just watch it happen. It is no exaggeration to say that since joining Marine, whether it is Sengoku and Zephyr, or Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, they have never been so frustrated as they are now. This guy Luo Xiu is really damned. The 5 top Marines, who were all simmering with anger, left the palace of Dressrosa without even saying hello. King Liku looked at this scene with a cold snort and didn't say much, but deep down in his heart, he began to be a little curious about what kind of commotion that man named Luo Xiu could make this world make. What a change. After Akainu, Sengoku and others left Dressrosa, they did not directly return to naval headquarters but just sailed in New World. However, they did not stay idle, but directly wiped out all the pirate groups they encountered along the way. These pirates didn't understand until their death why they encountered such a terrifying scene where the top Marines were all out in force. After destroying several pirate groups, Sengoku gradually calmed down and returned to his previous wise state. Facts have proved that Sengoku's IQ is indeed worthy of the title of the resourceful general. Luo Xiu has already said in the phone bug, telling them not to rush back to naval headquarters, otherwise they still have to come to New World. This also means that the undercover Marine Vice Admiral must be in New World at this time, and after being eliminated one by Sengoku and others, the base leader of the G5 branch, Uezu Virgo, was finally locked down. Asking for flowers. According to Sengoku's experience, the more amiable the appearance, the more suspicious it will appear at this time. After all, this is the only way to not attract more attention on weekdays. As for Virgo, almost everyone who knew him would give Virgo a very good evaluation. Even Akainu couldn't fault Virgo. The most important point is that Virgo, as the base chief of the G5 branch, can be said to be in charge of the power, but the G5 branch is notoriously chaotic, and the sailors in the G5 branch. It's not like a sailor at all, but more like a pirate. At the beginning of the war, it's not that Daxia has never heard of these things, it's just because he knows Virgo very well and believes that he can handle such things well, but now it seems that this is revealed everywhere. Doubtful. The reason why the G5 branch became like that was probably led by Vigo on purpose, and its purpose was naturally to make it easier for him to serve Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. Clan do things. Adding up all kinds of doubts, Akainu, Sengoku and others did not hesitate any longer, and directly let the sailors drive the warships they were on to go to the G5 branch. In any case, you must arrive before the newspaper from the World Economic News Agency appears, otherwise, once Virgo runs away after seeing his identity exposed. Then if you want to catch him again, the difficulty will increase several times. Facts have proved that Akainu and Sengoku's predictions are indeed correct. After Virgo saw the newspaper sent by the sailors under his command, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were full of suspicion. Suspicious look. 0. Why was this riding horse exposed all of a sudden? At first, Virgo couldn't figure out what happened, but after reading the content behind the newspaper, he immediately became ill. Virgo stood up abruptly from the chair, his face instantly became extremely ferocious. That be ********* D. Luo Xiu, how dare you do such a thing? It was written clearly in the newspaper that Doflamingo and Don Quixote family, which had occupied Dressrosa for many years, had been completely wiped out by Luo Xiu. Those countries that joined the world government paid huge sums of money in order to get the sanctuary of the world government and marine. Not only did they not get peace, but after being invaded, the world government. The government and marine will also help pirates like Doflamingo to cover up. Therefore, whether or not to continue to pay the heavenly gold to become a member of the world government franchise country must be carefully weighed. As Marine Vice Admiral, the base chief of the G5 branch, Virgo is well aware of the huge impact that the exposure of Dressrosa's matter will have. This time, I'm afraid even the guys from Five Elders won't be able to sit still. After all, what happened to Dressrosa is much more serious than what Lockdoll did at Alabasta. The Alabasta incident, the world government can still say that it has not noticed the conspiracy of K. Lockdar. After all, even Cobra was deceived by K. Lockdar, and gave him a hero title. But Dressrosa has been dominated by Doflamingo for many years, even this excuse is completely untenable. However, for the current Virgo, these are not what he needs to consider at all. What he has to do now is to escape from the G5 branch in the shortest possible time. Virgo sorted out his emotions, calmed himself down as much as possible, raised his head to look at the sailor on the opposite side, raised the newspaper in his hand and asked, "Who has read this newspaper?" The sailor didn't notice Virgo's thoughts at all, and just said with a flattering smile, "Only I have read it myself. I came to you as soon as I saw this newspaper. Luo Xiu, that be ********** D, dare to say that you have been abducting children all these years. Isn't this nonsense?" In the view of the sailor, Virgo's reaction just now was only because of his anger after being slandered by Luo Xiu. Virgo walked to Hai Bing's side, patted his shoulder and said, "Good job." A flattering smile appeared on Hai Bing's face when he heard the words, and he wanted to try to see if he could get some benefits, but before he could speak, Virgo directly grabbed his neck and snapped. With force, he directly pinched his neck. Crack. Virgo casually threw the sailor's body on the ground, and walked out without even looking at it. The sailors along the way greeted Virgo enthusiastically. Jay also responded to the other party with a smile. However, When Virgo walked out of the base and saw the scene at the gate of the base, the smile instantly froze on his face. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Sengoku, Zephyr, currently the most powerful force in Marine, all stand shoulder to shoulder at the gate. Akainu, Sengoku and the others didn't talk nonsense to Virgo, and directly launched an offensive against this damned undercover agent. Until he was about to die, Virgo didn't understand that he was just a Marine Vice Admiral. How could he let all the top Marine forces go out together? 110. Sengoku takes the blame. Face Shanks. Garp Special Training. Kneeling to subscribe. The sailors of the G5 branch didn't even realize what happened, and their base commander Virgo died directly on Sengoku's fist. Originally, when they noticed the outbreak of the battle, the sailors of the G5 branch thought that some unsightly pirates were invading them, and ran out with weapons. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the gate, he saw Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Sengoku, and Zephyr, the 5 most powerful Marines at present, and their base leader, Virgo, even had his head punched by Sengoku. The headless body just lay on the ground. Look at the appearance of these G5 branch sailors. Shiju, Sengoku and the others were out of breath. I don't know if I didn't come, but I was really surprised by these guys when I came here. They were obviously a member of Marine, but they all stood up, and they didn't even wear their Marine uniforms well. For Akainu, who has always been extremely iron-blooded and extremely ruthless, these guys do not belong to sailors at all in his eyes. After killing Virgo, Akainu ordered the Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider to come to the G5 branch to take over as the base chief, and at the same time, he also reorganized the G5 branch first. However, whenever any behavior that is out of line and not in line with the Marine style is found, Akainu has no mercy at all, and directly executes him, so as to kill chickens and monkeys, and make all the sailors in the G5 branch fear that they will be killed by Akainu, the Marine. The Marshal is watching. In order not to let Akainu go too far, Sengoku stayed and assisted Akainu to rectify the G5 branch. And Aokiji, Kizaru, and Zephyr went directly to Punk Hazard Island as soon as Virgo was dealt with, and they must kill Caesar directly to prevent him from escaping anyway. After all, in that newspaper, Luo Xiu didn't actually point out that Virgo was the undercover agent that Doflamingo had inserted into the Marine. Instead, he just reported what Virgo's 600 has done over the years, and how Virgo secretly supported Caesar. The secret research conducted by the government revealed that the child abduction incident was falsified into a shipwreck accident. Regarding this point, Akainu and Sengoku were very clear that D Luo Xiu did it on purpose. As a result, Marine once again faced a dilemma, or he could point out that Virgo was an undercover agent inserted by Doflamingo, and admit that it was Marine's dereliction of duty that caused such a thing to happen. Or just cover up this matter and say that they have executed Virgo. At least it will not make people think that Virgo, a pirate undercover, has become a Marine Vice Admiral, and how rotten their Marine executives have become. These two options, no matter which one they choose, Marine will be reviled by countless people, making Marine's already bad image worse once again. However, seriously speaking, if you choose the former, then you only need to let Sengoku, the former Marine Admiral, take the blame. Just like the previous Monkey family incident, let Sengoku admit that it was his negligence. But in the case of the latter, the whole Marine will be responsible for the scapegoat. This kind of choice, for Akainu who never takes sacrifices seriously, does not have any psychological burden at all. Akainu sat in Virgo's original office, looked at Sengoku in front of him and said in a deep voice. This time, you still need to stand up and take responsibility. You also know what the image of Marine is in the eyes of those people. If even the actions of that D Virgo are burdened by the entire Marine, then our world conscription will be completely reduced to a laughing stock. Marine's global conscription is not over yet, but now the number of people who choose to join Marine has become less and less, especially now that such a big scandal has been exposed. Akainu can guess that the difficulty of their conscription will only become more difficult. If we want to change this situation, we can only let Sengoku take the blame. Anyway, he is already used to taking the blame, and even the Garp family is his fault, isn't he? After hearing Akainu's words, Sengoku lowered his head silently, and did not respond to Akainu's words for a long time, and Akainu did not urge him, but just looked at him like that. After a while, Sengoku finally sighed deeply and spoke slowly. The old man has no objection. Akainu nodded when he heard the words, and when he took out the phone bug and started contacting the people in naval headquarters, he was about to start clarifying the incident about Virgo. Sengoku really has no objection to taking the blame this time, and he has already learned from Virgo that Rocinante's death was indeed because of Virgo, which made Sengoku agree with what Luo Xiu said before. It's because Sengoku didn't realize Virgo's true identity, which indirectly led to Rocinante's death at the hands of Doflamingo. Because of this, even if Akainu didn't say anything, Sengoku would actually propose to take the blame this time and put all the responsibility on him, the former Marine Marshal. Even if he knew that this move would ruin his reputation, even if he couldn't compare to Garp's level of shouting and beating, there would not be much difference. However, as long as Marine's image can be restored, the sacrifice he made will be worth it. With the top combat strength of Aokiji, Kizaru, and Zephyr, the 3 Marines, Punk Hazard's guys had no ability to resist at all, so they were directly wiped out by them. After they saw that Caesar was actually experimenting with those children, the anger in Aokiji, Kizaru, and Zephyr's hearts could not be suppressed. When Caesar realized that he was very likely to be executed, he begged for mercy to the three of Aokiji, wanting to use the man-made devil fruit technology he had mastered as a bargaining chip, ask these marine executives to spare his life. Originally Aokiji wanted to kill Caesar directly, but was stopped by Zephyr. According to Zephyr, it is better for Akainu to make up his mind on this matter. After all, Akainu is now the Marine Marshal. The man-made devil fruit technology possessed by Caesar is likely to cause a huge change to Marine. It is up to Akainu to decide whether to execute Caesar directly or keep him. Although Aokiji was a little upset about this, he finally agreed while pinching his nose, but Kizaru was always in a happy state, watching this scene with a smile. I don't mean to express my opinion. It turns out that Akainu will not disappoint Aokiji. As he guessed, after learning that Caesar has the technology to make man-made devil fruit, Akainu directly rejected Aokiji's idea of executing Caesar, but they took Caesar away in secret and let him start making artificial devil fruit for Marine from now on. Luo Xiu despises the man-made devil fruit technology because he has the ability to inject special energy liquid into the girls so that their strength can be improved faster. But for Marine, if they can continuously obtain man-made devil fruit, it means that their Marine can easily create 10 demon fruit power legions in the future. At that time, it will become easier to deal with pirates. Even though he knew that Akainu was doing it for the sake of Marine, Aokiji still had a hard time getting over that hurdle in his heart. The hands of Caesar were covered with the blood of countless innocent children. After realizing Aokiji's strangeness, Zephyr patted his shoulder and said in a deep voice, Kuzan, still can't accept this order from Sakazuki. Aokiji shook his head when he heard the words, put his hands on the fence of the warship deck, looked at the sea in the distance, and said slowly, I can understand and accept it, but I just can't agree with his decision. If he could not accept Akainu's order, Aokiji would have disobeyed and executed Caesar instead of taking him away. But Aokiji felt more and more in his heart that it was impossible for him and Akainu to reach a consensus on how to deal with this kind of thing anyway, and the two of them may never have been the same. Zephyr looked at Aokiji and shook his head with a sigh. In Marine's current situation, what is needed is a Marine Marshal like Akainu who dares to break the rules. Although Aokiji is also very good, but it is not suitable for the current Marine. After Aokiji, Kizaru, and Zephyr returned to naval headquarters with Caesar, Akainu and Sengoku also returned to naval headquarters after the Ghost Spider arrived at the G5 branch. On a certain unnamed island in New World, Garp, Shanks, Buggy, Sabo, and Luffy are sitting together. Originally, when escaping from naval headquarters, at the last moment of his life, Drago also used his wind fruit ability to send away most of the surviving revolutionary army. However, after successfully escaping from the dangerous situation, those members of the revolutionary army completely parted ways with the four of them. Even Sabo, the former chief of staff of the revolutionary army, persuaded them to change their minds. According to the words of the few remaining high-level members of the Revolutionary Army, their purpose of joining the Revolutionary Army is to truly bring peace and happiness to the people of Common, not to sacrifice their lives for their monkey family. The war at naval headquarters caused the Revolutionary Army to lose too much, and it also made them fully realize that the leader and chief of staff of their Revolutionary Army are not as great as they used to be. The top brass of the Revolutionary Army also knew very well that if they continued to follow Sabo, the next thing they had to do was to gather their strength and wait for the right opportunity to find Luo Xiu's exhibition history. This kind of thing is not what they want to do. For revenge or something, let the monkey family do it themselves. Anyway, this is the monkey family's own business, isn't it? Although Sabo was full of resentment, he still had no choice but to part ways with Bello and Betty. After all, Sabo had nothing else to do, so he couldn't choose to kill them, right? But now, after seeing the World Economic News newspaper, Shanks gritted his teeth, eyes full of anger and hatred. Luo Xiu, that B***********, not only did he not restrain himself at all, but he even got worse. Shanks is very upset, very upset. He lost everything in the Summit War, whether it was his partners, Rayleigh and Jabba's seniors, or his friend Hawkeye, they were all killed by Luo Xiu. On the other hand, Luo Xiu, after the Summit War ended, not only did he not pay any price for it, on the contrary, he lived a more enjoyable life. He, the majestic New World 4 Emperors, can only stay on this unnamed island with Buggy, Garp, Sabo, and Luffy at this time. How can Shanks accept this gap? Garp also saw the contents of that newspaper, but he was more concerned about the situation Marine was facing now. Garp knew very well that as soon as this newspaper from the World Economic News Service came out, the situation in Marine would become even worse. And based on his understanding of Sengoku, Sengoku will definitely be responsible for Virgo's matter in the end. In this way, Sengoku, the former Marine Marshal, may become the same as him, the Marine scum, and become the target of public criticism up. Although he has betrayed Marine, Garp is not happy about it. On the contrary, I felt some grief for what happened to Sengoku. After all, no matter what, it was he who harmed Sengoku and made Sengoku retire. He didn't retire properly. At this moment, Shanks looked around, glanced at Sabo and Luffy respectively, finally set his eyes on Garp, and said in a deep voice. Garp, Luo Xiu's action will definitely not end here. Next, he may even find trouble with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. If even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin died in the hands of Luo Xiu, then things would be even worse, because Luo Xiu's next target will definitely be Marine or it's the world government. So Garp, Come with me to find Kaido. The two of us teamed up with Kaido. We can definitely kill that damn B************ D Luo Xiu. Hearing this, both Sabo and Ace involuntarily turned their attention to Garp, wanting to know what decision Garp will make. Facing Shanks' proposal, Garp didn't even hesitate, and said straightforwardly. Don't think that if the old man breaks away from Marine, you can pull the old man into the pirate camp. I'm telling you, even if I'm no longer a member of Marine, it's absolutely impossible to get involved with pirates like you. As Garp's voice fell, Shanks' face instantly became extremely gloomy. Shanks never thought that Garp would be so stubborn. Exclamation mark. It has clearly become a Marine scum, recognized by the whole world, and the whole world already knows that Garp, the former Marine hero, has an ancestral relationship with pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Son third-generation relationship. As a result, this guy is still obsessed with his obsession until now, so what did he say that he wouldn't join forces with pirates? Why did you go early? When you were at the Summit War, why didn't you say that you wouldn't let the pirates save your grandson? At this moment, Shanks hoped that the one who died in the Summit War was Garp, and the one who survived was Drago. Although we only got along for a short time, Shanks felt that he and Drago must have a lot of common topics, and if they cooperate with each other, they will definitely be very happy. There is a tacit understanding. After all, both of them are very good at disguising themselves as the righteous side, labeling the enemy as disrupting world peace and causing turmoil in the world. Since Garp is determined to reject his invitation 3.4, Shanks will naturally stop licking his face and stay here, but looks at Sabo and Luffy and speaks. Sabo, Luffy, you two leave with me. With my help, the strength of the two of you can also be improved as quickly as possible, and you can even have the time to seek revenge on Luo Xiu. Hearing this, Sabo and Luffy looked at each other. Both of them were a little moved, but before they could speak, Garp stood up abruptly, staring at Shanks fiercely. Word by word, Shanks, the old man's two grandsons are naturally taught by the old man himself, so you don't need to bother. At that time, Luffy only got along with Shanks for a few days, and finally determined to become the One Piece. In Garp's mind, Shanks was too much of a threat. No matter what, Sabo and Luffy can't be seduced by this D any longer. The smile on Shanks' face disappeared quickly, and after taking a deep look at Garp, he said in a deep voice. In that case, let's say goodbye. Shanks didn't miss the slightest, and directly turned around with Buggy and walked towards the location of the ship that was said to be on the shore of the island. This guy Garp will eventually pay for his arrogance, but I hope Luffy and Sabo won't be led astray by this stubborn guy Garp. Garp watched Shanks and Buggy leave coldly, until he could no longer see the ship they were on, then turned around and looked at Sabo and Luffy and said. Sabo, Luffy, from today onwards, the old man will give you high-intensity training, are you ready? Sabo and Luffy looked at each other, clenched their fists at the same time, and growled. As long as we can kill Luo Xiu for revenge, let us do anything. Garp nodded in satisfaction when he heard the words, and said in the same extremely firm way. Don't worry, in the future, the old man will personally lead you to kill Luo Xiu. 111 Reiju delivered to your door. Marriage, White Scoop, kneeling to subscribe. In order to be able to find Luo Xiu one day, Sabo and Luffy avenged Drago, Ace, and those partners who died in Luo Xiu's hands. No matter how terrible Garp's training is, neither of them complained about letting go. Even, Sabo and Luffy will take the initiative to practice more, just to be able to have the strength to defeat Luo Xiu faster. After all, Sabo's prospective girlfriend, Koala, and Luffy's only two remaining partners, Nami and Robin, were all forcibly taken away by Luo Xiu. Unlike Luffy, who was like an idiot in terms of feelings, Sabo knows very well how bad that D Luo Xiu is in terms of treating women. Sabo couldn't even imagine what happened to Koala from the end of the Summit War to now, and how that damn D Luo Xiu would treat Koala. Because of worrying about Koala's situation, Sabo couldn't even sleep well. Whenever he closed his eyes, the scene of Koala being crazily exported by Luo Xiu would unconsciously appear in his mind. Even if it was just imagining it, Sabo felt that he was going crazy. In order to get back from Luo Xiu's Vice Admiral Koala faster, Sabo had been almost crazy to accept Garp's training. Facts have proved that although Garp is not as good as Zephyr in terms of teaching, it is still commendable. Don't you see, in the original plot, even the two trashes, Kebi and Beru Meber, can be taught by Garp to become Marine Commodore, although, this is more because of the background of the two of them laughs. But Garp taught Sabo and Luffy that Duan Yi is very simple, just fight like crazy. As far as Garp is concerned, his pair of iron fists are not something ordinary people can withstand. As long as Sabo and Luffy can withstand his iron fists, then their strength has already reached a very impressive level. Even Kaido can hit Luffy to learn emission with one stick, Luffy can learn to entangle with two sticks, and all three sticks can directly awaken his Devil Fruit ability and directly reach the form of Nika. He is a dignified former Marine hero, now a Marine scum, can he be no better than a mere Kaido of the beasts? Garp began to give special training to Sabo and Luffy. Shanks also took Buggy to Wanukuni to form an alliance with Kaido, and Luo Xiu also met a beautiful woman who had been eyeing him for a long time. Has a bright future. Luo Xiu 14 looked at Vince Moke Reiju, who appeared on the deck of the ship he was on, and stood in front of him. After looking up and down, he said with a playful face. You mean, your Vince Moke family wants to marry me? Not only Luo Xiu was sizing up Reiju, Robin, Nami, Khalifa, Hancock, and Guillaume, but he was also observing the woman who offered to deliver to her door. They have also heard what Reiju said just now. According to Reiju, her Vince Moke family wants to marry Luo Xiu and use this method to form a community of interests. Feeling the gazes of Luo Xiu and all the women present, Reiju nodded a little, although flustered. Yes, I only hope that when there is a chance in the future, you can help our Vince Moke family to avenge the royal family of North Blue. Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. If he remembers correctly, in the original plot, the reason why Vince Moke's family chose to marry Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom pirates was also for this purpose, right? Only, Luo Xiu raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Reiju in front of him with great interest, and asked. Don't you know that your younger brother Sanji was killed by me? After the words fell, Reiju's eyes suddenly became very dim, and he was silent for a while, not knowing how to answer Luo Xiu's question. On the other side, Nami and Robin couldn't help being a little surprised after hearing Luo Xiu's words. So does Sanji still have such an identity? Under Luo Xiu's gaze, Reiju finally pursed his lips and nodded, speaking in a low tone. I knew it, and so did my father, but he made the decision anyway. For Vince Moke Judge, his good-for-nothing son Sanji, who had died in the hands of Luo Xiu, was of no value at all. Even at the very beginning, Judge thought about marrying Charlotte Linlin's daughter through Sanji, so that the Vince Moke family and the Big Mom pirates could become a marriage relationship. As a result, before he could negotiate with Charlotte Linlin, Sanji died at the hands of Luo Xiu in the Summit War. Moreover, the Summit War that attracted the attention of the whole world also made Judge realize how terrifying power this guy named Luo Xiu possesses. If Vince's Moke family can marry Luo Xiu, then what kind of rubbish can the mere North Blue royal family be? However, Judge also heard how cruel Luo Xiu was, so he didn't come to the scene in person, but asked his daughter Reiju to propose marriage to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu laughed after hearing Reiju's explanation. So, who do you Vince Moke family want me to marry? Reiju lowered his head when he heard this, pursed his lips and said weakly. It is me. Luo Xiu looked at Sanji, the sexy older sister. Reiju's pink-red mid-length hair covered the right eye, and the left eyebrow was the same as Sanji's, with a counterclockwise circle eyebrow. Purple eyes revealed a little nervousness and apprehension, light pink the lipstick made her lips look extra alluring. Looking at Reiju in front of him, Luo Xiu couldn't help but sigh a little. It seems that he killed Sanji a little too much. If he was kept, it would be better for him to see his sister being handed over to Luo Xiu by his own father. However, since everyone is dead, Luo Xiu will naturally not do anything superfluous. Even if he has the ability to bring people back to life in the future, Luo Xiu will only resurrect Nami and Nuo Chigao's adoptive mother Belmel, Robin's mother Nicole Albia, and even Reiju's mother Ping is also a good choice. Thinking of that scene, an evil smile unconsciously appeared on Luo Xiu's face. Deng even looked at Reiju in front of him and said. In this case, then you can stay. As for marriage or something, I'm not interested. Hearing this, Reiju suddenly raised his head, looked at Luo Xiu with astonishment, and asked in a voice. What do you mean? Under Reiju's skeptical gaze, Luo Xiu walked up to her, stretched out his fingers and raised Reiju's chin, so that she could better look at him, and said with a smile. Isn't the meaning already obvious? Vince Moke Judge sent you as a gift to make amends. I am very satisfied, so I don't plan to hold Vince Moke family accountable for his son Sanji. When Reiju heard this, his pupils dilated suddenly, his face was full of disbelief, and he even exclaimed directly. Are you planning to be a white girl? Even Reiju couldn't figure out why this word suddenly appeared in his mind, but Luo Xiu's behavior obviously couldn't be better described by this word. What do you mean she is a gift from Judge to make amends? Although it is true that she is here to marry, Luo Xiu also has to bear some responsibility for it. Otherwise, what kind of marriage is this? Luo Xiu obviously wants to accept herself, and has not reached a community of interest such as marriage with Vince Moke's family. Isn't this just a white woman? Before coming, Reiju thought about many situations that he would encounter, but he did not expect Luo Xiu to do such a thing. However, facing Reiju's questioning, Luo Xiu twitched the corners of his mouth and asked with a playful face. Do you think that your Vince Moke family is qualified to marry me? After hearing this, Reiju's breath stopped suddenly. Feeling Luo Xiu's playful eyes, his whole body felt bad. She had mentioned this question to her father Judge before. With the status and power that Luo Xiu possesses now, how could she be interested in their mere Vince Moke family? But Judge is very confident about this. He insists on saying something. Even if Luo Xiu is strong, it is only him who is strong, and the scientific troops of their Vince Moke family will definitely arouse Luo Xiu's interest. After all, in Judge's opinion, based on Luo Xiu's actions, whether it's New World's Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates, or Marine and World Government, they will become the targets he has to deal with. By that time, won't the science troops of the Vince Moke family be able to play a big role? The confident Judge ignored Reiju's thoughts at all, and insisted that Reiju come to Luo Xiu and let her marry Luo Xiu, so that with the help of Luo Xiu's power, he can seek revenge from the royal families of North Blue in the future. The result is not good now. Luo Xiu has already said very bluntly, their Vince Moke family has no qualifications to marry Luo Xiu at all. The most important thing is that although Vince's Moke family is not qualified to marry Luo Xiu obviously doesn't intend to let him go. Thinking of this, the flustered Reiju blinked and said repeatedly, Luo Xiu, I'd better leave, our Vince Moke family is really not qualified to marry you, how about you just pretend I haven't been here? While talking, Reiju was about to back away. Luo Xiu didn't stop him, just watched the scene with a smile, but when Reiju was relieved in his heart and wanted to escape quickly, Luo Xiu sounded extremely gentle. The voice rang in his ears. Of course you can leave, but I will find a chance to settle the account with your Vince Moke family for your brother Sanji. Reiju's footsteps stopped instantly, and she turned around stiffly. She could clearly see that although there was a gentle smile on Luo Xiu's face, this smile had no warmth at all. Reiju can clearly feel that if he really chooses to leave now, then their Vince Moke family will definitely usher in the liquidation of Luo Xiu. Even the New World 4 Emperors teamed up is not Luo Xiu's opponent. They are a Vince Moke family who was kicked out of North Blue. What will they have to face Luo Xiu, the New World's strongest man? Thinking of this, Reiju's body trembled, his eyes immediately lost their light and became extremely dim, and his whole body began to exude an aura of despair. At this moment, Reiju was already full of hatred for his father Judge in his heart. If he hadn't forced himself to come here to find Luo Xiu and want to marry Luo Xiu, how could such a thing have happened? With Reiju's IQ, of course one can understand that for Luo Xiu, the strongest man in the world, their Vince Moke family is not in the eyes of Luo Xiu at all, let alone because of Sanji's behavior. Let Luo Xiu wasted no time looking for trouble with them. Reiju can assure you, at least it wasn't Vince Moke's family who came to their door on their own initiative. Luo Xiu didn't have the time to troubleshoot them. It was Judge, that idiot who sent his daughter to Luo Xiu with his own hands, and he still couldn't take any advantage from Luo Xiu. However, what Reiju didn't know was that she was still thinking wrong. Because she, the princess of the Germa Kingdom, had already been one of Luo Xiu's targets from the very beginning. Of course, even Luo Xiu didn't expect that she would choose to send it to her door under such circumstances. It's all here, how can Luo Xiu let it go? Feeling Luo Xiu's eyes gradually becoming hot, Reiju's heart became more and more desperate. After a long silence, Reiju finally mustered up the courage to look at Luo Xiu and asked. Road, if I stay, will you spare the Vince Moke family? The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly when he heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and Dang even spoke. It depends on your performance. Reiju understands, this guy Luo Xiu not only wants to force himself to stay, but even uses this method to make himself work hard for him, but Reiju has nothing to do about it. In the end, he could only choose to submit. Seeing Luo Xiu walk into the cabin holding Reiju's slender waist, all the girls on the deck also smiled. In fact, from the moment Reiju came to this ship and stated the purpose of her trip, Robin, Nami, Vivi, Shirahoshi, Hancock and Gion already knew that 9. At 20, Reiju will eventually become one of them. At least on this point, none of the women present would doubt Luo Xiu's strength. Nami rubbed her lower abdomen, her little mouth deflated, and she sighed. If you want to obtain energy liquid in the future, will it become more and more difficult? I also think that I can improve my strength to a higher level in the shortest time. After hearing Nami's words, all the girls on the deck couldn't help laughing out loud, and Robin, who was sitting next to Nami, even said with a smile. Don't worry Nami, no matter how many people are on board, the energy fluid that Luo Xiu can provide will be more and more. Haven't you noticed? Compared to the beginning, Luo Xiu's strength has been growing at an extremely fast rate. Violet, Rebecca, Baby 5, and Monet and others have just arrived on this ship not long ago. They only know that Luo Xiu is extremely powerful, but because there is no having experienced Luo Xiu's strength, of course he has no right to speak about it. On the other hand, Makino, Nuo Chigao, and Kaya are the first members who have followed Luo Xiu in East Blue. They can naturally feel more intuitively that Luo Xiu's strength has grown. The speed of growth is much faster than other people expected. Even if facing so many opponents now, Luo Xiu will not lose, on the contrary, he can win every time. The most frightening thing is that Luo Xiu was even able to perfectly allocate the ownership of the energy liquid, so as to ensure that everyone can get something. It is precisely because of this that although there are more and more women on board, the atmosphere on this ship is actually very harmonious and friendly from the beginning to the end. If I have to say it, maybe those who have just boarded the ship have other thoughts in their hearts, but as time goes by and the time spent together gets longer and longer, they will also sink into it unconsciously, and will never think about looking for opportunities to leave this ship again. For example, Kral and Ain, although they haven't completely fallen yet, they have already shown signs of this. Robin, Nami, Gion and others who have been there are very clearly, the two of them can't hold on for too long. After all, how many people can resist the rapid improvement of strength by injecting energy liquid? It is worth mentioning that, under the effect of zooming in and out of the flashlight, the little human princess Manshueli has become almost the same size as the other people on the boat. After knowing what a terrifying man Luo Xiu is, no matter how much Manshueli wants to leave, she can only obediently stay on the boat and become the daughter of the Crystal Palace. A member, since leaving de Ries Rosa, Luo Xiu has not wasted time on the way at all. Although there is an extra Reiju on board, Luo Xiu has already set a goal and has been. They are all sailing where the country of Shang is. On the way to Wanukuni, Luo Xiu did not stop injecting energy liquid to let the girls improve their strength. During these long days, Luo Xiu could only live in this ordinary and boring life. 112 Luo Xiu invades Wanukuni. Alliance of 3 Emperors. Kneeling to subscribe. Wanukuni, Onijima, and all the cadres and high-level officials of Beast's pirates at this time have all gathered together, looking completely ready for battle. Even Kaido of the Beasts, one of the New World 4 emperors, is not in the slightest exception. Holding the mace in his hand, Kaido looked at the two figures opposite, looked up and down, and couldn't help grinning. Ooh, isn't this the red-haired Shanks who belongs to one of the New World 4 emperors like Laozi? It's been a while since we last met, why did he become like this? Shanks, your partners, Beckman, Rachel, and Yasop. Why didn't they come with you? Instead, a red-nosed clown ran around. Hearing this, Buggy, who was standing next to Shanks, suddenly became furious. Regardless of Kaido being the New World 4 emperors, he took out a dagger and stuck it between his fingers. His body became torn apart due to his emotional excitement. Kaido growled shrilly, "Who are you B*************, D saying his red nose. Believe it or not, Mr. Buggy is killing you right now." Buggy's roar echoed in the sky above Ghost Island, and the members of the Beast's pirates on the opposite side all clenched their weapons tightly, not to be outdone, and cursed at Buggy. All it takes is an order from Kaido, and these guys will kill that clown Buggy as soon as possible. Shanks raised his hand to stop Buggy, and after Buggy woke up, he finally realized what he just said. Speaking such arrogant words in front of the Beast's pirates, the most important thing is that there is only one Shanks on his side. Once there is a war with the Beast's pirates, Kaido and Shanks are both New World 4 emperors, and they will definitely be able to stop Shanks. Doesn't that mean that he will face the entire Beast's pirates except Kaido? Thinking of that scene, Buggy's legs are weak, and he shouldn't have come to Wanukuni with Shanks to meet Kaido. Obviously, when Buggy knew that Shanks was really looking for Kaido, he had already refused to go with him. According to Buggy, he is not Shanks' subordinate, so he has no reason to be with Shanks all the time. The most important point is that Buggy is very clear that following Shanks now will only make his situation more and more dangerous. After all, this guy has a grudge against that monster Luo Xiu. If you meet Luo Xiu, Buggy can guarantee that both he and Shanks will die a miserable death. As a result, the D Shanks ignored his refusal and took him to Wanukuni without hesitation. What made Buggy angry the most was that the D Shanks even pretended that he was thinking of him and didn't worry about it. His strength is not enough, and he will encounter danger in New World. If you are riding a horse, the most dangerous thing is for me to be by your side. Feeling the dangerous aura emanating from the members of the Beast's pirates opposite, Buggy was in a bad mood. But at the same time, when Buggy was so frightened that his legs became weak, Shanks stood in front of Buggy, stared at Kaido opposite, and said in a deep voice, "Kaido, this kind of meaningless provocation, at this time, there is no need to do it again." Shanks can guarantee that Kaido must know that his red hair pirates have been wiped out. What he said just now is just Kaido's sarcasm about himself. Sure enough, after hearing what Shanks said, Kaido couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Oh lol Shanks, this is really the first time Laozi has seen you in such a mess. If the leader of the Revolutionary Army hadn't sent you away at the last moment, I'm afraid you would have died at that summit or you in war." Kaido's face was full of schadenfreude and mocking smiles, and he sneered at Shanks mercilessly, and even the Beast's pirates members under his command laughed out of face. You know, over the years, their Beast's pirates have been troubled by Shanks and his red hair pirates. Whenever Kaido and the Beast's pirates want to make a big move, this guy will always appear at the first time, saying something in his mouth that he doesn't want to see New World fall into turmoil, but he doesn't show any mercy when dealing with their Beast's pirates. It is precisely because of this that when they saw the red hair pirates being wiped out by the Luo Xiu group in the Summit War, instead of feeling any sense of grief, their hearts were filled with pain. Beckman, Yasop, and Rakiru, those guys are so damn good. It's a pity that Shanks didn't die at the hands of Luo Xiu with them, but it doesn't make any difference, since Shanks dared to come to their territory, of course they would never let him go. This time, Shanks is without his extremely powerful people. Hearing the mocking sound in his ears, Shanks' face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and even his eyes became cold. Shanks can never forget what kind of pain it was when his comrades were killed by Luo Xiu in the Summit War. However, now is not the time to argue with Kaido. The most important thing now is to persuade Kaido to form an alliance with himself, and even get Charlotte Linlin. Only in this way can they have a chance to kill Luo Xiu off. After all, Garp had already rejected Shanks' proposal, and had no intention of standing on the same front with them to deal with Luo Xiu together. Thinking of Garp's bad attitude before leaving the island, Shanks' mood became even worse, but after taking a deep breath, Shanks still looked at Kaido and said, "Kaido, I came to Wanukuni this time, not to trouble you Beast's pirates, I want to form an alliance with you." Hearing this, Kaido put the mace on his shoulders, tilted his head, the smile on his face became more intense, and he smiled cheerfully. "I know you're not here to cause trouble, just because you and the red nose next to you are not qualified to cause trouble for us Beast's pirates. However, with the way you are now, do you think you are qualified to form an alliance with Laozi?" Kaido didn't hide his sarcasm at all. After a sneer, he looked at Shanks with a playful face, feeling extremely refreshed. "I have dealt with Shanks so many times in the past, and it is because he is deflated more times, and it is the first time that he is as cool as he is now." Shanks was indifferent to Kaido's ridicule, but looked at Kaido sincerely and said in a deep voice, "Kaido, Since you have seen the summit war with your own eyes, you should also be very clear about how terrifying power that damn D** D Luo Xiu possesses. The most important thing is, with Luo Xiu's unscrupulous style of doing things, I can guarantee that sooner or later, he will definitely target you and your beast's pirates. If you refuse to form an alliance with me, then your fate will definitely be worse than mine. Not only the beast's pirates will be wiped out by Luo Xiu, but even you, the New World 4 emperors, will be beheaded by Luo Xiu. After all, you don't have the leader of the revolutionary army like Dorag who sends you away at the cost of his life. Shanks' words made the members of the beast's pirates on the scene instantly furious, and they yelled at Shanks without hesitation, even shouting in their mouths that as long as Luo Xiu dares to come, they will definitely kill Luo Xiu. They are dignified beast's pirates, they will not be as useless as Shanks and his red hair pirates, even if they team up with others, they can still be wiped out by Luo Xiu. To Shanks, the cries of these guys are no different from the buzzing of flies. Of course, it is impossible for Shanks to take them to heart. What Shanks really cares about is only Kaido's attitude. Under Shanks' gaze, Kaido grinned. As early as the summit war had just ended, Laozi had already contacted Charlotte Linlin to let Laozi's beast's pirates allege with her Big Mom pirates. Didn't expect that, Shanks, even if you are sincere, in Laozi's eyes, you are useless now. Hearing this, Shanks' complexion suddenly changed, even his eyes were full of doubts about life. Kaido, when did he react so quickly? As soon as the summit war ended, he had already joined forces with Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom pirates. However, this saved a lot of time, at least Shanks didn't need to waste time trying to persuade Charlotte Linlin. Thinking of this, Shanks not only did not give up, but also became more determined to join the alliance. Dang Li looked at Kaido sincerely and said, Kaido, if only you and Charlotte Linlin are in this alliance, it will definitely not be enough. Seeing that Kaido wanted to refute his words, Shanks didn't give him the chance, but continued bluntly. You should be very clear that both me and Dorag, who is the leader of the revolutionary army, have strengths that are absolutely not inferior to yours. But even if the two of us work together to face Luo Xiu, even if we can stop Luo Xiu's attack at first, as long as time goes by, we will be the ones who die in the end. Replace me and Dorag with you and Charlotte Linlin, and it will have the same ending. Kaido remained silent after listening, carefully thinking about Shanks' words in his heart. Even Jin, Quinn, Black Maria, and Runjian and others did the same. The only exception was Jack the Drow, one of the three major disasters of the beast's pirates. Jack glared at Shanks and growled, Hey, Shanks, did you forget us, you be ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Luo Xiu. Aren't our 3 major disasters human? With our 3 major disasters, plus the 2 for Emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, isn't it easy to deal with a wrongshow? As Jack's voice fell, it seemed that the entire Ghost Island fell silent. Whether it was Shanks and Buggy, or Kaido, Jin and Quinn, and other Beast's pirates, they all turned their eyes to Jack. It's getting weirder. Feeling the gazes of these guys, Jack said with a look of displeasure. Why, isn't Laozi right? For Jack, he is naturally very supportive of the alliance between Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates. After all, he is not stupid enough to think that the new strongest man in the world, Luo Xiu, can be solved by relying on Beast's pirates alone. But now that their Beast's pirates have allied with the Big Mom pirates, the situation has naturally reversed. It's just Luo Xiu, the boss of Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, plus their 3 major disasters, isn't it easy to solve? It can only be said that Luo Xiu's ability to make the ship King Jack accept the alliance between Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates is enough to show how strong Luo Xiu is. Shanks glanced at Jack as if looking at an idiot, and then turned his attention to Kaido. Although he knew that Jack the Dro's brain circuit was different from ordinary people, Shanks still never thought that he was so weird to this extent. Kaido, I was a little annoyed by Shanks' eyes, and after giving Jack a vicious look, regardless of Jack's confused look, he looked at Shanks and said in a deep voice. You mean, you also want to join the alliance between me and Charlotte Linlin? Shanks nodded emphatically. That's right, if the 3 of us work together, we can definitely solve Luo Xiu. Kaido's eyes are dim and unclear. You must know that the reason why he formed an alliance with Charlotte Linlin is not only to prevent Luo Xiu from looking for trouble for them, but also because he wants to use this method and divide Whitebeard's and Shanks' territories evenly. But now the arrival of Shanks and his, I'm not destroying you, I'm here to join you, attitude made Kaido a bit unsure. After thinking for a while, Duo Kai finally said again. It's okay to let you join, but Laozi can tell you in advance that I can't give you back those places of yours. After receiving Kaido's exact response, Shanks secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As for what he said later, Shanks shook his head and his face became very gloomy. Do you think that I still need to use the so-called territory? Kaido twitched the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh but forced himself to endure it. Anyway, now that he and Shanks are allies in name, of course he can no longer mock him as unscrupulously as before. But even Kaido was worried about how to deal with Shanks. After all, not long ago, they had an indelible relationship with Shanks. The contradictions and hatred that are destroyed. While Kaido was struggling with this question, Shanks suddenly looked at Kaido and said in a deep voice. Kaido, I suggest you contact Charlotte Linlin now. It is best for her to bring someone to Wanukuni now, or we go to her territory now. Otherwise, once Luo Xiu comes to make trouble, or to find trouble with Charlotte Linlin, the other party will have no time to support. For Shanks' proposal, Kaido didn't hesitate at all, so he agreed directly, Zhao Chenjiao. After all, he also knows that, just as Shanks said, if Luo Xiu comes to Wanukuni to make trouble, even if Shanks is in Wanukuni now, it is still impossible. Luo Xiu's opponent, Kaido didn't waste any time, just took out the phone bug and started to contact Charlotte Linlin. When Charlotte and Linlin learned that Shanks approached Kaido and wanted to join their alliance, she couldn't help being surprised. But after Kaido explained the pros and cons, Charlotte Linlin didn't have any opinion about it, even Kaido proposed to let her bring the Big Mom pirates to fight. Back in the country, Charlotte Linlin only complained a few words before agreeing directly. After all, Charlotte and Linlin also know very well that if it really happened that Luo Xiu came to her door suddenly, then both Kaido and her would definitely die in Luo Xiu's hands. Moreover, compared to letting Kaido and Shanks come to Wangguo, Charlotte Linlin obviously hopes that the battlefield with Luo Xiu can be in other places. Charlotte Linlin doesn't want her lair to be destroyed because of the war between them and Luo Xiu. As for whether this alliance is stable, Charlotte and Linlin know very well that at least until Luo Xiu is successfully dealt with, or until Marine kills Luo Xiu, their alliance is absolutely. There will be no problems. After Luo Xiu's death, Charlotte and Linlin can guarantee that with Kaido's character and behavior, he will definitely invite himself to join forces as soon as possible, and Shanks will also be together. Get rid of it. After all, that guy Kaido has always been such a sinister person. After Charlotte and Linlin assembled the members of the Big Mom pirate group, they began to advance at full speed to the location of the country of Shang. After struggling for a long time, Kaido finally chose to entertain Shanks well, and did not deliberately make things difficult for him. Shanks and Buggy also enjoyed a few days of delicious food and drink in Ghost Island, but Charlotte Linlin and her Big Mom pirate group have not come to Ghost Island, but Luo Xiu. Those women with him have already landed in Wanukuni and came to Oni Island. 113 Target, Beasts. The girl stays. Kill all the men. Kneeling to subscribe. Kaido, Shanks, the three major disasters, and Buggy were arguing about how to deal with Luo Xiu. After Charlotte Linlin and the Big Mom pirates came to Wanukuni, they have been waiting in Wanukuni, waiting for Marine to kill Luo Xiu first, or waiting for Luo Xiu to take the initiative to trouble them. Or, the three of them, the New World Four Emperors, took the initiative to attack. Once they got the news of Luo Xiu's whereabouts, they would directly dispatch together to kill Luo Xiu first. On this point, only Shanks thinks that they should take the initiative instead of sitting still or pinning their hopes on Marine. On the other hand, Kaido and the three major disasters of the Beast's pirates feel that they don't need to confront Luo Xiu at all. Anyway, there is an indelible hatred between Marine and Luo Xiu. Especially the current Marine Marshal, who is still the most radical guy in Marine Akainu, he will definitely deal with Luo Xiu at any cost. And this also means that they just need to wait obediently in Wanukuni, maybe it won't take long at all, and they will receive the news that Luo Xiu has been dealt with by Marine. Wouldn't that be better than having them deal with Luo Xiu? Killing Luo Xiu will not do any good to the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. On the contrary, it will cause incalculable casualties to their Beast's pirates. You must know that Doflamingo has been chopped down by Luo Xiu now. There is no place for Kaido to make high-quality and cheap man-made devil fruit. As for the alliance of the three of them, it was just an insurance policy to deal with all possible emergencies. Shanks has nothing to do with Kaido and the three disasters. No matter how much he persuades, these four guys have no intention of changing their minds. They insist on waiting in Wanukuni, waiting for Luo Xiu to be killed by those guys from Marine. It can only be said that Shanks' red hair pirates were wiped out by Luo Xiu's regiment, so now he has no right to speak in the alliance of these three emperors. Shanks' only partner now is Buggy, however, as a clown, Buggy has no role to speak. Just when Shanks was very helpless, suddenly a member of the Beast's pirates rushed towards the room they were in. After the Beast's pirates member arrived, he didn't dare to hesitate at all, and shouted at Dabi who was sitting in the first place. Your Excellency, Luo Xiu is here. After the voice fell, the room fell into an extremely strange and silent atmosphere. In the next second, no matter whether it was Kaido, Shanks, or Jin, Quinn, and Jack, the three major disasters, they all stood up abruptly. Get up. Kaido looked at the subordinate with a look of shock and anger and asked. Luo Xiu is here, are you sure you said it right? Under the oppressive eyes of Kaido, Shanks, and the three major disasters, this Beast's pirates member shook his head frantically and shouted anxiously. No, it's really Luo Xiu. Lord Fosford, Lord Black Maria, Peggy Wan, and Lord Runty have all rushed over. They asked me to inform you, Lord Governor. Hearing this, Kaido's heart was terrified, and he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He directly picked up the mace next to him, and ran towards the outside. Jin, Quinn, and Jack, the three major disasters, also reacted in the same way, following behind Kaido, eager to get to where Luo Xiu and Fei Liubao were. Those who have seen the Summit War with their own eyes are of course very clear about the terrifying power that Luo Xiu's monster possesses. Their Beast's pirates flying 6 cells fighting against the real fight, even in New World, is a very powerful force, but in front of that monster Luo Xiu, it is simply not enough to look at. I just hope they won't be late. That be ******** D Luo Xiu, please don't kill Foz Fu, Black Maria, Runshi and Peggy Wan before they arrive. Shanks didn't hesitate either, he stomped his feet, and a deep pit appeared directly on the spot, and with the help of this force, Shanks chased after Kaido and the three major disasters. At this moment, Shanks only hopes that Charlotte Linlin and her big mom pirates can come in time, and don't wait until he and Kaido die at the hands of Luo Xiu before coming to Wanukuni. If things are really wrong, then he, Shanks, may choose to leave Kaido and Beast's pirates behind and run away. Buggy watched Kaido, the three major disasters, and Shanks leave one after another. He sat there in a daze, struggling to stand up, but found that his legs were so weak that he couldn't stand up successfully. Damn it, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** now that Luo Xiu has really come, the one who is on the horse really wants to kill me. No, I can't stay here. I must leave Shanks. As I said before, staying with this D**********D is the most dangerous thing. After scolding Shanks severely, Buggy finally felt his legs, stood up with his body, and walked towards the outside. Even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, Buggy can guess that this Wanukuni war will definitely be very tragic, and even Shanks and Kaido may not be able to survive successfully. How could he, BECJ, participate in such a dangerous war with the dignified Buggy uncle? At the same time when Buggy started sneaking away, Kaido, the 3 major disasters, and the 5 Shanks had also arrived at the location where Luo Xiu and the members of the Beast's pirates were. What shocked them was that Luo Xiu didn't end in person at all. It was Robin, Nami, Hancock, Gion, these Luo Xiu's women, who were fighting the Beast's pirates. However, what made Kaido and the 3 major disasters unacceptable was that facing these women of Luo Xiu, his dignified member of the Beast's pirates, did not gain the slightest advantage. Instead, he was beaten to the absolute subordinate by those women. Even, on this battlefield, an unknown number of corpses have already appeared, all of them from Beast's pirates. What the hell is going on with riding a horse? Hey, Shanks, why do these women in Luo Xiu have such power? What's going on here? Kaido looked at the scene on the opposite side, and the whole person was already stupid. Kaido admits that Luo Xiu's strength is really strong, so he, one of the beasts of the New World 4 emperors, has to hold his nose and choose to form an alliance with Charlotte, Linlin and Shanks. He has never heard that most of these women in Luo Xiu have strength not inferior to that of Beast's pirates Fei Liubao. Not to mention Kaido, even Shanks was stunned after seeing this scene. How do I know what's going on? Why do these women in Luo Xiu suddenly become so powerful? Among the women in Luo Xiu, only Boa Hancock, who was the pirate queen, and Momoshiki Gion, the former admiral candidate in Naval Headquarters elite vice admiral, can barely be seen by Shanks. Other than that, other people are nothing to worry about. Even after the outbreak of war, they will become Luo Xiu's burden. Otherwise, how could Luo Xiu bring only 5 women to Naval Headquarters with him during the Summit War? That is to say, the battle at Naval Headquarters was too fierce at that time. Those top combat forces were all entangled by the enemy, and there was no chance to do anything to Luo Xiu's woman. Even if there is a chance to fight, it is not the opponent of Boa Hancock and Momoshiki Gion at all, and they will be easily killed by them, otherwise Luo Xiu will never be so comfortable in the Summit War. But now Shanks can clearly feel that whether it is Boa Hancock or Momoshiki Gion, compared with the Summit War period, their strength has improved a lot. Even Luffy's 2 partners, Nico Robin and Nami, can't be underestimated, and some other people also have good power. However, what makes Shanks doubt his life the most is that the liquor seller Makino he met in East Blue Windmill Village was obviously just a common, but now, why can he easily kill those Beast's pirates? Shanks was dumbfounded, watching Makino kill one Beast's pirates member after another. The whole person was stunned on the spot, his face was full of disbelief and suspicion of life. At this moment, Luo Xiu's playful voice sounded, interrupting Shanks' forced state. Yo, what a coincidence, Shanks, I didn't expect to meet you here. Could it be that you are afraid that I will be too tired looking for you one by one, so you come here on purpose and plan to die with Kaido? As Luo Xiu's voice fell, Shanks' face suddenly became gloomy. Originally, when he heard the first half of Luo Xiu's sentence, Shanks wanted to reply to Luo Xiu for a few words. By the way, try to see if it works. Directly persuade Luo Xiu to leave. Although he really wanted to cooperate with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin to take the initiative to kill the damn guy Luo Xiu, but before Charlotte Linlin arrived, Shanks didn't have enough confidence to do this kind of thing at all. Even if you want to do something to Luo Xiu, you have to wait until Charlotte Linlin arrives, right? As a result, Luo Xiu's last sentence directly made Shanks suffocate what he originally wanted to say. Shanks, with a livid face, stared at Luo Xiu opposite him with wide eyes, and said in a low tone. Luo Xiu, are you overconfident? Without waiting for Luo Xiu to answer, Kaido on the side directly picked up the mace, pointed at Luo Xiu, and said angrily with cold eyes. Little devil, don't think that the things you did in Summit War can grow up to talk nonsense in front of me. You can insult Shanks, but you can't take me. Hearing this, Shanks' breathing became a little disordered, his fists clenched, and he wanted to punch Kaido, the B*************, directly on the head. Can you speak well on the horse? Laozi is your ally now, not the enemy of the horse. Shanks gave Kaido a vicious look, didn't bother with him, but directly pulled out the griffin from his waist, looked at Luo Xiu and said word by word. Luo Xiu, I don't want to start a war with you. If you leave now, we can pretend you never came. Kaido was a little annoyed when he heard that. Many of his subordinates have been killed by Luo Xiu and those women. Now you say it can be regarded as Rongsho has not been here. Those dead subordinates, can they die and come back to life? Even though Shanks had noticed Kaido's gaze, he didn't pay attention to it at all. If possible, before Charlotte Linlin rushed to Wanukuni, Shanks would not want to have a conflict with him anyway. Unfortunately, his idea is just a wish after all. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He took out Wanukuni's national treasure, the famous knife Chushui, from his waist, and held it in his hand, speaking slowly. Shanks, even if you admit it, you are so unique. Luo Xiu's words made Shanks' complexion extremely gloomy, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and even his eyes became extremely fierce. Shanks stared at Luo Xiu opposite, and just when he was about to say something, he saw a strange smile on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, stomped hard, and his figure disappeared instantly. After seeing this scene, Shanks' pupils shrank suddenly, his heart was already full of dignity, and he yelled at Kaido. Kaido, be careful, boom. As soon as Shanks' words fell, the griffin in his hand collided with Luo Xiu's Chushui, a violent roar that resounded through the sky in an instant. Under the action of this terrifying force, a huge deep pit was directly blasted out of the ground under Shanks' feet, the surrounding ground was cracked inch by inch, and the dust and mist all over the sky directly covered the figures of the two of them. Feeling the huge power coming from above Griffin, Shanks' face instantly became ferocious and distorted, while bursting out with all his strength, resisting the power contained in Luo Xiu's knife, he roared without turning his head. Kaido, what the hell are you waiting for, you D. Do you want to watch Laozi get killed by Luo Xiu, and then you get your head chopped off by Luo Xiu? Facing the crisis of death, Shanks could no longer maintain his composure, and even swear directly, eager to get Kaido involved to help him deal with Luo Xiu. Shanks can clearly feel that Luo Xiu's power seems to have become even more terrifying than during the Summit War period. Kaido's eyes flashed, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally chose to lift the mace and join the battle. Although he really wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Shanks, but just like what Shanks said, if he just sit back and watch Luo Xiu kill Shanks, then the kid's next target must be himself. Kaido is not such a mindless person, even he knows very well that when Luo Xiu appeared in Wanukuni, he must want to kill himself. Otherwise, could this guy come to Wanukuni for his daughter? A stern look flashed in Kaido's eyes, he swung his mace, aimed at Luo Xiu's head and smashed it down hard. Facing Kaido's attack, Luo Xiu not only did not have the slightest intention of retreating, but raised another clenched fist, aimed at Kaido's mace and punched it. A dull voice sounded, Kaido's stick was blocked lightly by Luo Xiu. Kaido felt the power of Luo Xiu's punch, and his heart suddenly became extremely solemn. At this moment, he finally understood why Luo Xiu's performance in the Summit War seemed so terrifying. It's really because this guy really deserves the title of the strongest man in the world right now. Jin, Quinn, Jack, come help Laozi deal with this guy. Kaido sneered, although Luo Xiu's strength is indeed strong, but here in Wanukuni, it is his home field. After hearing Kaido's words, the three major disasters did not hesitate at all, and directly drew their weapons and joined the battle immediately. At the same time, the battle on the other side has become more and more intense. With Luo Xiu working hard to inject the girls with energy liquid, their current strength has already occupied an absolute advantage in the face of these Beasts Pirates. Especially with the presence of Boa Hancock and Gion, even Fei Leopo of Beasts Pirates is no match for them at all. If it continues like this, maybe it won't take long before they will be able to completely defeat the Beasts Pirates. And this also means that even in the face of the New World's Four Emperors group, they can already help Luo Xiu in the battle. Robin glanced at Luo Xiu, who was fighting fiercely with Shanks, Kaido, and the beasts, and then chuckled. Sisters, don't forget what I told you before. Don't worry, I won't forget it. Nami, Khalifa, Hancock, and Gion responded immediately. At the moment when they came to Wanukuni, Robin had already set the rules for their operation, that is, when dealing with Beasts Pirates, the male will be killed directly and the female will stay. Leave it to Luo Xiu to tame slowly. 114 Luo Xiu kills the three major disasters. The whole family is neat and tidy. Kneeling to subscribe, except Luo Xiu who forcibly snatched Violet, Rebecca, Monet, Granos and Manchueli from her own boat into Res Rosa. Only Koala and Ai Yin, the two women who were kidnapped by Luo Xiu in the Summit War, could barely hold on, thinking that they would find a suitable opportunity to escape from Luo Xiu after they had enough strength. Before that, whether it is Robin, Nami, Khalifa, Hancock, Gion, or Shirahoshi, Kaya, Vivi, etc., they have already belonged to Luo Xiu wholeheartedly. No matter in any aspect, the first consideration must be Luo Xiu's feelings. It is worth mentioning that although Baby 5 followed Luo Xiu after Res Rosa, with Baby 5's character, she fell even deeper than others. No matter what kind of request Luo Xiu made to her, Baby 5 has never refused, and it is precisely because of this that although Baby 5 joined for a short time, its level of development is not inferior to those who have followed Luo Xiu before. Xiu the woman next to her. They all knew how powerful Luo Xiu was, and they also knew that for Luo Xiu, the more women on board, the better. Because of this, in the eyes of Robin, Nami, Hancock, Gion and others during this trip to Wanukuni, in addition to dealing with Kaido and Beasts Pirates, the women of Beasts Pirates are also targets that need their uniforms. And now Kaido and the three major disasters are teaming up with Shanks to fight Luo Xiu. In the entire Beasts Pirates, there are only a few flying 6 cells that can be called good. In addition, the rest of the Beasts Pirates, in front of Robin, Nami, Khalifa, Perona, Hancock, Gion, etc., did not constitute any threat at all, and there was no cannon fodder that could be wiped out at all. There is a slight difference. You must know that Hancock, the pirate empress, and Gion, the former admiral candidate, have the strength to surpass these flying six cells. Coupled with Luo Xiu's persistent hard work during this period of time, and the continuous injection of special energy liquids for them, the strength of both of them has been greatly improved, and it is even more relaxed and comfortable to deal with the flying six cells. Even Robin, Khalifa, Perona and others can easily deal with Fei Liubao under the cooperation of each other. As for the real fights of Beast's pirates, Nami, Makino, Nuo Chigao, Kaya, Vivi and others can easily deal with them. It can only be said that in the raging summit war, apart from raising Luo Xiu's strength to an unparalleled level, only this, accelerated growth, skill is Luo Xiu's biggest gain. In such a short period of time, the strength of these women has been raised to this level. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. As time passed, the battle between Robin, Nami, Hancock, Gion, and the Beast's pirates became more intense. The most unacceptable thing for Fei Lufu is that, not to mention these women who killed Luo Xiu, they didn't even show the slightest trauma. In contrast to their Beast's pirates, members died one after another. In such a short period of time, the corpses of Beast's pirates members were already all over the surrounding area. It took Kaido decades to expand Beast's pirates to this level, but now because of the war with Luo Xiu and these women, Kaido's efforts over the years have all been wiped out. After seeing this scene, Kaido can't help but feel heartbroken. It's just that Kaido at this time can't care about checking the situation of his subordinates at all. For Kaido now, the battle with Luo Xiu is the most important thing. After all, the new boss in front of him, the strength of the world's strongest man, has far exceeded Kaido's imagination. Damn, Shanks, you B************, didn't you say that although Luo Xiu's strength is very strong, if the two of us work together, we can still hold on to him for a long time? What's going on now? Are you trying to trick Laozi on purpose? Kaido felt the terrifying power coming from the mace in his hand, his face was twisted to the extreme, his hair was flying freely in the air under the terrifying fluctuations, and his heart was already full of horror. However, after hearing Kaido's words, Shanks also broke the defense directly and started yelling. How do I know what's going on? How can I figure out why Luo Xiu, a monster, has become so terrifying in such a short period of time? Everyone in Shanks is stupid, he can clearly feel that Luo Xiu's strength is much stronger than when he was in the Summit War before. Obviously back then at Naval Headquarters, when he and Drago teamed up to deal with Luo Xiu, although he was still clearly at a disadvantage, if Luo Xiu wanted to defeat or even kill them both. Simply not so easy, can be done extremely. The reason why Drago died under the knife of Luo Xiu was only because he needed to guard against Luo Xiu's attack on Sabo and Luffy, and at the same time he had to worry about those marine executives. Under the blessing of various reasons, it finally caused Drago death. But what's going on now? Obviously Kaido's strength is comparable to Drago's, and his Shanks' strength has not declined in the slightest compared to the Summit War period. As a result, even if this is the case, the two of them joined hands, and they fell into an absolute disadvantage after just meeting each other. Once there is even a momentary flaw, the monster Luo Xiu will accurately catch the opportunity and leave a terrible wound on them. Even, if it is more terrifying, they may die directly. Yes. Luo Xiu waved the famous knife Chushui in his hand and slashed at Shanks and Kaido in front of him, while smiling and teasing. Shanks, it seems that you don't trust your ally that much. Didn't tell Kaido my detailed information. Is it possible that you plan to use my knife to get rid of Kaido, a competitor? If you really have this idea, you can tell me directly. I'm happy to help you on this matter. Hearing this, Kaido's complexion changed instantly, and his eyes immediately became extremely gloomy. Shanks almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and quickly opened his mouth to explain. Kaido, don't listen to this guy's nonsense, the two of us are on the same boat now, if you die in the hands of Luo Xiu, it will not do me any good at all, even the next one to be killed by him will be me. Kaido snorted coldly when he heard this, and said straightforwardly, Laozi is not as stupid as you think, you will believe what he said. Kaido just looks brainless, but he is not really brainless. Otherwise, do you really think that any idiot can be the new World 4 Emperors? Shanks breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Kaido's reaction. He was really worried that Kaido would directly disintegrate the newly formed alliance because of Luo Xiu's terrifying power. Now that his red hair pirates have been wiped out by Luo Xiu, and Garp is unwilling to join forces with him, if the alliance of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also abandons him, then Shanks really doesn't know what to do. Alright. However, at this moment, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Looking at the three major disasters of the Beast's pirates who had joined the battle between them, he said with a smile. Shanks, your red hair pirates have already been wiped out by me in the Summit War. In order to make your new World 4 Emperors look a little more balanced, I will do my best to help you and kill the Beast's pirates too. As the voice fell, the pupils of Shanks and Kaido shrank suddenly, and they both realized Luo Xiu's thoughts at the same time. Almost at the same time, Shanks and Kaido faced Jin, Quinn, and Jack who were rushing towards Luo Xiu then growled. Jin, Quinn, Jack, get out of the way. At the same time when the roars of Shanks and Kaido sounded, Luo Xiu's voice sounded at the same time. Time stops. In an instant, no matter it was Shanks and Kaido, Jin, Quinn, and Jack, they felt a time fruit ability fall on them at the same time, making their original actions instantly stagnate on the spot. Make any extra moves. The first time Shanks and Kaido felt the shackles of the time fruit ability, they had already exploded with all their strength, trying to break free from the damn shackles in the shortest possible time. They knew very well that the D Luo Xiu wanted to take this opportunity to attack the three major disasters. Kaido's original intention of letting the three of them join the battle was to share some of the firepower and delay more time. It is best to hold on until Charlotte the arrival of Linlin and the Big Mom pirates. Kaido had secretly contacted Charlotte before Linlin knew that it would not be long before she arrived at Wanukuni with the Big Mom pirates. The reason why Shanks didn't tell this news is only because Kaido didn't have much trust in this ally from the beginning to the end. Kaido doesn't want to see his beasts pirates, just like Shanks' red hair pirates, be wiped out by Luo Xiu, AB**********D. If Luo Xiu chooses to deal with Shanks and Kaido after using time to stop and fix them, although it can also play some role, but there is a high probability that they will not be able to end their lives directly, but they will break free. Bondage. But Jin, Quinn, and Jack are completely different. Luo Xiu didn't waste any time at all. After using the ability to stop time, he stepped on Moonwalk and rushed towards the location of the three of them. The famous knife Chushui in his hand shone with sharp light. Under their fearful gaze, Luo Xiu raised the autumn water, pointing at the neck of Quinn who was closest to him, and cut it down. Exclamation mark. PFF'd. With a knife down, Chu Shui didn't seem to have the slightest stagnation. The sound of the blade tearing flesh came, and Quinn's head, which was still holding a cigar, was directly separated from the body and rolled wantonly in the air. And at the neat cut on his neck, warm and scarlet blood is gushing out, as if to illustrate the death of this plague. Asking for flowers. After beheading Quinn with one knife, Luo Xiu's movements didn't stop at all. He turned his wrist, raised the autumn water, aimed at Jin on the other side, and stabbed at him. At the same time that Chushui poked Jin's heart, Shanks and Kaido also broke free from the time fruit ability blessed on them almost at the same time. Kaido looked at Luo Xiu's movement with tearing eyes, stepped hard on the foot, and a deep pit appeared directly on the spot, and Kaido himself used this force to attack Luo Xiu with a bang. With a slap in his mouth there was a frenzied roar. Luo Xiu, stop it. Laozi is going to kill you. Laozi is going to kill you. Even though Shanks knew that continuing to fight Luo Xiu might not end well, but looking at Kaido's current appearance, I am afraid that no matter how he persuades him, it will not have any effect. It is precisely because of this that in desperation, Shanks can only pick up the griffin in his hand and chase after Kaido. No matter what, we must at least ensure Kaido's safety, and prevent Kaido from dying under the knife of Luo Xiu, otherwise, he will definitely not be able to survive. Kaido's roar didn't affect Luo Xiu in the slightest, instead it made him more decisively pour the autumn water into Jin's heart. PFF'd. With a dull sound, Jin's heart was directly pierced by Chushui. Luo Xiu twisted his wrist, this beast's pirates whose strength is only under Kaido's Yan Calamity, directly. He lost all signs of life. Luo Xiu pulled out the autumn water from Jin's heart, and looked at the only remaining one of the three major disasters, Jichen Wang, who was on the boat. At the same time, Jack has also successfully broken free from the shackles of time stop. After seeing that Jin and Quinn have died in the hands of Luo Xiu one after another, Jack has lost the arrogance he had before. Oh, at this moment, Jack finally understood why no matter whether it was the boss of Kaido, Jin and Quinn, or even that D Shanks, when he mentioned Luo Xiu. The reaction was so intense. With the terrifying power possessed by Luo Xiu, not to mention the three major disasters of their beasts pirates, even their boss Kaido, together with the two four emperors Shanks, can no match for Luo Xiu at all. The only difference is that the two of them joined forces, and they were able to hold out in front of Luo Xiu for a little longer. Gudong. Luo Xiu, don't come here, don't come here. Seeing Luo Xiu holding the handful of autumn water in his hand and walking towards him with a smile, Jack swallowed his saliva, his face was already full of panic, and he stepped back unconsciously, mouth. Li even kept yelling indiscriminately. Luo Xiu raised his hand and applied a slow effect to Kaido and Shanks, making their movements extremely slow. Obviously Luo Xiu and Jack are already close at hand, but they only being able to watch Luo Xiu stride towards Jack, there is no way to stop him. After seeing this situation, Jack's heart was immediately filled with fear, and he couldn't care about anything else. He directly threw the strange weapon in his hand at Luo Xiu, trying to delay Luo Xiu's movement towards him in this way. After Jack roared, Devil Fruit's ability exploded, and he directly transformed into the mammoth form of Zone's ancient species. After entering the mammoth form, although Jack's speed is not as good as before, both his strength and defense have increased several times. It's just that, at this time, Jack didn't have the idea of fighting Luo Xiu at all, but ran towards the position of Kaido's boss regardless, trying to hide behind Kaido's boss. Follow behind Shanks and let them face Luo Xiu, a terrifying monster. This kind of monster should be dealt with by Kaido boss and Shanks. He is not qualified to face Luo Xiu. Jack doesn't want to die like Jin and Quinn. Luo Xiu under the knife. However, it is a pity that Jack just ran 2 steps, and he felt an indescribable force suddenly fell on him, making him unable to move forward even. Ascent. Time stops. This time, Luo Xiu didn't give Jack any more chances, and originally only wanted to hear the sentence, "Who do you think Laozi is?" pull the boat over, from Jack's mouth. It's a pity that after witnessing with his own eyes what kind of terrifying power Luo Xiu possessed, and how Jin and Quinn died under Luo Xiu's knife without any resistance, Jack even. No matter how arrogant he was, it was impossible for him to utter such cruel words in front of Luo Xiu. In this case, Luo Xiu also lost interest in playing, so he might as well kill Jack as well. Luo Xiu stepped on the moonwalk and appeared on the top of Jack in the mammoth form, with the autumn water in his hand raised high, and with a thought, the time fruit ability that bound Kaido and Shanks also followed. The lifting of, under the horrified eyes of Kaido and Shanks, Chu Shui slashed down on Jack's head. Boom. With a knife, Jack, the famous boat Akoku, picked up the body and separated, while Luo Xiu didn't even look at Jack, but looked at Kaido with a playful face and said, "It's your turn soon, Kaido. After all, a family needs to be neat and tidy." 115 Kaido backstabbed Shanks. Stop pretending. Showdown. Kneeling to subscribe. Boom. In mammoth form, Jack's incomparably huge body collapsed, smashing out a huge deep pit on the ground. The surrounding ground was cracked inch by inch, and the sky filled with dust directly covered Jack's figure. At the same time, Kaido, whose time fruit ability was released, his pupils dilated suddenly, his eyes instantly turned red, and his face immediately appeared extremely ferocious and distorted. Kaido's right hand holding the mace kept making creaking sounds, and his body began to tremble continuously, showing the raging anger in this beast's heart. Luo Xiu, Laozi is going to kill you. Laozi must personally blow your D's head. Gritting his teeth, Kaido squeezed out a roar full of anger and hatred from between his teeth. Everyone present could clearly sense that at this moment, Kaido seemed to have been dazzled by anger, almost reached the state of losing my mind. At the same time, those Beasts Pirates members who are supporting Robin, Nami, Khalifa, and Hancock and Gion have also noticed the situation here. Their majestic Beasts Pirates' three major disasters, even looking at the entire New World, are all top-level powerhouses and they died under the sword of Luo Xiu like this. Even shorter than the time they insisted on. What scares the members of the Beasts Pirates most is that facing the monster like Luo Xiu, even their Governor General Kaido couldn't get the main disaster out of Luo Xiu's hands. Saved. In the face of Luo Xiu's terrifying time fruit ability, even if Kaido and Shanks team up, they can only watch them die under Luo Xiu's sword. What is going on? Holding the autumn water, Luo Xiu stood in front of Jack's corpse, looked at Kaido on the opposite side with a playful face, felt the anger and hatred in Kaido's heart, and said slowly, "I've said everything one by one. And as the New World 4 emperors, Shanks' red hair pirates have already been wiped out. How can your Beasts Pirates survive alone? After all, you two are allies now, aren't you?" Luo Xiu's words reminded Shanks of the grief he experienced during the Summit War. At that time, watching his friends die one by one under Luo Xiu's sword, the anger and hatred in Shanks' heart were not weaker than the current Kaido, even more crazy than Kaido in wanting to kill Luo Xiu fix it. However, after being beaten by Luo Xiu, Shanks has fully recognized the reality. Shanks is very clear that under the current situation, even if he joins hands with Kaido, he will not be able to persist in front of the monster Luo Xiu how long. Shanks is really confused, what is going on with this guy Luo Xiu, and why he was able to make such a huge improvement in strength in such a short period of time. Seeing that Kaido was going to fight Luo Xiu with a mace, Shanks quickly raised the griffin to block Kaido, and said in a deep voice, "Calm down, Kaido, haven't you recognized the reality? Although I don't know why Luo Xiu can make such a huge improvement in strength again in such a short period of time, but if we continue to fight, the two of us will in the end, it will not be any different from the three major disasters. The most important thing now is to find Charlotte Linlin. Only the three of us join hands to get rid of Luo Xiu and avenge your subordinates." As far as Shanks is concerned, he naturally hopes that this so-called war can end here. He doesn't want to die in the hands of Luo Xiu just like the three major disasters. He tried his best to escape from the Summit War, and came to the purpose of Wanukuni after going through untold hardships, but in order to find a way to join Kaido and Charlotte Linlin to kill Luo Xiu, instead of accompanying Kaido, he died in the hands of Luo Xiu. However, what Shanks didn't expect was that after hearing his words, the anger in Kaido's eyes became more intense, and he said in a straightforward and cold voice, "Charlotte and Linlin are going to Wanukuni soon. Laozi has contacted her before, and it won't be long before she and her big mom pirates will be able to arrive at Wanukuni." Laozi said, "You must blow the head of that D Luo Xiu with your own hands, you must blow his head." After the words fell, Shanks' breathing stopped suddenly, and he turned his head to look at Kaido suddenly, with strong anger shining in his eyes. Kaido, D. He had already secretly contacted Charlotte Linlin before, and even knew when Charlotte Linlin and the Big Mom pirates would come to Wanukuni, but he concealed the news. If he guessed right, maybe Kaido, the B*********, even secretly discussed with Charlotte Linlin, and when she arrives in Wanukuni, let's work together to get rid of herself as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Shanks' face was filled with anger, and the arm-holding griffin trembled uncontrollably. "Kaido, is this how you treat your allies? I've been thinking about countermeasures for our alliance, but you you secretly think of a way to want it." Shanks stopped pretending and brought up the topic directly. His words immediately made Kaido's face extremely awkward, but he recovered immediately. Kaido said in a deep voice after taking a deep breath, "How does Laozi know? Do you have other goals?" But if you say I want to kill you, then you are really wronging me. Shanks snorted coldly, his tone became extremely cold, and said angrily. Whether you have been wronged, you know in your heart. In this regard, Shanks has absolute confidence in Kaido. Don't look at this guy's simple and unscrupulous appearance, but based on the many times Shanks has dealt with him over the years, Shanks is naturally more confident than anyone else. Clearly, this B************ D Kaido has become a yin wolf. His real purpose must be to take advantage of his unpreparedness and kill himself after Charlotte Linlin arrives. But Kaido never thought that Luo Xiu would come to Wanukuni to trouble him and the Beast's pirates before Charlotte Linlin arrived. Kaido's eyes flashed, feeling the coldness emanating from Shanks' body. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to explain. After all, now he has also personally experienced how terrifying power Luo Xiu has. Even if Shanks is replaced by Charlotte Linlin, together they are definitely not Luo Xiu's opponent. Just like what Shanks said before, if you want to deal with Luo Xiu, only the three of them attack together to have a chance to kill Luo Xiu. At least until we get rid of Luo Xiu, we still can't completely tear ourselves apart with Shanks. However, just as Kaido opened his mouth, before he could speak out, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed a bright light, and he stomped hard, and a deep pit appeared directly on the spot, and Luo Xiu himself used the help of this force slam towards where Shanks and Kaido were. Laugh. Hearing the sound of blades tearing through the air, Shanks and Kaido no longer cared about condemning each other, and their hearts immediately became extremely solemn. Luo Xiu raised the famous knife Chushui in his hand, aimed at Shanks in front of him, and slashed down fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar that resounded through the sky, the ground under Shanks and Kaido's feet exploded instantly, and dust and mist flew up all over the sky, directly covering the position where the owner was. A terrifying wave, centered on the location of the three of them, swept away in all directions. Those Robin, Nami, Khalifa, Hancock, and Gion, who were fighting fiercely, and the remaining members of the Beast's pirates led by Fei Liubao, felt the intensity of the aftermath of the battle, and their faces became very pale. Dignified, they immediately evacuated to the distance at the same time, for fear that they would be involved if they were not careful. After all, a battle of this level, even if it is just the aftermath of the battle, is simply not something ordinary people can face. They can all feel it clearly, whether it is Luo Xiu, or Shanks and Kaido. At this point, they have no longer held back, and they all started to explode with all their strength. In their eyes, Luo Xiu, who had already exploded with all his strength, looked at the two guys after Shanks and Kaido's faces became extremely ferocious and distorted with one knife, and couldn't help but joked. Shanks, it seems that the alliance between you and Kaido is indeed as I expected. It is not secure at all. It's obvious that the alliance has just been reached, but in the end, it has already started to count on the other party. From this point of view, is it not the right time for me to come? If I come to Wanukuni a little later, you guys, would you have died at the hands of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin? Luo Xiu's words made Shanks' face extremely gloomy. Even though he knew that Luo Xiu was deliberately using this method to provoke the relationship between him and Kaido, Shanks still couldn't control the thought that appeared in his mind. It showed him being calculated by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Just like what Luo Xiu said, if he came a little later, if Charlotte Linlin and her big mom pirates came to Wanukuni first, then he, the red-haired Shanks, one of the mighty New World 4 emperors, I'm afraid that these two, allies, will join forces to kill him. For a moment, Shanks' breath was a little disordered. Even though he tried his best to control it, he couldn't suppress the restlessness and resentment in his heart. Kaido has also noticed the strangeness of Shanks. In order to prevent Charlotte and Linlin from dying under the knife of Luo Xiu, the B***********D, Kaido groaned while resisting Luo Xiu's attack. Shut up Luo Xiu, Laozi will not be like what you said. No matter what conflicts and hatreds there are between Laozi and Shanks, but now he and Laozi are allies, Laozi can't count on him no matter what. Kaido's pale explanation, not to mention Luo Xiu, even if Shanks tried his best to convince himself, it is simply impossible. In other words, there is still Luo Xiu, the great enemy. Otherwise, Shanks might choose to leave directly, giving up Kaido and Zongluo Linlin, two pure evils, and waiting. He has already said how terrifying Luo Xiu's power is, and he has told Kaido of all his interests, but Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are two villains who still want to backstab himself. Who can stand this horse? The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised, a weird smile appeared on his face. He looked at Kaido with that idiot-like eyes, and said with a smile. Ah, yes, you didn't think about calculating Shanks, it's just that Shanks was thinking wildly. You Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, even if you want to deal with Shanks, you will only use fair methods. How could you use such a despicable method? Kaido was a little annoyed, and immediately stopped trying to hide it, but directly smashed the can and broke the road. Laozi really wanted to team up with Charlotte Linlin to deal with Shanks, but so what? Shanks, is it possible that now, besides joining forces with me against Luo Xiu, do you have other options? No matter what you want to do, the most important thing now is to join forces to deal with Luo Xiu. Only after killing this damn B***********, we are qualified to settle the score. Shanks snorted coldly when he heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and a more terrifying aura began to exude from his whole body. For Shanks, the current situation has almost reached a dilemma. Even if Charlotte Linlin is able to bring the Big Mom pirates to Wanukuni soon, it is definitely not good news for Shanks. After all, Even if the three have worked together to kill Luo Xiu, what will happen after that? Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are two pure villains, maybe they will turn their heads to deal with themselves when they just kill Luo Xiu. Although Kaido's beasts pirates are about to be wiped out by Luo Xiu and his women, Charlotte and Linlin's Big Mom pirates are still doing well. On the other hand, his red-haired Shanks is now alone. Both Beckman and Yasop were killed by Luo Xiu. The only person left who can be trusted is the useless clown Buggy. Even with the wisdom Shanks possessed, Rao couldn't imagine how he could break the situation. Kaido, after Luo Xiu is settled, you must give me an explanation for your behavior. Shanks swung the griffin to block Luo Xiu's knife, his eyes flashed, and his tone suddenly became extremely cold. Not only did Kaido not get angry when he heard this, but he was deeply relieved in his heart. He sneakily looked at Shanks beside him from the corner of his eyes, and seeing that he didn't intend to turn his face immediately, he quickly assured him. Don't worry, after killing Luo Xiu, I will give you an explanation. I promise, I will definitely satisfy you, Shanks said indifferently without even looking at Kaido. Don't forget what you said, it's better to be like this. Kaido's eyes flashed, and he had already made a decision in his heart. When Charlotte and Linlin arrived, the three of them joined hands to kill Luo Xiu. After 1.5, no matter what price they had to pay, they must take this guy together, get rid of. After all, in Kaido's eyes, Shanks' threat has always been extremely high. Especially his hypocritical behavior style, always standing on the side of justice, condescending to block his actions, has long made Kaido feel very upset when he sees Shanks. It's just that before getting rid of Luo Xiu, Shanks couldn't perceive his thoughts anyway. Don't worry Shanks, I, Kaido, have never broken my promise, wait for the slaughter. Before Kaido could finish speaking, Luo Xiu's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Kaido's words directly. Time stops, hum. For a moment, the movements of Shanks and Kaido suddenly stopped in place, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed fiercely, and he swung the famous knife Chushui in his hand, aiming at Kaido's neck in front of him and slashing down fiercely. After feeling the restraint of the time fruit ability appearing on the body, Kaido's heart was filled with panic for an instant, and Shanks was no exception. Both of them are very clear about how perverted the time fruit ability possessed by Luo Xiu is. You know, in a battle of their level, even just a momentary distraction may become a decisive factor, and even cause you to die directly. But for Luo Xiu, as long as he moves his thoughts, he can control the speed of time on the opponent's body at will. In battle, the role this ability can play is really too terrifying. Seeing that the famous knife Chushui in Luo Xiu's hand was already slashing towards his neck, Kaido burst out with the most powerful force in his life in fright, and broke free from the restraint of the time fruit ability on his body. However, at the same time, Chushui also crashed on him. PFF 116 Taming Black Maria, Run T. Charlotte Linlin arrives, kneeling to subscribe. At the last moment when the autumn water was about to fall on Kaido, Kaido finally broke free from the time fruit ability that bound his body. However, even though he had tried to dodge as much as possible, and even raised the mace in his hand horizontally in front of him, he was still chopped on the chest by Chu Shui. With one stab, Chu Shui cut Kaido's chest with a deep wound, hot and scarlet blood rushed out from the wound, and the severe pain hit Kaido uncontrollably. With a scream of boundless pain, seeing that Luo Xiu was going to continue chasing Kaido, Shanks, who also broke free from the shackles of time stop, did not dare to hesitate, and quickly waved the griffin in his hand, aimed at Luo Xiu and chopped it down. With a backhand stab, Luo Xiu easily blocked Shanks' attack, and even the terrifying force made Shanks' body slide backwards uncontrollably. Luo Xiu, you bloody B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** gushing blood. The continuous severe pain, the three major disasters, and the scattered corpses of the members of the Beast's pirates made Kaido roar at Luo Xiu, and then rushed towards Luo Xiu without hesitation. Thunder 8 trigrams. In an instant, the mace in Kaido's hand began to glow with lightning, and the crackling sound was heard continuously. The mace entwined with lightning aimed at Luo Xiu's head and smashed it down fiercely. Faced with Kaido's angry blow, Luo Xiu not only did not have the slightest intention of retreating, but instead took the initiative to meet it. Boom! The autumn water and the mace collided with each other, and Luo Xiu's huge strength instantly made Kaido's face extremely ferocious. The flushed face and the bulging veins on Kaido's forehead all showed Luo Xiu's personality powerful. In the next second, Kaido, who couldn't hold on any longer, was directly sent flying by Luo Xiu, and began to roll continuously in the air. Seeing this situation, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly. Not only did his offensive not end there, but he directly chose to pursue Kaido. After Shanks stood firm, his pupils dilated suddenly after seeing this scene, and his heart instantly became extremely dignified. No matter how Kaido was planning to calculate himself before, but at least for now, Shanks can't stand by and watch Kaido die at the hands of Luo Xiu. Otherwise, once Luo Xiu kills Kaido, the next thing he will deal with will be himself. Hold on Kaido, don't die at the hands of Luo Xiu. Shanks roared and chased Luo Xiu at full speed. Kaido heard Shanks roar, and had already noticed Luo Xiu's movements, and Shang felt that Luo Xiu didn't intend to let him go just like that. Sensing Luo Xiu who had appeared in front of him, Kaido's heart was filled with fear, and he immediately used his Devil Fruit ability. Roar. After Kaido roared, his body size suddenly became larger, and he directly entered the state of Dragon Man, instead of incarnating into the form of Azure Dragon. After all, Kaido also knows very well that when dealing with those who are not as powerful as him, entering the Azure Dragon form can eliminate opponents faster, but if facing a monster like Luo Xiu, if you have to enter the Azure Dragon form without knowing whether to live or die, then it will only make him die faster. Kaido doesn't want to become a living target for Luo Xiu after becoming an Azure Dragon. Seeing that Kaido swung the mace towards him, Luo Xiu raised his hand and swung his mace back, and swung Chushui again aiming at Kaido below, and he fell down wolf-like. PFF'd. The sound of the blade tearing flesh and blood sounded, and Luo Xiu directly slashed Kaido's body with a deep wound, scarlet blood shot out, followed by Kaido's painful roar. Although Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the world, it is only because Kaido's vitality is very strong. In terms of defensibility, Kaido is no match for Charlotte Linlin who has a steel balloon. Even after entering the Dragon Man form, Kaido's defense power has been greatly increased, but in front of Luo Xiu's Chushui, he didn't even appear stagnant at all. What frightened Kaido the most was that Luo Xiu's offensive didn't stop because of his breakthrough, on the contrary, it became more and more intense because of it. Luo Xiu kept swiping the autumn water and slashing at Kaido below, even though Kaido tried his best to resist, he was unable to revolving heaven at all. Whether it's speed or strength, he, the world's strongest creature, is far behind Luo Xiu, the new world's strongest man. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before Luo Xiu, one of the beasts of the New World 4 emperors, will really be beheaded by the knife. Thinking of this, Kaido waved the mace in his hand with all his strength to resist Luo Xiu's crazy and fierce attack, and roared heart-piercingly. Shanks, what the hell are you doing? Are you going to watch Laozi get killed by Luo Xiu? As Kaido's voice fell, Shanks' voice sounded at the same time. God avoids. Shanks' griffin, which was wrapped around Conqueror's haki, aimed at Luo Xiu and slashed down. Luo Xiu's eyes flashed, and with a thought, he released 2 time fruit abilities, which were applied to Shanks and Kaido respectively. One speed up and one slow down. In the next second, Luo Xiu stepped on Moonwalk and left the area in an instant. And Shanks' full-strength slash, after losing Luo Xiu who was standing in the middle, directly slashed down in multiples. Both Shanks and Kaido have already noticed that things are going in the wrong direction. Unfortunately, under the effect of the time fruit ability, Shanks' evasion could no longer be stopped, and under the effect of slowness, Kaido could only watch Shanks' griffin slash at him, and he couldn't stop it at all. Avoid. Boom. Even at the last moment, Kaido managed to break free from the slowing effect and put the mace across in front of him. However, facing Shanks' full-strength attack and avoiding Kaido, he was directly blasted out. The terrifying power contained in the God's Refuge made Kaido feel as if every organ in his body had been violently impacted, and blood even began to ooze from the corner of his mouth. PFF'd. Shanks. UB**********D. After rolling dozens of times on the ground, Kaido spurted out a stream of blood, and yelled at Shanks. Row. With Shanks' strong mentality, he was in a bad mood at this time. He really didn't expect that Luo Xiu not only didn't face his divine avoidance head-on, but also used this method to make him slash at Kaido with all his strength. Shanks knew very well that if Kaido hadn't held the mace in front of him at the last moment, even if he didn't die, he would have suffered extremely severe trauma. He was already extremely wary of Luo Xiu, why was Luo Xiu tricked him? For a moment, Shanks' mentality exploded, Luo Xiu's time fruit ability is too pervert, if he is not careful, he will be tricked. At this moment, an ominous premonition suddenly appeared in Shanks' heart. Shanks didn't dare to hesitate at all. He waved the griffin in his hand to his side and chopped. Facts have proved that Shanks' fighting instinct is still very trustworthy. Luo Xiu did appear by his side, and the famous knife Chushui was shining even more sharply. Aim at Shanks' waist and cut it. Boom. A violent roar sounded again. Luo Xiu's terrifying power made it impossible for Shanks to stand still even with all his strength, and he was sent flying directly. The target was Duo who had just got up. Kaido, who had been hit and traumatized one after another, felt a little out of order. Just after struggling to stand up, he saw a black shadow attacking him. It was completely subconscious. Kaido swung the mace and smashed it. To this shadow. Boom. There was a muffled sound, followed by Shanks' painful groans. Kaido woke up suddenly, and realized that what he hit was his ally. Kaido was paralyzed, watching Shanks being kicked out by him with a stick. He was at a loss for a while, not knowing what to do. Obviously just because Shanks slashed himself, Kaido scolded Shanks angrily, but turned around and gave Shanks another stick. How did this happen? As if he was deliberately revenge. Seeing that Luo Xiu was going to take this opportunity to attack Shanks, Kaido didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He just picked up the mace and stood in front of Shanks, trying his best to resist Luo Xiu's fierce offensive, while Buying did not return the road. How are you, Shanks? Dead. Shanks shook his dazed head, and rubbed the waist where Kaido hit with a stick, feeling the severe pain from there. Shanks' heart was already filled with anger and hatred. Even though he knew that Kaido wasn't targeting him on purpose, Kaido in the form of a dragon man hit such a crucial part with all his strength. Even if he was the red-haired Shanks, one of the New World 4 emperors, he couldn't stand it. Yes. Shanks forcibly suppressed the killing intent towards Kaido in his heart, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice. Not dead yet. Kaido roared angrily when he heard this. Since he is not dead, what are you waiting for? Waiting for Laozi to be beheaded by Luo Xiu. Kaido was almost unable to hold on anymore. He really couldn't understand, how did Luo Xiu manage to have such terrifying power at his current age? Even rocks, the former overlord of the sea, was no match for the current Luo Xiu at his peak. Kaido's scolding made Shanks feel even more angry, but he also knew very well that if he broke his face with Kaido now, the only thing waiting for them would be to die under Luo Xiu's knife together. Even if you want to kill Kaido and avenge your own waste, you have to wait until Luo Xiu is dealt with. Thinking of this, Shanks stuck the griffin on the ground, stood up with force in this way, without any hesitation, directly joined the battlefield, and together with Kaido resisted Luo Xiu's offensive beam. However, after successive injuries, both Shanks and Kaido are not in the same state as they were at the beginning. One must know that even at the very beginning, the two of them could only struggle in front of Luo Xiu when they teamed up, let alone the current state. For the current Shanks and Kaido, all they can do is to pray wildly in their hearts, hoping that Lot Linlin can bring her big mom pirates to Wanukuni sooner. Otherwise, the two of them will really die under Luo Xiu's knife. While Shanks and Kaido are doing their best to resist Luo Xiu's terrifying offensive, the situation on the other side of the battlefield has become very clear. Except for 4 flying hexapods. There are also some numberers, Genda, and a limited number of givers. Other Beasts Pirates members have all died in the hands of Robin, Nami, Khalifa, Hancock and Gion. The degree of ground damage near the battlefield, although not comparable to the positions of Luo Xiu, Shanks, and Kaido, has reached the point of devastation. The corpses of Beasts Pirates members can be seen scattered on the ground everywhere. It took Kaido decades to grow to this scale of Beasts Pirates, and it disappeared in an instant. That is to say, now that Kaido is facing Luo Xiu, he doesn't care about this at all, otherwise, this beast will be so distressed that he can't breathe. At this time, Robin, Nami, Hancock, Gion and others have surrounded the remaining members of the Beasts Pirates and are commenting on those guys. Black Maria, Runye, Solidia, Speed, Kim Rummy. In the entire Beasts Pirates, I'm afraid that only these few people are worth staying. Robin's eyes swept over Black Maria, Run and the others, and there was a strange light in his eyes. And Robin's words also resonated with the other women present. Gion held the Kinpira in 697's hand. In this war, only she and Hancock killed the most members of the Beasts Pirates. After all, the two of them were originally the most powerful among Luo Xiu's women. Even with the divine grade skill that accelerates growth, Robin and Nami's strength has also been greatly improved, but if they want to catch up with them, they still have to road repair needs to inject more energy liquid. Black Maria and Runty's words will be most useful if they stay, even in battle, they can have a lot of effect. In any case, Fei Liubao is the 6 most powerful Beasts Pirates apart from Kaido and the 3 major disasters. As for Black Maria and Run, as 2 of the flying 6 cells, their talents and strengths are naturally extremely impressive. If it wasn't for the accelerated growth that Luo Xiu got in the Summit War, their strengths had a qualitative leap. With their original strengths, they might not only be unable to defeat the Beasts Pirates but would even be crushed by them. With the talents of Black Maria and Runty, if they also receive the injection of energy liquid, their strength will definitely be greatly improved. However, the attitude of Robin and Gion not only failed to make Black Maria and Runty bow their heads, but also made them furious instantly. You bastards! How dare you treat us with this attitude, what do you think we are? The angry bodies of Black Maria and Run began to tremble slightly, and their delicate and beautiful faces turned red with anger. However, what they didn't expect was that, facing their roar, instead of being angry, Robin said with a smile. Of course I regard you as our future partners, so don't waste time and energy. You can rest assured that neither we nor Luo Xiu will hurt you. However, if you continue to choose to fight in the corner, then the end may be a little miserable. It can only be said that since Robin was completely tamed by Luo Xiu, no matter what he did, Luo Xiu must be considered first. With Robin's wisdom, as long as Luo Xiu doesn't want to intervene, or is too lazy to pay attention to it, almost all the big and small things on the ship will be decided by Robin. Because of this, Robin has vaguely become the leader of these sisters, and thus has received the most favor from Luo Xiu. Black Maria and Runty did not choose to give in, but launched a counterattack even more frantically, trying to break through the blockade of these women. And their attitude made Hancock and Khalifa very upset. They felt that Black Maria and Runty's reaction was a lesson. Since this is the case, then Hancock and Khalifa don't mind giving them a good lesson on behalf of Luo Xiu first, so that they can recognize the reality first. Just as the two battlefields became more and more intense, a loud laugh suddenly came from a distance. Ma. Kaido, Shanks, you two guys are really useless. 117, Smoothie, Garrett, and Luo Xiu take all of them. Kneeling to subscribe, Charlotte Linlin's voice echoed over the battlefield of Ghost Island, causing everyone present to look sideways at her. I saw this big mom, one of the New World 4 emperors, holding the Napoleon machete transformed from a pirate hat in his hand, looking at Kaido and Shanks who were being slashed by Luo Xiu. His face was full of pain. Already full of mocking smiles. Especially seeing the scars all over Kaido's body, and the scarlet bloodline that has been soaked all over his body, although Shanks is a little better, but only a little better. The embarrassed appearance of these two guys immediately made Charlotte Linlin unable to hold back and burst out laughing. Ma. Kaido, Shanks, if I come a little later, you two trash, will you be killed by Luo Xiu? Charlotte Linlin really didn't expect that Luo Xiu came to Wanukuni earlier than herself, and even pushed Kaido and Shanks into a desperate situation. As she said, if she and the big mom pirates come a little later, maybe these two guys who are as famous as her will really die in Luo Xiu's hands. In the past, Charlotte Linlin naturally hoped to see Kaido and Shanks die, but now she has also realized how terrifying the monster Luo Xiu has. Once Kaido and Shanks are killed by Luo Xiu, the next target of the new strongest man in the world may be himself and the Big Mom pirates. Although there is a gap in strength between them, the New World 4 emperors, the gap is not that big. Even Kaido and Shanks can't beat Luo Xiu together, let alone her alone. After hearing Charlotte Linlin's words, Kaido yelled anxiously while waving the mace in his hand to resist Luo Xiu's crazy offensive. Linlin, hurry up and help me. If you don't come, Laozi will die under the knife of this B***************. Although Shanks didn't urge him, his face was full of anxiety. What the hell is this woman Charlotte Linlin doing? Now that you have come to Ghost Island, why don't you directly participate in it? You want to watch the excitement there for a while, and wait for Laozi and Kaido to be slaughtered by Luo Xiu before making a move. The smile on Charlotte Linlin's face froze, and she snorted coldly. Kaido, find out who you are. Don't speak in front of me with this attitude. However, even though Charlotte and Linlin spoke mercilessly, she rushed to where Luo Xiu, Kaido, and Shanks were at the first time. She has also seen that the two guys, Kaido and Shanks, are almost at the end of their battles. If they continue to sit idly by, it is very likely that there will be casualties among them. In this way, for the current situation, but it's not good news. Just as Luo Xiu repelled the mace in Kaido's hand with a single knife, and Shushui aimed at Kaido's neck and was about to cut it off, Charlotte Linlin who rushed over hurriedly waved the Napoleon long knife in his hand and directly helped Kaido kill Luo Xiu of this blow. Boom! Horrible roars resounded through the sky, and the huge strength of Luo Xiu made Charlotte Linlin's complexion change suddenly. Only after experiencing it personally can Charlotte and Linlin be able to more intuitively feel the terrifying level of power possessed by Luo Xiu, the new strongest man in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that even Charlotte Linlin, an old woman who has experienced the Rocks era, the 3 legendary level pirate eras, and the Great Pirate era, has never seen such a terrifying monster like Luo Xiu. At this moment, Charlotte and Linlin finally understood deeply why Kaido and Shanks were almost slaughtered by Luo Xiu in such a short period of time. After Charlotte and Linlin joined, the pressure Kaido and Shanks had to face suddenly decreased, and they finally had a chance to breathe. It's really because Luo Xiu, apart from possessing terrifying power, even in terms of combat experience, has reached an extremely terrifying level. If you don't die, you will definitely be severely injured. Both Kaido and Shanks are already full of injuries of varying severity. Damn it, Linlin, why are you here so late? Didn't you say you're almost here? Panting heavily, Kaido couldn't help complaining to Charlotte Linlin. Before Charlotte Linlin appeared, Kaido really thought that he was going to die in the hands of Luo Xiu today. Even Shanks is full of resentment towards Charlotte Linlin in his heart. You must know that Kaido promised him that Charlotte Linlin would arrive in Wanukuni soon, but it has been delayed until now. I'm afraid it's not. Did she get stuck on purpose? If you come here later, when you get to Ghost Island, I'm afraid you will only see the corpses of Kaido and me. At that time, even you will die in Luo Xiu's place. Under the knife, Shanks' eyes were gloomy, and finally he couldn't help but stab Charlotte Linlin. However, after hearing the complaints from the two of them, Charlotte Linlin also seemed particularly upset and said straightforwardly. Who would have thought that you two guys are such good-for-nothings? Besides, how do I know that Luo Xiu will come to Wanukuni at this time? Did you guys tell me about his arrival? Charlotte and Linlin's words made Kaido and Shanks' breathing stop suddenly. At this moment, they suddenly recalled that after they learned that Luo Xiu had come to Ghost Island, they rushed here as soon as possible, but there was no response from the beginning to the end. Tell Charlotte Linlin about the situation here. I am afraid that it is precisely because of this that Charlotte and Linlin will travel in this sea area where the country of Shang is located, as before, without any haste. Otherwise, if she knew about Luo Xiu's sudden invasion, how could she use it? How long did it take to reach Oni Island? Thinking of this, Shanks waved the griffin in his hand to help Charlotte Linlin block Luo Xiu's knife, and after a cold snort, he growled in that resentful voice. Then it seems that all this is the D Kaido's fault. The reason why he didn't tell you about Luo Xiu's sudden arrival at Wanukuni is probably to hide it from me and not let me know that you will soon arrive at Wanukuni Bar. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin's movements unconsciously stagnated for a moment, and Kaido's face was already full of embarrassment and bewilderment. Kaido really considered telling Charlotte Linlin the news of Luo Xiu's arrival, but just as Shanks said, after thinking that he and Charlotte Linlin had agreed to get rid of Shanks, he gave up the idea. Charlotte Linlin glanced at Kaido beside her out of the corner of her eye, the meaning of which is self-evident. Kaido at this time has become the biggest idiot in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. Has this guy, even the agreement between the two of them, been exposed to Shanks? What's the difference between a horse and an idiot? A mocking smile appeared on Shanks' face, and he said coldly. So Kaido, the deaths of your subordinates, including the 3 major disasters of your beast's pirates, were all caused by you. After saying these words, Shanks only felt that his thoughts were clear and he felt a lot more comfortable. Ever since he realized that Kaido made an agreement with Charlotte Linlin to plot against him, Shanks couldn't stop feeling angry. That is because of the presence of the monster Luo Xiu. Let Shanks have no chance to go crazy. But now that Charlotte and Linlin have arrived, the pressure he has to bear has been greatly reduced. Of course, Shanks must give Kaido a good run. At this time, Kaido has also noticed the corpses of those subordinates around him, except for the 3 major disasters that were killed by Luo Xiu himself. Of the huge beast's pirates, there are only a dozen or so still alive. What makes Kaido unacceptable the most is that, except for a limited few, others such as Black Maria, Run T, etc., according to those women in Luo Xiu, they intend to keep Black Maria and Run behind on purpose, so let Luo Xiu know the details. This kind of humiliation, Kaido has lived for so many years, but he has never suffered it. However, before Kaido could speak harshly, Charlotte Linlin, who also noticed this, couldn't help laughing out loud. Ma. It seems that if Kaido is like you, he will become a loner. Charlotte and Linlin felt very cool, it was extremely cool. If they work together to kill Luo Xiu, then even if Kaido and Shanks are alive and well, it is absolutely impossible to pose any threat to her in a short time. Whether it was Kaido's Beast's pirates or Shanks' Red Hair pirates, they were all wiped out by Luo Xiu. The original New World 4 Emperors group, only her Big Mom pirate group is still alive. Doesn't this mean that from now on, the entire New World territory will belong to her Charlotte Linlin? Even just thinking about that scene, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but her excited body began to tremble slightly. Kaido's body in the form of the Dragon Man is also trembling slightly, but he is not as excited as Charlotte Linlin, but because of the anger and hatred already filled in his heart. Laozi said it. Laozi must smash Luo Xiu's head with his own hands. Definitely. As Kaido's voice fell, Charlotte and Linlin were about to tease a few words, when Luo Xiu's eyes flashed brightly, and he yelled violently in his mouth. Time stops. In an instant, whether it was Kaido and Shanks, or Charlotte Linlin, all movements were stagnant in place, and they could no longer make any unnecessary movements. Just like everyone before him, after personally feeling the horror of Luo Xiu's time fruit ability, Luo Linlin's heart was instantly filled with fear. Even though Charlotte Linlin had heard a lot of information about Luo Xiu before, she collected all the information about Luo Xiu as much as possible, and knew the function of this time fruit ability. But I heard that only after facing Luo Xiu directly, can I truly feel how perverted this time fruit ability is. Seeing Luo Xiu attacking their position with the famous sword Chushui, Kaido, Shanks, and Charlotte Linlin burst out with all their strength at the first moment, desperately trying to break free from the shackles of this time stop. Luo Xiu didn't hesitate at all, stepped on the moonwalk and disappeared in an instant, and the next second, Luo Xiu suddenly appeared in front of Kaido, raised the famous knife Chushui in his hand, aimed at Kaido's head, and slashed it down. The moment Luo Xiu disappeared, Kaido's heart was full of alarm bells, and he even vaguely smelled the breath of death. Kaido did not dare to relax at all. At this critical moment, he finally managed to break free from the shackles of time stop, raised his mace and placed it in front of him, trying to block Luo Xiu's attack in this way. One knife. Boom. With Luo Xiu's terrifying power, Kaido's huge body in the Dragon Man form was directly blasted away, rolling continuously in the air. However, Luo Xiu's offensive did not end there, instead he continued to pursue Kaido. At the same time, Shanks and Charlotte Linlin, who stopped time and broke free almost at the same time, saw that Kaido was helpless in front of Luo Xiu, so they could only fight desperately. Blocking Luo Xiu's crazy and fierce attack, he didn't dare to be careless immediately, and hurriedly chased him, wanting to support Kaido. Even Charlotte Linlin has recognized the reality clearly, the power possessed by this monster Luo Xiu has completely surpassed her imagination. Different from the previous Summit War period, when Shanks and Drago teamed up against Luo Xiu, although it was true that Luo Xiu was suppressed throughout the whole process, no matter what, Luo Xiu wanted to. It is not so easy to kill them. But I don't know what happened to Luo Xiu that made him increase his strength to such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. Originally, they thought that it would be easy for the 3 of them to join forces to solve Luo Xiu, but now they fully understand that even if they, the 3 emperors of the New World, join forces, at most, it can be on par with Luo Xiu. Most importantly, because Charlotte Linlin rushed to Ghost Island too late, both Duo and Shanks had already suffered a lot of trauma. It is precisely because of this that, in this state, let alone kill Luo Xiu together, they can guarantee that they will not die under the knife of Luo Xiu, which is already something to be thankful for. In love, if Kaido is killed by Luo Xiu, then what awaits Shanks and Charlotte Linlin is to be slaughtered. Luo Xiu had already sensed the movements of Shanks and Charlotte Linlin, so he didn't waste any time. He waved the autumn water in his hand, chopped Kaido's mace aside, and aimed at the Kaido below fell down with a bang. Poof. The sound of the blade tearing the flesh sounded, mades even after Kaido entered the dragon form. The defense power has been greatly improved, but now Luo Xiu, in front of the swordsmanship you have, it is useless at all. The terrifying force above the autumn water caused Kaido's body to fall to the ground with a bang, directly smashing the ground into a huge deep pit, and the dust all over the sky covered his body. Shadow covers it. Facing the offensive of Shanks and Charlotte Linlin, Luo Xiu easily blocked them with a backhand. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom pirate group finally arrived at this battlefield. After seeing the devastated scene of Ghost Island, the members of the GMOM pirates froze on the spot, their faces full of disbelief and doubt about life. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that the sight of Kaido of the Beasts, one of the mighty New World 4 emperors, would be destroyed to what it is now. Exclamation mark. Especially the corpses of Beasts pirates members all over the place brought them infinite shock. After Luo Xiu blocked the attacks of Shanks and Charlotte Linlin with a knife, he glanced at the members of the Big Mom Pirates, and saw that those lines had already been targeted by him. Behind the target figure, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Looking at Charlotte Linlin in front of him, he said with a smile. Charlotte Linlin, are you taking the initiative to give me your own woman? For the sake of being so sensible, I don't mind letting you die sooner. Castard, Smoothie, Garrett, Prim. What I have to say is that although some of Charlotte Linlin's daughters are oddly shaped, there are still some high-quality women. And these women, since they have voluntarily delivered to their door, will Luo Xiu let them go? If you let it go, then it's not Luo Xiu who let it go. I can only say one thing, although Luo Xiu does not plan to let Charlotte Linlin go, but her high-quality daughters, Luo Xiu will not be lenient in the slightest, and will accept them all. 118 Runti sacrifices herself. The strength of a Luo Xiu woman. Kneeling to subscribe. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, whether it was Charlotte Linlin or those members of the Big Mom Pirates, after a brief moment of stupefaction, raging anger surged in their hearts. It is worth mentioning that when Luo Xiu first became famous, Charlotte Linlin really thought about recruiting Luo Xiu, and the method of recruiting was naturally her usual style, which was to tie Luo Xiu up by means of marriage. To the big ship of the Big Mom Pirates. Even at that time, Charlotte Linlin was already choosing a suitable partner, looking at her daughters, who was more suitable to marry Luo Xiu. In the end, before she found a suitable target, there was news of what Luo Xiu did in the Sabayati archipelago, and Charlotte and Linlin learned that Luo Xiu, a guy who hadn't entered the New World, already had the ability to face him at the same time. To the terror of the two Marine Admirals united. After learning this information, Charlotte and Linlin also understood that it is impossible for a guy like Luo Xiu to become her subordinate no matter what. Otherwise, with the strength that Luo Xiu possesses, she is even stronger than her. Once Luo Xiu becomes her son-in-law, who will have the final say in the Big Mom Pirates? It was precisely because of this that even though Charlotte Linlin was full of regrets in her heart, she finally gave up this idea. However, what Charlotte and Linlin didn't expect was that this guy Luo Xiu had already been eyeing his daughter. The most important thing is that according to Luo Xiu's words, there was even more than one target he was eyeing. After Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly, she waved the Napoleon long knife in her hand, aimed at Luo Xiu in front of her, and slashed down fiercely. Luo Xiu, stop dreaming here, you be ****************. Your only ending is to die on the East Island. My daughters, you are not qualified to get involved. Facing Charlotte Linlin's angry blow, Luo Xiu easily blocked it, and said with a playful face. Are you so confident? Don't say anything about things that are destined to be impossible. Speaking harshly, Shanks and Kaido have done it before you, but you have seen what happened to them. Hearing this, whether it was Shanks or Kaido who had just struggled up from the deep pit, their expressions instantly became extremely gloomy. Even if what Luo Xiu said was true, they still couldn't control their emotions, wishing they could smash Luo Xiu's head right now. Luo Xiu's words made Shanks extremely vigilant. In fact, Shanks had already expected it. Since Luo Xiu's strength had exceeded his expectations, it meant that their operation this time had been declared shattered. Shanks didn't expect too much from 063, and it was a blessing that he, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin left Wanukuni alive. Only by ensuring that they survive can they have a chance to seek revenge from Luo Xiu in the future. Shanks has even made up his mind that he must find Garp again after leaving. This time, no matter what, he must persuade Garp to let him let go of the former marine nobility of heroes, unite with them against Luo Xiu. Since the three New World 4 emperors combined can't kill Luo Xiu, let's add Garp. Shanks really couldn't believe it. Could it be that such a lineup couldn't kill Luo Xiu? And Luo Xiu's attitude towards the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates made Shanks very worried, for fear that Luo Xiu would also target Uta. After all, when it comes to treating women, Luo Xiu doesn't have the slightest reputation at all. In other words, with Luo Xiu's character and behavior, if he would let go of those young and beautiful women, it would be a real strange thing. As a famous star in the world, Uta will be in an extremely dangerous situation once Luo Xiu targets him. Shanks is very clear that Uta's singing fruit ability can be said to be invincible against those common people, but in the face of monsters like Luo Xiu, let alone Uta, even if she can use the singing fruit ability the Demon Lord released was just a piece of trash that could be dealt with one blow in front of Luo Xiu. Thinking of this, Shanks' eyes are dimmed, and he has made a decision in his heart. As long as he can escape from Wanukuni, he must find a way to tell Uta to hide. Shanks didn't think about bringing Uta to him, just like what Buggy said before, in the current situation, following him will only make Uta more. While Shanks was worried about Uta in his heart, Luo Xiu was not only not annoyed at Charlotte Linlin's denunciation, but also smiled playfully, stopped talking nonsense to this woman, and continued to initiate offensive. In the face of Luo Xiu's attack, even though Shanks and Charlotte Linlin had tried their best to resist, the gap in strength between them was still too large, and they were no match for Luo Xiu at all. After being repulsed by Luo Xiu with a knife, Charlotte Linlin looked at Kaido's position angrily, and directly roared and cursed. Kaido, what the hell are you thinking? D. Are you just watching? Originally, Kaido was checking the wounds all over his body, and the scarlet blood gushing out of the wounds. When he heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched. After gritting his teeth, he lifted the mace in his hand and joined the battlefield again. Luo Xiu relied on his own strength to fight alone against Shanks, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, the New World's three kings, not only did not fall into the disadvantaged Kangxi, but also pushed their masters into a desperate situation. After witnessing this scene with their own eyes, the members of the Big Mom pirates who followed Charlotte Linlin to Ghost Island were already filled with solemnity and fear. At this moment, they even began to doubt whether it was the right choice for the Big Mom pirates to come to Wanukuni. The Beast's pirates have already been wiped out by Luo Xiu and his women, don't make it to the end, their Big Mom pirates will also end up in the same end. Thinking of this, Katakuri glanced at his mother, Kaido, and Shanks who were beaten by Luo Xiu, then turned his head to look at his elder brother Pei Ross and said in a deep voice. The most important thing we should do now is not continue to fight Luo Xiu and his women, but take Kaido and leave with Shanks. With the current state of Kaido and Shanks, if this war continues, what awaits us will be the same fate as the Lu pirates. Katakuri's words were recognized by many members of the Big Mom pirates present. Although they have always been very proud of their identity as members of the Charlotte family and do not look down on others, this does not mean that they know brains. On the contrary, after witnessing the terrifying power of Luo Xiu, the current members of the Big Mom pirates only hope to escape from Wanukuni, and have no extravagant hope to join hands with Kaido and Shanks to get rid of Luo Xiu. Perot, as the eldest son of the Charlotte family, also realized this after seeing his mother's current situation. Turning his head and taking a look, he found that there were only a few members of the Beast's pirates surrounded by Luo Xiu's women. After struggling to support, he hesitated for a moment, and immediately gave an order. Split your hands, some of them are ready to sail away from this sea area, and the other part, together with me, try to save those Beast's pirates. Our Big Mom pirate group is now an ally with the Beast's pirates. It would only be good for us if we can save some of them. Yes, after hearing Perot's words, these members of the Big Mom pirate group did not hesitate anymore, some of them rushed towards the location where their pirate ship was docked, and Perot, even with Card Takuli and the others rushed directly to Robin, Nami, Hancock, and Gion and the others, trying to rescue the only remaining flying 6 cells, as well as the giver. Robin, Hancock and others have also noticed the behavior of these Big Mom pirates members at the first time. Robin did not hesitate at all, and said decisively. Hancock, Gion, Koala, Ain, Khalifa, Perona, you and I will deal with these Big Mom pirates. Nami, Kaya, Vivi, and Shirahoshi and Nokigo, keep dealing with Black Maria and Jun. Okay, after getting along with each other for this period of time, Hancock and Gion have also developed a habit, that is, at this moment, they will not have the slightest resistance to the decisions made by Robin. After all, they all know very well that when it comes to IQ, Robin, who became an Ohara scholar at the age of 8, is the one with the highest IQ among them. If you follow Robin's arrangement, you will never go wrong. After assigning their respective tasks, they did not hesitate at all, and directly followed Robin's arrangement to launch an offensive against their respective opponents. After Perona yelled, she directly used the Ghost Fruit ability and released dozens of negative ghosts. Under her control, the negative ghosts galloped towards the members of the Big Mom pirates. Whenever negative ghosts pass through these people's bodies, the target person will immediately lose his fighting spirit, lying on the ground doubting life, unable to arouse any desire to fight at all, and can only wait for the attack of Robin, Hancock and others. Robin crossed his hands in front of his chest, and with a thought, the flower fruit ability exploded at full strength, and 2 arms grew out of the shoulders of the members of the Big Mom pirate group selected by Robin as targets. Under Robin's control, these arms directly hold the chin of the target character, exert force suddenly, and move directly upwards. Caught off guard, members of the Big Mom pirates were dealt with one after another by them. Hancock and Gion, the 2 most powerful women, directly approached Rospuro and Katakuri, the strongest guys in the Big Mom pirates except for Charlotte Linlin. It was just the first fight. Feeling the strength of Hancock and Gion, Rospuro, Katakuri and others were instantly full of horror. You must know that as the eldest son and second son of Charlotte Linlin, Rospuro and Katakuri's benchmark is a powerhouse at the level of the 3 major disasters of the Beast's pirates. For example, Boa Hancock, the pirate queen from the original 7 warlords of the sea, and Momoshiki Gion, the elite vice admiral from the former naval headquarters. But what is going on now? There is indeed a gap, but why are they not as good as Hancock and Gion? Z% 1% at. What's going on with this horse? At the same time that Rospuro and Katakuri are doubting their lives, Hancock and Gion did not hold back anything, but broke out with all their strength, and their moves were all killing moves towards each other's vital points. For Hancock and Gion, the men of the Big Mom pirates, just like the members of the Beast's pirates they killed before, have no value in keeping them alive. Only Smoothie and Garrett are pretty. A charming woman is qualified to live like Black Maria and Run Shi, waiting for the end of this war to be tamed by Master Luo Xiu. After noticing something was wrong, the fact is true, when Hancock and Gion deal with Rospuro and Katakuri, the most powerful Big Mom pirate group. Members at the same time, Robin, Khalifa, Perona and the others really found Smoothie and Garrett, trying to subdue them in the shortest possible time. And Nami, Kaya, Vivi, and Makino and Nuo Chigao, who are not 2 powerful women, have already put Black Maria, Runmei and others in a desperate situation. Minister, originally, after the battle just now, Black Maria and Run, the Beast's pirates, had reached the end of their strength, but now facing Nami and Vivi they are even more fierce. The offensive has also become more difficult to resist. It didn't last long at all. Black Maria, Run Shi, Solidia, Speed, Jin Rami, these guys they deliberately kept, have completely lost their resistance ability. However, before she was exhausted, Runti exhausted her last strength and threw her younger brother Peggy Wan flying with a stick, causing Peggy City, who was already seriously injured, to fall directly on the bee. Among the crowd of members of the Igmom pirate group, you must live well, Peggy Wan. Runti slumped on the ground, and even lost the strength to get up, and Peggy Wan stood up after being supported by 2 members of the Big Mom pirates. Crying to Runti's position, "Sister, let's go together, sister." Peggy Wan, who was seriously injured, could only cry and shout, and was supported weakly by the 2 members of the Big Mom pirate group, and rushed towards the location where their pirate ship was docked. Runti leaned against Black Maria, tears kept gushing from her eyes, but she still managed to force a smile and murmured in a low voice. "Peggy Wan, you must live well, and nothing will happen to you." Run didn't know what would meet her next, but she could also guess that what Luo Xiu was about to do would most likely not be a good thing for her. However, the support from the Big Mom pirates came too late. Now, even if she wants to run away with the Big Mom pirates, she can't do it at all. What he did, he could only use his last strength to send his younger brother away from this dangerous situation. At the same time, Puro Ross, Puro, Katakori and others, after realizing that Hancock and Guion are stronger than them, have already had the idea of retreating. Not daring to hesitate any longer, after a loud roar, the other members of the Big Mom pirate group ran towards the port where the pirate ship was docked. Even Shanks, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin have no intention of continuing to fight Luo Xiu, and they don't want to just die by Luo Xiu's sword. However, Luo Xiu obviously didn't intend to let them go just like that. In desperation, the 3 had no choice but to evacuate to the pirate ship's position while resisting Luo Xiu's attack. In such a difficult situation, it took a long time, and the 3 finally arrived at the port. Looking at the pirate ship that had already started to leave in the distance, Shang, Max, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin breathed a deep sigh of relief at the same time. After blocking Luo Xiu's knife with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Shanks looked at Luo Xiu in front of him and said in a low voice. "Luo Xiu, although I don't know why you can make such a huge improvement in strength in such a short period of time, but next time, the situation will be different. It's like today." With the help of Luo Xiu's terrifying power, the 3 rushed towards the Big Mom pirate's ship. While flying in the air, Kaido turned his head to look at Luo Xiu and roared. "Luo Xiu, next time, Laozi will beat your head with his own hands." Kaido's words echoed in the air. Luo Xiu did not continue to chase them, but looked at the azure dragon that Kaido transformed into with a playful face, and said with a smile. "Kaido, if I remember correctly, your daughter is still in Wanukuni, right? Don't worry, I will take good care of your daughter." 119 Help Kaido take care of her daughter. Luck King Buggy, kneeling to subscribe. With the sound of Luo Xiu's voice, Kaido, who was flying in the air in the form of Azure Dragon, suddenly stopped in the air, as if even his breathing had stopped. In the next second, Kaido's dragon face suddenly became extremely ferocious. He turned his head and roared crazily at Luo Xiu. "Luo Xiu, if you dare to hurt Yamato, Laozi promises that he will kill you and make you feel all the pain. Laozi will inflict all torture on you." At this time, Kaido was almost crazy, although he always showed contempt for Yamato, but in Kaido's eyes, Yamato's position will never be replaced by anyone. After all, this is his only daughter. Now hearing Luo Xiu's words, Kaido's heart was instantly filled with anger, and even if he planned to rush directly to fight Luo Xiu for his life. However, before he could make a move, Shanks and Charlotte Linlin directly dragged Kaido's huge body towards the galloping pirate ship. "Calm down, Kaido. This guy is deliberately using this method to irritate you. If you go back now, you will really be tricked by Luo Xiu. Don't forget, even if the 3 of us work together, we will definitely not be able to kill Luo Xiu. Even if one is not careful, there is a great possibility that he will die in Luo Xiu's hands." For Shanks' remarks, Charlotte and Linlin also deeply agreed and said straightforwardly. "Kaido, there will be opportunities to save your daughter from Luo Xiu in the future, but definitely not now. If you insist on dying, I will not stop you, but I will definitely not go back to die with you." After speaking, Charlotte Linlin let go of Kaido directly, without looking at this guy, and rushed towards the pirate ship where her sons and daughters were. After Shanks took a deep look at Luo Xiu who was standing on the shore with a playful smile on his face, he made the same action as Charlotte Linlin. The decisive behavior of these 2 guys made Kaido wake up in an instant, and after taking a few breaths, he growled at Luo Xiu. "Remember Luo Xiu, if you dare to do anything to hurt Yamato, I will definitely make you die a miserable death." After saying the last harsh words, Kaido gritted his teeth, forced down the anger and hatred in his heart, and chased after Charlotte, Linlin and Shanks. Although he is very worried about Yamato's situation, as Shanks and Charlotte Linlin said, if he goes back now, the only thing waiting for him is to die under the knife of Luo Xiu. After he is dead, Luo Xiu can play Yamato however he wants. Only by living well can we have a chance to snatch Tianhe back from the hands of that damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* broken, he returned to his original appearance and landed on the deck of the pirate ship, panting heavily with red eyes, bulging veins on his forehead, hideous and distorted face, and his whole body was constantly emitting with a terrifying momentum. Looking at this scene, Even Shanks and Charlotte Linlin didn't know what to say to comfort Kaido, but at this moment, Peggy Wan walked up to Kaido with his body and cried bitterly. Lord Kaido, save my sister, that B************** D. Luo Xiu will never let her go, please save her. Peggy Wan was about to collapse. Runti was his only family member, and he had taken great care of his younger brother all these years, and just now he had exhausted his last strength to send him out from Luo Xiu's women. Seeing helplessly that her sister Runti fell into Luo Xiu's hands, but she was powerless at all, which made Peggy Wan's mentality completely collapsed. Kaido looked at Peggy Wan, who was looking extremely miserable in front of him, clenched his fist suddenly, his tall body began to tremble uncontrollably, gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Don't worry, Peggy Wan, as Laozi said, he must smash Luo Xiu's head with his own hands. Laozi will definitely save Yamato and Runye from Luo Xiu's hands. At this moment, Kaido finally realized for himself what Shanks felt when he watched the Red Hair Pirates be wiped out by Luo Xiu in the Summit War. It took him decades to develop to that scale. The huge beast's pirates, because of the arrival of Luo Xiu and his women, it disappeared into nothing in an instant. Except for a limited number of women, such as Black Maria and Runti, who were deliberately left behind by Robin, Hancock and others, all the others died in the Ghost Island. Now that the war is over, Kaido looks at his only remaining subordinate, Peggy Wan, and feels that his heart is bleeding, and the pain is so painful that he can't breathe. It hurts. It hurts. Kaido's answer not only didn't make Peggy Wan relax, but made him even more excited. What do you mean you will save Runti from Luo Xiu in the future? By the time you beat Luo Xiu's head off with your own hands, your own sister will already be in his shape. Even just thinking about what kind of situation her sister will face next, Peggy Wan couldn't control her emotions directly, and became excited instantly. However, before he could say anything, the serious injury, coupled with this excitement, directly caused Peggy Wan to fall into a coma. Seeing this, Kaido hastily yelled, Linlin, quickly ask your ship doctor to treat Peggy Wan. Don't let anything happen to him. Charlotte Linlin waved her hand when she heard this, and immediately someone stepped forward to lift Peggy Wan down, and began to treat the only remaining flying six of the beast's pirates. At the same time, the ship doctor of the Big Mom pirates also came over and began to check the physical condition of Kaido and Shanks. The trauma the two of them suffered was more serious than that of Peggy Wan, that is to say, their constitution was stronger than that of Peggy Wan, otherwise, they would have lost their lives long ago. Charlotte Linlin looked at Kaido and Shanks who were receiving treatment, stuffed dessert into her mouth to soothe her restless emotions, and asked vaguely. What should we do next? Why is Luo Xiu so strong? With the power he possesses now, I'm afraid that even after the two of you regain your physical condition, the three of us join forces, at most, we can guarantee that we won't be killed by Luo Xiu, right? If you want to kill Luo Xiu, just rely on the strength of the three of us, I'm afraid it will be impossible. After hearing Charlotte Linlin's words, Kaido's emotions instantly became extremely agitated, and he yelled directly at Shanks beside him. Shanks, you swore to Laozi before that as long as the three of us work together, we will be able to kill Luo Xiu, but what's going on now? You are stepping on the horse for a reason. Are you pitting Laozi? Laozi has already told you before, we don't need to make things difficult for Luo Xiu at all, whether it is Marine or world government, we will never let him go. For us, we just need to wait for Luo Xiu to die in the hands of Marine and world government. Now Laozi's beast's pirates have also been wiped out by Luo Xiu's group, are you happy? Kaido glared at Shanks with tearing eyes, because he was too excited. The wound that was just bandaged, the blood dripping out directly soaked the gauze wrapped around his body into scarlet. Shanks' face was hidden in the shadows, receiving treatment from the ship doctor of the Big Mom pirates. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. Kaido, Charlotte and Linlin, don't you two, shouldn't you give me an explanation now, and explain to me why you wanted to plot against me before, and why you wanted to join forces to kill me first? As Shanks' voice fell, the pirate ship instantly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it was Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Rospuro and Katakuri, or other members of the Big Mom pirates, they all turned their attention to Shanks, and their mood became extremely dignified. Could it be that they have just escaped from Wanukuni successfully, and their so-called New World alliance of three emperors is about to fall apart like this? Even Charlotte Linlin had already put down the dessert that was about to be stuffed into her mouth, and looked at Shanks with dim eyes, wanting to know what Shanks wanted to do by bringing up this topic at this time. Feeling the gaze of everyone present, Shanks' face didn't even change at all. He raised his head, looked at Kaido and Charlotte Linlin expressionlessly, and spoke slowly. I said this not to part ways with you, but to warn you, even if you can't wait to kill me and solve my big trouble. But before getting rid of Luo Xiu, I advise you not to put this idea into action. Otherwise, waiting for the end of the two of you will not be much better than me, and you will definitely die under the knife of that guy Luo Xiu. After hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. It seems that Shanks is still the same Shanks, even if he was very angry because he was calculated before, but with the huge threat of Luo Xiu, he was still able to calm down in the shortest possible time, instead of choosing to completely tear apart Kaido and Charlotte Linlin in this situation. If possible, Shanks would of course want to part ways with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, but after witnessing with his own eyes how Luo Xiu made another qualitative leap in strength in such a short period of time, Shanks no longer dared to do so. At least, as he said just now, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are two allies that are crucial before Luo Xiu is really eliminated. Kaido felt Shanks' gaze, snorted coldly and then said in a deep voice. Understood. Our previous grievances, let's put it aside for now. The most important thing now is to kill that damn D Luo Xiu. But I want to know, what exactly are you planning to do? Is it possible that you still want to deal with Luo Xiu yourself? Laozi tells you, if you still follow the previous plan and let the three of us join forces to fight Luo Xiu, Laozi will never do this kind of death. Although Kaido really wanted to kill Luo Xiu with his own hands, he also knew very well that with the strength of the three of them, it was absolutely impossible to do such a thing. Asking for flowers. Instead of doing this kind of death, it's better to hide honestly first, and wait until the guys from Marine and World Government get rid of Luo Xiu, and then return to New World. Kaido stared at Shanks and Charlotte Linlin, and spoke out the thoughts hidden in his heart. The battle just now really brought a huge psychological shadow to Kaido, making Kaido directly dispel the idea of dealing with Luo Xiu personally, and instead pinned his hopes on Marine. Kaido knows very well that if they do it themselves, even if Luo Xiu is really killed, the three of them will definitely be severely injured, and they will even be buried with Luo Xiu. Who can guarantee that he will not be the one who was taken away by Luo Xiu's counterattack before he died? Charlotte Linlin nodded to Kaido's remarks. He agreed, recalling the terrifying power he felt in Luo Xiu's hands when he faced Luo Xiu on Ghost Island. It made Charlotte Linlin shudder. Kaido is right, the Marines and the world government are more eager than us to get rid of Luo Xiu. Instead of paying huge casualties, even the three of us may die under Luo Xiu's sword. It is better to let Marine and the world government deal with Luo Xiu. Shanks' red hair pirates, and Kaido's beasts pirates, have been wiped out by Luo Xiu, and his women lot Linlin doesn't want his Big Mo. So the pirates also ended up in the same fate. After all, it took her several decades to give birth to so many children in this huge Big Mom pirate group. Just those members who were killed by Luo Xiu's women just now made Charlotte Linlin very distressed. She couldn't even imagine that if her children, if they all died in the hands of Luo Xiu, how crazy would I be? 0. Feeling the resolute attitude of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Shanks' expression changed, and he said in a deep voice. I will contact Garp and ask Garp to deal with Luo Xiu with us. The three of us, plus Garp, can't deal with Luo Xiu. Kaido, all your subordinates died at the hands of Luo Xiu and his women, even your daughter will become Luo Xiu's plaything. Don't you want to kill yourself? Take revenge against Luo Xiu. Take your daughter back from Luo Xiu. By the way, let me remind you, if Marine and the world government killed Luo Xiu, would they let the women on Luo Xiu's boat go? If there are no accidents, your daughter should be on Luo Xiu's boat at that time, right? Hearing this, Kaido's pupils dilated suddenly, stood up from the deck, and roared angrily at Shanks. No one is allowed to hurt Laozi's daughter. Laozi must kill Luo Xiu with his own hands. Charlotte Linlin glanced at Kaido, whose face was flushed ferociously, then looked at Shanks and asked in a deep voice. Shanks, are you sure you can bring Garp to our side? Based on what I know about that old guy, even if he has changed from a Marine hero to a Marine scum, he probably won't be willing to join forces with pirates like us, right? It can only be said that for a guy like Charlotte Linlin who has been in the New World for decades and has dealt with Garp many times, he naturally understands Garp's character and behavior. Faced with Charlotte Linlin's direct question, Shanks recalled the previous experience. His eyes became a little gloomy, but he immediately said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I will definitely persuade Garp to join us in dealing with Luo Xiu. Just when Charlotte Linlin was about to say something, her fourth son, Charlotte Owen, walked out directly from the cabin with a person, and opened fire at Charlotte Linlin. Mouth said, Mom, I don't know who this guy is or when he sneaked into the cabin. How should we deal with it? Shanks, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin turned their heads to look at the same time, and found that the one being carried by Owen was Buggy. Shanks' eyes became very complicated, and he couldn't help but speak when he looked at Buggy. Buggy, what the hell is going on with you? Why can you escape every time? Buggy was furious when he heard this, and roared wildly at Shanks. Shanks, you be D. Who caused the danger you think my uncle is going to face? If it wasn't for you, D, who insisted on dragging me to Wanukuni, would I have to face this kind of crisis? Seeing that Buggy knew Shanks, Owen hesitated for a moment, and threw Buggy at Shanks' feet. The angry Buggy grabbed Shanks by the collar and pointed at Shanks. The four emperors began to output like crazy. While Buggy was yelling at Shanks, Luo Xiu, Robin, Hancock and others also brought their gains from Ghost Island, and Black Maria and Runty headed towards the capital of Wanukuni. Go to the capital of flowers. Since Luo Xiu has already said, to help Kaido take good care of his daughter, then naturally he can't break his promise. After all, Yamato, a well-known filial daughter, was originally one of the goals of Luo Xiu's trip to Wanukuni. 6. 120. Black Maria, Runty obeys. Kazuki Hiyori, kneeling to subscribe. Luo Xiu, D. Lord Kaido will never let you go. Just wait, Lord Kaido will definitely kill you in a short time. Runty, who was held high by Makino and Nuauchi, couldn't help but denounced Luo Xiu loudly after recovering a little bit, gnashing her teeth, as if wishing to kill Luo Xiu right now. That is to say, because of the previous battle, Runchi also suffered a lot of trauma, and the strength in his body was exhausted. Apart from uttering such meaningless cruel words, can't do any redundant actions at all. It's just that Runty's attitude, as well as her ruthless words, still annoyed Luo Xiu's women, especially Hancock, Khalifa, and Baby 5. Glaring, Taguchi scolded, "Stupid woman, if you continue to behave like this, I can assure you that you will receive the most severe punishment. Master Luo Xiu is also something you can scold. Find out about your current situation and shut up obediently, that's the best choice. Don't think that being beautiful is a privilege. If you dare to speak disrespectfully to Lord Luo Xiu again, before Lord Luo Xiu starts to tame you, I don't mind giving you a good lesson on behalf of Lord Luo Xiu first, so that you can be serious. Clear reality. You must know that among these women in Luo Xiu, Hancock is purely in the late stage of love, and at the beginning, even before he had any contact with Luo Xiu, he was completely in love with Luo Xiu. After getting along with each other for this period of time, Hancock has completely belonged to Luo Xiu in body and mind, and she will never tolerate anyone who dares to be disrespectful to Luo Xiu. Even if they are disrespectful to Lord Luo Xiu, she wants to give it to Luo Xiu. The same goes for Master Xiu's woman. Khalifa has long been in the shape of Luo Xiu. Everything he does now is for Luo Xiu first, and he must do everything to satisfy Master Luo Xiu. It is no exaggeration to say that in Khalifa, 14 inches 3, in my heart, just like Hancock's attitude, that is, Luo Xiu is everything. As for the weapon girl Baby 5, although she has only been a Luo Xiu woman for a short time, because of her childhood experience and the belief in life that longs to be needed, the degree of falling for Baby is not inferior to that of Hancock and Khalifa. For the three of them, Run's act of daring to offend Mrs. Luo Xiu is absolutely unforgivable. Even Makino, Nuo Chigao, Kaya, and Vivi are also very dissatisfied with Run, and think her attitude is unforgivable. Robin was the only one who was indifferent to Runty's clamor, and instead just watched the scene with a smile. Robin knew very well that no matter how Runty clamored now, since she had fallen into Luo Xiu's hands, it would be too late. It means that it is impossible for Run to escape the fate of being tamed anyway, the difference is only in the length of time he persists. The most important thing is that the angrier Run is now, the more fiercely she resists, the deeper she will sink after being tamed. Robin has even begun to wonder what kind of obedient attitude Runty will be after she is completely tamed. After all, there are not a few people like Run on their boat. Having seen so many lessons learned from the past, and personally experienced Luo Xiu's various methods, Robin couldn't help but believe in Luo Xiu's powerful ability in this area. What they said didn't affect Runty, on the contrary, it made Runty even more angry. Deng even wanted to continue to output, but before she could speak, Luo Xiu walked up to Runmei. Run looked at Luo Xiu who appeared in front of her, and instantly became vigilant, struggling with the last bit of strength in his body, trying to break free from Makino and Nuo Chigao who were standing on both sides of her, but unfortunately, this kind of behavior doesn't help at all. Luo Xiu didn't hesitate, and directly took off Runty's mask, looking at her delicate and beautiful face. There were 2 rows of sharp fangs, perhaps it was because of these 2 rows of fangs that Runty could wearing a mask all the time. Although this appearance will add a bit of fun, it also lacks a way to play. If one is not careful, even Luo Xiu's famous knife will be injured by Runty's 2 rows of fangs. Not so good. Luo Xiu shook his head with a little regret, threw the mask in his hand on the ground, stretched out his fingers to pick up Runty's chin, made her look at him, and chuckled lightly. Runty, just now you would rather sacrifice yourself than send your younger brother away. The relationship between you should be very good, right? Let me remind you in advance, although to me, you are indeed worthy of my heart, but this kind of heart is not enough for you to speak freely in front of me. If you don't calm down again, I don't mind having a tough fight. Of course, before I kill you, I will let you watch your younger brother die in front of your eyes. After the words fell, Runty's pupils dilated suddenly, her eyes were already full of fear. She looked at the smile on Luo Xiu's face in front of her. She looked very gentle, but she couldn't feel any warmth at all. Runty could clearly feel that Luo Xiu was not joking with him at all. He really had this idea. If he dared to continue to treat Luo Xiu with that attitude, this guy would definitely follow what he just said. Similarly, let myself watch Peggy Fang being brutally killed by him in front of my own eyes. For Runty, Peggy Wan is his only family member. No matter what, Peggy Wan must not be allowed to die in the hands of Luo Xiu. Thinking of this, Runty bit her lips so that she became extremely pale, and even because of too much force, her fangs forcibly bit her fresh lips, and the scarlet blood soaked in added a little bit to Runty's plain whiteness. Very beautiful. Runty's eyes dimmed, and she wanted to lower her head and stop looking at Luo Xiu, the demon, but Luo Xiu directly pinched her chin, making it impossible for her to look away. Luo Xiu looked up and down at Runty in front of him playfully, and said lightly, "Now, recognize your situation and know what you should do." Runty remained silent and didn't answer, or in other words, she didn't know how to answer Luo Xiu's question at all. However, Luo Xiu will not let her go because of her silence, but will intensify her efforts to directly destroy the pride in Runty's heart. "If you don't answer my question, you will be punished." Hearing this, Runty's eyes trembled, and her voice trembled in a low voice. I see." Luo Xiu took a deep look at Runty, and didn't say anything more. No matter what she said now, it was false, and only by using a famous knife to teach Runty a severe lesson, could she fully understand the reality. Luo Xiu let go of the fingers pinching Runty's chin, turned his head to look at Black Maria next to him, and asked several other surviving Beasts Pirates members slowly. "What about you? Feel free to speak up if you have any ideas, and I'll help you enlighten them." Enlightenment. That's how you enlighten, isn't it? After hearing Luo Xiu's words, no matter if it was Black Maria, Solidia, Speed, or Jin Rami, their hearts trembled. The whole person is not well. Feeling Luo Xiu's gaze, after a moment of hesitation, Black Maria squeezed out a smile, looked at Luo Xiu and replied. No, from now on, we are no longer Beast's pirates, and we no longer have any relationship with Kaido. We will only obey your orders, Mr. Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, looked at the smile on Black Maria's face that looked as sincere as possible, and said with a smile. Not bad, you are much more sensible than a little girl like Run Shi. Black Maria smiled coquettishly, her eyes seemed to be drawn, she looked at Luo Xiu with a flattering expression and said. Runti just didn't turn her head around, please don't bother with a little girl like her, Lord Luo Xiu, I will help you persuade Runting. Luo Xiu looked at Black Maria's exquisite and extremely prominent figure, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then, it depends on your performance. Seeing that Luo Xiu didn't plan to argue with Runti and them, Black Maria breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly promised. Master Luo Xiu, please rest assured, I will definitely not let you down. Luo Xiu just nodded at this and didn't say anything more, but continued to lead the girls to the location of the capital of flowers. It is worth mentioning that on Luo Xiu's way to the Flower City, Black Maria also took the initiative to tell the current location of Yamato. Looking at the entire animation industry, this filial girl who is also quite explosive, is still wearing an explosive collar at this time, and is imprisoned by Kaido in the Ghost Island. With Yamato's current situation, Black Maria is very worried, if no one cares about her, will she be starved to death with Yamato's mindless appearance? After all, it turns out that all the members of the Beast's pirates on Ghost Island have been ruled by Rongshu and his women. It is precisely because of this that although Black Maria knew that if she took the initiative to expose Yamato's position, Kaido's daughter would fall into Luo Xiu's hands like them, but no matter what, it was better than letting Yamato starve to death all right. Luo Xiu didn't hesitate about this, and directly asked Gion and Black Maria to bring Yamato over, while Luo Xiu continued to take the girls to the capital of flowers. In Wanukuni's shogun's mansion, the current general of Wanukuni, Kurozumi Orochi, is holding a banquet at this time. While tasting fine wine, he is admiring the graceful dance of the Ouran Shaozi below. Not at all, his partner, Kaido, has fled Wanukuni in desperation, and even Kaido's Beast's pirates have been destroyed by Luo Xiu. Hehehehe, Shaozi's dance is really getting more and more beautiful, it really makes people reluctant to look away, wishing to keep Shaozi by my side forever. Kurozumi Orochi looked at Shaozi's moving dancing posture, with unconvincing tears streaming down the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with hot light, wishing to embrace Shaozi in his arms on the spot. Kurosero, who was sitting next to Kurozumi Orochi, felt his heart sank after hearing his words, and felt that Miss Hiyori's situation was becoming more and more dangerous. As one of the vassals of the Kazuki family, Denjiro became the guard of Kurozumi Orochi under the alias of Kuroshiro after the accident that year. Over the years, Denjiro has been protecting Kazuki Hiyori with the help of Kurozumi's identity as the Orochi guard, so that Kazuki Hiyori can clearly be Wanokuni's Ouran, but he has never been touched by any man from the beginning to the end. But Denjiro is also very clear that Kurozumi, Orochi, is now more and more eager to get the Ouran, Shaozi, which also makes the situation of Hikari Yuka more and more dangerous. If this continues, even with the protection of an undercover agent like Denjiro, Kazuki Hiyori may not be able to be protected. Thinking of that scene, Denjiro's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and his eyes became cold. The dangerous aura emanating from him made the original sinking. Kurozumi, who was fascinated by the charm of Kazuki Hiyori, shuddered and immediately woke up. Kurozumi Orochi drank the fine wine in the glass in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Denjiro and asked. What's wrong, Kushiro? Feeling the gaze of Kurozumi Orochi and other guards present, Denjiro shook his head and said in a panic. It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered a rumor I heard before, the man named Luo Xiu, the saber in his hand seems to be our national treasure of Wanokuni, dragon-slaying sword. How long the saber, Chushui? Hearing this, Kurozumi Orochi also reacted, touched his chin, rolled his eyes, and said in a deep voice. After you said that, I also remembered that Chushui is indeed in the hands of that guy, but if you want to take Chushui back, it is not so easy to do. Let's not talk about us, even Kaido and his Beast's pirates can't do this kind of thing. Although Wanokuni is still closed to the outside world, it is only aimed at the people of Wanokuni common, such as the General Kurozumi Orochi and his guards. But has been paying attention to New World's trends. Naturally, it is also very clear that the summit war at naval headquarters some time ago caused such a huge commotion, that one replaced Whitebeard and became the new strongest in the world. What a terrifying power the man Luo Xiu possesses. For Kurozumi Orochi, he just wants to be his own General Wanokuni and continue to enjoy the wonderful feeling brought by this power and status. Even though he knew that snatching Chushui back from Luo Xiu would give him greater prestige, Kurozumi never thought of doing such a thing from the beginning to the end. Instead of wasting time and energy on such meaningless things, why not watch Shaozi's moving dance more? Just when Kurozumi Orochi wanted to continue admiring Kazuki Hiyori's dance, a figure directly blasted open the gate, shattering the decorations along the way, and crashing into Kurozumi Orochi's face. Forward. This sudden situation made Kurozumi Orochi startled, his guards even stood up directly, took out the weapons worn on their waists and held them in their hands, staring at them. Staring at the door, after Kazuki Hiyori saw Denjiro's eyes on her, she quickly stopped dancing and retreated to the side to hide, for fear of being involved accidentally. Although, Kazuki de Kazuya can't figure out why someone in this capital of flowers is so brave enough to come to the general's mansion to find Kurozumi Orochi trouble on day 1.0. Under the gaze of everyone present, Luo Xiu walked into their room with a smile on his face. The moment they saw Luo Xiu, no matter whether it was Kurozumi Orochi, Denjiro, or the other guards of Kurozumi Orochi, they all froze on the spot, and everyone was already on the spot. Recognize, the guy in front of him is the new world's most fishy man they mentioned just now, Luo Xiu. Lolo Luo Xiu. Kurozumi jumped up excitedly, his forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat, his eyes were full of fear, and his face was already full of fear. How is it possible? How is it possible for you to appear in Wanukuni? What about Kaido? What about Beast's pirates? What are you here for? What is your purpose? Kurozumi was dumbfounded, and began to speak incoherently, so he frantically questioned Luo Xiu, trying to figure out what purpose Luo Xiu had for appearing in Wanukuni. For Kurozumi Orochi, Kaido and Beast's pirates are his biggest reliance. Even if Kurozumi Orochi has no brains, he can still guess that Luo Xiu is now appearing in the capital of flowers. The general's mansion, that means, Kaido and the Beast's pirates must have happened something that he doesn't know about. Moreover, Kurozumi Orochi doesn't think that Luo Xiu's sudden arrival is a good thing. On the contrary, this guy who has always been extremely vicious in his behavior definitely wants to make trouble in Wanukuni. Facing Kurozumi Orochi's repeated inquiries, Luo Xiu glanced at Kazuki Hiyori who was hiding in the corner, then turned his head to look at Kurozumi Orochi, with a playful look on his face. Kaido is gone, and the Beast's pirates are gone. As for my purpose, of course it is to enjoy the Warrens dance and listen to the music after killing you. 121 Knife cut Kurozumi Big Snake. Kazuki Hiyori silly, kneeling to subscribe. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, the entire general's mansion fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it was Kurozumi Orochi, or the guards who stood in front of him and fulfilled their duty to protect him, or Kazuki Hiyori who had been hiding by the side since just now. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, they all stared wide-eyed, looking at Luo Xiu with disbelief and suspicion. What did they hear just now? Kaido was kicked out of Wanukuni by Luo Xiu. Beast's pirates have also been wiped out by Luo Xiu's regiment. Is this true? After experiencing the initial astonishment, the Kurozumi snake instantly became extremely excited and screamed at Luo Xiu. Impossible. How could Kaido be driven away by you? Even if you are very strong, it is absolutely impossible to wipe out the Beast's pirates. Impossible. You must be talking nonsense. Kurozumi Orochi couldn't accept the situation that Luo Xiu said happened. In Kurozumi Orochi's heart, Kaido and the Lu pirates were the biggest reliance on him being able to dominate the 10th stage of Wanukuni. If Kaido 16 had an accident with the Beast's pirates, wouldn't that mean that his situation as General Wanukuni has become extremely dangerous? Unfortunately, faced with Kurozumi's roar, Luo Xiu didn't even have the desire to respond to the other party. In Luo Xiu's eyes, from the moment he came to the general's mansion, Kurozumi, this guy, already a dead man. Luo Xiu pulled out the autumn water from his waist, so that the samurai present could clearly see their Wanukuni's famous national treasure sword again. Under their horrified gaze, Luo Xiu holding the autumn water looked at the Kurozumi big snake, then he said slowly. Do you believe it or not, does it matter? As the words fell, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed brightly, and he stomped hard, and a deep pit appeared directly on the spot, while Luo Xiu himself disappeared in an instant. After seeing this scene, Kurozumi Orochi's pupils dilated suddenly, and his heart was instantly filled with fear, and when he even screamed, he wanted to run backwards. However, in the next second, Luo Xiu suddenly appeared in front of the Kurozumi snake, and the famous knife Chushui in his hand was shining with sharp light at this time, aiming at Kurozumi's neck and slashing down fiercely. Hearing the piercing sound coming from his ears, the terrified Kurozumi Orochi immediately yelled anxiously. Wait a minute, please let me go. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can be your subordinate. From now on, Wanukuni will be you. PFF'd. Before Kurozumi Orochi could finish speaking, Chushui slashed directly on his neck. With the sound of the blade tearing flesh, Kurozumi Orochi's head was separated from his body, and he kept rolling in the air. And the body that lost its head suddenly stagnated in place. Warm and scarlet blood rushed out from the cut in its neck, directly soaking the blood on the ground in the blink of an eye. Watching Kurozumi's headless body crashing to the ground, the surrounding warriors were all shocked. As Kurozumi's guards, these warriors charged Luo Xiu one after another after the initial sluggishness. To kill Luo Xiu, revenge for the Kurozumi snake. However, it is a pity that for Luo Xiu, even Kaido, Shanks, and Charlotte Linlin are no match for the top New World powerhouses, let alone these so-called samurai. Luo Xiu didn't hold back anything, and directly released the ability of the time fruit. All these warriors were fixed in place, and all the warriors were killed by Luo Xiu's force. After seeing Luo Xiu beheading these warriors one by one, and walking towards Denjiro with the autumn water, and Denjiro was still held by Luo Xiu with the time fruit ability, and he couldn't escape at all. Kazuki Hiyori, who was trembling beside him, couldn't hold back anymore, stood up quickly, tidied up his appearance, looked at Luo Xiu and spoke. Please wait a moment, Lord Luo Xiu, Denjiro is not in the same league as Kurozumi Orochi. Hearing this, what Kazuki Hiyori didn't see was that the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth were slightly raised, and a weird smile appeared on his face. However, seeing Luo Xiu seem to have stopped, Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, bowed deeply to Luo Xiu quickly, and continued. Lord Luo Xiu, please allow me to introduce myself. Actually, I am not the Oran of Wanukuni, this identity is only used to hide my true identity. My identity is actually the daughter of Kazuki Oden, the previous general of Wanukuni. Speaking of this, Kazuki Hiyori deliberately paused, wanting to see what kind of reaction Luo Xiu would have after hearing this. However, what Kazuki Hiyori didn't expect was that her self-introduction didn't even change the expression on Luo Xiu's face, even the women in Luo Xiu. Nothing to do about it. Only Runti, Kim Rami, members of the Beast's pirates who had heard of the name, Warren Shaozi, changed their faces suddenly after hearing from Kazuki Hiyori that she was Kazuki Oden's daughter change. They really didn't expect that the beautiful Oran Shaozi, who was famous as Wanukuni, would be the daughter of Kazuki Oden in her true identity. Luo Xiu just looked at Kazuki Hiyori with a smile, and after looking up and down, he looked at her playfully and said, "So, you're Kazuki Oden's daughter, what's the use?" The expression on Kazuki Hiyori's face froze, and her eyes changed accordingly. She had thought about many kinds of Luo Xiu's reactions, but she never expected that Luo Xiu would say such words. After taking a look at 170 Denjiro, who was still immobilized by Luo Xiu's time fruit ability, Kazuki Hiyori took a deep breath, looked at Luo Xiu sincerely and said, "As the daughter of former Wanokuni General Kazuki Oden, please allow me to thank you, the hero who saved Wanokuni, for driving away the Kaido, for destroying the Beast's pirates, and for killing the damn D Kurozumi Orochi. However, please let Denjiro go, because he is not a subordinate of Kurozumi Orochi. The reason why he became Kurozumi Orochi's guard is just to find a suitable opportunity. Just get rid of the Kurozumi Orochi." Quote. After finishing speaking, Kazuki Hiyori looked at Luo Xiu expectantly, hoping that what he said would work, so that Luo Xiu could let Denjiro go. Although Kazuki Hiyori didn't know why Luo Xiu, the new strongest man in the world, came to Wanokuni suddenly, drove Kaido away, and killed Kurozumi Orochi. But since he did such a thing, he must have wanted to save Wanokuni, right? Under the watchful eyes of Kazuki Hiyori, a smile flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes, and without wasting any more time, he directly waved the autumn water in his hand, conveniently beheaded Denjiro in front of him. Ignoring Denjiro's head that fell to the ground and kept rolling on the ground, Luo Xiu looked at Kazuki Hiyori who fell into a sluggish moment, and said with a smile. "You didn't think I was going to save you Wanokuni after seeing me kill Kurozumi Orochi, did you?" 122 Turn over Kazuki Hiyori, Yamato. Poor Luo Xiu, kneeling to subscribe. For Luo Xiu, he has absolutely no affection for the so-called Wanokuni. Thinking of the outrageous behavior of the former General Kazuki Oden in his impression, as well as those brain-dead guys in Wanokuni in the original plot, Luo Xiu said, "I think Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi's treatment of Wanokuni is still too gentle. If Wang Luffy is Oda's own son, then Kazuki Oden and Momosuke are probably not Oda's own grandfather and father. Just those two pure evil pens, they can also be whitewashed, and they say that they all love Kazuki Oden. Are they all Kazuki Oden? Isn't this pure brain damage?" Luo Xiu doesn't mind letting Rosa return to the Liu King's hand after getting rid of Doflamingo and Don Quixote family. But that doesn't mean that after driving away Kaido, destroying Beast's pirates, and even slaughtering Kurozumi Orochi, Luo Xiu will let Wanokuni be controlled by the Kazuki family again. If that Momosuke appeared, Luo Xiu would be happy to do what Shanks and Kaido said before, let him experience all the cruel punishments in the world, and then die in pain and torture. While Luo Xiu was thinking about how to deal with Momonosuke at that time, Kazuki and Kazuya finally recovered from their sluggishness. Seeing Denjiro's dead head and his headless body lying on the ground, Kazuki Hiyori's legs went limp and he fell directly to the ground. Denjiro-san, why is this happening? Why are you doing this? Tears welled up in Kazuki Hiyori's eyes. Originally, he learned that Kaido was expelled, the Beast's pirates were wiped out, and even saw Kurozumi die under the sword of Luo Xiu with his own eyes. The hope that came into being was already because of Denjiro's death, turned into that intense hatred towards Luo Xiu. Kazuki Hiyori really couldn't understand why Luo Xiu did such a cruel act. It is clear that Denjiro never provoked Luo Xiu, even before that, they had never met each other, but why did Luo Xiu kill Denjiro so cruelly? After Luo Xiu put the autumn water back around his waist, he sat down on the banquet mat, took the fine wine that Robin had poured for him, drank it down, and said with a smile. "Does this kind of thing need a reason?" After hearing this, Kazuki Hiyori looked at the smile on Luo Xiu's face, and felt that this guy was a complete demon. Maybe the death of Kurozumi Orochi would not bring relief to Wanokuni, but would become even more dangerous. Thinking of this, Kazuki Hiyori took out a dagger from the thick clothes on his body, held the dagger in both hands, looked at Luo Xiu with eyes full of hatred, and gritted his teeth. "As a woman of the Kazuki family, I will drive out demons like you from Wanokuni." After the words fell, Nami, Khalifa, Kaya, Vivi and others on the side wanted to teach this ignorant woman a lesson. But before they could make a move, Luo Xiu waved his hands to stop them. Seeing this situation, Kazuki Hiyori didn't hesitate anymore, mustered up his courage, shouted loudly, raised his head and charged. "Road repair." And Luo Xiu just looked at Kazuki Hiyori with a smile, and said slowly. "Have you considered it? Once you do something to me, it will affect all the people in Wanokuni. If you want to do something to me, I will let you watch Wanokuni people you know or don't know die one by one in front of you." As a member of the Kazuki family, your duty should be to protect the people of Wanukuni from harm, right? After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Kazuki Hiyori's breathing stopped suddenly, and he staggered forward, almost falling to the ground. After seeing Luo Xiu's strength with his own eyes, Kazuki Hiyori's behavior of drawing his sword and rushing towards him already means that Yang Yuhei is mentally prepared to die under Luo Xiu's sword. Rather than watching Wanukuni fall into the hands of Luo Xiu, the devil, and the life of the people of Wanukuni become more difficult and painful, it would be more satisfying to die in the hands of Luo Xiu. However, Luo Xiu's words directly awakened Kazuki Hiyori, just like what Luo Xiu said. As the only descendant of the Kazuki family, what she has to do is not to die in this way of escaping, but to die. It is right to do everything possible to protect the people of Wanukuni from harm. Just like her father Kazuki Oden, in order to protect Wanukuni, she is willing to bear any humiliation from Kaido and become the laughingstock of the whole Wanukuni. Dang clang! The dagger in Kazuki Hiyori's hand fell to the ground, tears kept pouring out of his eyes, he looked at Luo Xiu with hatred and humiliation, and asked in a low tone of despair. What exactly are you trying to do? What do I need to do so you can let Wanukuni go? While tasting the fine wine Robin poured for him, Luo Xiu looked at Kazuki Hiyori's poignant appearance and said casually. Come on to a dance first, let me appreciate the graceful dance of your Ouran. Kazuki Hiyori clenched her fists tightly, and the cyan blood vessels on the white and tender palms were clearly visible, showing what kind of anger and hatred was in her heart at this time. However, facing this kind of threat from Luo Xiu, what can she, a woman without any power, do except follow what Luo Xiu said? Kazuki Hiyori's eyes became gloomy, his heart was already full of despair, his whole body was like a marionette, and he began to dance unconsciously. Seeing this situation, Luo Xiu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. It seems that the life and death of those people in Wanukuni is not important to you. How about letting you witness the death of some acquaintances with your own eyes before continuing to dance? Kazuki Hiyori was completely desperate, she had never seen such a bad person like Luo Xiu, even Kurozumi Orochi had never done such a thing. Feeling Luo Xiu's gaze, Kazuki Hiyori kept tearing down his face, squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and worked hard to perform for Luo Xiu, showing the charm of Wanokuni's Ouran. Just when Luo Xiu admired the desperate Kazuki Hiyori, but could only bite the bullet and try to please him, three figures also came in from outside the general's mansion. Hancock ignored the corpses of the warriors around him, and smiled at Luo Xiu. Lord Luo Xiu, I brought Kazuya here because of my body. Luo Xiu nodded appreciatively, turning Hancock into a steam girl, and a strange picture appeared in his mind. At the same time, Yamato, who took off his mask, also ignored Kazuki Hiyori who was dancing poignantly, looked at Luo Xiu opposite, and said in a deep voice. Is it you who drove Kaido away and killed the beast's pirates? Luo Xiu did not respond to Yamato's question, but after looking up and down at this filial daughter, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Everyone is here, so next, it's time to consider turning Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato. 123 Yamato is suitable for life and dedicate everything to you. Kneeling to subscribe, Yamato looked at Luo Xiu on the opposite side. She had already heard from Black Maria what Luo Xiu had done in Ghost Island before, so she already knew that Kaido had been kicked out of Wanukuni by Luo Xiu, Beast's pirates, and Luo Xiu and his women were wiped out. However, Yamato didn't feel sad about it. Instead, after hearing the news, he instantly became extremely excited. For Yamato, getting Kaido and the Beast's pirates out of Wanukuni has always been her top priority. It's a pity that her strength is still too weak. Not only can she not do this kind of thing, but she is also restrained by Kaido with an explosive collar. Once she leaves Wanukuni, the explosive collar will explode instantly. Ever since he met Fire Fist Ace at Wanukuni, got acquainted with him, and got Ace's promise that he would come to Wanukuni in the future and snatch Wanukuni back from Kaido and Beast's pirates, Yamato has been waiting for Ace to come again. It's just that what Yamato didn't expect was that she didn't wait for Ace, but this Luo Xiu, who had never heard of it, drove Kaido out of Wanukuni. Although it is a bit regretful that she did not do it herself to drive Kaido out, but for Yamato, who has always called himself 323 inches Kazuki Oden, as long as Kaido is driven out, it is something to be happy about. Yamato glanced at the corpse of Kurozumi Orochi whose head was separated from the body, and shook his head in frustration. Even the B*********** D Kurozumi Orochi has died in your hands. Originally, I wanted to get rid of Kurozumi Orochi with my own hands. However, since Kaido, Beast's pirates, and Kurozumi Orochi have all been dealt with by you, please allow me, as Kazuki Oden, to save Wanokuni's mark. As Yamato's voice fell, the scene suddenly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it's Robin, Nami, Hancock, Gion, etc., or Black Maria and Jun or the Beast's pirates, even Kazuki Hiyori, who was dancing gracefully, can't help but stop, with a dull expression on his face looked at Yamato. Even Robin and Nami already knew that Kazuki Oden was the General Wanokuni before Kurozumi Orochi. However, Kazuki Oden failed to win the respect of BHDB Robin, Nami and others for protecting Wanokuni's kind of coquettish operation, but also made them feel that the so-called Kazuki Oden is a complete idiot. After all, anyone with a bit of brain can't do pure evil operations like Kazuki Oden, right? Facing Yamato's gratitude to himself as Kazuki Oden, Luo Xiu took a sip of the wine, shook his head with a smile and said, As expected of a filial daughter, she was brainwashed into such a horrible appearance by a mere diary. Luo Xiu really admired Yamato as a filial daughter. If Yamato felt respect for Roger after reading Kazuki Oden's diary, then Luo Xiu could even understand a little. It happened that Kazuki Oden became her idol, and even a diary made Yamato the most famous filial daughter in One Piece. I was thinking all day how to drive Kaido and Beast's pirates out of Wanukuni. If he didn't know what was in the diary that Yamato picked up, Luo Xiu would have doubted whether that diary had those special abilities. Obviously, the time fruit ability he possesses is more in line with Li Fan's special abilities. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu twitched the corners of his mouth and said straightforwardly, "You don't have to thank me because I never did these things to save Wanukuni." Hearing this, Yamato straightened up abruptly, and was stunned on the spot, looking at Luo Xiu with a look of astonishment, somewhat unable to understand what Luo Xiu meant by these words. With Yamato's IQ, it might be impossible to understand Luo Xiu. On the other side, Kazuki Hiyori's eyes and face became extremely sad and beautiful. Under Luo Xiu's gaze, even though Kazuki Hiyori was full of resentment in his heart, he could only sigh in the end and continued to dance up to her, so that Luo Xiu can continue to appreciate her graceful dance. It can only be said that although Yamato is really brainless, she has no direct relationship with Kazuki Oden after all. Kazuki Hiyori is Kazuki Oden's biological daughter. Naturally, like Kazuki Oden, in order to protect the people of Wanukuni, let her do what it will be all right. After experiencing a long period of astonishment and confusion, Yamato hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't hold it back. After scratching his head, he looked at Luo Xiu with a confused face and asked, "Well, may I ask, what exactly do you mean by what you just said? You have driven away Kaido, destroyed the Beast's pirates, and even killed that Kurozumi Orochi guy. You are clearly a hero of Wanukuni. Why do you say that you are not here to save Wanukuni?" After hearing Yamato's words, Black Maria, Runti, Jinrami and others all had strange expressions on their faces, and looked at Yamato with eyes like idiots, and their mood became very strange. Although it has been known for a long time that Kaido's daughter has no brains, is it not so brainless? At this time, you still don't know the status. You still say that Luo Xiu is the hero who saved Wanukuni. Based on Luo Xiu's character and consistent behavior, can the word, hero, be used to describe him? Even Luo Xiu, who had been psychologically prepared for a long time, was also taken aback by Yamato's reaction. It can only be said that he is indeed a guy who was brainwashed by Kazuki Oden's diary. Luo Xiu finally understood why Kaido put an explosive collar on Yamato so that she couldn't leave Wanukuni. Maybe Kaido didn't have any other purpose at all, but just felt that if he left Wanukuni and Kaido's sphere of influence with Yamato's mindless appearance, it wouldn't take long before he could be tricked to the point of being a scumbag. Left. In this regard, Luo Xiu just wants to say that a woman who has no brains to the point of Yamato, if she is enlivened, may only need 2 words to become a special kind of flannel ball. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu shook his head, looked at Yamato who was bewildered, and said straightly, "What I just said means that from now on, although Wanukuni has got rid of the control of Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, it will no longer belong to the Kazuki family. Since you have always regarded yourself as Kazuki Oden and thought you were Kazuki Oden, just like that Kazuki Oden's own daughter, Kazuki Hiyori over there, give everything you have to protect Wanukuni." 124. Try hard to curry favor with Luo Xiu. Yamato's faith collapsed, kneeling to subscribe. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, Yamato froze on the spot, tilted his head, and stared blankly at Luo Xiu opposite. After a while, Yamato finally reacted. "What did you say? You drove away Kaido, killed Beast's pirates, and even killed Kurozumi Orochi, because you wanted to take Wanukuni for yourself." Yamato's pupils dilated suddenly, and his face was already full of disbelief and suspicion of life. Yamato never thought that he would hear such words from Luo Xiu. Obviously after she learned what Luo Xiu did in Ghost Island from Black Maria, she had already sent Luo Xiu became the hero who saved Wanukuni. He even decided to thank Luo Xiu by virtue of his, Kazuki Oden, status. But what is going on now? Did this guy named Luo Xiu never think about saving Wanukuni from the beginning to the end? Also, that woman who was dancing and courting Luo Xiu in this way is Kazuki Oden's own daughter. Yamato turned his attention to Kazuki Hiyori, and saw that although there were tears on her face, she still managed to squeeze out a smile. At this time, she was still showing that graceful and moving dance, and her exquisiteness was enough to the figure that disdains the vast majority of people as vividly displayed. Luo Xiu looked at Yamato with a smile, shook his head pretending to be disappointed and sighed, said, "Having a daughter like you is really unfortunate news for Kaido. Although Kaido looks like a person with only muscles and no brains, in fact, Kaido's IQ is enough to surpass most people. In terms of insidiousness, even if you look at the whole world, I am afraid that few people can compare with Kaido. It turned out that such Kaido gave birth to such a brainless daughter as Yamato, which is really, really regrettable." However, after hearing Luo Xiu's words, Yamato shifted his eyes from Kazuki Hiyori to Luo Xiu again, looked at Luo Xiu angrily and growled, "I'm not that Kaido guy's daughter. This is Kazuki Oden. It's Wanukuni's general. Even if you drive away Kaido and kill Kurozumi Orochi, if you want to hurt Wanukuni, I will never allow it." Hearing Yamato calling himself Kazuki Oden again made Kazuki Hiyori's movements stagnate for a moment, and he fell to the ground directly under an instability. Kazuki Hiyori looked at Yamato with teary eyes. How she wished her father Kazuki Oden could still be alive. In this case, neither Kaido nor Luo Xiu could hurt Wanukuni, right? Luo Xiu just glanced at Kazuki Hiyori and said indifferently. In your heart, Wanukuni can only make you pay so much, right? It seems that you, a woman from the Kazuki family, are not qualified either. Hearing this, Kazuki Hiyori's body trembled, feeling Luo Xiu's gaze without the slightest emotion. Kazuki Hiyori's heart was already full of panic. After biting his lip, he quickly stood up, ignoring the expression on his forehead. Sweat had already appeared, and the voice trembled and begged. Please give me another chance, I will definitely satisfy you. After finishing speaking, without even waiting for Luo Xiu to respond, Guangzhou Raihei danced gracefully again. Tears mixed with sweat dripped from Kazuki Hiyori's beautiful face, making it difficult to tell what kind of state she was in at this moment. Luo Xiu's words, and Kazuki Hiyori's reaction, completely angered Yamato. Yamato clenched his fists and glared at Luo Xiu. How dare you do such a thing? Absolutely unforgivable. If you don't leave Wanukuni, I will definitely not let you go. In Yamato's view, although Luo Xiu has already said that he wants to take Wanukuni as his own, but for the sake of driving Kaido away and killing Kurozumi Orochi, Yamato doesn't mind giving Luo Xiu one last chance. Unfortunately, Luo Xiu doesn't need this so-called opportunity at all. Luo Xiu looked at Yamato on the opposite side with great interest, felt the turbulent momentum emanating from her, and chuckled lightly. You just denied that you look like Kaido's daughter, and you are really similar to that Fire Fist ace. Luo Xiu's words were unanimously agreed by Robin, Nami, Hancock, Dion, and others. Even Black Maria, Run Shi, and others who watched Summit War also agreed with Luo Xiu's point of view. In Summit War before, when Luo Xiu revealed the true identity of Fire Fist Ace, that guy's reaction seemed even more intense than Yamato's now. Ask for flowers. But after hearing Luo Xiu's words, Yamato's eyes brightened instantly, as if he suddenly forgot Luo Xiu's attitude just now, and asked Luo Xiu repeatedly. Do you know Ace? How is Ace doing now? Didn't he say he's going back to Wanukuni, drive Kaido away with me, and save Wanukuni from the Beast's pirates? Why hasn't he come back after so long? According to their original agreement, after Ace returns to the Whitebeard pirates, he will persuade Whitebeard to come to Wanukuni to fight Kaido and take Wanukuni back from Kaido. His words undoubtedly gave Yamato great hope, and Yamato has been looking forward to the day when Ace and the Whitebeard pirates come to Wanukuni. However, it has been so long since Ace left Wanukuni, but she has not received any news about Ace from the beginning to the end, which makes Yamato very worried that there may be some accident with Ace. 0. Facing Yamato's series of questions, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Under Yamato's eyes full of hope, Luo Xiu nodded and said with a smile. I know him, of course I know him, I killed him with my own hands, so how could I not know him? As soon as the words fell, Yamato's breathing stopped suddenly, and the expression on his face froze instantly, his pupils dilated, and his eyes and face were instantly filled with an expression of disbelief and doubt about life. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could Ace be killed by you? The two of us made a promise to drive Kaido and the Beast's pirates away together. How could he slip up? Yamato's face has become very ferocious, and his eyes have also become extremely fierce. His eyes are fixed on Luo Xiu, wanting to get a definite answer from Luo Xiu's mouth. She absolutely didn't want to believe that Ace, who had made an agreement with her and became a very good friend, had already died in the hands of Luo Xiu. Unfortunately, facing Yamato's apprehensive gaze, Luo Xiu just smiled and said. That's a pity, the dead Ace is destined to be unable to fulfill this agreement with you. After hearing this, Yamato couldn't hold back the anger in his heart anymore, raised his mace, roared, and rushed towards Luo Xiu. D. Beggar. .125 Hancock shot, stepped on Yamato. Threaten, kneeling to subscribe. After confirming that Ace was really killed by that D. Luo Xiu, Yamato couldn't control the anger and hatred in his heart any longer. He didn't care about other things at all, and rushed towards Luo Xiu with the mace in his hand. You must know that for Yamato, she has grown up so much that she has never had any friends. In Yamato's eyes, the members of the Beast's pirates are just targets that need to be defeated and driven away in the future. Naturally, it is impossible to become friends with them. But Ace is different. Yamato heard a lot of interesting things about New World from Ace, all kinds of magical landscapes and adventures, which made Yamato very excited. Even Yamato has made an agreement with Ace that after they drive Kaido and the Beast's pirates out of Wanukuni together, they will leave with Ace and go to New World to have a good look. Ever since Ace left Wanukuni, Yamato has been looking forward to that day but not only failed to wait for Ace to return to Wanukuni, but also learned from Luo Xiu that Ace had been killed by him, which made the already Houken Yamato, whom Ace regards as his most important friend, endure. Facing Yamato's offensive, Luo Xiu didn't even have the desire to stand up, just sat where he was, tasting the fine wine Robin poured and the oranges Nami peeled. A look of sternness flashed in Yamato's eyes when he saw this, and a sense of surprise appeared in his heart. He stomped his feet and swung the mace fiercely, about to hit Luo Xiu's head with the stick. However, at this moment, a ghost suddenly appeared and directly drilled through Yamato's body. For a split second, Yamato's movements froze instantly, and his whole body froze in place. Clang, accompanied by a crisp sound, the mace in Yamato's hand fell directly to the ground, and she herself fell to her knees directly, lowered her head, and murmured in a low voice. I'm a useless person, incapable of saving Wanukuni from Kaido and Beast's pirates. Even my only friend, Ace, died without my knowledge. I'm so useless, even living is meaningless. After seeing Yamato's behavior, Kazuki Hiyori, who was dancing hotly, froze on the spot for an instant. His eyes were full of horror, and an expression of disbelief and doubt about life appeared on his face. Although after seeing with his own eyes how Luo Xiu killed Kurozumi Orochi, Denjiro and others neatly, Kazuki Hiyori already understood that Luo Xiu, a vicious D********, must possess extremely terrifying power. But what Kazuki Hiyori didn't expect was that not only Luo Xiu was powerful, but even these women in Luo Xiu possessed this terrifying ability. Kazuki Hiyori turned his attention to the gothic loli Perona. Seeing how she manipulated those ghosts at will, Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help swallowing secretly. If I also have this ability, can I really protect Wanukuni from being violated by anyone? Thinking of that scene, Kazuki Hiyori's eyes brightened instantly, but in the next second, they became dull again. Obviously she is a woman of the Kazuki family and the daughter of Kazuki Oden, the former general of Wanukuni, but in the end she is just a weak woman with no strength to restrain a chicken. Let alone Luo Xiu and Kaido. Even before that D Kurozumi did not dare to reveal his true identity. Identity in front of people. Facing Luo Xiu's threat, he didn't even have the ability to resist at all, so he could only hold back his anger and hatred to do such a humiliating act. Thinking of this, Kazuki Hiyori's heart was filled with despair again, and he looked at Yamato who was kneeling on the ground with a sad face, and his heart was already full of regret. At this moment, Kazuya had already broken free from the influence of Perona's negative ghost. After gritting his teeth, he looked at Perona's position and growled. Why help such a D? Do you want to see Wanukuni occupied by a D like Luo Xiu? As soon as the voice fell, Perona wanted to give Yamato another negative ghost package, but before she could make a move, Hancock who was standing beside her suddenly disappeared in place. The next second, Hancock, who suddenly appeared next to Yamato, stepped on Yamato, with a cold face and angry eyes, looked down at Yamato and scolded angrily. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Lord Luo Xiu with such an attitude? Do you really think you are some great big shot? I will never allow anyone to treat Master Luo Xiu with this attitude. Khalifa and the baby looked at this scene with some regrets. Originally, they wanted to teach Yamato a lesson, but Hancock preempted her. To be precise, Hancock, Khalifa, and Baby 5 are definitely not the only ones who have this kind of thinking. Even Robin, Nami, Kaya, and Vivi are all very upset. Yamato, who was trampled by Hancock, tried her best to stand up, but what she couldn't accept was that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from the restraints. Hancock felt Yamato's struggle under his feet, and said coldly, "It's a waste of time. If it wasn't for your usefulness, just based on your attitude towards Lord Luo Xiu just now, I would have killed you already." Hancock's attitude made Yamato furious, and he broke out with all his strength to break free, but his face had turned red, but it was impossible. Luo Xiu looked at this scene playfully, and said with a smile. "Do you see reality now? By the way, haven't you always regarded Kazuki Oden as an idol, and even regarded Kazuki Oden as yourself? Then you should be clear about what kind of humiliating conditions Kazuki Oden agreed to and what kind of behavior did he do in order to protect the people of Wanukuni from Kaido." Yamato raised his head, staring at Luo Xiu with his red eyes, wishing he could kill Luo Xiu right now. Luo Xiu didn't seem to notice Yamato's thoughts, but slowly stood up, walked in front of Yamato, and motioned for Hancock to lift his feet, letting Yamato get out of the restraint. As soon as Hancock raised his foot, Yamato wanted to attack Luo Xiu again, but after hearing Luo Xiu's words, her movements stopped suddenly. "If you continue to fight, then I promise, I will let you see with your own eyes that the people of Wanukuni died one by one in front of you. Whether you want to kill Wanukuni people in this way, or like that Kazuki Hiyori, willing to pay any price to protect Wanukuni, it depends on your own choice." 126 Fierce Stir Fry. Gender Disorder. Kneeling to subscribe. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, Yamato's forward posture suddenly stopped. His breathing seemed to be stagnant because of this, and he looked at Luo Xiu in front of him with a stiff face. His face was already full of shock and anger. Even if Yamato has no brains anymore, she can clearly tell now that what Luo Xiu said was not joking with herself. Although there was a smile on Luo Xiu's face, that smile had no warmth at all, and the indifferent look in his eyes made Yamato shudder when he saw it. Especially with the surrounding Kurozumi Orochi and the corpses of his guards, Yamato confirmed that once he really continued to fight, Luo Xiu would definitely do something to let him watch the Wanukuni people die in front of him. Thinking of this, Yamato's clenched fists kept making cracking sounds. That delicate and beautiful face became flushed with anger. He gritted his teeth tightly, and squeezed out a crack of boundless anger from between his teeth. The voice growled, "Luo Xiu, you be D, how dare you do such a cruel thing? Did the Wanukuni people provoke you? Why are you threatening me with the Wanukuni people?" As Luo Xiu said just now, for Yamato, who considers herself to be Kazuki 17 Oden, protecting the people of Wanukuni from harm is the responsibility she should have assumed. The idea of driving Kaido and the Beast's pirates out of Wanukuni and killing Kurozumi Orochi has been in Yamato's mind for many years. She can't just watch Luo Xiu hurt the people of Wanukuni. Especially after experiencing the power of Corona's negative ghost and the terrifying power of Hancock, Big Kazuya has recognized the reality clearly. With the power she has now, even Luo Xiu's women can't solve it, let alone defeat Kaido, Shanks, and Luo Xiu, the 3 New World 4 emperors who joined forces with Luo Xiu and Linlin. On the way to the general's mansion, Yamato had already heard about everything that happened on Onijima from Black Maria, so he naturally knew that Luo Xiu, a bad B**************, had replaced Whitebeard as the world's strongest man. Faced with this threat from Luo Xiu, although Yamato did not want to bow her head very much, she had to admit that at this moment, she had no other choice but to accept this threat from Luo Xiu. Even Kazuki Hiyori on the side, after hesitating for a moment, couldn't help but stepped forward, grabbed Yamato's arm, and begged with that crying noise. For the sake of those innocent people in Wanukuni, please don't do any provocative actions against Lord Luo Xiu again. I don't want to see the people of Wanukuni hurt because of this. Good guy. When Luo Xiu heard this, he couldn't help calling him a good guy in his heart. Is this what the women of the Wanukuni Kazuki family look like? Obviously what Yamato did was trying to protect Wanukuni, and she had already broken with her own father Kaido in order to do this, but in the end, Kazuki Hiyori turned around and persuaded Yamato to bow his head. Luo Xiu looked at Kazuki Hiyori with weird eyes, but Kazuki Hiyori didn't feel that his behavior was wrong at all, but looked at Yamato pitifully. Feeling Kazuki Hiyori's gaze, Yamato could clearly feel the despair and pain emanating from her body. After hesitating for a moment, Yamato gritted his teeth, and finally looked at Luo Xiu and said in a deep voice. Luo Xiu, if I stop disobeying your orders, will you let Wanukuni go? Seeing that Yamato was shaken, without even waiting for Luo Xiu's reaction, Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help heaving a long sigh of relief, and then looked at Luo Xiu expectantly. I hope I can get a definite answer from him. Luo Xiu was completely convinced, and I can only say one thing, worthy of Wanukuni, worthy of the Kazuki family. Although Luo Xiu never had any good feelings for Wanukuni and the Kazuki family, after seeing these guys handling style with his own eyes, it really opened his eyes. But, since Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato are both willing to make sacrifices for Wanukuni, naturally Luo Xiu has nothing to say. Whether to let Wanukuni go or not depends on how the two of you will behave next. After hearing this, the eyes of Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato changed at the same time. Feeling Luo Xiu's eyes sweeping over those special parts of themselves, Kazuki Hiyori and Kazuya had already noticed his thoughts, and immediately became very embarrassed. I don't know what choice to make. You know, although Kazuki Hiyori became the Oran of the famous Wanukuni under the pseudonym Shaozi, but because of Denjiro's protection, she has never been touched by anyone from the beginning to the end, even Kurozumi Orochi. However, since he is an Oran, Kazuki Hiyori naturally has to learn some knowledge, and of course he is very clear about what Luo Xiu's words and his eyes mean. Although he had already made some psychological preparations before this, it was hard for Kazuki Hiyori to accept for a while when he actually heard Luo Xiu put forward such a condition. Unlike Kazuki Hiyori, who has no practical experience but has rich theoretical experience, Yamato did not understand the meaning of Luo Xiu's words at all, and Dang even asked with a frown. What do you mean? Do you want me to be your subordinate? Yamato frowned. His face was sullen, and he was very upset that Luo Xiu regarded himself as his subordinate. Luo Xiu was too lazy to talk nonsense with this idiot. After beckoning, he directly brought Black Maria to him, pointed to Yamato in front of him, and said, "You come and explain to her well, so that she can recognize her current situation." Faced with this instruction from Luo Xiu, Black Maria did not hesitate at all, and even nodded in agreement. Under the joint explanation of Black Maria and Kazuki Hiyori, Kazuya finally understood ignorantly what Luo Xiu said, to protect Wanukuni with everything. What exactly does it mean? However, to the surprise of all the girls present, after a thorough understanding, Yamato widened his eyes, looked at Luo Xiu who was drinking and having fun with Robin, and shouted. I'm a man, how could I agree to such a condition? After hearing Yamato's words, everyone present was dumbfounded. They thought that Yamato would refuse, or agree, or reluctantly agree after refusing. But they never expected that Yamato's answer would be like this. You step on a horse, you are Kaido's daughter, but you say you are a man. Are you a fool, or do you think other people are fools? Different from the astonishment of others, Luo Xiu just twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard this, and said straightforwardly. Don't worry, I will immediately correct your cognitive impairment. Luo Xiu didn't waste any more time and went straight to action, fighting to tame Kazuki Hiyori and help Yamato modify this cognitive impairment by the way. 6SN 127 RBQ. Obey all orders from Luo Xiu. Kneeling to subscribe. For Yamato, she has always been called a son by Kaido, and over time, even Yamato himself feels like a man. Especially after picking up Kazuki Oden's diary and seeing Kazuki Oden's diary, Yamato began to call himself Kazuki Oden, and was brainwashed by the diary and herself, which made her even more convinced that she was a man. But it turns out that a woman is a woman, and no matter how she thinks she is a man, it cannot change the fact that she is a woman. Of course, Yamato didn't let go at all at the beginning, insisting that she was a man and couldn't meet the conditions proposed by Luo Xiu. Things, cause and nature are unwilling. Luo Xiu didn't say much about this, and the facts will prove that Yamato is really a fool. In order to completely change Yamato's gender cognitive barrier, Luo Xiu doesn't mind using all the means he has on Yamato. Especially after witnessing the battle between Luo Xiu and Kazuki Hiyori with his own eyes, as well as the body structure that is no different from Kazuki Hiyori, Yamato couldn't help but start to ask himself deep down, could it be that what Luo Xiu really said just like him, he has never been a man, but a woman through and through? Luo Xiu noticed Yamato's suspicious life, and in order to let Yamato have a clearer understanding of himself, Luo Xiu had no choice but to start a battle with her. Faced with Luo Xiu's offensive, Yamato was at a loss for a while, relying entirely on instinct to resist, but unfortunately, the power she possessed was simply not enough in front of Luo Xiu, the new strongest man in the world. Can't play any role. The struggle shown by Yamato is nothing but futile. Luo Xiu flipped Yamato over, held the famous knife in his hand, pointed at Yamato's bright red and pink wound, and stabbed fiercely. Yamato, who was struggling with all his strength, only felt a sharp pain when he felt the attack of Luo Xiu's famous knife, and a painful hiss came out of his mouth. Yamato could clearly feel the severe pain coming from his wound, which made the famous filial daughter in One Piece start to fight back against Luo Xiu desperately. Facing the two round shields that Yamato threw at him, Luo Xiu did not hesitate at all, immediately removed his palm from the famous sword, and held the two shields in his hand. At this moment, it is no longer necessary to deliberately control the famous sword, and it is already able to accurately launch an offensive against Yamato. Although Yamato's two shields are very good, but this kind of weak defense ability is not enough in front of Luo Xiu. With the rich combat experience that Luo Xiu has, he can see through the flaws on the two shields at a glance, and can easily break them with one blow. After breaking through Yamato's defense, Luo Xiu didn't hesitate at all. When Yamato launched a stormy offensive, Yamato couldn't dodge it, so he could only resist with all his strength, and he had no ability to resist at all. Although over the years, after the relationship between Yamato and Kaido was completely broken, Yamato has never stopped challenging Kaido. With this method, Yamato's Lishi has never stopped growing. Whether it's Conqueror's Haki, or Devil Fruit ability, or in terms of physical skills, they can already be regarded as the best in the new world. After all, she, Yamato, is the filial daughter who joined forces with Luffy to defeat Kaido 2 years later in the original story. It's a pity that although Yamato's strength is indeed impressive, it depends on who he compares with. In front of Luo Xiu, the strongest man in the world who can forcefully beat Kaido, Shanks, and Charlotte Linlin, the 3 New World 4 emperors, who are powerless by himself, Yamato is not at all not enough to watch. In these two battles, although Kazuki Hiyori has no actual combat experience, as the Oiran of the famous Wanukuni, he can be said to be extremely powerful in terms of theoretical experience. This rich theoretical experience advantage allowed Kazuki Hiyori to make up for some physical weakness, and after all, he persisted for a while longer. And Yamato, relying on the powerful physical skills that he has cultivated over the years, after being caught off guard initially, wants to launch a counterattack against Luo Xiu and defeat Luo Xiu in this battle. However, what Yamato didn't expect was that in this battle, Luo Xiu had no mercy at all. When attacking her and Kazuki Hiyori, he even used all kinds of powerful and terrifying moves. After all, for Luo Xiu, neither Kazuki Hiyori nor Yamato have any good feelings. If it weren't for their looks, the fate of the two of them would have been more tragic than the 3 major disasters and the Kurozumi Orochi who died under the sword of Luo Xiu. Of course, if it is taken seriously, the current situation of the two of them is actually not as good as the 3 major disasters and the Kurozumi Orochi, who just died in the hands of Luo Xiu. Because from the beginning to the end, during the battle, Luo Xiu didn't treat the two of them as human beings at all. All kinds of powerful and fancy moves were used by Luo Xiu on the two of them. As far as Luo Xiu is concerned, among his women, Luo Xiu is most satisfied, of course, is Robin, the intellectual royal sister, who can not only help Luo Xiu in various matters but also will always be the most suitable in various performances. Xiu's heart. In addition, Hancock, Khalifa, and Baby 5, the 3 most outgoing women, also made Luo Xiu very satisfied and got a lot of love from Luo Xiu. Others like Nami, Kaya, Vivi, Corona and Shirahoshi, etc., although not as good as Robin and Hancock, can still occupy some positions in Luo Xiu's heart. But for Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato, there's nothing to say, the flannel ball is to be determined. Nuo Wang's Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato didn't know what Luo Xiu was thinking, but they could also feel Luo Xiu's attitude, and Luo Xiu's various means, which filled their hearts with fear. Even before that, Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato were already mentally prepared. A woman who felt that she was a member of the Kazuki family needed to give everything to protect Wanukuni. The other one feels that he has inherited the will of Kazuki Oden. As the heir of Kazuki Oden, he naturally has to be like Kazuki Oden in the past, facing Luo Xiu's threat of the lives of the people of Wanukuni, no matter what conditions he puts forward, can only do their best to obey orders. It can only be said that a fool is still a fool after all. Even if Luo Xiu successfully cured the gender cognitive impairment, it would not change Yamato's unsightly IQ. However, Luo Xiu is very happy to see the result. The two of them cooperate so well, how can Luo Xiu let them down? 128 Wanukuni Destruction Plan. Hiyori, Yamato implementation. Kneeling to subscribe. Luo Xiu is not in a hurry to leave Wanukuni, he still wants to have a good time in Wanukuni. After all, when it comes to dealing with Wanukuni, a country that makes people feel uncomfortable after seeing it, Luo Xiu's attitude has never happened from the beginning to the end make any changes. And it's not just Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato who need to be tamed. Black Maria, Runti, Jin Rami and several other beasts pirate survivors are also Luo Xiu's targets. It is worth mentioning that in Luo Xiu's eyes, even Black Maria and Run-in-Law are more pleasing to the eye than Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato. When Luo Xiu treated them, he was not as crazy as he treated Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato, and Duan Yi became a little gentler, although the gentleness was not too much. In the past few days, although they have not completely fallen, the attitudes of Black Maria, Runti and others are no longer as firm as they were at the beginning, and they are no longer so resistant to Luo Xiu. Of course, for the current Black Maria, Runti and others, it is obvious that Beast's Pirates is more important in their minds. What puzzled them was that at the very beginning, they were very determined and made up their minds that no matter what Luo Xiu did, they would never betray the Beast's Pirates. They escaped from Xiu's hands, 387, but their hearts still belonged to the Beast's Pirates. As a result, after getting along with each other for a few days, Black Maria, Runti and the others discovered to their horror that their psychological defenses were continuously decreasing, and even being eroded rapidly. If it continues like this, I'm afraid it won't be long at all, and they will be like Luo Xiu's other women, completely inseparable from Luo Xiu. No matter how incomprehensible Black Maria and Run are, they never imagined that the reason for this situation, besides Luo Xiu's strength and experience in this area is indeed extremely powerful, is also the one obtained from Hancock before. The title of Charm Peerless also played a very important role. It can only be said that with the title of Charm Unparalleled, even if Luo Xiu does nothing, as long as he stays by his side for a long time, he will involuntarily fall into the charm exuded by Luo Xiu. Even Koala and Ain, who were forcibly taken away by Luo Xiu in the Summit War, have changed from the firm determination to escape from Luo Xiu at the beginning to the appearance that they no longer want to leave Luo Xiu now. Naturally, Luo Xiu is well aware of this transformation of the two of them, and even Luo Xiu has already begun to look forward to seeing this transformation of his prospective girlfriend and student the next time they meet Sabo and Zephyr in the future. What kind of reaction will there be? Even Violet, Rebecca, Monet, Granos, and Manchueli, the 5 women who were snatched from Doris Rosa, have all changed their minds, and they no longer have the slightest affection for Luo Xiu. Resist. Even if it is not as good as Nami, Kaya, Vivi, and Shirahoshi and others, it is almost to the point where Luo Xiu belongs to Luo Xiu. In the past few days, although Luo Xiu was busy dealing with Kazuki Hiyori, Yamato, Black Maria, and Runti and others, the news of Kurozumi's death successfully spread throughout Wanukuni. Even the fact that Kaido was forced to leave and the Beast's Pirates were wiped out has been known to the people of Wanukuni. From the beginning to the end, Luo Xiu never thought of concealing this news. Instead, he deliberately manipulated it to let everyone know these things in the shortest possible time. Facts have proved that these people from Wanukuni did not disappoint Luo Xiu. After learning of the death of Kurozumi Orochi, Kaido's escape, and the destruction of the Beast's Pirates, the people and samurai scattered throughout Wanukuni have spontaneously rushed to the Flower City. They want to confirm with their own eyes whether the news is true or not. Shimotsuki Yasui, Toko, Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu, and other people who have a good status in Wanukuni also rushed to the Flower City after hearing about this incident. Even Kazuki Sukiyaki, BICD, whose alias is Tianshin Go Faish, sneaked to the Flower City with his apprentice Ayu without revealing his identity. After seeing with their own eyes the Kurozumi Orochi hanging on the wall of the Flower City and the heads of his guards, the people of Wanukuni all cried with joy. At this moment, they have also confirmed that Kurozumi Orochi, the B*************** D who caused Wanukuni to endure countless hardships and pains, is really dead. Moreover, Kaido and the Beast's Pirates have not appeared in the Flower City during the few days since Kurozumi died, which means that they, Wanukuni, have completely got rid of the tyranny of Kurozumi this time. There is no longer any need to worry about being invaded by Kaido and Beast's Pirates. Luo Xiu has already made all the arrangements, and the credit for getting rid of Kurozumi Orochi, driving away Kaido, and destroying the Beast's Pirates is all on Yamato's head. The reason why Luo Xiu did this was to drive public opinion and make Yamato the next general of Wanukuni. Of course, if anyone thinks that Luo Xiu did this to help Yamato and Wanukuni, then he is really wrong. What Luo Xiu has to do is let Yamato, a pure idiot, become Wanukuni's new general and lead the Wanukuni warriors to fight against marine or other forces. Since they are warriors, the glorious way of death given to them by Luo Xiu should suit them well, right? In Luo Xiu's eyes, the so-called warriors like Wanukuni are only useful for this. With Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato's IQ, it is impossible to see through Luo Xiu's plan, and even think that their efforts have been rewarded. Luo Xiu really intends to let Wanukuni go. No harm to the people of Wanukuni. Facts have proved that the development of things is indeed progressing steadily towards what Luo Xiu planned. Kazuki Hiyori, a woman from the Kazuki family, personally came forward to prove to Yamato that she is the one who inherited the will of Kazuki Oden, plus Luo Xiu put the credit for saving Wanukuni on Yamato's head, which made it easy for Yamato to get the gratitude of the Wanukuni people present. Looking at this scene, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly, and he was very satisfied with the reactions of these Wanukuni people and warriors. Of course, if you want to support Yamato to become the next general of Wanukuni, and let Yamato personally carry out the Wanukuni destruction plan, the pseudonym is Kazuki Sukiyaki of Tianshin Dogfa 2. But it must be removed. Looking at the Kazuki Sukiyaki hidden in the crowd, a strange smile appeared on Luo Xiu's face. Luo Xiu is very curious. If his granddaughter Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato kill him with their own hands, what kind of mood will this Kazuki Sukiyaki feel? 129 Let the Samurai Die, Kazuki Sukiyaki kneeling for subscription. For the people of Wanukuni, Yamato drove away Kaido, killed the beast's pirates, and killed the Kurozumi Orochi. The most important thing is that she also inherited the will of Kazuki Oden. Of course, she is the most important thing to become the new general of Wanokuni good candidate. Especially now that Kurozumi Orochi is dead, Wanokuni needs a new general to lead them to rebuild Wanokuni. On this point, Kazuki Hiyori, in front of all the people and warriors of Wanokuni, proposed that Yamato should succeed the dead Kurozumi Orochi as the new general of Wanokuni. Although there are still a small number of people who doubt this, questioning whether Yamato can take up the responsibility of General Wanokuni, but more people still support the idea of using Yua's heart alone. Certainly, after all, Yamato is now the hero who saved their Wanokuni. If there is no Yamato, Wanokuni does not know how long it will be maintained by the brutal rule of Kurozumi Orochi. Now not only Kurozumi Orochi was killed by Yamato, even Kaido was driven away, Beast's pirates have become history, and they Wanokuni no longer need to worry about being invaded by others. It is precisely because of this that it is expected that Yamato, the hero, will become the new general of Wanokuni. Especially with Kazuki Hiyori, Kazuki Oden's own daughter, as a guarantee for Yamato, it is even easier for Yamato to get the support of the vast majority of people. As soon as Yamato became General Wanokuni, he announced directly under everyone's gaze that Wanokuni lifted the closed-door policy that had been maintained for decades, and completely began to integrate with the new world. They wanted the whole world to know that Wanokuni did not disappear, warriors never let up in the slightest. It is no exaggeration to say that after Yamato issued this order, even the samurai who had doubts about making Yamato the new general directly decided to support Yamato from the bottom of their hearts to become the general of Wanokuni. Their Wanokuni has been silent for too long. Obviously, many years ago, the warriors of Wanokuni had an extremely powerful reputation in the whole world, but because of the policy of closing the country, most people in this world have gradually turned Wanokuni forget. As a result, the samurai could only operate within Wanokuni, and even if they were eager to go out to sea, they could only endure it forcibly. But now it's different. With Yamato, Wanokuni's new general, taking office, the entire Wanokuni will undergo earth-shaking changes, and the names of the Wanokuni warriors will eventually resound throughout the world. Luo Xiu looked at those menacing and extremely excited warriors. A strange arc was drawn at the corner of their mouths. These guys, no matter what, they would never have imagined what would be waiting for them, right? The fate of these so-called warriors has already been arranged by Luo Xiu. Anyway, whether it is Kaido, Shanks, and Charlotte Linlin, the three new World 4 emperors, or Marine and World Government, they are all destined to go to war with Luo Xiu. Then Luo Xiu didn't mind at all taking advantage of this opportunity to let these warriors get an extremely glorious way of death. As a samurai, dying in battle should make them very satisfied, right? Yamato looked at the supportive attitude of the samurai below, and felt very high-spirited. She had been looking forward to this day for many years. As Kazuki Oden, Yamato has been thinking about saving Wanokuni all these years. After becoming Wanokuni's general, he led Wanokuni to regain its fame in the whole world. And now, that day has finally come. In fact, what made Yamato the happiest was not becoming Wanokuni's general, but the agreement he had made with Luo Xiu before that. After being promoted by Luo Xiu to make her the new general of Wanokuni, she only needs to serve Luo Xiu for 2 years before Wanokuni can completely get rid of Luo Xiu's control. Even Kazuki Hiyori didn't have any objection to Luo Xiu's condition. On the contrary, like Yamato, he felt that it was because Luo Xiu was very satisfied with the performance of the two of them before that Luo Xiu gave Wanokuni such an opportunity. Otherwise, with the terrifying power that Luo Xiu possesses, if he wants to attack Wanokuni, he doesn't need anyone's help at all, and he can destroy the entire Wanokuni by himself. It is precisely because of this that Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato have already made an agreement. In these 2 years, no matter what forces Luo Xiu wants to fight against, they must lead the warriors to help Luo Xiu resolutely. Luo Xiu felt dissatisfied in order to prevent Luo Xiu from violating the agreement. It can only be said that Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato are indeed Kazuki Oden's own daughter, and the other is the heir who inherited Kazuki Oden's will. This level of brainlessness is definitely comparable to Kazuki Oden's. Asking for flowers. After announcing that the samurai followed them to leave Wanokuni, and the rest stayed in Wanokuni to recuperate, and to restore the damage caused by the tyranny of Kurozumi Orochi in the shortest possible time, Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato let those who have a good status in Wanokuni Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy, Kawamatsu and others went to the shogun's mansion with them. Of course, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu and others have no objection to this, and they also want to know how Yamato managed to drive Kaido away and destroy the beast's pirates. After seeing this scene, while other samurai left one after another and began to prepare to follow Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori to leave the new world, Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes flashed in the crowd, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to take Apprentice Ayu to the general's mansion. Now that Wanokuni's crisis has been lifted, he doesn't need to hide his identity anymore, he can also take off his mask, and regain his identity as Kazuki Sukiyaki from the alias Tianshan Dog Fish. Although Ayu didn't know why her master took her to the general's mansion, but since the master said so, she could only obediently follow behind Kazuki Sukiyaki. After the Kazuki Sukiyaki entered the general's mansion, they realized that the atmosphere in the general's mansion was extraordinarily dignified. Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu and the others all stared at the figure sitting at the head with serious expressions, even putting their palms on the handle of the saber at their waists. And the person sitting at the top is not Yamato, who just became Wanukuni's new general, but a young man he has never seen before. Kazuki, who was hiding under the mask, looked at Luo Xiu, who was sitting at the top. His eyes changed, and his mood became a little heavy. However, at this moment, after seeing the arrival of Kazuki Sukiyaki, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, a smile appeared on his face, and he said slowly, "Well, now that everyone is here, let Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori explain to you what Wanukuni needs to do next. Also, take off the mask and have a Sukiyaki. 130. Play around. Let Hiyori kill the Sukiyaki with his own hands." Kneeling to subscribe. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, the entire general's mansion suddenly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it is Yamato, Kazuki Hiyori, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy, Kawamatsu, etc., all of them turned their eyes to the Tianshan dog fish in an instant, and their faces and eyes were already full of doubts about life and difficulties. Confident look. What did they hear? This guy named Luo Xiu, calling Tianshan dog fish Kazuki Sukiyaki. Are you kidding? Hey, of course, they cannot be unfamiliar with the name Kazuki Sukiyaki. As the former General Wanukuni, the father of Kazuki Oden, only those children are under the deliberate cover of Kurozumi, and the group does not know this character. But, shouldn't Kazuki be dead many years ago? Under the watchful eyes of everyone on the scene, Kazuki Suki, 710, took a deep look at Luo Xiu, hesitated for a moment, and finally took off the mask on his face, revealing his original face. After seeing Kazuki Sukiyaki's face hidden under the mask, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, and Kawamatsu and other guys who have seen him all directly marked on the spot. After being silent for a while, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others who came back to their senses finally shouted, "Master Sukiyaki, are you really alive?" Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu and others were all stupid. Before that, they never thought that Kazuki Sukiyaki, the former general, did not die, but lived well and hid. My true identity has been changed. Kazuki Hiyori on the other side stared blankly at Kazuki Sukiyaki, tears gushed out of the red eye sockets. From the soft sobbing at the beginning, it gradually escalated into howling. Feeling the gazes of Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others, as well as the crying of granddaughter Kazuki Hiyori, Kazuki Sukiyaki showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, and coughed twice. "Well, I'm still alive, it's just..." Kazuki Sukiyaki shook his head. For a moment he didn't know where to start, after all, as Wanokuni's former general. Knowing that Wanokuni had been under the tyranny of Kurozumi Orochi before, and the people of Wanokuni were under the oppression of Kurozumi Orochi all the time, instead of standing up to save Wanokuni, he chose to hide his name incognito. The most bizarre thing is that Kazuki Sukiyaki also told his apprentice Ayu that Takeda, who will return in a few years, will destroy the evil spirits. He completely pushed the responsibility of saving Wanokuni to his grandson Momonosuke and the retainers of the Kazuki family, and he himself lived secretly. No matter how you think about it, this kind of thing feels wrong, doesn't it? Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others, after experiencing the initial excitement of seeing Kazuki Sukiyaki still alive, have obviously realized this, and suddenly their eyes and faces became very strange. He opened his mouth to say something, but finally endured it, even if he wanted to ask why Kazuki hid, at least not now. In order to change the subject, Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at Luo Xiu and asked, "Who is this young man? What did you say just now? Why did you guys react like that when I came here?" Kazuki Sukiyaki was clearly aware of the angry appearance of Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others just now, and it was obvious that they had heard something that made them angry. And what puzzled Kazuki Sukiyaki the most was that Yamato, who was the new general of Wanokuni, even lost the first place to Luo Xiu, was standing behind Luo Xiu, silent and silent. In addition, Luo Xiu directly revealed his true identity when they met just now, so he couldn't help but think about it. Facts have proved that Kazuki Sukiyaki's method of diverting the topic really worked. After hearing his question, Ashura, who was already grumpy, snorted coldly. This guy came out of nowhere, and he said that he wants us Wanokuni to work for him for 2 years, otherwise, he will destroy Wanokuni. After hearing this, Kazuki Sukiyaki's pupils dilated suddenly, his face was instantly filled with anger, his eyes fixed on Luo Xiu who was sitting at the top, said in a deep voice. "Who are you? Why do you do such a thing? Also, what do you think our Wanokuni is? Do you think our Wanokuni will succumb to a guy like you?" Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at Luo Xiu, and felt very upset. It was obvious that Wanokuni had just escaped from the hands of Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, but this guy who came out of nowhere wanted to replace Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi. Take their Wanokuni into your hands. Are you kidding? Do you really think they Wanokuni can bully anyone? Luo Xiu didn't even bother to look at Kazuki Sukiyaki, but looked at Ayu who stood timidly beside him. According to Luo Xiu's impression, Ayu possesses the ability of dumpling fruit. If you eat it, it will make the other party obey Ayu's order, and you will not be able to do anything against Ayu's will. Seriously speaking, fur tribes are also considered animals. Does that mean that Ayu's dumpling fruit ability can also control fur tribe people? However, whether this kind of dumpling fruit ability can take effect on the people of the fur tribe will not have any impact on Luo Xiu. Anyway, the fur tribe is also the target that Luo Xiu will look for next. With or without Ayu's dumpling fruit ability, the fur tribe is destined to be unable to escape Luo Xiu's control. This attitude of Luo Xiu made Kazuki Sukiyaki very annoyed, but just when he was about to scold Luo Xiu angrily, Kazuki Hiyori who was standing behind Luo Xiu wiped away his tears. Grandpa, please don't say such things anymore. In fact, it was Lord Luo Xiu who forced Kaido away, destroyed the beast's pirates and even killed the Kurozumi snake. After making an agreement, he only needs to let Wanokuni play for him for 2 years, and he will let Wanokuni go, and let Wanokuni completely get rid of anyone's control. As Kazuki Hiyori's voice fell, no matter it was Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, etc., they all froze on the spot. How could this be? Didn't you say before that all these things were done by Yamato? What's going on now? You actually deceived the entire Wanokuni people. Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes changed, and his complexion became very gloomy. Looking at his grandson, he started to drink angrily. Before Kazuki Hiyori could answer, Luo Xiu said slowly with a smile on his face. Now there's one more condition, that is, Yuhikazu must personally kill and use up the Sukiyaki in order to keep Wanokuni. 131 Luo Xiu's conspiracy. Totally demonic. Kneeling to subscribe. After hearing what Luo Xiu said, whether it was Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and Kawamatsu, or even Kazuki Sukiyaki who was involved, they all froze on the spot. What is this guy named Luo Xiu talking about? To keep Wanokuni, Kazuki Hiyori has to kill her own grandpa, Kazuki Sukiyaki. What is going on here? Didn't Wanokuni get out of the crisis and successfully take it back from Kaido and Kurozumi? Where did this brat, Luo Xiu, come from? What makes Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, and Ashura Doji the most unacceptable is what Kazuki Hiyori said just now. Whether it's Kaido, Beast's pirates, or Kurozumi Orochi, it's not like what she said before, it was driven away by Yamato or directly solved. The one who really did this is Luo Xiu. But, he already saved Wanokuni from Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi guys, why would 18 do such a thing now? Jung. After a brief moment of astonishment, whether it was Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy, Kawamatsu and the others, they all either clenched their fists or drew their sabers, looking ready to go. Although they still don't understand the whole situation, they also almost realize the truth, that is, Wanokuni's situation, and it is not completely released from the crisis. Although there is no Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, this guy named Luo Xiu is also a guy who should not be underestimated. What the hell are you trying to do? I will never allow anyone to destroy Wanokuni. Don't think that we, Wanokuni, are really easy to bully. After seeing the reactions of Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others, Kazuki Sukiyaki also frowned, stared at Luo Xiu with dim eyes, and said in a deep voice. For the sake of saving Wanokuni, this old man can give you a chance. As long as you leave Wanokuni now, this old man can pretend that what happened just now never happened. But if you still want to be so obsessed, I don't mind killing you. Kazuki Sukiyaki didn't take Luo Xiu's words seriously at all, even in his opinion, how Kaido was forced to leave, and how the beast's pirates were wiped out are two things to talk about. Even a genius like his son Kazuki Oden couldn't beat Kaido back then, let alone a kid like Luo Xiu who looks very young. When facing Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, he was obedient and chose to hide his name, but facing a brat like Luo Xiu, if Luo Xiu is still so ignorant, then Sukiyaki will have to attack hard. My predecessor, General Wanokuni, couldn't deal with Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, couldn't he also deal with you? However, what Kazuki Sukiyaki didn't expect was that after hearing his words, before Luo Xiu could even respond, his granddaughter Kazuki Hiyori exclaimed anxiously. Grandpa, please don't talk to Lord Luo Xiu like this. Please consider for the people of Wanokuni, and don't do anything to provoke Lord Luo Xiu like this. Kazuki Sukiyaki was dumbfounded, and Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy and others also looked dumbfounded. They really didn't expect to hear such words from Kazuki Hiyori. Luo Xiu has already threatened them with Wanokuni. Not only did Kazuki Hiyori not have the slightest intention of fighting, but he turned his head and told his grandpa Kazuki Sukiyaki not to fight. What is this? A leading party? Kazuki Sukiyaki's face was instantly filled with anger, and he reprimanded Kazuki Hiyori with wide eyes. Hiyori, do you know what you're talking about? As a member of the Kazuki family, you say such things. Kazuki Hiyori's complexion changed, feeling the anger and dissatisfaction in his grandfather's eyes, he took 2 steps back unconsciously. Just when Kazuki Sukiyaki still wanted to continue to teach his disappointing granddaughter a lesson, Luo Xiu couldn't help laughing, looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki playfully and said. Kazuki Sukiyaki, what face do you have to say such a thing? In Wanokuni, which is well known to be ruled by the Kurozumi Orochi, the people here have been oppressed and tortured. You, a man from the Kazuki family, the former General Wanokuni, not only did not think about fighting against it, but even changed your appearance to hide it. Stand up. Now that Kaido was forced to leave and Kurozumi Orochi was killed, you jumped out and said these words righteously. This really opened my eyes. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, Kazuki Sukiyaki's breathing suddenly stagnated, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy. He could clearly feel that after hearing Luo Xiu's words, even Shimotsuki Yasui and Ashura the boys and the others also had a very bad change in their gazes. If this continues, I'm afraid he, the former general, will be completely disgraced. Although Kazuki Sukiyaki also felt that his behavior was very wrong, but he would never allow Luo Xiu to expose it in front of everyone. Since you don't plan to leave, stay in Wanokuni forever. Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy, Kawamatsu, in the name of General Wanokuni, I command you to fight with me and finish this guy. I now suspect that the woman who keeps claiming to have inherited Oden's will is in league with this guy named Luo Xiu. 920 These guys must have a huge conspiracy, which will put the entire Wanukuni in an extremely dangerous situation. After hearing Kazuki's words, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu and others only hesitated for a moment and then directly agreed. Although they were also very dissatisfied with Kazuki Sukiyaki's hiding behavior, as he said, since neither Kaido nor Kurozumi Orochi was solved by Yamato, she took the credit for herself, even also used this way to become Wanokuni's new general. That also means that there may be an unknown transaction between her and Luo Xiu. Get rid of Luo Xiu, the guy who wants to destroy Wanokuni first, and then figure out the deal between them. After seeing the aggressive appearance of Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui, Luo Xiu didn't even show interest in standing up, but after taking a sip of the fine wine, he said with a smile. Yamato, Hiyori, I will not participate in the battle between you and these guys. However, if they do this to me, then I guarantee that Wanokuni will be wiped out and no one will survive. So, it is up to you to decide whether to kill these people to protect the people of Wanokuni, or to let the whole Wanokuni be buried with them because of their stupid behavior. 132 Time Fluctuations, Momonosuke and Kinemon. Kneeling to subscribe. Faced with this threat from Luo Xiu, there are two choices, but for Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori, what can they do besides protecting the people of Wanokuni? Is it true that they chose to violate the agreement with Luo Xiu and join forces with Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, and Ashura Boy to deal with Luo Xiu? After witnessing with their own eyes how terrifying power Luo Xiu possessed, Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori had long since defeated Luo Xiu at odds, and there is hope in forcibly taking Wanokuni back from Luo Xiu in this way. The most important thing is that they have dedicated themselves to Luo Xiu in order to protect the people of Wanokuni from being harmed by Luo Xiu. If they break the agreement now, wouldn't their sacrifices be in vain? However, if Kazuki Hiyori were to deal with her own grandfather Kazuki Sukiyaki, it would be too embarrassing for her. It's just that Kazuki Hiyori is unwilling to do anything because of his grandparent relationship with Kazuki Sukiyaki. For Yamato, there is no such psychological burden like her. Yamato clenched the mace in his right hand, and the look in his eyes was extremely cold. Looking at Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, and Ashura Boy and others rushing towards Luo Xiu, Yamato said angrily. The new general of Wanokuni, I will never allow you guys to do anything that will bring Wanokuni into ruin. After finishing speaking, Yamato didn't hesitate anymore, stepped hard on his feet, and went directly to meet Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui and others. Luo Xiu has already noticed Kazuki Hiyori's entanglements and struggles, and he didn't get used to her, but said directly. With your strength, it is really difficult for you to participate in this battle. In this case, let's kill Kazuki Sukiyaki with your own hands after Yamato eliminates these people. Hearing this, Kazuki Hiyori bit her lips with silver teeth, her red lips had become bloodless, even her face had become extremely pale. Seeing Yamato, Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui and others who had already had a fierce battle, Kazuki Hiyori hesitated for a while, and finally plucked up the courage to look at Luo Xiu and pray. Lord Luo Xiu, can you give Grandpa and Shimotsuki Yasui another chance? After all, you want the samurai from Wanokuni to serve you for 2 years. Grandpa and Lord Shimotsuki Yasui are stronger than ordinary samurai. If possible, I can personally persuade them, and I will definitely not let them violate any of your orders. Luo Xiu twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard the words, and looked at the uneasy Kazuki Hiyori playfully and said. What gave you the illusion that you are qualified to negotiate terms with me? Could it be that I am still too kind to you? Kazuki Hiyori's legs went limp when he heard this, and he fell to the ground without standing still. Feeling Luo Xiu's gaze, and the faint smile on his face, Kazuki Hiyori was already filled with fear and anxiety. These days, Luo Xiu has never stopped taming her and Yamato. Just thinking of Luo Xiu's methods and moves, Kazuki Hiyori can't help but feel fear from the bottom of his heart. The most unacceptable thing for Kazuki Hiyori is that after these days of taming, she was shocked to find that from the initial repulsion and resistance to the present, she had begun to secretly expect Luo Xiu to continue using this way to treat yourself. Even Kazuki Hiyori herself can't guarantee, if this kind of behavior continues, what kind of appearance will she, a woman of the Kazuki family, be transformed into by Luo Xiu in the end. Kazuki Hiyori fell to his knees in horror, his voice trembling. No. It's not like that, Mr. Luo Xiu. I understand that no matter what orders and instructions you give next, I will never resist you in the slightest. Looking at Kazuki Hiyori's slightly trembling body, Luo Xiu had a satisfied smile on his face. While continuing to appreciate the battle between Yamato, Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui, he said with a smile. Then get ready to kill Kazuki with your own hands. Yes, Mrs. Luo Xiu. Kazuki Hiyori knelt on the ground, tears dripping unconsciously from his eyes, his heart was already filled with pain. It should be a very harmonious scene to meet the grandfather who has, dead, for many years, but now she has to follow Luo Xiu's order, wait until Yamato defeats the grandfather and Lord Shimotsuki Yasui, and then she will personally kill him. Just thinking about that scene, Kazuki Hiyori felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe, but she couldn't do anything about it. He didn't have the courage to go against Luo Xiu's fate at all. This is to protect Wanokuni, and to protect the people of Wanokuni from being harmed. Grandpa, he should be able to understand me, right? After all, in order to protect Wanokuni from being destroyed by Kaido, my father also did a lot of humiliating things. While Kazuki Hiyori was providing psychological counseling for his next act of killing his grandfather, the battle between Yamato, Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui and others had also entered a fierce stage. You must know that Yamato's strength is not impressive. Even if you look at the New World, there are definitely not many people who can match her. After all, other people do not have a father like Kaido, who defeats Yamato every time, but does not cause irreparable damage to her, but in this way, Yamato's strength can be improved faster. Seriously speaking, Luo Xiu felt that Kaido should even thank himself well. After all, if he hadn't appeared in this world, he would have driven Kaido away ahead of time, in response to the words of the Beast's pirates. Continuing to develop according to the original plot, in more than 2 years, Yamato and Kaido will stage a filial piety between father and son, and join hands with Wang Luffy and Momonosuke to deal with Kaido's real father. These days, because Luo Xiu has never let go of his plan to tame Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori, he also injected a lot of energy liquid into both of them. Even Kazuki Hiyori, an Ouran who originally belonged only to the common people, has good power, and Yamato's strength has been greatly improved. It is precisely because of this improvement that Yamato has become more comfortable dealing with Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, and Zhao Qianhao, Ashura Boy and Kawamatsu. What I have to say is that Yamato's level of brainlessness is extremely explosive even in the entire manga world. In her eyes, Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui are the culprits who will cause Wanukuni's harm, and only by getting rid of them can the real protection and peace. Looking at Yamato, who has completely pushed Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui to an absolute disadvantage, Luo Xiu couldn't help sighing that it would be great if people all over the world were as brainless as Yamato. At this moment, Luo Xiu suddenly noticed a slight fluctuation of time ability around him. This kind of time fluctuation made Luo Xiu raise his eyebrows, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. This kind of time fluctuation, is it that Madame Shi wanted to send Momonosuke, Kinemon and others 2 years later from more than 10 years ago? It seems that this trip to Wanukuni has really become more and more interesting. 133 Girlfriend has become Luo Xiu's plaything. Sabo Luffy broke the defense. Kneeling to subscribe. When Yamato went all out to deal with Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others, Luo Xiu also noticed the fluctuation of time ability and tried to pull Momonosuke and Kinemon to reality in advance. Shanks has brought Buggy, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin to the island where Garp, Sabo, and Luffy are. Except for Shanks, Buggy, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, the rest of the Big Mom pirates stayed on the pirate ship. After all, everyone knows very well that even though Garp has changed from the original marine hero to the marine scum that everyone shouts and beats, but with that old guy's character and consistent behavior, he will definitely not easily follow high thieves or in the same boat. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles, even if Kaido and Charlotte Linlin would be very upset about this, Shanks could only make such a choice. Kaido snorted coldly as he followed Shanks to the depths of the island. Shanks, Garp has become a marine scum despised by the whole world. Is it necessary to take his opinion so seriously? With the power possessed by that D Luo Xiu, if Garp wants to avenge his son and grandson, what else can he do besides joining forces with us pirates? After all, those guys in Marine are unlikely to accept Garp no matter what, right? Charlotte Linlin nodded in agreement with Kaido's words, and also sneered. The current Marshal of Marine is not Sengoku, who has fought side by side with Garp for decades. With Akainu's attitude towards pirates and traitors, it is absolutely impossible for Garp to return to Marine. Even if Garp dares to appear in front of Marine, that guy Akainu might lead the Marine executives to kill the traitor Garp first. Both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were very displeased with Shanks' behavior. That guy Garp is obviously a scum that everyone shouts and beats, then what right does Garp have to look down on them pirates? With Garp having cultivated the leader and second in command of the Revolutionary Army, and the behavior of 2 grandsons of pirates, isn't it quite the same as the New World 4 emperors? After hearing Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's complaints, Shanks shook his head with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice. In any case, Garp has fought for Marine for most of his life, and his thinking cannot be changed in a short time. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at each other, and they could clearly see the mocking look on the other's face, but they didn't say anything more. It didn't take long for Shanks and his team to arrive at the location of Garp, Sabo, and BJAH Luffy. At this time, Garp is conducting special training for Sabo and Luffy, and the iron fist wrapped around armament hockey is also mercilessly hitting Sabo and Luffy's heads respectively. After seeing Shanks, Kaido and others coming, Garp stopped immediately, looked at Shanks with a cold face, and scolded. Shanks, what are you doing back here? The old man has already said before that the old man has no interest in joining forces with you. Shanks was ready to speak directly to explain his intentions, but what he didn't expect was that before he could even open his mouth, Garp said these words directly, which made Shanks' face darken instantly. However, after thinking of the terrifying power of Luo Xiu that he felt in Wanukuni before, Shanks suppressed his anger forcibly, took a deep breath, looked at Garp and said in a deep voice. Garp, Luo Xiu's power is far beyond your imagination. At Wanukuni before, even if I teamed up with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, I was no match for Luo Xiu at all. If we hadn't left in time, the 3 of us would have already died under Luo Xiu's knife up. After hearing Shanks' words, Garp's momentum froze suddenly, and he froze on the spot. After recovering, Garp's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Shanks in shock and exclaimed. Is what you said true? Or are you deliberately deceiving the old man? After Kaido, who was already very upset with Garp, heard this, he didn't get used to him at all, and said straightforwardly. Did you not have eyes? Or were you blinded by Luo Xiu? Is it true that you can see it yourself? Because Charlotte, Linlin and the Big Mom pirates arrived at Wanukuni too late, Kaido and Shanks were very traumatized. Even though a few days have passed, even Kaido, the world's strongest creature possessed of terrifying vitality, has not completely recovered at this time, and a thick gauze is still wrapped around his body. Kaido knew very well that even after the gauze was removed in the future, there would definitely be countless scars on his body that could not be recovered. After being reminded by Kaido, Garp finally noticed the strangeness between Shanks and Kaido. Looking at the gauze wrapped around the two guys, Garp fell silent. Seeing this situation, Shanks didn't waste any time, and hurriedly stepped up his efforts. Although we don't know exactly what happened, the speed at which Luo Xiu's strength improves is faster than we imagined. If you don't get rid of Luo Xiu quickly, the consequences will be unimaginable. And if you want to get rid of Luo Xiu, only you and the three of us will have a real chance to do it, otherwise, even if you go to find Luo Xiu, you will just die. Looking at the silent Garp, Kaido hummed disdainfully. Garp, you are no longer a marine hero. In the eyes of others, you, a marine scum, are more hateful than us New World 4 emperors. If you want to avenge your son and grandson, you have no other choice but to join forces with us. Kaido is not as hypocritical as Shanks, nor is he used to Garp like Shanks, and he is even more than happy to slap Garp in the face like he is now. Every time he faced Garp before, this guy would stand on the side of justice, labeling himself as a villain who should be eliminated, and now he is finally proud. After hearing Kaido's words, Garp's face instantly became extremely gloomy, the veins on his forehead popped out, and his clenched fists kept making cracking noises. Everyone can clearly feel that there is boundless anger in Garp's body. Shanks' mood has become very bad. Why does this guy Kaido not open any pot? Do you have to use this method to stimulate Garp? Don't you know that Garp's mood is very unstable now? Seeing their grandfather being insulted, the two grandsons Sabo and Luffy couldn't take it anymore, and growled angrily at Kaido. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if Mr. Garp has been wrong, he will definitely not do what you said. That's right, Grandpa, he won't do what you said. Kaido looked at Sabo and Luffy contemptuously, sneered, and said something that broke Sabo and Luffy's defense instantly. I know you two brats, you haven't seen Luo Xiu since the Summit War, have you? Then do you know that your women and partners have become Luo Xiu's playthings now? 134 Momonosuke tortured to death. Kaido spits Garp, kneeling to subscribe. As Kaido's voice fell, Sabo and Luffy's breathing stopped suddenly, and they were all on the spot, staring blankly at Kaido, as if they had completely lost consciousness. After seeing the reaction of the two of them, Shanks couldn't help but change his face, and growled angrily at Kaido. Kaido, what the hell are you trying to do? Facing Shanks' reprimand, Kaido didn't mean to repent at all, instead he sneered. What, did Laozi say something wrong? Shanks, you have seen what happened in Wanukuni before. Do you dare to say that Laozi is wrong? Shanks opened his mouth to refute Kaido's words, but in the end he still couldn't find the right angle, so he could only give Kaido a vicious look, then turned his head to look at Sabo and Luffy and spoke. Sabo, Luffy, don't worry, Koala, Nami, and Robin are safe and unharmed. Shanks' words seemed to give Sabo and Luffy hope. They looked at Shanks expectantly and asked repeatedly. Shanks, Koala, Nami Robin, she must not have become Luo Xiu's plaything like Kaido said, right? Shanks was silent. These two boys, why are they so ignorant? Obviously, I have given them a step, but it's fine if these two guys don't go down the step. How dare they continue to ask about the situation of Koala and Nami Robin? Isn't this riding a horse looking for excitement on its own initiative? Shanks was numb and didn't know how to answer Sabo and Luffy's question. However, Shanks' silence was equivalent to a tactful answer to this question. Luffy's brain is not working well, and he didn't realize this. Sabo, who wanted to understand this, turned pale, and sat down on the ground directly. No, Koala, how could she become Luo Xiu's plaything? No, definitely not. No, I'm going to kill Luo Xiu, I'm going to save Koala. Sabo whispered to the end, his face became extremely ferocious, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and he was about to leave the island regardless. Luffy saw his big brother start to move, and he roared without any hesitation. Sabo, I'll go with you. Together, we must kill Luo Xiu and take Nami and Robin back from that damned guy. Seeing that these two guys had nearly lost their minds, Shanks' complexion changed. Even though he wanted to stop them, Garp roared angrily before he could make a move. Stop, you two guys, stop for the old man. Garp's roar echoed over the island, making Sabo and Luffy's footsteps stop instantly, and they both turned their heads to Garp with that red hyperbole at the same time. Tears welled up in Sabo's eyes, he looked at Garp in pain and growled. Master Garp, I can't take it anymore. Even if I know I will die in the hands of Luo Xiu, I will go and rescue Koala. In any case, Koala must not be allowed to continue to suffer from road repairs. You must know that during this period of time, Sabo has been desperately accepting Garp's special training, and no matter what price he needs to pay for this, he has never slacked off in the slightest. As far as Sabo is concerned, even just thinking about how Koala will be treated by Luo Xiu, he is so angry that he is almost going crazy. Now I know from Kaido and Shanks that Koala has become Luo Xiu's plaything, how can Sabo endure it? The same is true for Luffy standing next to Sabo. Except for Nami and Robin, his partners, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Chopper, have all died in the hands of Luo Xiu. Now knowing that Nami and Robin are in a very bad situation, Luffy is naturally extremely eager to rescue the two remaining partners, Nami and Robin. Although in Sabayati Archipelago, Robin has already said that she is no longer a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, but in Luffy's heart, the reason why Robin said so. It's all about protecting them. Grandpa, Sabo is right, Nami and Robin will be tortured by that B*********** D if they stay by Luo Xiu's side. The two of them are already my last remaining partners. When it came to the end, Luffy recalled the Summit War in his mind. He watched the scene where his comrades were killed by Luo Xiu, but there was no way to save them. Oil and water gushed out of his eyes uncontrollably. Garp felt the pain of his two grandsons, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice. You can take revenge if you want, the old man said before. The old man will give you the power to take revenge on Luo Xiu in the shortest possible time. But it's not enough now, you two guys, it's still too weak. Ask for flowers. Garp ignored the reactions of Sabo and Luffy, but looked at Shanks and said in a cold voice. Let's go Shanks, the old man said last time that even if I'm no longer a member of Marine, it's absolutely impossible for me to hang out with you against my will. As for getting revenge on Luo Xiu, I don't need you guys to help me worry about it. Shanks' eyes changed. He really didn't expect that Garp would still act so stubborn at this moment. Everyone told him how terrifying Luo Xiu's strength was, but Garp didn't change his mind. This attitude of Garp made Kaido furious, and he snorted coldly. Garp, don't you guys still think you were the marine hero from before? Laozi has already said that you, in the eyes of outsiders, are more hateful than us pirates. 0. Don't forget how your son and grandson were slaughtered by Luo Xiu. As soon as the words fell, Garp's face twitched, and a terrifying momentum erupted, and he roared at Kaido. Kaido, do you want to die, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I will fulfill you now. Kaido didn't hesitate at all. What happened to Wanukuni filled him with depression until now, and he couldn't wait to release it. I think you are the one who wants to die, right? Shanks is very tired. This team is too difficult to lead. In order to prevent Kaido, who was on the top, from colliding with Garp, Shanks stopped Kaido, looked at the opposite cassette and shook his head. Garp, whether you want to accept my suggestion, you can think about it for yourself. If you change your mind, we will wait for you in Charlotte Linland's Wangwo. After speaking, Shanks didn't waste any more time. After taking a deep look at Luffy, he dragged Kaido and left here. At the same time, when Shanks, Kaido, and Garp were talking to each other, in the general mansion of Wanukuni Flower Capital, when Yamato had just defeated Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui, Luo Xiu directly released the Time Fruit ability. Several figures, out of thin air, appeared in the general's mansion. Luo Xiu looked at Momonosuke, Kinemon, and Kanjuro, who appeared in the shogun's mansion. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Next, let Kazuki Hiyori kill Kazuki Sukiyaki, but also cruelly tyrannize this Momonosuke. 135 Momonosuke looking for mom, so many beautiful women. Kneeling to subscribe. The sudden appearance of Momosuke, Foxfire Kinemon, Kurozumi Kanjuro, Raizo, Kikunojo and others made everyone in the shogun's mansion stunned on the spot. Whether it was Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, etc. who had been knocked to the ground by Yamato with a mace, or Kazuki Hiyori who was kneeling in front of Luo Xiu, they all stared at Momosuke and Huhuojin with wide eyes. Wyman and others, feeling everyone's gaze, the childlike Momosuke blinked, and asked with a look of doubt about life. Are we here in 20 years? That person is, Mom. After seeing Kazuki Hiyori kneeling in front of Luo Xiu, Momonosuke couldn't help exclaiming, and called, Mom, to Kazuki Hiyori, and even wanted to jump directly into the arms of, Mom, middle. But before he could make a move, Kinemon next to him grabbed the collar of 150 and made Momonosuke fly into the air and began to thump. Momonosuke turned his head and stared at Kinemon, asking with an angry and puzzled expression. Kinemon, what do you want to do? Let me go. For Momonosuke, Mrs. Toki relied on the Time Fruit ability to send him, Kinemon, Kanjuro and others to the future, as if it happened just last second. But Momonosuke is also very clear that his mother, Mrs. Shi, was ready to die at that time, and just waiting for them to be sent away, will end her own life. Although he has come to the future, he still sees his mother. How can Momonosuke control the excitement and ecstasy in his heart? Facing Momonosuke's questioning, Kinemon's expression was extraordinarily solemn. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, Master Momonosuke, please calm down. That is not Mrs. Toki, and the current situation is not as simple as you imagined. Not only Kinemon noticed this, but Raizo, Kanjuro, and Kikunojo and others beside him also had dignified faces. At this moment, Ashura Boy, who was knocked to the ground by Yamato's stick, looked at Momonosuke, Kinemon and others and exclaimed, Master Momonosuke, Kinemon, Momonosuke. Kinemon and others turned their heads to look, and they saw Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment. Momonosuke looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki with a bewildered expression, and exclaimed with some doubts about life. Grandfather, Sukiyaki-sama, Yasui-sama, and Ashura Boy, Kinemon, Raizo, Kanjuro, Kikunojo and the others couldn't help but exclaim after seeing Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui. However, after seeing Yamato's menacing appearance, and feeling the dangerous situation of Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui, no matter it is Momonosuke, Kinemon, Raizo and others, they have also realized it. Something is wrong. Master Sukiyaki, what happened? What's the situation now? Where's the Kurozumi snake? Isn't this the general's mansion? Why didn't you see the Kurozumi snake? Kinemon and Lei Zhang were completely unclear about the situation, and they couldn't understand what happened in the general's mansion. Faced with their questions, Kazuki Sukiyaki propped himself up from the ground, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice. Kurozumi Orochi has been killed, Kaido has been driven out, and even the beast's pirates have been completely wiped out. As the voice of Kazuki Sukiyaki fell, Momonosuke and those Kinemon and others who had traveled from the past all stared wide-eyed, and their faces were instantly covered with expressions of disbelief and doubt about life. Kurozumi Orochi is dead, Kaido is driven out, beast's pirates are also destroyed. Momonosuke, Kinemon and the others were stunned. They never thought that such a situation would happen. You know, Mrs. Shi sent them from the past to the future so that they could get rid of Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi in the future. As a result, they learned the news just after they came here, and they couldn't accept it for a while. If we knew that such a situation would happen, then what's the point of making trouble for them to come from the past to the present? Wouldn't it be good to just live honestly from the past to this time? Different from other people's reactions, as an undercover agent, Kurozumi Kanjuro, after hearing the news that Kurozumi Orochi had died, his face instantly turned pale, cold sweat began to appear on his forehead, and his eyes were full of tears. Frightened and furious, that is to say, other people don't have the time to pay attention to Kanjuro now, otherwise, they must be able to notice his strangeness at a glance. After experiencing the initial sluggishness, Momonosuke jumped up excitedly and shouted with a flushed face. Great, that guy Kaido was kicked out. Doesn't that mean that Wanukuni will belong to our Kazuki family again? Kinemon also looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki and asked repeatedly, Point 0. Master Sukiyaki, did you lead Ashura to do this kind of thing? Did you manage to drive Kaido away and also kill that D's beasts pirates? Kinemon's words made Kazuki Sukiyaki's face froze suddenly, and he was at a loss for a while, not knowing how to answer his question at all. Kazuki hoped that Kaido drove away by himself, and the beast's pirates were killed by himself. Even if he killed Kurozumi Orochi with his own hands, he would not be as shameless as he is now when facing Kinemon's inquiry. Shimotsuki Yasui on the side noticed Kazuki Sukiyaki's embarrassment and knew why he behaved like this. In order to save Kazuki Sukiyaki's last face, he quickly said, This matter is not important. What is important is that although Kaido has been driven away and Kurozumi Orochi has died, the crisis of our Wanukuni has not yet been resolved. Kazuki Sukiyaki was deeply relieved when he heard the words, and he praised Shimotsuki Yasui in his heart. He is indeed the head of the Shimotsuki family, and he is really sensible. Yasui is right, we, Wanukuni, are still in trouble. Hearing this, Momonosuke, Kinemon and the others involuntarily looked at Yamato who was holding a mace. After seeing Yamato's glamorous appearance, Momonosuke was stunned on the spot, his eyes wide open. All of them seemed to be in the shape of a 2.5 love heart, and unbelievable tears began to drip directly from the corner of the mouth. Is it so beautiful? Because I just came here, Momonosuke didn't notice Yamato, and now I suddenly found that this unknown woman is really beautiful. And, Momonosuke turned his head to look, and suddenly found that in the general's mansion, besides Yamato and his mother, there were more than a dozen extremely beautiful women, which made Momonosuke instantly become extremely excited. I wish I could throw myself into the arms of these women on the spot and enjoy it. Kinemon took out the two sabers from his waist and held them in his hands, and said in a serious voice. Is it because of this woman? The crisis that Sukiyaki-sama told Yasui-sama. Kazuki shook his head, looked at Luo Xiu with gloomy eyes, and said. No, the real culprit is that man named Luo Xiu. 136 Momonosuke. Why is mom kneeling in front of Luo Xiu? Kneeling to subscribe. After hearing Kazuki's words, Kinemon, Raizo, Kikunojo, and Kanjuro and others all followed his gaze and saw Luo Xiu enjoying the wine with a calm expression, as if the appearance of the few of them was not affected at all. Even Momonosuke couldn't help turning his gaze to Luo Xiu. After seeing Luo Xiu holding Robin in his arms, his eyes were already full of envy. But now is obviously not the time to envy Luo Xiu for being able to have so many beautiful women. Momonosuke glared at Luo Xiu and growled. Hey, who are you? As the heir of the Kazuki family, I will never allow anyone to hurt the people of Wanukuni. If you want to destroy Wanukuni, you may have to pay with your life. At the end, Momonosuke paused, looked at Kazuki Hiyori who was still kneeling in front of Luo Xiu, and spoke anxiously with a puzzled expression. Mom, why are you running in front of this guy? Did this B************ D do something to force you? Momonosuke clenched his fists tightly, his body began to tremble slightly involuntarily, wishing he could rush up to fight Luo Xiu on the spot. However, after thinking about the embarrassment of his grandfather, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy and others just now, Momonosuke very sincerely dismissed this idea. Before finding out what kind of power this guy named Luo Xiu possesses, it doesn't matter if he speaks loudly or harshly, but if he rushes forward rashly, he may be in danger. As the only heir of the Kazuki family, he is a majestic Momosuke, destined to become the man of General Wanukuni. How can he take such a big risk? However, what Momonosuke couldn't stand the most was that his mother knelt down in front of this guy named Luo Xiu for some reason, but he couldn't accept that this guy heard himself the mother of the Faced with Momonosuke's mother-in-law shouts, Kazuki Hiyori's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. In her mind, this little boy gradually overlapped with the figure of the big brother back then, and Kazuki Hiyori took a deep breath after that. He spoke. Big brother, I'm Kazuki Hiyori, my mother died after sending you to the future. After hearing this, Momonosuke felt his breathing suddenly stagnate, his legs softened, and he fell to the ground in an instant. His lips began to tremble slightly, tears also fell from his eyes, and he shook his head frantically. No, impossible, Mom, how could she die? I don't believe it. You must be lying to me, right? Hiyori, you are lying to me, that's right. Not only Momonosuke's reaction was so intense, but even Kinemon, Raizo, and Kikunojo and others all turned extremely pale. You must know that for them, Mrs. Shi used the time fruit ability to send them to the future from more than 10 years ago, which obviously happened just last second. In the blink of an eye, they came here from the past, and learned from Kazuki Hiyori that Mrs. Shi, who was highly respected by them, had died for many years. How could they accept this? Kazuki Hiyori felt Momonosuke's hopeful and apprehensive gaze, and after shaking his head with tight lips, he spoke in a voice full of grief. It's true, how could I lie about this kind of thing? Momonosuke was desperate, and burst into tears. Even Kinemon, Kikunojo and others were also infected by this sad atmosphere, and their eyes turned red immediately. Seeing this situation, Luo Xiu, who was seated at the top, twitched the corner of his mouth, shook his head and said mockingly. Okay, all that needs to be said has been said, so next, let's feel the despair. Yamato, you should know what to do next, right? Luo Xiu looked at Yamato with a smile. Feeling Luo Xiu's gaze, Yamato's palm holding the mace became stronger, and he said hesitantly. Master Luo Xiu, but this guy is the son of Kazuki Oden, so he should be the general of Wanukuni, right? Although Yamato was very happy to be Wanokuni's new general, it was only because the Kazuki family was dead. Except for Kazuki Hiyori, a woman who was powerless, there is only Kazuki Sukiyaki, a garbage who hides anonymously when in danger. It is precisely because of this that when Yamato heard that Luo Xiu wanted to push himself to become the new general of Wanokuni, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. After all, in Yamato's mind, she is the sole heir to Kazuki Oden's will, and it is her duty to protect Wanokuni. But now the appearance of Momosuke made Yamato shake a little bit. She didn't know before that Kazuki Oden's son is still alive. Without the appearance of Momosuke, Yamato certainly hopes to lead Wanokuni out of the predicament himself, so that the people of Wanokuni no longer need to be oppressed by anyone. However, now Yamato suddenly feels that his position as a general is somewhat inappropriate. What Yamato didn't expect was that when faced with her doubtful life, Luo Xiu just chuckled and said straightforwardly. The only ones who are qualified to make a deal with me are you and Kazuki Hiyori. If you choose to give up, then I will not give Wanokuni any more chances. At that time, Wanokuni will completely cease to exist. Now, the choice is up to you, whether to kill these people by yourself, or to let Black Maria and Jun do it. It will include you and Kazuki for 233 days, and everyone in Wanokuni, including him, will be wiped out. After hearing this, Yamato's face turned a little pale, especially when he felt Luo Xiu smile without the slightest warmth. Yamato's heart fell to the bottom. Although Yamato was really brainless, she also understood what Luo Xiu meant. Either she got rid of Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momosuke and others. Or, just wait for Black Maria, Run-T, and Luo Xiu's women to completely destroy the entire Wanokuni. Although Yamato doesn't know what kind of power Momosuke and Kinemon have, but she also knows very well that these guys are definitely not the opponent of Luo Xiu's monster. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to come from the past to the present when facing Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi. Thinking of this, Yin gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. I see. After finishing speaking, Yamato didn't hesitate anymore, stomped hard, and rushed towards the nearest Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui and others with a mace in hand. Since Luo Xiu didn't give her any extra choices, let's kill Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui first, and then deal with Momosuke, Kinemon and others. Seeing Yamato's swift actions, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed a look of satisfaction. Luo Xiu could only say that a fool like Yamato, who has no brains, is really very useful in a certain sense. Woolen cloth. 137 Persecute Yamato, Kazuki Hiyori. Shame on the Kazuki family. Kneeling to subscribe, Yamato's sudden violent behavior caught Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others by surprise. However, after the previous battles, they all realized that if only a few of them were alone, they would not be able to deal with this woman at all. Even if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Momosuke, Kinemon and others just now, I'm afraid they would have died under Yamato's mace at this time. However, through the conversation between Luo Xiu and Yamato just now, Kazuki Sukiyaki has already figured out the situation, and already knows that this woman named Yamato was actually threatened by Luo Xiu, because she wanted to protect the people of Wanokuni chose to follow Luo Xiu's order and attack them. Doesn't this mean that, if done properly, Yamato can be turned against him? Thinking of this, Kazuki Sukiyaki didn't dare to hesitate anymore. After being repelled by Yamato's stick, he quickly looked at Yamato and said in a deep voice. Yamato, this old man already knows that the reason why you and Hiyori followed Luo Xiu's order is entirely because he, like Kaido back then, threatened you with the lives of the people of Wanokuni. This old man has also recognized that you are inheriting Oden heir to the will. However, you should also know how Oden was teased by Kaido back then. Even if Oden did those humiliating actions according to what Kaido said, didn't Kaido still not let Wanukuni go in the end? Even that guy Oden died in Kaido's hands in the end. If this continues, not only will you not be able to protect Wanukuni, but you will also be completely calculated by Luo Xiu, and eventually Wanukuni will fall into a real crisis. Kazuki Sukiyaki paused, his eyes flickered, and he continued to persuade Yamato more vigorously. So, don't accept that D's threats anymore. You are now Wanokuni's general. You should take on the responsibility of Wanokuni general, and join us to kill that D. From Kazuki's point of view, although Yamato's mind is not as good as his son Oden's, it is because she is like this that he is more likely to be rebelled by him. And Kazuki Sukiyaki has also realized how important Wanokuni is to Yamato. If they can pull such a powerful combat force to their side, then they won't have any problems dealing with Luo Xiu, right? Kazuki Sukiyaki has already equated Yamato with Kazuki Oden back then, and feels that even if Luo Xiu is very strong, he will definitely not surpass Yamato by much, and even, may not. After all, when Kazuki Oden was stronger than Kaido, he was tricked by Kaido and died in the end. However, what Kazuki Sukiyaki didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Yamato didn't even show the slightest hesitation. Instead, he swung the mace in his hand even harder and swung it towards Kazuki Sukiyaki, past. Although you are the former general of Wanokuni, in my opinion, you are not qualified to be a member of the Light family. When Wanokuni was ruled by the Kurozumi Orochi before, when the people of Wanokuni were going through pain and suffering, why didn't you show up? Instead, you chose to hide under your anonymity. You like this, what qualifications do you have to dictate my choice? Yamato snorted disdainfully, his eyes were full of contempt for Kazuki Sukiyaki. Although Yamato has heard many people say that she is stupid, she feels that she is not stupid at all, and most of the time, she is also a group of witty ones. Kazuki Sukiyaki, a guy who is greedy for life and afraid of death, where does he have the face to help him make a decision? Yamato thinks Kazuki Sukiyaki is a pure idiot, and Luo Xiu is that guy they can deal with. She knew that even if Kaido teamed up with Shanks and Charlotte Linlin, they could only choose to run away in embarrassment in front of Luo Xiu. Even though Yamato has never met Shanks and Charlotte Linlin, but since the two of them can be as famous as Kaido, it means that their power will definitely not be inferior to Kaido. Being able to easily defeat Luo Xiu, who is joined by the 3 New World 4 Emperors, if you want to destroy Wanokuni, it is really an easy thing to do. For a guy like Kazuki who is doomed to disgrace, death is the best choice. After hearing Yamato's very straightforward words, Kazuki Sukiyaki's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and on the other side, Momonosuke, Kinemon, Raizo, Kikunojo and others. The look in his eyes also became very strange. They also finally fully understood why the former general reacted so strangely when Kinemon said that Kazuki Sukiyaki saved Wanokuni. Did something go wrong? XXX General. Momonosuke's pupils contracted suddenly, and he quickly looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki and asked. Grandpa, did you just say that she is Wanokuni's new general? Without waiting for Kazuki to respond, Ashura Boy said directly. That's right, Momonosuke-sama, this woman, with the help of that guy named Luo Xiu, has taken over from that D. Kurozumi Orochi as Wanokuni's new general. However, I feel that there must be an ulterior conspiracy between them, and this conspiracy will definitely bring Wanokuni into a crisis of destruction. Boom. As soon as the Ashura Boy finished speaking, he was directly drawn to the face by Yamato with a stick. While rolling in the air, he let out a scream, and his body hit the wall of this room fiercely. After coughing a few times, the boy Ashura took a breath, and roared angrily at the location of Kinemon and the others. Kinemon, Reizu, Kikunojo, what are you guys hesitating about? Hurry up and get rid of this woman first. Hearing this, Kinemon, Lei Zhang and others who had planned to do so didn't hesitate anymore, they all clenched their sabers and directly chose to join the battle. But there is one exception, that is Kanjuro, who is an undercover agent. Kanjuro didn't choose to fight with them, very good, but rushed towards Luo Xiu. He wanted to avenge Kurozumi Orochi and kill Blue Fix the B***************. Unfortunately, before Kanjuro rushed to Luo Xiu, he was directly blocked by Black Maria and Junshi. After Black Maria knocked Kanjuro to the ground with one punch, Runti directly added a stick, and Kanjuro was deeply embedded in the ground in an instant. Kanjuro, punishment. After seeing Kanjuro's situation, Momonosuke yelled immediately, and just took 2 steps to rescue Kanjuro, but when he thought that even Kanjuro was directly beaten by those 2 women, he stopped instantly in place. Luo Xiu glanced at Momonosuke playfully, then pulled out the autumn water worn around his waist, and handed it to Kazuki Hiyori, and said slowly under Kazuki Hiyori's puzzled gaze. Hiyori, use this national treasure of your Wanokuni to get rid of these accounting Wanokuni's ruined guys with your own hands. 138 The day and the blackness turned into evil, and the waste Momonosuke. Kneeling to subscribe, Kazuki Hiyori stared blankly at the handful of autumn water that Luo Xiu handed him in front of him. His breathing seemed to have stagnated, and he froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Although Kazuki Hiyori had already thought that this situation would happen when he was threatened by Luo Xiu, but when he actually faced it, Kazuki Hiyori still had a hard time accepting it. After all, in the eyes of Kazuki Hiyori, Kanjuro is one of the retainers of their Kazuki family, a person who can protect the descendants of the Kazuki family, even if he will sacrifice his life. Just like the previous Denjiro, Kazuki Hiyori would never have been able to live in peace if it wasn't for Denjiro's protection over the years, even without Denjiro. She, the Oran, might have really fallen into the hands of the black-haired serpent long ago. And now, according to what Luo Xiu said, do you really want to take this national treasure of their Wanukuni and kill Kanjuro with your own hands? Kazuki Hiyori's face was pale, and tears had begun to fall from the corners of his eyes unconsciously, causing his whole heart to tug. Luo Xiu could feel Kazuki Hiyori's entanglement, and he didn't mean to get used to her at all, and said directly. Kazuki Hiyori, don't think that I will be very patient. If you waste any more time, this opportunity will never exist again. Then, the destruction of Wanukuni is all your responsibility. Luo Xiu's words fell into Kazuki Hiyori's ears, and she was struck by lightning immediately. Looking at the expressionless face of Luo Xiu in front of her, Kazuya could clearly tell if she hesitated any longer. I really will destroy Wanukuni without hesitation. No, never let Wanukuni be destroyed. As a woman of the Kazuki family, she must be like her father Kazuki Oden. In order to protect Wanukuni, no matter what she is asked to do, she must not refuse. Thinking of this, Kazuki Hiyori quickly took Chushui and said in a low and despairing tone. Master Luo Xiu, I hope you can keep your promise. As long as you can let Wanukuni go, no matter what you ask me to do, I will promise you. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, a strange smile appeared on his face, and he spoke slowly. Whether I will let Wanukuni go or not depends on how you and Yamato behave. Now that Yamato has fought against those guys to protect Wanukuni, you, a woman from the Kazuki family, shouldn't be better than her. If Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato performed well, Luo Xiu certainly would not destroy Wanukuni himself. He had already planned Wanukuni's fate. Anyway, he has given Wanukuni a chance to continue to exist, but if all the warriors died in the war, it can only be said that those warriors are too weak. How can you blame Luo Xiu for not giving him a chance? Kazuki Hiyori's complexion changed, and after taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply to Luo Xiu and begged. Master Luo Xiu, I will never let you down. Please don't take your anger out on Wanukuni. 27. Luo Xiu just smiled noncommittally at this, completely looking like please start your performance. Seeing this situation, Kazuki Hiyori didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and immediately took the autumn water in his hand and walked towards the black horse. Lia followed Jun to Kanjuro who was sleeping on the ground. Kanjuro just raised his head and looked at Kazuki Hiyori, without even the intention of struggling. The Kurozumi family has been completely wiped out, and Kanjuro doesn't know what's the point of continuing to live. Rather than living in such a daze and continuing to serve as retainers for the Kazuki family, it would be better to just die like this. Of course, before dying, you can add some trouble to the Kazuki family. Thinking of this, Kanjuro turned his head to look at Momonosuke. Looking at Momonosuke who looked terrified and his body even began to tremble slightly, Kanjuro couldn't help but feel for him from the bottom of his heart. Disdain. This kind of guy, even without Luo Xiu, is not qualified to be a general of Wanukuni at all. And Kazuki Sukiyaki, the guy who has been hiding under his name for more than 10 years, is also a disgrace to Wanukuni, and he is not worthy of being a general at all. Master Momonosuke, save me, I don't want to die. I haven't been with you yet. To save Wanukuni from these guys, my mission has not been completed. It can only be said that Kanjuro's acting skills are really good. After brewing a good mood, tears poured out of his eyes directly, and his face was full of unwillingness and despair. The look in the eyes has reached the point where anyone can be moved. Feeling Kanjuro's gaze, Momonosuke's expression changed instantly, and he shouted. Kanjuro. Momonosuke wanted to rush up to rescue Kanjuro, but feeling the aura emanating from his very strange sister made Momonosuke full of fear. For Momonosuke, coming here more than 10 years ago was nothing more than a momentary event. The last second was a little girl who was crying all day long, but in the blink of an eye, the other party had grown up to the present. The appearance, even Kazuki Hiyori exuding murderous intent, made Momonosuke not even have the courage to get close. Gudong. Hiyori, don't do this. Kanjuro is a retainer of our Kazuki family. You can't hurt him. He has always been protecting us in Wanukuni. Kazuki Hiyori didn't seem to hear what he said, but walked towards Kanjuro with his autumn water. Kanjuro also looked at Momonosuke with eyes full of tears, and said in a low voice. Master Momonosuke, I still want to continue to serve the Kazuki family, and I also want to save Wanukuni with you. This is a task entrusted to me by Oden-sama. I don't want to just die like this. Hearing Kanjuro mentioning his father, Momonosuke couldn't take it anymore and yelled at Kazuki Hiyori. Hiyori, what are you trying to do? Don't listen to those guys' threats. Come with us and take Wanukuni back from that guy. As Momonosuke's voice fell, Kazuki Hiyori's footsteps did pause, but Momonosuke continued to increase his strength without waiting for surprises, and Kazuki Hiyori looked at him blankly and asked back. Shall we take Wanukuni back together? But why don't you, big brother, even have the courage to rush forward to stop me? From the beginning to the end, Kinemon and Kanjuro were led to fight the enemy, and you yourself, are you going to hide at the end? Momonosuke froze immediately when he heard the words, feeling the indifferent eyes of Kazuki Hiyori on the opposite side, and felt the panic from the bottom of his heart. How did my younger sister become like this? Is she blackened? Facts have proved that Kazuki Hiyori at this time has indeed been blackened after experiencing various blows and Luo Xiu's various means. Kazuki Hiyori is not only targeting big brother Momonosuke, even her grandfather Kazuki Sukiyaki has become a scum in her eyes. There is also grandpa, who has been living well all these years, but turned a blind eye to Wanukuni's situation and chose to hide his name incognito. Now that Kaido has been chased away, and the Kurozumi Orochi has been killed by Lord Luo Xiu, you all suddenly appeared instead. You guys like this, what qualifications do you have to teach me? After finishing speaking, a stern look flashed in Kazuki Hiyori's eyes. He raised the water in his hand, aimed at Kanjuro below, and slashed down fiercely. 139 Hiyori raises the butcher knife to Momonosuke, unforgivable. Kneeling to subscribe, Fitch, accompanied by a dull sound, Kanjuro's head was separated from his body in an instant, and while rolling in the air, warm and scarlet blood began to spurt out from the fractured neck. Blood splattered on the kimono Kazuki Hiyori was wearing, adding a bit of a bloodthirsty atmosphere to the aura exuded by this Wanokuni Ouran. After seeing this scene, no matter it was Momonosuke, Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Kinemon and Raizo, the pupils all shrank suddenly, looking at the still rolling on the ground Kanjuro's head yelled frantically. Kanjuro, why? Master Hiyori, why did you do such a thing? Kanjuro, he is obviously a retainer of your Kazuki family. As a member of the Kazuki family, why did you kill him yourself? Hiyori, how dare you do such a thing? It is unforgivable. What you should do is to deal with Luo Xiu with us, instead of raising the butcher knife to aim at Kanjuro. Master Hiyori, even if you were coerced by that D named Luo Xiu, you who did this kind of behavior are absolutely unforgivable. For a while, whether it was just Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy and others, while resisting Yamato's crazy offensive, they condemned Kazuki Hiyori. They really didn't expect that Kazuki Hiyori, who has always been weak, could do such a cruel thing. Kanjuro is one of the retainers of their light family. Unlike the exposure of Kanjuro's undercover identity in the original plot, even if Kanjuro has died under the sword of Kazuki Hiyori, they don't even know that Kanjuro is an undercover agent inserted by Kurozumi Orochi. That's why these guys are so angry after seeing Kazuki Hiyori kill Kanjuro with their own eyes. After all, apart from Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui, Kinemon, Raizo, Kikunojo and Ashura Doji, like Kanjuro, all belong to the Hikyu family's retainers. Now that Kazuki Hiyori killed Kanjuro with his own hands, wouldn't that mean that Kazuki Hiyori, who is Lord Oden's own daughter, would do the same to them? Facing the denunciation of these people, Kazuki Hiyori changed from his previous weakness, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Seeing Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Kinemon and others who were fighting Yamato with all their strength, Kazuki Hiyori smiled idiotically and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. It's you guys who will really bring Wanokuni into danger of destruction. Before there were Kaido, Beast's pirates, and Kurozumi Orochi, you guys either hid incognito, or evaded responsibility and turned a blind eye to this situation, and even came across time from more than 10 years ago now. At that time, did you ever think about what kind of crisis the people of Wanokuni were enduring? At that time, why didn't you think about appearing in front of people, leading the warriors of Wanokuni, and driving away those who invaded Wanokuni? Now Master Luo Xiu has driven Kaido away, destroyed the Beast's pirates, and killed Kurozumi Orochi. Wanokuni finally regained hope, but you guys suddenly jumped out and wanted to shatter this hope. I will never allow you guys to let Wanokuni fall into the abyss again. In the end, Kazuki Hiyori almost roared and said those words. Her roar echoed in the room, making Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui and others all look extremely gloomy, and even their hearts trembled. Then it sank, even Kinemon, Lei Zhang, and Kikunojo and others were no exception. Because what Kazuki Hiyori said was too sharp, so that they couldn't find a suitable reason to refute each other. As Kazuki Hiyori said, they have never led Wanokuni warriors against Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi all these years. Instead, they concealed their names and hid themselves, waiting for the scene predicted by Mrs. Shi to appear, waiting for someone to lead them to get rid of Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi. Although they really felt that this approach was inappropriate from the bottom of their hearts, it was Kazuki Hiyori's problem that he exposed them so bluntly. Thinking of this, Kazuki Sukiyaki glared at Kazuki Hiyori, and growled in a voice containing boundless anger. You who killed Kanjuro are no longer worthy of being a member of the Kazuki family. Now the old man declares that from now on, you are no longer a member of the Kazuki family. In any case, Kazuki Sukiyaki's decision made them very satisfied. In this way, if Kazuki Hiyori still dares to attack them, then they no longer need to worry about the identity of the Kazuki family's retainers, and they can completely ask Kazuki Hiyori strikes back. Back then, you were obviously the general of Wanokuni, but you didn't notice Kurozumi Orochi's ambition and conspiracy. On the contrary, you trusted Kurozumi Orochi and made Kurozumi Orochi a servant of the Kazuki family. Kazuki Hiyori's act of reprimanding his grandfather as a granddaughter made Kazuki Sukiyaki burn with anger. He stared at Kazuki Hiyori with wide eyes and was about to initiate a reprimand, but before he could speak, Yuri and the mocking the voice rang again. Am I no longer a member of the Kazuki family? The one who really doesn't deserve to be a member of the Kazuki family should be you. Big brother, as a man of the Kazuki family, in order to protect the people of Wanokuni, you should be like your father, even if you sacrifice your own life. As a result, when his father was not in Wanokuni, he was tricked by Kurozumi Orochi and made him the general of Wanokuni, so that his father had no reason to attack Kurozumi Orochi. Seeing Kazuki Sukiyaki's livid face, Kazuki Hiyori sneered, and was no longer interested in talking nonsense with him, but lifted the autumn water in his hand, and approached Momonosuke on the opposite side step by step. Hey, who gave you the guts to talk to this old man with this attitude? Kazuki Hiyori didn't seem to notice the bloodline stained on his clothes, looked at where Kazuki Sukiyaki was and raised his palm to cover his lips lightly. Everyone could feel the mocking look on his face and eyes. 0. However, Kazuki Sukiyaki's act of removing her from the Kazuki family did not intimidate Kazuki Hiyori at all, but made her laugh out loud. 0 for flowers. If you died directly at the hands of Kurozumi Orochi, it would be nothing, but you survived, and in order to save your own life, you even ignored Wanukuni. After hearing Kazuki's words, the faces of Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, and Kinemon finally softened a little. Do nothing about Wanukuni, ruled by Kurozumi Orochi. You like this, what right do you have to expel me from the Kazuki family? 140 Momonosuke, the waste wood, the game officially begins. Kneeling to subscribe. After hearing Kazuki Hiyori's words, seeing the sickly smile on his younger sister's face, and the bloodthirsty aura emanating from her body, Momonosuke was instantly filled with fear. Especially when Kazuki Hiyori was approaching him, Momonosuke's legs went limp and he fell to the ground in an instant. Kazuki Hiyori had thought about many situations that would happen, thought that Momonosuke might reprimand him angrily, thought that he might run away, and even thought that he might choose to start a war with himself. The only thing I didn't expect was that my big brother was so unbearable that he fell limply on the ground. This unexpected situation really caught Kazuki Hiyori by surprise, and even made her actions come to a standstill. Kazuki Hiyori looked at Momonosuke who was slumped on the ground, a look of contempt flashed in his eyes, and he said with disdain. It seems that Kazuki Sukiyaki has never made the right choice. The real, 660, should be expelled from the Kazuki family, and it is you. With your appearance, what qualifications do you have to be a general of Wanukuni? If Wanukuni falls into the hands of the two of you, I'm afraid it won't take long at all, and it will be completely destroyed. After hearing Kazuki Hiyori's words, Kazuki Sukiyaki also noticed Momonosuke's behavior. Seeing his grandson just fell to the ground, his body began to tremble slightly because he was afraid of his sister. In this situation, Kazuki Sukiyaki was so angry that he yelled at Momonosuke. Momonosuke, what are you doing? Stand up, old man. That woman is no longer a member of our Kazuki family, and she is no longer your sister. Stand up and kill her. As a man of the Kazuki family, it is your duty to protect Wanukuni. After killing that woman, join us in killing Luo Xiu who wants to destroy Wanukuni. Kazuki Sukiyaki is very angry now. The granddaughter betrayed the Kazuki family and chose to side with Luo Xiu, breaking with her grandfather. The only grandson, Momosuke, still looks like this kind of mud that can't support the wall. Kazuki Sukiyaki even felt for the first time that it would be nice if he died more than 10 years ago, at least he didn't have to see this useless grandson. After hearing Kazuki Sukiyaki's words, Momonosuke's body shook violently. After recovering, he saw Kazuki Hiyori who was approaching him constantly, and immediately backed away with hands and feet, his face the look of fear was simply lingering. No, Raihei, I'm your big brother, you can't treat me like this, we are brother and sister, what we should do is to deal with invaders like Luo Xiu together, not let us kill each other according to his orders. Kazuki Hiyori laughed when he heard the words, and shook his head playfully. Brothers and sisters, didn't you hear what Kazuki Sukiyaki said just now? In his eyes, I am no longer a member of the Kazuki family, and naturally I am no longer a brother and sister to you. Of course, in my opinion, the ones who really don't deserve to be part of the Kazuki family are you two. So, after I kill both of you, I'm the only one in the Kazuki family. After the words fell, Kazuki Hiyori didn't hesitate anymore, his eyes flashed fiercely, he stomped hard, and rushed towards Momonosuke with his autumn water in his hand. After seeing Kazuki Hiyori's actions, Momonosuke was startled, put his head in his hands, and shouted. No, Hiyori, don't kill me. Momonosuke's behavior of begging for mercy not only did not make Kazuki Hiyori feel soft-hearted, but also made her more convinced that Momonosuke is a complete waste. Just like Kazuki Sukiyaki, you don't deserve to be a member of the Kazuki family at all. If this is the case, then according to what Lord Luo Xiu said, kill the two of them with your own hands, and let them, the two guys who are not worthy of being members of the Kazuki family, use their lives to make the final contribution to the protection of Wanukuni. Just when the shining autumn water was about to fall on Momonosuke's neck, a flash of knife light suddenly appeared, and a terrifying force came. Hiroyota Kazuo's body directly flew backwards. Boom! Kinemon, holding a pair of knives, took a deep breath, stood in front of Momonosuke, and said without turning his head. Master Momonosuke, how is it? Are you injured? Looking at the broad back of Kinemon, Momonosuke only felt that he had walked through the gate of hell, secretly relieved deeply, and shook his head and said. I'm fine, it's just that Ri and her. Before Momonosuke could finish speaking, Kinemon interrupted him directly, staring fixedly at Kazuki Hiyori, who stood up with the support of autumn water after being hit by his own knife, said in a deep voice. Master Momonosuke, Master Sukiyaki has already said that she is no longer a member of the Kazuki family, so don't worry about the relationship between siblings. As a man of the Kazuki family, the son of Master Odin, what you should do now, Master Momonosuke, is to drive away or kill those who want to destroy Wanukuni with us. Momonosuke's breath stopped suddenly when he heard this, and he quickly got up and looked at Kinemon standing in front of him and said anxiously. Kinemon, don't hurt Hiyori. Hiyori must have been persecuted. She just wants to protect Wanukuni, and she just doesn't want the people of Wanukuni to be hurt. The veins on the palms of Kinemon's hands holding the double swords burst out, and he growled. Master Momonosuke, it's already this time, can't you wake up a little bit? Kanjuro has already died in her hands. If I hadn't supported you in time, I'm afraid even you have been killed by her mercilessly. Momonosuke glanced at Kazuki Hiyori across the way, and found that his younger sister had become extremely strange, and there was no warmth in the eyes she looked at him. Even, in the eyes of Kazuki Hiyori, it seems that his big brother is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Seeing that Kazuki Hiyori was about to attack him, Momonosuke hesitated for a moment, then shouted at Kinemon. Kinemon, how about we run away? Escape from here, these guys are simply not something we can deal with. Even Kaido was driven away by that guy named Luo Xiu, and the Beast's pirates were also destroyed by him. If we continue to stay here, what awaits us is probably a dead end. As Momonosuke's voice fell, no matter it was Kinemon, Kazuki Sukiyaki, or Shimotsuki Yasushi 4.3 and Ashura Doji, they all looked at Hanazuki in bewilderment. What did they hear? Momosuke, the only son of Kazuki Oden, at this moment, instead of thinking of driving Luo Xiu and others out with them, on the contrary, he is still thinking about taking them away. Is this stepping horse really the son of Kazuki Oden? Just when Kinemon was about to say something with an ugly face, Luo Xiu, who had watched a good show, finally couldn't help laughing out loud. He looked at Momonosuke playfully and shook his head. As expected of you, Momonosuke, I am afraid that only a piece of trash like you can say such a thing. However, I've had enough fun, and I've had enough fun. Black Maria, Junti, go and get rid of those guys with Yamato. Momonosuke and Kazuki Sukiyaki don't need to be killed right now. Two are slightly more useful. Yes, Master Luo Xiu, 141 kill Momonosuke with your own hands, sick and charming Hiyori. Kneeling to subscribe. For Black Maria and Junti and others, they have already seen Kazuki Sukiyaki, Momosuke, and those Wanukuni guys are not happy. That's because they didn't get Luo Xiu's order all the time, so they didn't do anything. Otherwise, these guys who couldn't even beat Yamato would have been killed by them. Now that Mr. Luo Xiu has spoken, there is nothing to hesitate. Just follow Mr. Luo Xiu's instructions and kill everyone except Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momosuke. Without the slightest hesitation, Black Maria, Runti, and Jinrami and the others took out their weapons and held them in their hands. They stomped hard and joined the ministers of the battlefield. After seeing their actions, whether it was Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui, or Ashura Doji and Kinemon, all the retainers of the Kazuki family shrank suddenly, and their hearts were already full of dignity. Just one Yamato has put Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui and others at a disadvantage. Now with the addition of Black Maria, Runti, 22 and the women who originally belonged to the Beast's pirates, these guys, in this war, apart from death, I am afraid that there is no other end. From this point of view, maybe they should really do what Momonosuke said, running away is their most correct choice. After all, Luo Xiu and his women did not participate in this war from the beginning to the end. If Luo Xiu and his women also end in person, then they are probably even more powerless to resist up. Kaido and Beast's pirates, who have occupied Wanukuni for so many years, were driven away and destroyed by Luo Xiu. Just when Kazuki Sukiyaki was secretly struggling in his heart, whether he should continue to resist or flee here with his grandson Momosuke, Black Maria also brought Jinrami and others to join hands with Yamato to deal with Lei and Yasui and Ashura boys and others. As for Kinemon, who was in charge of protecting Momonosuke, he was approached by Junti with a mace. Faced with this retainer of the Kazuki family, Runti did not hold back at all. She was not brainwashed by Kazuki Oden's diary like Yamato. In Runti's mind, Kazuki Oden is the biggest idiot. These fellows following Kazuki Oden are no good either. It was precisely because of this that as soon as Runti came up, he wrapped the mace with armament hockey, aimed at Kinemon in front of him, and swung it fiercely. After seeing this scene, Kinemon didn't dare to be careless, crossed his swords in his hands, and gritted his teeth to meet Runti. Boom! The mace and the saber collided together, and a violent roar erupted immediately. The terrifying fluctuation centered on the two people's positions, and swept away in all directions. Momonosuke, who was originally standing behind Kinemon, had already realized something was wrong, but it was too late after all, and he was blown away by this terrifying wave before he had time to run away. Ah! The eyes of Momonosuke, who was rolling in the air, were already full of fear, and his mouth kept screaming. Whether it is Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, etc., they all clearly heard Momonosuke's howling, but now they don't have the time to help Momonosuke out of the siege, and they don't even have time to watch. He glanced. The offensive of Yamato, Black Maria, and Jinrami and others did not stop from the beginning to the end. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, after hitting the wall, Momonosuke's whole body was directly embedded in the wall. Due to the continuous severe pain, Momonosuke's face became extremely hideous and distorted. Cough, 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 but, damn it! After coughing a few times, Momonosuke finally took a deep breath, trying to struggle out from the wall, but at this moment, what happened in front of him immediately made Momonosuke tearful. Just like Yamato, Black Maria, and Runti and others, Kazuki Hiyori did not dare to hesitate at all after receiving Luo Xiu's order. You know, Kazuki Hiyori has already entered a state of blackening after experiencing a lot of blows. Now in Kazuki Hiyori's mind, no one can destroy the agreement between Master Luo Xiu and them. Especially Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momosuke. In Kazuki Hiyori's opinion, the ones who really don't deserve to be members of the Kazuki family are the two of them. However, although Kazuki Hiyori really wanted to kill the two of them directly, since Lord Luo Xiu had already said to keep them in place slowly, Kazuki Hiyori certainly would not refuse, and instead stepped forward very actively. I want to subdue my big brother with my own hands. Kazuki's day. Kazuya is looking forward to it. What will happen to the two guys, Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momosuke, with Luo Xiu's playing slowly? Thinking of this, Kazuki Hiyori, holding autumn water in his hand, walked towards Momosuke embedded in the wall, with a sickly smile on his face, and said slowly, "My dear big brother, do you want to guess what price you and that old guy Kazuki Sukiyaki will have to pay after everyone else is dead?" Looking at this younger sister who was so strange to the extreme, Momosuke's heart was completely filled with fear. Doda's cold sweat covered his forehead, tears even appeared in the frightened eyes. "No. Don't, Hiyori, I'm your big brother, you can't do this. My father and my mother both told me that I should protect you well. I admit that because my mother sent me from the past to the present, 783, I have been absent from your growth for more than 10 years. I didn't protect you well, but even if this is the case, you can't treat me like this, we are brothers and sisters Arahe." Seeing that Kazuki Hiyori didn't show any signs of wavering, Momonosuke couldn't help but yell at her at the end. Unfortunately, the more fearful Momonosuke showed, the happier Kazuki Hiyori became, to the point where he wanted to kill Momonosuke himself more and more. Kazuki Hiyori glanced at Momonosuke, then turned his head to look at Luo Xiu with a respectful face. "Lord Luo Xiu, can you give me the task of killing Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momosuke after you have given them the most severe punishment? I hope that I can use this Wanokuni's national treasure Chushui to cut off the heads of these two unworthy scum with my own hands." Luo Xiu looked at Kazuki Hiyori with great interest, and was very satisfied with her complete blackening and depravity. Dang, she nodded and said with a smile, "The task of killing Sukiyaki and Momosuke with your own hands is originally yours." Hearing this, Kazuki Hiyori's eyes became visible to the naked eye. After smiling sweetly at Luo Xiu, he looked at Momonosuke again, waved the handful of autumn water, and said with a chuckle, "You heard me, big brother, I am really looking forward to the moment when I kill you with my own hands." 142 Torture Momonosuke. Desperate to die, kneeling to subscribe. In the smile on Kazuki Hiyori's face, Momonosuke couldn't feel even the slightest bit of warmth, and some only had fear, even to the point of trembling. Momonosuke struggled and finally climbed out from the wall, and fell directly to the ground. Looking at the shimmering autumn water in Kazuki Hiyori's hand, Momonosuke swallowed hard, and then used both hands and feet. Want to crawl backwards. However, after seeing his action, Kazuki Hiyori's eyes flashed a stern look. He waved his hand, aimed at Momonosuke, and stabbed down fiercely. PFF'd. You. Accompanied by a dull sound, after Chushui pierced Momonosuke's palm, the heir of the Kazuki family uncontrollably let out a mournful wail of boundless pain from the depths of his throat. Looking at the scarlet blood gushing out of Momonosuke's pierced palm, Kazuki Hiyori, instead of showing any softness and sadness, licked his lips excitedly. The excitement in his eyes seems to be overflowing. Same. Momonosuke's screams attracted everyone's attention, even if Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, and Kinemon were facing Yamato, Black Maria and Rundy's crazy offensive. But after hearing this scream, he couldn't help but turned his head and looked over. After seeing Momonosuke, whose face was pale and full of pain, the palm of his left hand was still pierced by autumn water, and he was stuck on the ground forcefully. Kazuki Sukiyaki and others could no longer suppress the anger in their hearts, and roared angrily. "Momonosuke, damn it, Hiyori you be ********************* You dare to do this kind of behavior, it is absolutely unforgivable. This old man must kill you with his own hands and kill you, the superior of the Guangyang family. Master Momonosuke, get out of the way. Absolutely not, absolutely cannot let Master Momonosuke die here. He is the hope to lead us Wanokuni out of the predicament. Anyone who hurts Master Momonosuke, none are forgiven." All of a sudden, whether it was Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Kinemon, etc., they all started to explode with all their strength like crazy, desperate to kill Yamato, Black Maria, and others. Junti and others fight back to rescue Momonosuke from Kazuki Hiyori. However, unfortunately, their actions did not have the slightest impact on Yamato, Black Maria, and Runti. Instead, they made their offensive even more aggressive. After seeing this scene, Robin, who was held in Luo Xiu's arms, filled the wine glass in Luo Xiu's hand with fine wine, and said with a chuckle, "It seems that, just like what I said just now, this good show is really getting more and more interesting." Robin's words were unanimously approved by all the girls present. Hancock glanced enviously at Robin, who was being embraced by Luo Xiu, smacked his lips and said, "It means that Master Luo Xiu didn't want us to take action, otherwise, just this kind of thing would have been killed long ago." In the end, Hancock's words were full of disdain for the so-called samurai Wanokuni. Hancock was not the only one who looked down on these warriors. To be precise, among the women in Luo Xiu, none of them had a good opinion of the Wanokuni warriors. Especially Kazuki Sukiyaki, Kazuki Oden, and Momosuke, the grandson of the third generation, in their eyes, are all pure waste. As far as Kazuki Oden's coquettish operation back then, I am afraid that anyone with a little brain would never be able to do it. Not to mention the two guys, Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momosuke. One is a former general of Wanukuni who chose to turn a blind eye to the suffering suffered by the people of Wanukuni and hide incognito. And the other one, as the only heir of the Kazuki family, unexpectedly escaped here from more than 10 years ago with the help of Mrs. Shi's time fruit ability. If Wanukuni really falls into the hands of this kind of guy, I'm afraid it won't take long at all, and it will be completely destroyed. After hearing their discussion, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, a smile appeared on his face, and he showed with a smile. So it looks like we were the ones who really saved Wanukuni. Luo Xiu looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Kinemon and others who had fallen into an absolute disadvantage and had even started to suffer injuries one after another with a playful look. It can only be said that the strength of these so-called warriors is simply not enough. In the plot of the original book, it was so abrupt that he and Wang Luffy teamed up to defeat Kaido. That kind of scene makes me sick to my stomach just thinking about it. This kind of Wanukuni, which is disgusting even if you look at it, is even more refreshing when it is off. It's just that Kazuki Hiyori didn't know it at all. From the very beginning, Wanukuni was destined to cease to exist. At this time, Kazuki Hiyori, who had been completely blackened, was still admiring Momonosuke's constant utterances with a smile on his face. Miserable Park. Since the palm of his hand was pierced by Chushui, even if Momonosuke wanted to escape, it would be impossible for him to do so. What's more, a waste like Momonosuke didn't even have the courage to bear the pain, and he didn't dare to move the pierced palm, for fear of touching Chushui's blade again, and turning the trauma on his palm into something more serious. Unfortunately, even if Momonosuke has given up resistance, Kazuki Hiyori will never let him go. Kazuki Hiyori held the handle of the knife, flipped his wrist, and the autumn water began to stir directly in Momonosuke's palm. This cruel behavior made Momonosuke's mouth burst into a roar that was far higher than before. Ah, Hiyori, what are you going to do? Why are you doing this to me? I am your big brother. Why did you become like this? Kazuki Hiyori smiled idiotically when he heard this, shook his head and asked. As I said just now, guys like you and Kazuki Sukiyaki don't deserve to be members of the Kazuki family at all. Especially you, a complete waste. What qualifications do you have to call yourself the sole heir of the Guangxi family? Since you came here more than 10 years ago, from the beginning to the end, have you ever had the courage to go to war with Master Luo Xiu or Yamato? Not only did you not, you trash, you even said that you wanted to leave Wanukuni alone and escape from here. The most important thing is, why don't you even have the courage to resist me? After finishing speaking, Kazuki Hiyori pulled the autumn water out of Momosuke's palm. Although Momonosuke felt more severe pain, a touch of surprise still appeared in his mind, and he wanted to quickly move away from Kazuki Hiyori in a panic. As a result, before he could take action, a cruel smile appeared on Kazuki Hiyori's face. After raising the autumn water high, he aimed at Momonosuke's thigh and stabbed it down hard. 143 Longing to be injected with energy liquid by Luo Xiu. Kneeling to subscribe, PFF'd, accompanied by a dull voice, without the slightest stagnation at all, the famous sword Chushui shining with sharp light pierced Momonosuke's thigh in an instant. Feeling the severe pain coming from his palm and thigh at the same time, Momonosuke on the ground instantly uttered a mournful wail that resounded through the sky and even broke through the sky. Momonosuke's face had been distorted to the extreme, tears mixed with sweat and snot mixed together, covering the whole face directly, making his wretched face look even more unsightly. However, at this moment, Kazuki Hiyori watched this scene with an admiring expression on his face. He watched helplessly as the warm and scarlet blood continuously gushed out from the palm and thigh of his big brother, and his implication the howl of boundless pain was heard by Kazuki Hiyori, but it was like the most beautiful music. Momonosuke's situation made Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and Kinemon extremely worried and angry. You know, for Kazuki Sukiyaki, Momonosuke is the only heir of their Kazuki family. If possible, Kazuki Sukiyaki would rather exchange his life for Momonosuke to continue to live, but unfortunately he cannot. Because, at this moment, Yamato, Black Maria, Jin Rami and others are launching a crazy offensive against them, leaving them no chance to breathe at all. The same is true for Kinemon, Lei Zhang, and 460 Kikunojo and others. They were sent to the present by Mrs. Shi using the time ability from more than 10 years ago, but Mrs. She said the prophecy herself. They believe more than anyone else that Master Momonosuke is the hero who can lead them to recapture Wanukuni, so that Wanukuni can regain peace and hope. No matter what price you pay, you must never just watch young Master Momonosuke die here. Thinking of this, Kinemon's eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. After blocking Junti's mace, he was about to use this force to rush towards the position where Kazuki Hiyori and Momonosuke were. As far as Kinemon is concerned, since Master Kazuki Sukiyaki has said it himself, Kazuki Hiyori will be expelled from the Kazuki family, and he will no longer be a member of the Kazuki family. Moreover, after he saw with his own eyes how Kazuki Hiyori killed Kanjuro and how he cruelly treated young Lord Momonosuke, Kinemon no longer regarded Kazuki Hiyori as a member of the Kazuki family. That also means that Kinemon doesn't need to worry about his status as a retainer of the Kazuki family at all, and can directly subdue Kazuki Hiyori or even kill him directly. Although he didn't see Luo Xiu attacking himself, and didn't know what kind of CCCH power he possessed, Kinemon was not a fool. Since Luo Xiu was able to drive Kaido away, destroy the beast's pirates, and kill Kurozumi Orochi, it also shows that Luo Xiu's strength is definitely stronger than they imagined. Perhaps, what Momonosuke said just now is correct. What they should do now is to find a way to escape from Wanukuni. Kinemon has also made a decision in his heart. He will rescue the young master Momonosuke at all costs. Since Wanukuni is no longer safe, then go to Satan to seek help from the Fur tribe. The Fur tribe of Zou has always been their most reliable friend of Wanukuni. Thinking of this, a stern look flashed in Kinemon's eyes, and the two swords in his hands were already raised high, aiming at the neck of Kazuki Hiyori in front of him, about to slash down fiercely. However, just when his swords were about to fall, Runti stood in front of him, swung the mace, and directly blocked his sword. Boom! The mace and the two sabers collided with each other, and a violent roar erupted in an instant. Feeling the terrifying power from the two sabers, Kinemon's face instantly became ferocious and distorted. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** front of him, but unfortunately, his roar not only had no effective effect, but also angered Runty even more. After Runty snorted coldly, she didn't hold back at all, and directly used the Devil Fruit ability, entering the form of the Zone Pachycephalosaurus. After transforming into a Pachycephalosaurus, both speed and strength gained a huge boost. Kinemon wasn't Junty's opponent in the first place, let alone now. Facing the mace that Runty kept swinging at him, it was already extremely difficult for Kinemon to resist. If this continues, not to mention saving the young master Momonosuke, even he himself will die in Runty's hands. Under the mace, with his thighs pierced by autumn water and even being stared at the ground, Momonosuke couldn't even roll over. He could only stand stiffly, feeling the constant incoming waves coming from his thighs and palms. The severe pain in the mind. With a smile in his eyes, Kazuki Hiyori looked condescendingly at Momonosuke below, looked at the mixture of tears, sweat, and snot on his face, shook his head with a smile and said, "After all, Master Luo Xiu was very satisfied with the performance of the famous Wanukuni Oran." This kind of improvement made Runty extremely pleasantly surprised, and even unconsciously fell in love with the feeling of being injected with energy liquid from the bottom of her heart. "It's really embarrassing, big brother. If father knew you were like this, would he really choose to let you inherit the position of General Wanukuni?" But after receiving Luo Xiu's energy liquid injection, just like Yamato, Kazuki Hiyori, and Black Maria and others, Runty's strength has also been greatly improved. Boom. It is precisely because of this that, facing Luo Xiu's order, Run naturally cannot take it lightly. Only by successfully completing Lord Luo Xiu's task, she will have more chances to get the energy liquid injected by Lord Luo Xiu. After becoming black and evil, Kazuki Hiyori's psychological quality has been greatly improved, and most importantly, Kazuki Hiyori is very clear that if his life is in danger, Master Luo Xiu will never sit idly by. "Shut up, Momonosuke. As a man of the Kazuki family, even if you die, you must never say such a thing." In fact, Kazuki Hiyori had already noticed that Kinemon wanted to kill him just now, but he didn't feel the slightest panic because of it. "Hiyori, please let me go. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can give up the position of General Wanukuni, even the heir of the Kazuki family, I can give it to you." After hearing Momonosuke's words, before Kazuki Hiyori could react, the face of Kazuki Sukiyaki on the other side changed instantly, and he turned his head to Momonosuke and roared angrily. It can only be said that if it was in the past, there may be unknown things about who is stronger between Junshi and Kinemon. "Please, Hiyori, please let me go for the sake of us being brothers and sisters. Since this is the case, then you can die." After hearing Kazuki Hiyori's words, Momonosuke seemed to have caught a life-saving straw, opened his eyes and looked at Kazuki Hiyori looking down at him, and begged bitterly. Just as Kazuki Sukiyaki's voice just fell, Yamato seized this opportunity precisely, and after a flash of sternness flashed in his eyes, he swung the mace in his hand and smashed the wolf's 10 sticks directly on Hikari Sukiyaki's head. 144 IU. Playing with Momonosuke, killing retainers with his own hands. Kneeling to subscribe, faced with the stick that Yamato hit on his head, although at the last moment, Kazuki Sukiyaki had already sensed that something was wrong and tried his best to avoid it, but it was too late and was directly hit by Yamato's stick head-on. A muffled sound sounded, and a terrifying force struck, causing Kazuki's body to be thrown directly into the air. After rolling dozens of times in the air, it finally hit the wall heavily. Boom. The huge force made Kazuki Sukiyaki knock out a big hole in the wall of the general's mansion, and his body flew into the courtyard. Although Yamato is so stupid in most aspects that he is comparable to a fool, but at least in terms of fighting, Kazuya has inherited Kaido's talent. After seeing himself beat Kazuki Sukiyaki into the yard with a stick, Yamato didn't waste any time, stomped hard, and chased after Kazuki Sukiyaki directly with his body. No matter what, Kazuki Sukiyaki should not be given a chance to escape. For a scum of the Kazuki family, it is best to die. After seeing the situation of Kazuki Sukiyaki, the retainers of the Kazuki family present became extremely excited, and even made a decision to rescue Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momoji regardless of the danger they faced. Help two people. They really didn't expect that in this war of protecting Wanukuni, the first to be eliminated were Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momosuke, the two Kazuki families. However, they are also very clear that in this war, the least accidental death is Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momonosuke. Once the two of them die, the Kazuki family will really only have the blackened woman Kazuki Hiyori left alone. Doesn't that mean that Wanukuni will sink into despair forever? Sukiyaki Master, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Raizo, Kikunojo, and Kinemon and others are acting like crazy at this time, regardlessly trying to save Hikari Sukiyaki and Momonosuke Rei. Unfortunately, their behavior not only failed to achieve the desired effect, but also caused a huge flaw, giving Black Maria, Run-T, and Jin Rami and others the best chance. For a while, Black Maria, Run-T, and Jin Rami and others used frequent means to launch a more crazy and fierce offensive against them, directly suppressing them completely. It's not just Shimotsuki Yasui and his retainers who are worried about Kazuki. As the apprentice of Kazuki Sukiyaki who has kept his name hidden all these years, Ayu couldn't help shouting after seeing his master being knocked away by Yamato's stick. Master! Ayu struggled desperately, trying to break free from Corona's shackles and save the master who took good care of her these years. In the end, she was directly suppressed by Corona with one hand, so she could only watch as Yamato in the yard swung the mace in his hand again, aimed at the Kazuki Sukiyaki below and ruthlessly swung down. Yamato hit Kazuki Sukiyaki with one stick after another, and there were muffled noises, accompanied by Kazuki Sukiyaki's painful roar. Hearing her master's screams, tears kept pouring out of Ayu's eyes. Ayu even began to pray in her heart, praying that Ace would descend from the sky, save her master, and then drive these villains out, so that Wanukuni became as wonderful as master said. After all, when she became friends with Ace, Ace promised her that he would bring his friends to Wanukuni and save Wanukuni from Kaido and Kurozumi. It has to be said that Ace's words gave Ayu great hope, and Ayu has been looking forward to the arrival of Ace and his partners. As a result, until now, she has never heard any news about Ayu, but if Ace and his friends don't come again, her master and Wanukuni may really be doomed. Perona glanced at Ayu, who was suppressed by herself and was still struggling and crying, and shook her head expressionlessly, showing no pity in her heart. At the beginning of Yamato's battle with Kazuki Sukiyaki and Shimotsuki Yasui, Perona had subdued Ayu and brought them to their side, which could also prevent Ayu from being affected by the battle. Being able to save Ayu is already a very good thing. Perona doesn't care what kind of pain will appear in Ayu's heart watching her teacher Kazuki Sukiyaki being beaten violently and even killed. Lord Luo Xiu, do these guys also need to stay? Looking at the bewildered looks of the girls, Luo Xiu didn't waste any time, but walked forward, picked up the saber that Kinemon had dropped on the ground, and motioned for Kazuki Hiyori to take Shushui from Momonosuke's lap after pulling it out. Looking at Momonosuke rolling on the ground in pain, he said slowly. Since this is the case, then obediently do as I say, maybe I will spare your life. Asking for flowers, please let me go, as long as you are willing to let me go, I can do whatever you want. Momonosuke, do you want to survive? The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly upon hearing this, a strange smile appeared on his face, and he chuckled lightly. Feeling their puzzled gaze, Luo Xiu shook his head with a smile. While Ayu was crying bitterly, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy, Kinemon, Raizo and others were all knocked to the ground. Okay, I can do whatever you want me to do. Momonosuke, who was screaming and rolling because of the pain in his body, immediately felt the hope of surviving after hearing Luo Xiu's words, and stopped abruptly, facing the tearful, sweat, and snot mixture face, looking at Luo Xiu begging. Luo Xiu threw the saber in his hand that originally belonged to Kinemon to Momonosuke, looked at the dazed Momonosuke and said with a smile. In order to show your sincerity, I will leave it to you to personally kill these retainers of the Kazuki family. They have no value to stay, but I have a more interesting way to play. Before Black Maria and Run could kill him, Luo Xiu stopped him directly. Wanukuni can be handed over to you, even I can be your subordinate, I just ask you to spare me. After hearing this, Momonosuke didn't hesitate anymore, regardless of his pierced palm and thigh, struggled to stand up, and flattered Luo Xiu. Black Maria exchanged glances with Run-T and the others, and then asked Luo Xiu in confusion. 145 The Kazuki family is rich in waste. Pure trash. Kneeling to subscribe, Luo Xiu's voice echoed throughout the general's mansion, whether it was Momonosuke who stood up with his body strong, or the retainers of the Kazuki family who were lying on the ground, or those who were brought in from the yard by Yamato and thrown directly on the ground. All the Kazuki Sukiyaki on the ground froze on the spot. Momonosuke wiped the mixture of tears, sweat, and snot from his face, forced out a smile that was infinitely uglier than crying, looked at Luo Xiu tentatively and asked. That, Lord Luo Xiu, you must be joking with me, right? Kinemon and Raizo must be of great use to you, right? After all, they are the most powerful in Wanukuni, some of the samurai. Lord Luo Xiu, please let them go, they will certainly be of great help to you. Momonosuke looked at Luo Xiu expectantly, looking forward to getting an affirmative answer of 747 from Luo Xiu. For Momonosuke, he didn't want to see Kinemon and Raizo no matter what. Waiting for someone to die. After all, he, the sole heir of the Kazuki family, did not inherit the power of his father Kazuki Oden at all. After Kazuki Oden died, Kinemon, Raizo, and Kikunojo were the last reliance of Momonosuke up. In his heart, Kinemon and Reizu's retainers are even more important than his grandfather Mitsuju Kiyaki. Unfortunately, facing his question, Luo Xiu just looked at him with a chuckle and said, Do you think you are qualified to let me joke with you? After the words fell, Momonosuke's breathing stopped suddenly, and he froze on the spot. He could clearly feel that the smile on Luo Xiu's face didn't have the slightest warmth at all. This also means that he really wants to see the scene where he kills Kinemon, Raizo, Kikunojo and others with his own hands. Momonosuke didn't even dare to look at Luo Xiu, At this moment, as if he suddenly thought of something, he turned his head to look at Kazuki Hiyori, who was looking at Luo Xiu with reverence and obsession, and hurriedly said, "Hiyori, help me, beg Lord Luo Xiu, beg Lord Luo Xiu to let Jinwaiman and Lei Zhang go. Hiyori, Kinemon, Raizo, and Kikunojo are the retainers of our Kazuki family. You know, they are very loyal to us and will never betray us. They will definitely be of great help to you." Quote. Faced with Momonosuke's entreaties, Kazuki Hiyori's obsession and reverence for Luo Xiu was interrupted, and he glanced at Momonosuke with disgust, without even looking at Kinemon and Raizo on the ground, bluntly wrote. "Shut up, Momonosuke, I have nothing to do with those guys. They are indeed the retainers of the Kazuki family, but I know very well that they will not be loyal to me, but you, the sole heir of the so-called Kazuki family. The most important thing is that I will not disobey any orders of Master Luo Xiu." Kazuki Hiyori knew very well that even if she really spoke up, Lord Luo Xiu would never change his mind because of it, and would even have different thoughts about her because of it. As far as the current Kazuki Hiyori is concerned, she is not willing to let Mr. Luo Xiu dislike her at all. Kazuki Hiyori's words fell into Momonosuke's ears, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. After shaking his body, he almost fell to the ground. Looking at Kinemon, Reizu, Kikunojo, Shimotsuki Yasui and others lying on the ground, Momonosuke's face was already full of pain, holding the saber that originally belonged to Kinemon thrown by Luo Xiu in both hands, looking at a loss, not knowing what to do now. Holding Kazuki Hiyori in his arms, Luo Xiu looked at Momonosuke in front of him with a smile, and said slowly, "I don't have that much patience to waste time on you. If I continue to hesitate like this, then I will let Hiyori kill you first." Hearing this, Kazuki Hiyori, who was held in Luo Xiu's arms, immediately cooperated. "If Master Luo Xiu needs it, I'm more than happy to kill this useless trash." Momonosuke looked at Luo Xiu and Kazuki Hiyori in front of him with fear on his face. His body was trembling constantly because of fear. On the other side, Kazuki Sukiyaki, who was severely beaten by Yamato with a mace, after a little relief, also noticed the situation here, struggled to raise his head, and yelled at his grandson Rode. After seeing this scene, Kazuki Sukiyaki's heart was burning with anger, his eyes were fixed on his unworthy grandson, and he wanted to say something more immediately. Luo Xiu looked mockingly at the Kazuki Sukiyaki lying on the ground, twitched the corner of his mouth, shook his head and sighed. "Okay. Don't waste time, Momonosuke, after all, chose to kill these retainers of the Kazuki family, so that you and your grandfather can survive. Using the lives of these Kazuki family retainers in exchange for the lives of 2 of you Kazuki family men, this deal should be worth it. It seems that the so-called pride of the Kazuki family in your mouth is not worth mentioning at all." Momonosuke's body trembled, biting his lips tightly, his lips were bitten so bloodless, he stood there blankly, and fell into a long silence. Originally, when I heard Kazuki Sukiyaki said that Momonosuke refused Luo Xiu's condition, saying that the men in their Kazuki family would rather die than bow their heads like Luo Xiu. "By the way, if you kill all these guys, maybe I can spare your grandpa Kazuki Sukiyaki too." Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Kinemon, Raizo and Kikunojo, etc., once again changed the image of Kazuki Sukiyaki, the former general. "Momonosuke, don't agree to the conditions of this B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
how to this be asterisk 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 D. What they didn't expect was that the reason why Kazuki Sukiyaki asked Momonosuke to refuse Luo Xiu's condition so righteously was because Luo Xiu didn't say that he could live. However, his silence already explained too many problems. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, Kazuki Sukiyaki's pupils widened suddenly, and he swallowed back the words he originally wanted to say, and looked at Luo Xiu, Kazuki Hiyori, and Momonosuke silently with his mouth open. Position. His eyes and face were constantly changing back and forth, and he didn't know what was going on in his heart. However, at this moment, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, a strange smile appeared on his face, and he said playfully. I feel that although he has been hiding under the anonymity all these years, seeing that the people of Wanukuni have been tortured and suffering under the brutal rule of Kurozumi Orochi, he is a little sorry for his former general in 3.0. However, he still deserves to be the former residents of the Guangxi family. I still choose to be like a man, and die together with these retainers. It's time make a choice. As soon as he heard Luo Xiu say that he can live, this guy fell silent immediately. 146 Momonosuke is crazy. Kill Kinemon with your own hands. Kneeling to subscribe. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Momonosuke felt his legs go limp suddenly, and he collapsed on the ground in an instant. The palm and thigh pierced by Kazuki Hiyori's autumn water fell to the ground with a violent shock. The pain made Momonosuke uncontrollably let out a roar containing boundless pain from the depths of his throat. Kazuki Hiyori, who was held in Luo Xiu's arms, looked at Momonosuke who was rolling on the ground with disgust, wishing he could kill this disgusting guy with his autumn water on the spot. That is to say, Master Luo Xiu said, keep him and play well, otherwise, Kazuki Hiyori won't be merciful at all. After this series of events, Kazuki and Kazuya have completely recognized the true colors of their big brother and grandfather. He said that he was not worthy of being a member of the Kazuki family, but the two of them, in the face of such a life and death crisis, behaved so ugly. On the other hand, she, a woman from the Kazuki family, chose to sacrifice herself in order to protect the people of Wanukuni 24. In comparison, Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momosuke are men on the surface, but their behavior can't be seen at all looks like a man. The smile on Luo Xiu's face gradually dissipated, and he looked at Momonosuke who was rolling on the ground expressionlessly, and said bluntly. It seems that you are planning to give up the chance to live that I gave you. In this case, Raihei will be slaughtered by you yourself. After Luo Xiu finished speaking, Momonosuke woke up from the pain in an instant. Seeing that Luo Xiu was about to give Hiyori in order to let his own sister kill him, Momonosuke never dared to hesitate again. Regardless of the severe pain still coming from the palm and thigh, after struggling to stand up, he said repeatedly with a look of horror. No, no, Lord Luo Xiu, I am willing, as long as I can let me and Grandpa survive, I can do whatever I want. Momonosuke no longer dared to waste any more time, nor did he dare to negotiate terms with Luo Xiu, a frightening fellow. Momonosuke has now completely figured out his identity and status. In the current situation, all he can do is to agree to Luo Xiu's conditions and kill Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Kinemon, and others those retainers of the Kazuki family, in exchange for myself and Grandpa being able to survive. Otherwise, as Luo Xiu said, none of them would survive. After thinking of this, Momonosuke didn't hesitate anymore, and moved his body to the nearest Kinemon. Looking at Kinemon, whose face was red and swollen after being severely beaten with a mace by Runti, and blood was still gushing from the corner of his mouth. After Momonosuke gritted his teeth, his face was already full of struggle and fear. After hesitating for a long time, he finally couldn't help but speak. Kinkanemon, I don't want to, and I don't want to hurt you, but, apart from killing you and letting me and Grandpa survive, I really don't know what to do. After hearing Momonosuke's words, Kinemon's eyes were filled with deep disappointment. He really never expected that when faced with this situation, this Momo, who in his eyes is a hero who can save Wanukuni young Master Jirju, would actually make such a choice. At this moment, Kinemon missed his Oden-sama very much. If it was Oden-sama, he would rather die with them, and it is absolutely impossible to use the lives of their retainers in exchange for his own survival. However, whether it is Kazuki Sukiyaki or Momosuke, it can't compare with Oden. Kinemon's eyes became extremely dim, staring at Momonosuke standing in front of him, shaking his head slightly, and said in an extremely low tone. It seems that Madame Shi's prophecy will not come true after all. How could you, who made such a choice, save Wanukuni as Mrs. Shi predicted? Perhaps, compared to you, I even feel that Miss Hiyori is more suitable to inherit the position of General Wanukuni than you. Kinemon knew very well that Kazuki Hiyori chose to bow to Luo Xiu and obey his orders because he wanted to protect the people of Wanukuni from Luo Xiu's harm. On the other hand, Momonosuke and Kazuki Sukiyaki did not hesitate to sacrifice their most loyal retainers to the Hikari family just to keep them alive. Comparing the two, no, to be precise, Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momonosuke, two cowards, are not even qualified to compare with Miss Hiyori, who is willing to sacrifice herself. After hearing Kinemon's words, the corners of Momonosuke's mouth twitched suddenly, and his eyes were filled with hostility and anger for an instant. The guilt in my heart has completely disappeared. Momonosuke can tolerate threats from Luo Xiu, a guy with terrifying strength, and even sacrifice his retainers in order to ensure his survival. But he can't tolerate it anyway. Kinemon said that he is not qualified to be a general of Wanukuni. Even now, in Momonosuke's heart, he still harbors the idea of becoming General Wanukuni and killing Luo Xiu, and agreeing to Luo Xiu's condition now is nothing more than bearing the burden of humiliation. After all, even his father Kazuki Oden, the hero of Wanukuni, did a lot of shameful acts to protect Wanukuni back then, didn't he? Without the slightest hesitation in Momonosuke's heart, he waved the saber that originally belonged to Kinemon in 393's hand, pointed it at Kinemon's neck, and slashed down fiercely. Kinemon's pupils widened suddenly, and he looked at this scene with disbelief. After being beaten by Run Shi, Kinemon didn't even have the strength to struggle to stand up now. At the last moment of his life, the only thought in Kinemon's mind was that if Mrs. Shi hadn't chosen to be teleported from 10 years ago to the present by using the time ability, it would have been nice to have died honorably with Mr. Oden. Unfortunately, ideas are just ideas after all, and Kinemon can no longer realize them. PFF'd. Accompanied by a dull sound, Kinemon's head was separated from his body in an instant, and his head kept rolling on the ground. After stopping, his wide-open eyes were staring at Momonosuke. Warm and scarlet blood was constantly gushing out from the neat cut of Kinemon's neck, and all of it was sprayed on Momonosuke's body, making Momonosuke look extremely hideous and weird. After seeing Kinemon being beheaded by Momonosuke, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Raizo, Kikunojo and others on the other side all stared at Momonosuke with eyes wide open, and shouted frantically. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** you are the one who is not worthy of being a member of the Guang family. 147 Wanukuni Civil War, Life and Death Game, Luo Xiu's Bad Taste. Kneeling to subscribe, seeing that Kinemon's head was cut off by his own hands, powerlessly stopped on the ground, and those eyes that were dying were staring at him, Momonosuke was shocked to find that there was no such thing in his heart. Generate the slightest fear and grief. Even, at this moment, looking at Kinemon's separated head and body, he actually felt refreshed from the bottom of his heart. You must know that for Momonosuke, Kinemon, as a retainer of the Kozuki family, has never been his subordinate but his most trusted and relied on elder. And Momonosuke also knows that Kinemon, Reizu, Ashura Boy, and Kikunojo's retainers are never loyal to him, but his father Kazuki Oden, who has been dead for many years. But even so, after beheading Kinemon with his own hands, Momonosuke still felt that he had completely transformed.
From now on, he, Momonosuke, is no longer the lecherous, timid, and incomprehensible brat he used to be, but a person who buried all his hatred and anger deep in his heart, and chose to endure the humiliation until he killed Luo Xiu and put Wanukuni regained it and became the general of Wanukuni as the heir of the Kazuki family. Thinking of this, Momonosuke indifferently glanced at Kinemon's body for the last time, and said lightly in his heart. Kinemon, as a vassal of the Kazuki family, let the next heir of the Kazuki family survive, even at the cost of his life. This is the promise you made to your father and mother at the beginning. So, I will remember your death. Don't worry, after I recapture Wanukuni, I will declare in front of the entire Wanukuni people that you are a hero who sacrificed his life to save Wanukuni. After praying in his heart, Momonosuke took a deep breath, and turned his head suddenly to look at the positions where Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Reizu, Kikunotaga and others were. After feeling Momonosuke's gaze, the curses of these people became more violent. You damn B****************** D. You actually did the act of killing Kinemon. It's unforgivable. A damn guy like you is not qualified to be Oden-sama's son, Huan. A waste like you, even if there is no Luo Xiu, she is not qualified to be Wanukuni's general at all. As the only heir of the Kazuki family, when faced with this kind of crisis, instead of choosing to join forces with the retainers to drive out the invaders, you even turned around and killed the retainers. You deserve to die. B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** A demon like you must not be allowed to live. Laozi is going to help Lord Oden clean up the portal. Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others never imagined that Momonosuke, a useless brat, would actually be able to kill Kinemon. You know, even among the retainers of the Kazuki family, Kinemon can definitely be called the most loyal one. And since the death of Kazuki Oden, Kinemon has taken good care of Momonosuke. From the beginning to the end, everything he did was considered for Momonosuke, but it ended in such a tragic death. The most important thing is that Momonosuke, the damn guy, didn't intend to end it after killing Kinemon, but pointed the tip of his knife at them. After witnessing the tragic death of Kinemon, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others are unlikely to wait to die like Kinemon. After scolding Momonosuke, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others supported each other and struggled to stand up, picked up the weapons that had been scattered on the ground, and stared at Momonosuke with eyes fixed on the opposite side. Killing intent and ferocity. At this moment, just like the last words Kinemon said before he died, rather than letting Wanukuni fall into the hands of trash like Momonosuke, it would be better to kill Momonosuke and let Hikari become Hikari. And the only heir to the family. After seeing the actions of Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others, Momonosuke, who originally felt that he had transformed from the beginning to the end, had his pupils dilated suddenly, and after his body trembled, his face was unconsciously covered with a panicked expression. Gudong. Momonosuke swallowed, turned his head to look at Luo Xiu with some horror, and said anxiously. Lord Luo Xiu, what should these guys do? I am not their opponent, I may not be able to kill them. Momonosuke knew very well that even if Shimotsuki Yasui and the others were seriously injured by Yamato and others, the injuries they suffered were not as serious as Kinemon. How can he deal with Shimotsuki Yasui and his retainers with his trash? However, to Momonosuke's despair, after hearing his words, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face, and under Momonosuke's expectant gaze, he spoke slowly. What makes you think I'm going to help you get rid of them? The condition mentioned before. Now let me add one more thing. After killing these people, you and Kazuki Sukiyaki can survive, but if they kill you and Kazuki Sukiyaki, then those who survive will be it's going to be them. As Luo Xiu's words fell, Momonosuke's breathing suddenly stagnated, and he felt his whole body's belief collapse, his legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground directly. That is, at the last moment, Momonosuke held that the saber he was wearing was inserted into the ground, and he stabilized his figure in this way. Otherwise, this civil war that belongs to them has not officially started, and he will directly fall into a huge crisis. Momonosuke really didn't expect that Luo Xiu would be able to say such a thing. I'm afraid, after hearing Luo Xiu's words, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy and others would want to kill themselves even more. With this in mind, Momonosuke turned his gaze to Shimotsuki Yasui and his retainers. He could clearly see that the eyes of Shimotsuki Yasui and others on the opposite side suddenly became extremely bright, and the whole person immediately became excited stand up. You must know that for the Shimotsuki Yasushi Node's family, Ashura Doji and others, they have already planned to kill the scum of the two Kazuki families, Momonosuke and Kazuki Sukiyaki, even at the cost of their lives. Up. Now Luo Xiu suddenly said that as long as Momonosuke and Kazuki Sukiyaki were killed, they would be the one who survived. This kind of unexpected joy also strengthened their thinking. No matter what, you must be the one who survived. Kazuki Sukiyaki got up silently, looked at Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy, Raizo, Kikunojo and others, looked at himself and his grandson Momonosuke, and his mood changed as if he was looking at prey. Incomparably complicated. After a long silence, Kazuki Sukiyaki finally sighed deeply and said in a deep voice. Yasui, Ashura Doji, Raizo, Kikunojo, for Wanukuni to have a better future, this time, you need to make sacrifices. 148 Kill the Kazuki family man, play with Kazuki Hiyori. Kneeling to subscribe. In fact, after hearing what Luo Xiu said, Kazuki Sukiyaki has also completely understood. He said that as long as Momonosuke kills Shimotsuki Yasui and Ashura Doji and others, he and Momonosuke will be free. The condition for being able to survive is nothing more than his intentional behavior of wanting to see this good show. Luo Xiu deliberately waited until Momonosuke killed Kinemon, filling the hearts of Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy and others with grief and anger, and wanted to kill Momonosuke at all costs, and then deliberately supplemented this condition. This nasty B*********** D just wants to see blood flow into rivers, and see them, the high-ranking people of Wanukuni, killing each other. However, Kazuki Sukiyaki still has no choice but to accept Luo Xiu's condition and assist his grandson Momonosuke to kill Shimotsuki Yasui and his retainers who were originally extremely loyal to the Hikari family. Kazuki didn't want to die, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to hide his name incognito all these years, turning a blind eye to the pain and suffering of the people of Wanukuni. It's just that his words made Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Boy and others instantly furious. Shimotsuki Yasui was trembling with anger, his clenched fists kept making creaking noises, his face became extremely ferocious and twisted, he gritted his teeth and growled at Hikari Sukiyaki. Kazuki Sukiyaki, you 233B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e family, you be ******************************************************** Have you forgotten that under such circumstances, should you make such a choice? It's okay for that damn kid Momonosuke to do such a thing, anyway, that guy is just a kid, but you, unforgivable, damn it. Ashura Boy, who has always been the most irritable, waved his hand and interrupted Shimotsuki Yasui's denunciation of Kazuki Sukiyaki, clenched the saber in his hand, and roared with a ferocious face. Stop talking nonsense. No matter what, you must kill these two damn bastards. Oden-sama is obviously the hero of Wanukuni, but why, his father and son, are this kind of stuff? Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes became gloomy, and his face became distorted in an instant, saying every word. Since you are not willing to take the initiative to make sacrifices for Wanukuni's future, then I will let the old man personally help you. As soon as the words fell, Kazuki Sukiyaki didn't hesitate anymore, stepped on his feet suddenly, and instantly blocked Momonosuke's face cream Yasui, Ashura Doji and others. Feeling the murderous intent and anger emanating from Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others on the opposite side, Kazuki Sukiyaki said directly without looking back. Momonosuke, now I can't get rid of these guys by myself, so I need your help in the next battle. You have to be clear, this battle determines whether we can survive, so even if you were hit hard, you must not hesitate at all. As a man of the Kazuki family, you must be decisive. After hearing this, Momonosuke did not hesitate at all, and nodded vigorously, clenched the saber that originally belonged to Kinemon in his hand, and said in an extremely dignified tone. Grandpa, I see. Kazuki Sukiyaki fixed his eyes on Shimotsuki Yasui and others, and said in a cold voice. Be prepared to support the old man at any time. After the words fell, before Momonosuke could respond, Kazuki Sukiyaki rushed towards the other party with a saber in his hand. Facing the offensive of Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others did not have the slightest intention of retreating, but took the initiative to meet it. In an instant, the civil war belonging to them, the top Wanukuni officials, started instantly. Seeing his grandfather fighting with Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji and others, Momonosuke was holding the saber, his face was full of worry and dignity. Facing this situation, he has nothing to do. With the power of a waste like him, he is not qualified to participate in this battle at all. While Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, and Ashura Doji (CFDJ) were fighting fiercely, Luo Xiu was watching this scene with great interest. However, at this time, Luo Xiu didn't feel the slightest nervousness. Instead, he held Kazuki Hiyori in his arms and returned to his original position. Kazuki Hiyori, who was in Luo Xiu's arms, felt the warm embrace of Lord Luo Xiu, his face turned reddish involuntarily. For the current Kazuki Hiyori, whether Kazuki Sukiyaki and Momonosuke can survive in the end, she doesn't care at all. If you have that time, why don't you enjoy the embrace of Master Luo Xiu? Robin glanced at Kazuki Hiyori who had snatched his own seat, chuckled lightly, shook his head and said. You really are full of bad tastes all the time. Seeing that the two men of the Kazuki family were desperately trying to survive, Luo Xiu actually hugged the woman of the Kazuki family, enjoying the battle while tasting the fine wine produced by Wanukuni. This kind of behavior is really weird to the extreme. Facing Robin's ridicule, Luo Xiu just said with a smile. Don't you think this is interesting? Robin shrugged slightly when she heard the words. She could clearly see that Kazuki Hiyori was lying in Luo Xiu's arms with a ruddy complexion, and she was not affected by the outside world at all. Then who do you think is the one who survived in the end? Robin no longer looked at Kazuki Hiyori, but turned his attention to Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui, Ashura Doji, Kikunojo and others who were fighting fiercely. As the former general of Wanukuni, the strength of Kazuki Sukiyaki must not be underestimated. Although he has been hiding his name incognito over the years, he has never been slack in the slightest. After all, Kazuki Sukiyaki once had the idea of saving Wanukuni, but it was not implemented because of the powerful power of Kaido and Beast's pirates. Otherwise, with Kurozumi Orochi's trash who only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong, let alone other people, Kazuki Sukiyaki alone can easily kill him. On the other hand, Raizo and Kikunojo, the two retainers of the Kazuki family, were transported here with the time ability of Tianyu together with Momonosuke and Kinemon, and their strength was not as strong as before, half-point growth. That is to say,
There are two guys, Shimotsuki Yasui and Ashura Boy, otherwise, at this time, the Sukiyaki alone may have killed them both. Facing Robin's question, Luo Xiu looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shimotsuki Yasui and others with a playful face, and said slowly. Who survives in the end, does it matter? Or, do you really think that I will let them continue to live? This so-called battle just makes the game more interesting. 149 Facing life and death, everything is in vain. Hear Luo Xiu's words. Robin instantly understood that Luo Xiu was just playing from beginning to end. He just wants everything to be more fun now, other than that, he absolutely doesn't want to let anyone in front of him go. And this is also very normal, these people in front of him have been tortured by him, even if they really jumped out of this place in the end. They don't have any gratitude to Luo Xiu, all they have is endless hatred towards Luo Xiu. Even Momosuke, the cowardice of the other party is not born with it. Any child has watched his father kneel in front of others for 3 years. It will also become as cowardly as it is now. Kazuki Sukiyaki reprimands Momosuke. It seems that he feels that Momosuke does not have the blood of the Kazuki family. But he forgot what his father did and what his grandpa did when Momosuke needed someone to set an example for him. Facing such deformed families, Luo Xiu's greatest gift is to wipe them all out. Otherwise, these guys will definitely do some stupid things in the future. Wanukuni is not their Kazuki clan. From the moment Kazuki Oden died, Wanukuni has little to do with the rest of the Kazuki clan. The rest of the Kazuki Sukiyaki, and Momosuke, all think they can become the general of Wanukuni again. In their view, Wanukuni is theirs from beginning to end, even if other people help them regain Wanukuni, they will not have any gratitude. Like now, is Wanukuni controlled by Luo Xiu really bad? Of course it isn't. Although Luo Xiu has some bad tastes, he won't do anything special to the common people in Wanukuni. Let Luo Xiu control the entire Wanukuni, and the only ones who suffer losses are actually the Kazuki family and the Kazuki family's retainers. Other than that, no one has anything to lose. So everything that Luo Xiu does seems to be just bad taste, but it actually makes the whole Wanukuni have a better development. It will not fall back into the hands of some pretentious people. It's really the same as what you used to do. Robin smiled and said without speaking again. Instead, like Luo Xiu, he admired the infighting between the group of Wanukuni executives in front of him. Asking for flowers, Black Maria, Nami and others stood guard to prevent Mitsusuki and other high-ranking Wanukuni officials from taking advantage of the fight to escape. Even if Luo Xiu could break their necks in an instant, Black Maria and the others would subconsciously take care of some insignificant things for Luo Xiu. 0. And the reward they want most is naturally Luo Xiu's energy liquid injection. That kind of magical experience, that feeling of rapid increase in ability made them linger. Lord Luo Xiu is right. Kazuki Hiyori leaned next to Luo Xiu's body, feeling the temperature of Luo Xiu's big hand. Her pretty face flushed slightly, but she wasn't shy at all, only infatuated. Hidden throughout Wanukuni for so long, as a geisha, she's done more than she could ever imagine. The shyness of a little woman has long since disappeared. Although her body is still there, her mood has long been more acceptable than that of ordinary women. Even if Luo Xiu injects him with energy liquid in front of everyone, Kazuki Hiyori will not refuse, but will be quite excited. 150 Bloody, not worth mentioning. Kazuki Sukiyaki brought Momosuke and Shimotsuki Yasui. Ashura Doji worked hard. But in fact, Kazuki Sukiyaki is monopolizing the two powerhouses. Momosuke has been following Kazuki Sukiyaki. Although he has a long knife on his body, it doesn't really help much. His own strength can be weak, and he still looks like a child. After coming to this world through the power of devil fruit, it can be said that 090 is a homeless person. I didn't go through too much exercise at all. Although I ate a devil fruit, it was just a dragon attribute fruit similar to Kaido's devil fruit. Maybe he has what makes him a top player, but Momosuke is just too weak. His devil fruit has not undergone any development either. In addition, Lei Zhang and Zhu Zicheng, the two retainers of the Kazuki family who traveled together, have been attacking him. Let Kazuki Sukiyaki can only focus most of his energy on protecting his grandson. But the battle between the strong is itself a mistake, which can determine the outcome of a battle. What he did was nothing more than to make his heart feel better. And the wounds on his body are gradually increasing. There was a pop. 2 long knives run through the belly of the Kazuki. Enduring the severe pain, Kazuki's pupils shrank suddenly. He directly used a move of swordsmanship at the level of a great swordsman. The long knife flashed a cold light, and haki swirled on it, directly turning the long knife in his hand into a black knife. A bright light flashed, and Ashura Doji and Shimotsuki Yasui could only retreat quickly to avoid the attack. All 3 of them have survived until this time without going through time travel. Among them, they did not miss any training, and their strength did not decrease or even increased. But their own starting point is different. Kazuki Sukiyaki itself is the former General Wanukuni. Momonosuke, go up to the back and stimulate the power in your body. Devil fruit is not used in this way. Kazuki Sukiyaki said in a cold voice, pushing Momonosuke to the back. Grandpa, I'm too cowardly. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Momosuke heaved a sigh of relief. He himself didn't want to participate in this battle, because he was the weakest one among the people present. It can be said that if he hadn't been protected by several retainers after time traveling, he would have died outside long ago. Plus he had just had 2 holes poked in his body by Kazuki Hiyori. Now he might not even be able to beat an ordinary kid. Raizo and Kikunosuke stared at Kazuki Konosuke. They were almost killed by Momosuke just now. And they also know that you can't beat Kazuki on your own. Let's go together, he won't last long. Ashura Boy stared closely at the wound on Kazuki's abdomen, and said with cold eyes. Shimotsuki Yasui on the side also nodded, and then the two moved forward again. Lei Zhang and Zhu Zicheng also followed, and 5.9 waved the long knife in his hand, endlessly. Momonosuke, I'm sorry, remember to be as strong as your father in the next life, don't be so cowardly, you are too weak to be a man of the Kazuki family. Kazuki Sukiyaki's cold words sounded, and then, grabbing Momosuke's clothes, he threw him straight forward. He actually used Momosuke as his own meat shield. 151 cut in half, former retainer. Raizo and Kikunojo looked at Momosuke who looked like he was flying over. There was also surprise in his eyes, and he hesitated for a moment, but he didn't attack directly. They don't know what to do now. And at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over from behind Momosuke. Awkwardly, it is Kazuki Sukiyaki. Holding the long knife in his hand, which is enough to be called a famous knife, he directly displayed a huge wave of the knife. Lei Zhang and Kikunojo, who are not very powerful, did not react at all. The wave of sword directly permeated their bodies, cutting them both in half. After hearing a pop, Lei Zhang and Zhu Zicheng collapsed to the ground, their four halves moved separately, without any connection with each other. Looking at the tragic deaths of Raizo and Tachibana, Momosuke who just fell to the ground let out a terrified scream. At this time, his appearance is not much different from that of an ordinary child, and he does not have the blood of the Kazuki clan at all. It's so funny, I was still defending my grandson just now, but now I just use my grandson as a shield. Robin said with a smile in his eyes. She folded her hands on her chest, her breasts were full and crowded, showing a proud appearance. But none of the men present dared to look at him, only Luo Xiu glanced over without hesitation, with a smile in his eyes. In front of life, everything will be turned into nothingness, glory, benefits, blood, promises, etc. In fact, that's all. Luo Xiu's voice was so cold that it made everyone sound devoid of emotion. His grandfather, Kazuki Sukiyaki, will no longer be willing to share the entire Wanukuni with him at this time. No one chose to keep their hands. Perhaps at the very beginning, they might have fled together because of some tacit understanding. Even if there are countless women around Luo Xiu, there is no problem for her. But when Kazuki threw Momosuke at them and cut Raizo and Kikunojo in half, the battle between them had already reached its peak. But what made Luo Xiu feel a little funny was that Momosuke, who had just been used as a human shield, was not attacked again. Kazuki Hiyori has long been completely impressed by Luo Xiu's personal charm. In his opinion, Luo Xiu is his ultimate destination. Obviously, now he has become an abandoned child, and no one 597 intends to take him to live again. The two sides had already started fighting at this time, with angry light and red light flickering in their eyes. Momonosuke yelled in grief and indignation, but no one paid attention to him. Momosuke looked at the three fighting in the distance, his cowardly and timid gaze gradually became a little different at this moment. With his left hand wandering around Kazuki Hiyori, Luo Xiu watched the battle in front of him playfully. This is already an endless battle. Kazuki Hiyori in his arms trembled slightly, and then leaned on Luo Xiu even more obsessively. He understands that from now on, no matter who among the three in the distance wins the final victory, it is impossible for him to survive. He is really too weak, so weak that people can't care about him. At this time Kazuki Sukiyaki was fighting again with Ashura Doji and Shimotsuki Yasui. Why do you treat me as an abandoned son? I am the future head of the Kazuki family and the future general of Wanukuni. Because the strong will naturally not know a woman. 152 The stronger Momosuke, sneak attack. Master Luo Xiu, this battle seems to have been doomed from the very beginning. Robin's playful voice sounded again. And hearing his words, Luo Xiu also nodded at this moment. Perhaps the combination of Ashura Doji and Shimotsuki Yasui is not weak. But facing Kazuki Sukiyaki, who was once General Wanukuni, their two strengths are still a bit worse. Even if the battle is evenly matched now, as time goes on, the two of them will definitely lose. It seems that I need to add a variable to this battle. Momonosuke, do you want to become stronger? Do you want revenge on Kazuki Sukiyaki? A cold voice sounded from behind Momonosuke. Momonosuke froze for a moment, then turned to look at Luo Xiu. His eyes, filled with unwillingness and grief, became submissive again at this moment. Lord Luo Xiu, I want to become stronger, please give me strength, I must defeat them, I must survive. I am the future heir of the Kazuki family, I must live, I must live. He said miserably and mournfully, and crawled to the side of Luo Xiu. Robin wanted to shoot him back, but Luo Xiu blocked him with his hand. It's just a Momonosuke, even if the opponent awakens the power of Devil Fruit, it's just a slightly stronger cannon fodder to him. You know, Momonosuke didn't awaken enough powerful power at the end of the original book. After all, he is just a waste with weak strength and no strong character. Master Luo Xiu, please help me, I must survive. Momosuke repeated this sentence, hope gradually revealed in his eyes. As you wish, Luo Xiu sneered, waved his left hand, and a ball of light appeared in his hand. Then, he pressed directly on Momosuke's head and forcibly injected the ball of light into the opponent's body. Momosuke's body suddenly became stiff, and then a vague power raged in his body. The devil fruit power that he couldn't use before, gradually became adept at this moment. I got stronger, I really got stronger. Momosuke knelt on the ground, but at this moment, there was madness and sorrow in his small face. Although Momosuke didn't raise his head, Luo Xiu felt resentment and revenge from him. As expected, Momosuke will definitely attack him next. Sure enough, Momosuke's left hand instantly turned into a pink dragon claw, and he grabbed it forward. Then, only a bang was heard. A huge roar sounded, the air was torn apart, and Momosuke was blown out, kneeling on the ground, his body twitching. And Luo Xiu still maintained the appearance of pushing his left foot forward and then slowly retracted it. Hiyori only took off his left hand. Quote, Luo Xiu said softly that Kazuki Hiyori in his arms was Jiao Jiao. At this moment, his body paused slightly, and then, with a pervert smile on his face, he picked up the autumn water next to him. She walked towards Momosuke step by step. Momosuke's eyes gradually revealed a look of fear, and he subconsciously wanted to back away. But a terrifying breath enveloped his body, making him unable to move. Then, a flash of cold light flashed, and Kazuki Hiyori swung the demon sword Chushui, and a pink dragon claw was chopped off shoulder length. 153 Chaos, Momosuke's killing intent. Pain swept through Momosuke's body, and he let out another cry of pain. However, his shouts could not affect the battle of the three strong men in the distance. Just as Luo Xiu analyzed, Kazuki Sukiyaki was holding a famous sword, and had already hammered the two swordsmen on the opposite side to the ground. Even though he had just been stabbed in the abdomen, the power he produced was still extremely powerful. Ashura Doji and Shimotsuki Yasui could only use their last strength to resist, but they still couldn't stop the trend of their defeat. I was wrong, Master Luo Xiu, I was really wrong, please don't kill me. Sister, I'm your brother, you can't kill me. Looking at Kazuki Hiyori like you coming over here, Momosuke let out a cry of grief and indignation. It's not at all like the figure that attacked Luo Xiu just now. However, Kazuki Hiyori completely ignored him, and he slowly raised the purple demon sword in his hand. A strange light flickered from above, as long as the demon knife fell directly. Brother, why do you have the nerve to say that you are my brother? When you asked them to kill me just now, did you say that you are my brother, and how can you be my brother just based on your writing? You'd better go to CBCI die, go and apologize to your father, go and apologize to all the people who were killed by you, you are just an ignorant fool. I am under Lord Luo Xiu's hand now. After you are all dead, Wanukuni will be completely controlled by Lord Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu also reattached to this somewhat enchanting body as if nothing happened, enjoying the softness of the other's body. Although the power of Devil Fruit was activated, Momosuke's body gradually became swollen, and his body gradually appeared deaf. Kill you, you all die. Momosuke roared angrily, and directly joined the battle group of three. Momosuke stood up from the ground at this time, he ignored his broken left arm, and looked at the three people who were fighting in the distance. Luo Xiu's voice was like a divine order to Kazuki Hiyori. Because Devil Fruit's strength has been forcibly increased, his recovery ability has surpassed that of ordinary people. Although his left arm has not grown, it has completely stopped the bleeding. After a while, he turned into a 1-meter-tall half-dragon man. Runti looked at Kazuki Hiyori enviously from the side. He also wanted to be hugged by Luo Xiu, and even more wanted to be injected with energy liquid by Rongsho. Kill you, I want to live, I must live. Then the battle between the two parties directly turned into a three-way melee. Momosuke does not have strong combat experience, but the powerful Devil Fruit provides him with physical fitness and danger perception, allowing him to resist each other with the three great swordsmen in front of him. But now, he can only watch from the sidelines, and can't help feeling jealous of Kazuki Hiyori. Kazuki Hiyori withdrew the demon sword in his hand, cast a disdainful glance at Momosuke, then turned and returned to Luo Xiu's arms. Not to mention that he didn't fight 3-on-1, but 3-party chaos, which made him more likely to win. Wait a minute, I didn't ask you to kill him, this game can't just be ruined by you. Kazuki Hiyori smiled morbidly, and then he was about to behead Momosuke with the demon sword Chushui in his hand. At this time, Luo Xiu's voice sounded again behind him. 154 The final winner. I don't know who will survive this time. Black Maria spoke with a smile in her eyes. He especially wanted to join the battle group to experience the battle between the strong, but he knew that this was a game hosted by Luo Xiu himself, so it was impossible for him to influence the progress of the game. It looks like they will be able to decide the winner soon. Luo Xiu said softly, a smile flickered in his eyes. At this time, Kazuki Sukiyaki has inserted the long knife in Shimotsuki Yasui's head. With his violent swing, Yu Yasui's head was directly chopped off by him. Having dealt with an enemy, Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes showed excitement. But then he took 2 weak steps back. In the life and death battle, whoever is stronger is not the one who will surely win. Although he beheaded Shimotsuki Yasui just now, he was seriously injured by the opponent's desperate counterattack. Die, you all die to me Kazuki's escape still roared angrily. Instead of rushing towards Kazuki's Sukiyaki, he rushed towards the Ashura boy who was also seriously injured. Young master, we killed Hikari Sukiyaki. The boy Ashura spoke loudly, but Momosuke ignored him, and the dragon claw on his right hand directly pierced his chest, digging out his heart. Of course, a long knife also pierced his abdomen, stirring violently. While screaming in pain, Momosuke pulled out the long knife and threw it on the ground, then looked at Rongsho. Master Luo Xiu, I have won, can we go now? His eyes showed anticipation and excitement. Kazuki Sukiyaki on the side was slightly relieved to see that his grandson did not come to attack him. Momonosuke, we both won, we can get out of here. The end result is still the same. Lord Luo Xiu, how can I leave here alive? He smiled cruelly, opened his mouth and spit out a huge dragon's breath. But at this time, looking at the appearance of the two, a smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, and he spoke slowly. As soon as this sentence came out, Momosuke's body paused slightly, he raised his head to look at Luo Xiu, and said with fear in his eyes. That's right, according to the original rules, after the two of you kill other people, you can indeed leave, but Momonosuke, you got funding from me. Luo Xiu didn't answer him, but just looked at him playfully. The horrible flame directly ignited the whole body of Kazuki's baptism burnt, and then bit by bit burned Kazuki's Sukiyaki into coke. Then a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Could it be that you thought that the power boost I gave you was free? Asking for flowers, he said. Before Momosuke could react, the long knife in his hand had already pierced Momosuke's heart. 0. Kazuki Sukiyaki on the side sighed slightly at this moment. What are you talking about? Momonosuke, have you forgotten the mission I gave you? He stood up with some difficulty, and looked towards Luo Xiu. I'm waiting for this moment, I must live, so you must die. Momosuke froze, and looked at Hikari Sukiyaki in disbelief. 155 New game. Master Luo Xiu, I have won, I am the final winner. Momosuke gave a crazy smile, with a little misery in the smile. He is now seriously injured, with one arm completely torn off and a long knife stuck in his chest. But these wounds are slowly recovering under the effect of his terrifying devil fruit. For him, these wounds are just ordinary wounds. 103, Lord Luo Xiu, can you let me go now? Momosuke said with some anticipation, with a little excitement in his eyes. In this game, he killed his grandfather with his own hands, and also revealed his enthusiasm to those retainers who protected him and followed him. For him, the only one left here is himself. Among other things, with his current physical condition, it is impossible to snatch Wanukuni over in a short period of time. Momosuke understands this, Luo Xiu understands this, but everyone understands this. But that's not why Luo Xiu let Momosuke go. Luo Xiu stood up from his seat, put Kazuki Hiyori in his arms on the ground, and then looked at Momosuke. You want to live, don't you? A cold voice sounded, and Momonosuke nodded quickly as if counting. He wants to go, he wants to leave here, and at the same time, he only has this one thought. Maybe everything he is facing now is unbearable for him now, or maybe it is what he should have in his destiny. But anyway, he doesn't want to be here, he wants to leave, that's all. As for what will happen after leaving, Momosuke doesn't think about it, and doesn't think about it subconsciously. He just unconditionally believed in Luo Xiu, unconditionally believed that Luo Xiu would let him go, that's all. Looking down at Momosuke, Momosuke has cancelled the transformation of demonization at this time. He recovered his small body, and only looked forward to looking at Luo Xiu. Lord Luo Xiu, I can go, right, you promised me. When he said this, the anticipation in his eyes could not be dispelled. Still waiting for those big watery eyes, just like an innocent child. But Luo Xiu knew that the Momosuke at this time had undergone a complete metamorphosis from before, and perhaps the former himself would feel scared and fearful because of some things. But this is just what a child who was hurt in childhood should behave. But now he killed his grandfather, killed the only relatives he could trust, and he has become a demon, 10 demons who will do anything to complete the bid. Luo Xiu knew it, and Momosuke himself knew it. Therefore, his call for help this time, no matter how you look at it, is slightly different from the previous one. Under Luo Xiu's gaze, Momosuke's body couldn't help shaking, he was afraid, he was excited. You have won, according to game rule 3.2, you can leave, but I have a new game, do you want to participate? The cold words sounded, Momosuke raised his head in surprise and looked directly at Luo Xiu. He wanted to refuse, he subconsciously wanted to refuse, but at this moment, he suddenly thought of a question, his relatives had already been lost, so what else could he lose? 156 Participate, I must participate. I want to participate. Without even hearing what Luo Xiu said the prize was, Momosuke had already agreed to the condition. Seeing his appearance at this time, Luo Xiu showed a hint of excitement and a perverted smile. The new rules of the game are very simple, there is only one Kazuki family in this world is enough, so you and Kazuki Hiyori have to decide the outcome, life and death. When the last 4 words were uttered, Momosuke's body paused slightly, and he looked at Kazuki Hiyori in the distance with some dullness. For him, the only family he has left is Kazuki Hiyori. Although his 22-year-old grandfather Mitsumoto Sukiyaki had expelled Kazuki Hiyori from the Kazuki family. But no matter in blood, or in the real sense, only Kazuki is his sister. Am I going to kill my sister? Momosuke said a little dully. After hearing his words, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, a smile like a devil. That's right, my favorite thing to watch is cannibalism. As long as you win, I will give you what you want. The whole Wanukuni will be returned to your name. The moment this reward was spoken, Momosuke's body thumped again, which was his goal. Even if he escaped from here this time, he still has a similar goal, that's right, he wants to become a strong man. He wants to become Wanukuni's general again. This can also be said to be the task and mission he has had since birth. I promise. Momosuke agrees to the condition, he accepts the game because for him, he has become stronger now. With the power he possesses, even the top powerhouses can fight for him. Maybe he won't win, but he will definitely not lose the concubine. Luo Xiu smiled. He likes this challenge, he likes everything that happened here. Kazuki Hiyori smiled morbidly, his eyes showing excitement all the time. Very good, I will take the two of you to Ghost Island at this time tomorrow to have a showdown. Lord Luo Xiu, since you want to watch it, I will naturally grant all your wishes. Saying that, Kazuki Hiyori drew out the demon sword from his waist. Being watched by Luo Xiu, Kazuki Hiyori showed an excited expression on his face, followed by a little greed. Kaido is known as the strongest creature on the surface. In addition to his own powerful ghost talent, the green dragon fruit is also an indispensable help. Since coming to Wanukuni from 637, his excitement level has increased rapidly and has now reached its peak. Use this demon knife to cut off the last relatives in my body. From now on, I will be your most loyal slave, Master Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu said to Momosuke in the distance, then turned and left. A voice sounded from the side, it was the thoughtful Robin. Lord Luo Xiu, is there something wrong with doing this? Luo Xiu looked at Kazuki Hiyori in the distance. How about it, are you up to the challenge, Hiyori? And today you just stay in the dungeon for a day. Although Hiyori has practiced swordsmanship, he can't beat him. Dragon fruit, but his strongest mystery is also his strongest power. Beside him, followed by Robin and others, Kazuki Hiyori hugged his arm with a coquettish expression on his face. 157 Become stronger, energy injection. After hearing Robin's words, a slight smile appeared in Luo Xiu's eyes. Of course I knew that Hiyori couldn't beat Momosuke who had awakened devil fruit. But if that's the case, why let the two of them fight against each other? Could it be that you will do it when the time comes? Robin asked again, and Luo Xiu shook his head slowly at this time. No, since I've already agreed to the two of them, then naturally I won't change the rules when the time comes. Just when Robin was puzzled, Black Maria and others beside him also had surprised eyes. Luo Xiu's words sounded again. But before the game, we can give Raihei a boost. Strengthen, let her become stronger in Beijing time. But how to do it? Robin thought subconsciously, but at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, and then he looked at brother Luo strangely. Luo Xiu, do you mean to use that? Injection, pressure as injection. A voice sounded beside the two, and it was Black Maria. At this time, Black Maria's tall figure made her look a little excited. Like an excited giantess, it is obvious that she also wants energy injections. However, Luo Xiu's energy injection obviously wouldn't be given to her easily. Just understand, Hiyori, are you willing to pay the price for becoming stronger tomorrow? Luo Xiu looked at Kazuki Hiyori at the side again, and Guangming Hiyori smiled at this time. The crowd first ate some delicious food in the luxurious palace of Kurozumi Orochi. After everyone had had their fill, Luo Xiu walked towards his room. And beside him, Hikari Hiyori followed him all the time. The moment the two of them came to the room, Kazuki Hiyori's somewhat shy face became charming at this moment. Luo Xiu opened his arms, like a devil's hell, slowly seducing Kazuki Hiyori in front of him. At this time, the two looked at the swaying room in the distance, with envy in their eyes. But that was before meeting Luo Xiu. When he met Luo Xiu and was conquered by Luo Xiu's personal charm, he knew that his body would definitely give up. And Robin's gaze also looked at Black Maria, the two sides just looked at each other, a surging momentum erupted between the two. As for that time, she didn't know, but he hoped that the time would be as soon as possible. And Kazuki Hiyori showed a smile at this time, and then came to Luo Xiu's side. Come on, get strong, get what you never had. Some dim moonlight made the whole ground look like it had been casted with a layer of light. Outside the palace, two figures were standing here without speaking. He also has some good expectations, and even some envy and jealousy. Kazuki Hiyori never thought about when his body would be given to whom. Hearing his words, Robin on the side looked him up and down, then slowly shook his head. This night, the window candles swayed, and the light was reflected in the sky. Your figure is too tall, even if you really want to choose Master Luo Xiu, you will still choose me. They are Robin and Black Maria. I wish I was the one who received Master Luo Xiu's energy injection. The moment he heard these words, Black Mary stared at Luo Chen with her age-old eyes. Black Maria said with some excitement 3. And now it is. 158 The game starts and becomes stronger. Early the next morning, Luo Xiu stood up from the bed, feeling refreshed. He didn't look at Kazuki Hiyori who was already limp on the bed. He knew that under the action of the energy injection, Kazuki Hiyori would recover his physical strength in a very short time. Afterwards, the strength has been improved qualitatively. Although it will not make it directly become the top group of powerhouses in the world, Kazuki, who has just awakened in the battle, should have no problem with the power of Devil Fruit. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu looked at the distant sky again. At this time, above the sky, a white light is rising. The battle is finally about to begin. There was a smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, but when he went out, he saw two women lying on the grass. Robin and Black Maria, and at this time, Runti was taking care of both of them. Question, what's going on here? Luo Xiu asked casually. After listening to his words, Runti showed a shy expression and said, Lord Luo Xiu, they eavesdropped on what you were doing last night, and even started arguing, and the battle has continued until now. I can't let the two of them just lie here, so I have to take care of them. Hearing this sentence, Luo Xiu frowned slightly and then looked around. Only then did he realize that the surrounding environment was a bit potholed and there were obvious consequences of Devil Fruit's ability. So, is this the sound you heard last night? Luo Xiu said with a smile, then didn't say much, put his arms around the waist of the questioner, hugged him and said, "Go and prepare. Today's game is not only for us to watch, everyone who has verified must see it." The moment she heard this sentence, Runty's body paused slightly, and then she looked at Luo Xiu excitedly. "Lord Luo Xiu, I will do it." The topic was talking excitedly, and then ran out of the room to carry out this matter outside. And Luo Xiu just smiled at this and didn't say much. The time soon came to noon, and at this time there were 10 large squares in the center of Wano Cab country. In the center of the square is a ring, and on the ring, 2 figures are standing there. On the left is Momosuke, who has changed his clothes. The wound on his body has already healed, and even the broken left arm has been connected under his own efforts. At this moment, he looked at Kazuki Hiyori on the opposite side with excitement. "Sister, you can admit defeat in this battle. If you admit defeat, I will intercede with Master Luo Xiu, and I will not kill you." When Quan met Momonosuke, he spoke as if he would definitely win. And hearing his words, Kazuki Hiyori on the opposite side laughed at this moment. "My good brother, what are you thinking? Why do you think you can beat me? Now I have the support of Master Luo Xiu." As he said that, he pulled out the scabbard and grabbed the handle demon. There is a weird look on the purple demon knife, and ordinary people will feel psychedelic at a glance. Everyone will feel that this demon knife brings an ominous sign. Her strength has really improved. Runty looked at Kazuki Hiyori with excitement in his eyes at this time. She also wanted to do this, and she also wanted Luo Xiu to inject her with energy liquid. 159 Momosuke's self-confidence. The wind blew up at this moment, and the people who were forced to come here to watch did not say anything. They are not stupid. No matter how you look at this battle, something is wrong. Before, Luo Xiu had already told them their identities. The common people never imagined that the 2 people fighting on the battlefield were actually brothers and sisters. Although the elder brother looks a little stunted, he seems to be just a child. But the aura on them could not be concealed at all. That is the aura that only the strong can have. Really, are their brothers and sisters going to kill each other here? But why, aren't they all descendants of the Kazuki family? Now that the 4 emperors Kaido has been kicked out, does it mean that our next general will choose one of them? The people whispered to each other at this moment, not understanding why such a thing happened. But Luo Xiu didn't say much about it. Under his signal, everyone who knew about it didn't speak. But Momosuke on the ring heard the words of the audience below at this moment, and then spoke. "I know you don't understand why. Let me tell you, the winner of the 2 of us will be the new general of Wanukuni. In other words, you will be my subjects, my people, and I will protect you and bless you," he said excitedly, as if he had already won. And Kazuki Hiyori, who was standing opposite him, also spoke slowly at this time. "Brother, stop talking nonsense. Let me see the truth. I will cut off your body bit by bit, and let you experience the pain I have endured over the years. I believe you will like this feeling." Kazuki Hiyori smiled sickly at this moment, looking at Momosuke with blurred eyes. But it is not an emotional concern, but the idea of wanting to chop each other into pieces. After seeing this scene, Momosuke showed a little panic in his eyes. "What's going on here? He's just a woman, and she's still my sister. No matter what, she can't beat me. Why do I have such an idea? Ask for flowers," Momosuke thought in his heart, and then let the fear in his heart come out of his head. Then he stared fiercely at Kazuki Hiyori. Without any hesitation, with a flash of red light, Momosuke's body transformed into a half-dragon form. At this time, he has reached a terrifying 3-meter height, and the dragon scales, dragon tail, dragon fish, dragon mouth and dragon claws on his body are shining with black light. 0. This is armed color, Haki. At this time yesterday, Momosuke didn't know how to arm Haki yet. Obviously, during this day, he didn't spend the time in decadence but started to practice. The reason why Momosuke looked so tired, so weak, and so incompetent at the beginning was because he witnessed his father kneeling on the street for 2 years when he was a child. His grandfather didn't care about worldly affairs, and lived in seclusion in fear all the time, outside. A lot is there in front of the power. He saw the final end of learning sword skills, and couldn't beat Kaido. So from the bottom of his heart he doesn't want to learn knife skills, because he feels that he can't succeed like that. 160 Greed and Sickness, the rise of sickness. But now it's different. Now Momosuke got the dragon fruit, which is a superfruit of the same level as Kaido's devil fruit. It can even be said to be one of the top devil fruits in the world. In this case, he can already foresee how high his future achievements will be. So he becomes less scared, he becomes hysterical, he becomes harder. Today's 770 will be his first battle after training, and it will also be his final battle to become General Wanukuni. But after becoming General Wanukuni, he will forgive Luo Xiu. After all, Luo Xiu gave him everything. Momosuke thought so in his heart. The fear of everything in my heart gradually dissipated. Now I just want to kill my sister in front of me, and then take back everything that belongs to me. The black wind dissipated, and the black light dissipated instantly. The next moment, Kazuki Hiyori appeared in front of Momosuke holding a demon sword. Push! The long knife in his hand pierced Hikari Takanosuke's stomach without any hindrance. If it wasn't for the fact that he was 3 meters tall, otherwise, the knife would have pierced his heart. How come? Why is your speed so fast? Momosuke said with a panicked expression. He has absolutely no idea why this happened. And after hearing his words, Kazuki Hiyori raised her extremely beautiful face and looked at him at this moment. Brother, it's not good to lose your mind during the battle with me, you might die. The moment after saying this, Kazuki Hiyori waved the demon sword in his hand again. With a pop, the demon knife mercilessly pierced Mochizuki Momonosuke's stomach again. Feeling the pain in his stomach, Momosuke only reacted at this time. He waved his dragon claws, trying to knock Kazuki Hiyori out. At this time, Kazuki Hiyori turned his body slightly, avoiding his attack coincidentally, and then raised the drawn waist knife again. The same screen as yesterday showed that Momosuke's left hand was severed. He spent 3 hours yesterday, and the left hand that he had finally connected, broke again at this moment. Ah! Momosuke let out an angry, pained growl. Afterwards, the mouth puffed up quickly, opened the mouth wide, and the breath of the Japanese dragon burst out instantly. The terrifying flames rushed towards Kazuki Hiyori with endless power, trying to burn Kazuki Hiyori directly to ashes. Facing such a situation, Kazuki Hiyori's body burned with a black light at this moment. Armament hockey, and also an advanced armed color. The flame was burning on Kazuki Hiyori's body, but he just felt the heat, and kept waving the demon sword in his hand against the heat wave. Every time he swung down Momosuke's body, there would always be a line of flesh cut off. After more than a dozen cuts, Momosuke's chest was 2.1 covered with wounds. He was panting heavily, looking at Kazuki Hiyori with a panicked expression. Why is your armament hockey able to resist my dragon's breath? Why did your strength increase so quickly? Hearing this, Kazuki Hiyori just smiled, and then looked down at him. This is the benefit of following Master Luo Xiu. Oh, 161, this is a game, the rules cannot be changed. There was calmness in Luo Xiu's eyes. He had already expected the scene at this time. For him, the current scene is exactly the same as before, or it is completely different. That's right, Momosuke has been strengthened by him, and his own strength has become very strong. Even the top masters can rely on their own recovery ability and defense ability to resist. But in this world, dragons have a weakness, or this is a weakness that is not considered a weakness, and that is to kill the dragon. Any swordsman holding a long sword has a certain ability to suppress dragons. Of course, the premise of this 22 is that the strength of the two sides is about the same. Otherwise, Kaido would have been chopped into a mess by Hiziguo's warriors long ago. And now, the demon sword in Kazuki Hiyori's hand had obviously been triggered, shining with a strange light. At 10 o'clock and 10 o'clock, the light was cut off with Momonosuke's body. A moment later, Momosuke was left with only a body at this time. All limbs were chopped into pieces by Kazuki Hiyori. This time, if he wants to recover again, it will take at least several months. But the problem is, he doesn't have the time anymore. Sister, I am your brother, you can't just kill me like this. I am the sole heir of the Kazuki family, and I will become General Hiziguo in the future. I want to lead my people to prosperity and strength. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Momonosuke let out a beautiful wailing sound. If he was so arrogant before, then how miserable he is now. He never thought that he had been strengthened to such a point that he could be chopped into a stick by Kazuki Hiyori in front of him in a short time. Brother, why didn't you say that you were my height? Didn't you just want to kill me as quickly as possible? Isn't it normal for me to kill you now? Brother, enjoy this pain, this will be the last feeling you will feel in this world. The moment he said these words, the long knife in Kazuki Hiyori's hand swung high, reflecting the sunlight in the sky with a bewitching purple light. The next moment, the long knife fell and directly pierced Momosuke's heart. Momosuke wailed in pain, and he stared unwillingly at Kazuki Hiyori's small eyes, full of sorrow and resentment at this time. If there are ghosts in this world, Momosuke will undoubtedly turn into a ghost and come to kill him. But in this world, ghosts are just strange creatures. They may have special powers against ordinary people and have certain advantages. But against those powerful strongmen, the final result is only to hate the Northwest. Luo Xiu is 927 people, save me, I will always surrender to you, please save me. In the end, Momonosuke Wangba turned the target of seeking help to Luo Xiu in the distance, knowing that everything here happened because of Luo Xiu's preferences. Then, as long as Luo Xiu utters a word, Kazuki Hiyori will definitely stop, and he will survive successfully. However, looking at Momosuke's appearance at this time, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. In addition, you can also see something interesting. This is a game, do you want me, the referee, to change the rules of the game? 162, the new general. Luo Xiu's words represent everything. He doesn't want to change all of this, he doesn't want the situation in front of him to change. And the fact is the same, Luo Xiu just wants to watch Momosuke die here. It's just that you have to bring him enough happiness before the other party dies, and now this happiness is enough. Smiling haha, Luo Xiu stretched out his arms to embrace Runti, stroking the beauty on her body. Did not say any more words. At this time, the audience below all opened their mouths wide, watching this scene in disbelief. There was a reversal between them, and my sister was killed. The power that boy used just now should be the power of devil fruit. Why do I look like a dragon? Yes, it seems that he has the same ability as 4 Emperors Kaido. Could it be that he is a member of 4 Emperors Kaido? Kill him, we don't need the people of the 4 Emperors Kaido to rule us again. We want a goddess, a female general. A large number of people who did not know the truth made a lot of shouts. Their voices swept forward overwhelmingly. At this moment, Momonosuke on the ring quickly dissipated the light in their eyes. At the beginning, he thought that this group of guys had no problems, but now it seems that things are completely different. The group of stupid people below did not believe him, thinking that he was a subordinate of the Four Emperors Kaido. And just because his devil fruit power is somewhat similar to Four Emperors Kaido. But is it really good? A voice suddenly sounded. It was Luo Xiu. But he himself didn't feel much, because he had experienced such a situation a long time ago, or he had expected it a long time ago. A lot of blood was splashed on the body, and Kazuki Hiyori's beautiful little face was also painted with blood. I saw Luo Xiu looked at the crowd in front of him, said with a smile in his eyes. It made him look more graceful at this time, and more morbidly beautiful. This is of course not good, but the common people will not say anything here. Following public opinion, Guang he slashed violently with a long knife in his hand. From now on, Kazuki Hiyori, the only descendant of the Kazuki family, will be your new general, and I will be your umbrella. From now on, you will not be destroyed by anyone. But for him, there is no problem in claiming this piece of land, because the land here seems to be relatively prosperous. The Bailey that can be provided to him every year is also quite a lot, tens of billions. Everything that happened in front of him was basically the same as what he had imagined. As Luo Xiu said, the smile in his eyes gradually grew stronger. To be honest, he didn't want such a big piece of land like Wanukuni much. A head filled with panic and resentment just flew into the air and then fell to the ground. Otherwise, this place will not become the base camp of Kaido, but you must know that he is a strong person at the Four Emperors level. It was like an execution platform. The previous general was beheaded, and the next general was raised again. Becoming his base camp is enough to prove how beautiful the situation here is and how powerful it is. People of Wanukuni, your new general has appeared. Scarlet blood spurted out, dyeing the entire ground extremely red. 163, Sky Island, a new journey. The farce ended like this. Kazuki Hiyori didn't even look at Momosuke's body, sheathed the demon sword directly, and then came to Luo Xiu's side. Seeing Kazuki Hiyori's appearance at this time, Luo Xiu reached out and touched her head, and said with a smile. Raihei, you did a good job, and I will reward you with another energy liquid tonight. Hearing the 3 words of energy liquid, Kazuki Hiyori's pretty face instantly turned red, and then he nodded silently, with a smile in his eyes. And more is a burst of joy and excitement. If it was before, he was willing to become Luo Xiu's confinement entirely because of the effect brought by Luo Xiu's personal charm and strength. 113. Then after yesterday's energy liquid injection, he had a new idea. Not everyone can feel the pleasure of rapidly improving strength, nor can everyone bear it. Apparently, Kazuki Hiyori has sunk, like the sidelines. Runti had an unhappy expression on her pretty face. She hadn't been injected with energy liquid by Luo Xiu for several days. This was quite an unbearable scene for him. But he has no way to change the current situation, so he can only do this. Because whoever Luo Xiu wants to inject the energy liquid with, can get the energy liquid, and if Luo Xiu doesn't want to inject, it is impossible for them to get the energy liquid. But Luo Xiu's pursuit is not limited to these. Becoming a local emperor is just the most basic requirement, and he doesn't want to waste his future life here. It is the so-called Sky Island, the Sky Island with Enel, the god of Sky Island. In the following time, Luo Xiu asked his subordinates to search through the entire Wanukuni, looking for things that brought them benefits. Time passed slowly, 1 minute and 1 second until 3 days later. So he embarked on the journey again, and this time the journey is the island of the sky. That's right, after Kaido was beaten away by Luo Xiu, when he fled, he also took some family property with him. If he originally wanted to find the natives of this world to take him up there, he thought about it and abandoned the idea. That's right, they have already left Wanukuni, although Luo Xiu can also use Wanukuni as his base camp, and then become a local emperor there just like Kaido. So it would be best for him to flee quickly with his men and take the treasure with him. But the problem is that Kaido's current capital is too strong. He has 4 emperors. A 4 emperors snatched a small merchant ship. No matter how you look at it, it is a bit embarrassing. Luo Xiu naturally knows where Sky Island is. To be honest, with the memory in his mind, he can even find the way to go to school in Sky Island by himself, and then go directly to the Sky Island center. Luo Xiu brought his whole boat to the sea. But he is a pirate, and he can snatch merchant ships at any moment in order to obtain sufficient benefits. For such a situation, showing his chest didn't say much, and he didn't care at all. And these are just the financial reports left after Kaido took apart. Then they found a whole ship full of treasures, roughly at least tens of billions of berries. Otherwise, he would hang Kaido up and beat him again, so that he can experience the pain of this world more. Now he has defeated Kaido, which means that from now on, pirates will have to detour when they see him. 164 Marine's Exploration. As for going up the passage, he will be discovered by Enel, a super guy with a hard network, which is not a problem for Luo Xiu. Enel is just a B********** D who was defeated by Luffy in the early stage. If the other party dares to resist, Luo Xiu will let the other party witness what true strength is. It will also let the other party witness what things in this world are unacceptable to the other party, and what are the cruelest things. Look what that is, the sea water is flowing backwards. Nami's left hand points to a strange sight in the distance. Just like what he said, the sea water flowed directly towards the sky there.
It looked unusually surprised, like a miracle. When the women around saw this scene, there was only a little curiosity and excitement in their eyes. They have heard the name of Sky Island to some extent, but they did not go to Sky Island because of their respective responsibilities. After all, for them, Sky Island doesn't seem to be a very beautiful thing. There is also a top powerhouse Enel on it. Well, we can go and see it now, and maybe we can see some beautiful things on it. Luo Xiu said with a smile, then sat down on the ground, and the whole person quickly flew into the air. Then it went directly under the bottom of the boat, supported the boat with both hands, and flew towards the sky. That's right, that's how Luo Xiu wants to get to Sky Island. By mobilizing the power in the body, let yourself fly in midair, and at the same time use this power to lift the entire pirate ship and fly directly to the sky. If it was Luo Xiu at the beginning, he would naturally not be able to do this, but up to now, he can do similar things at will. Buddha Sengoku and Garp and others are in a meeting. Seeking flowers. In fact, Luo Xiu has an easier method, that is to let the ship stay here, leave a few people to take care of the ship, and he will fly directly to Sky Island with the rest of the people. But there's one thing he can't let go of, and that's his old friend Sengoku. For Luo Xiu, everything in this world is just a pocket in his eyes, so if you can move forward with a high profile, why should you keep a low profile? In Marine Basie's office, at this moment, Sengoku gritted his teeth and watched the scene on the screen. In other words, he will retire soon, and after he retires, no matter what happens in this world, he can ignore it. Luo Xiu, I didn't expect him to grow up to this point, and now Wanukuni has been liberated by him. But Wanukuni is still not under the rule of the world government. And at this time, when Luo Xiu took the girls and flew towards the sky, Garp said in a humming voice, with a slight smile in his eyes. For him, any problems in this world now would not be too strange to him. I thought he was just a powerful pirate, but I didn't expect that he even beat the 4 emperors Kaido away. But after thinking about it for a while, Luo Xiu gave up this plan because he didn't want to keep a low profile. 0. Anyway, he is already a strong man of the older generation in this world. That's right, Wanukuni belongs to an independent country now, and I heard that they don't even have a general at 0. They looked at some deeds about Luo Xiu displayed on the big screen, and their eyes gradually became a little gloomy. 165. Send troops to attack Luo Xiu. If there is no general there, can we send a strong man there to recover the entire Haji country? Kizaru spoke softly at the side, and this was one of the few active speeches he made. I think it's okay. After all, Wanukuni is not a small country, and the profits it can generate are quite good. If we can recover his ego, then our side will become even better. Even our 590 can no longer ask for military expenses like the world government. Crane Vice Admiral on the side also spoke slowly at this time. As Wanukuni's the resourceful general, Suru Vice Admiral's claims all hit the nail on the head. What he said just now is actually a bit outrageous, because it means that their marine is supported by the world government. The hostage is naturally their funds. Yes, Marine can recruit a lot of funds every year, but these funds must be dedicated to Celestial Dragons as heavenly gold. Fortunately, Celestial Dragons sent them as military expenses, although this one seems a bit boring. It seems too much, this step is very cumbersome, but in fact it is very necessary. Because no matter at any time, Marine is a subordinate department of the world government and a running dog of the world government. They had to make such a scene in order to keep this lackey loyal enough. Although all Marine executives have doubts about this so-called loyalty. Just like Akainu, at this time his eyes flashed with anger. As a strong man who resolutely upholds justice, Akainu shouted angrily. This Luo Xiu, we must kill him and defeat him directly in a short period of time. We can't just watch him continue to survive. If he continues to fight, maybe he can fight all the 4 emperors in this world. Who is their target in the end? It is us. I propose to recruit troops to attack Luo Xiu. Hearing Akainu's words, although everyone was a little surprised, they didn't say much. After all, this is Akainu's usual style. On weekdays, as long as he meets some powerful men, Akainu will always launch a surprise attack, willing to kill them directly. In his opinion, pirates are all a bunch of scumbags, a group of scumbags that endanger the justice of the world. We must kill all these children, and then we can find the strongest justice about ourselves. Sengoku didn't immediately agree with Akainu's statement, but saw the people around him and said, "What do you think?" Hearing his words, all the powerful people present looked at each other, and then fell silent at this moment. They knew that Sengoku didn't directly agree with Akainu's statement, and they obviously didn't want to use troops. But they also know one thing in their hearts, that is, if they don't fight, they can only let Luo Xiu develop, and no one knows what the final result will be. So they were all silent, they didn't dare to speak, and they didn't want to speak. Looking at the appearance of everyone at this time, Sengoku finally sighed slightly, and said 1.1 slowly. I see, Akainu will let you lead the team to capture Luo Xiu. Obey. Akainu nodded slightly, and then looked at the last scene where Luo Xiu appeared. There is a high probability that this guy ran to Sky Island. I don't know what he is going to do there, but I will make the passage his grave, so that he will never come down. 166. God's Punishment, the so-called God. At this time, Luo Xiu has brought everyone to Sky Island. Just arrived here, they felt the oppression here, although it looks incomparably prosperous, it is incomparably surprising and beautiful. Walk in Sky Island as if they were born to live here as swans. This is Sky Island, it is really as beautiful as imagined. Nami looked here with fascination, and then stared at every plant and tree here. Everything here should be quite valuable, can we also sell it for a good price? Looking at Nami's appearance at this time, Luo Xiu slowly shook his head and smiled 25, without saying much. At this time, Robin's eyes paused slightly, and he subconsciously spoke. I felt like something was watching us, as if it had been watching us since we first came in. Yes, I feel the same way. Black Maria on the side also nodded slightly. His huge size made him look like a little giant, very conspicuous. Could it be the god of Sky Island here? Runty spoke softly, as if he knew something special. What's the meaning? Then he asked curiously. I remember a legend that there is a god of Sky Island on Sky Island, and his observation haki can even cover the entire Sky Island. Here, anyone who dares to speak ill of him will be punished by heaven. Quote, God's punishment, could it be that one? Robin pointed to a purple streak of lightning in the distant sky. The next moment, I saw the thunder and lightning fiercely and violently chopping down on the ground, directly hitting a human being in the distance, turning him into flying ash. Coming, Luo Xiu said softly, and sure enough, the thunder and lightning surged towards them again, condensing in the sky. It seems that as long as they dare to say a word, they will be directly approved, and they will be punished by God. Really, is there really a God? So a little surprised, I never thought that there are gods in this world. But Luo Xiu just smiled at this, there may be something in this world, but now he is stronger than a god. If there is a god in this world, I don't think he would mind putting down the throne of the God King, and let me do it. If he minds, then I will go up and tear him down myself. Luo Xiu smiled and said, looking at the thunder and lightning in the sky. And when he finished saying this, Enel obviously also reacted, the thunder and lightning paused slightly, and then condensed a huge thunder and lightning light, directly chopping down on the ground. And the target is Luo Xiu et al. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Na 917 Mei and the others shrank slightly. But Luo Xiu just raised his left hand and pointed to the sky. Afterwards, a terrifying golden light emerged from his hand, blasting directly towards the sky. The lightning and the light beam collided together at this moment, and disappeared without a trace at the next moment. As if it never appeared. Guy who hides and hides, if you dare not come out, then I will go to your palace and kill you. Luo Xiu said softly, and walked towards a big tree standing in the distance with Zhang Envy. It was a big tree whose top could not be seen, and it was obviously quite tall. Naturally, it was also Enel's palace. 167 Fear is here. As if feeling Luo Xiu's gaze, he stared there. At this moment over there, a huge lightning beam is slowly rising. In the end, it shot towards Luo Xiu with a mighty force. Facing this huge force, Luo Xiu didn't move at all. Black Maria, who was standing beside him, rushed forward in an instant. I saw Black Maria waved her hands, and the terrifying light dissipated the lightning directly. It seems that the owner of this Sky Island doesn't welcome us very much. Luo Xiu said with a sneer, only to see black light flickering at this moment. They are not good people, they are just bad people. If they were good people, Luo Xiu would naturally leave in the face of the unwelcome situation of the owner of Sky Island. But as a bad guy, all he has to do is destroy the other party's self-confidence, rob the other party's property, and make the other party disappear in this world. At least in Luo Xiu's view, this is what he has to do. Let's go, let them take a look, what we can bring them. Luo Xiu said with a smile, stepped on the ground with his left foot, and quickly flew towards the huge tree. The girls who followed him also looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes showed a little fascination. They also followed Luo Xiu's pace slowly, moving towards the huge palace. At this time, inside the palace, Enel of Sky Island is looking at everything here through the hard net. His eyes were full of vigilance, he naturally knew Luo Xiu, after all, he was like this. Hearing a bang, the gate was shattered into pieces at this moment, and then Luo Xiu's figure appeared in front of him. It was precisely because of this that he was able to live such a healthy life without any crisis. No rules, no scruples, what wicked people do. But now, the situation has changed, and everything about him has made him a little different. What made him feel the crisis the most was naturally the inherent impression Luo Xiu gave him. Enel was thinking about whether to leave here or stick to it here. After all, this was the country he laid down with his own hands, and he couldn't just give it away like this. Enel thought, but couldn't think of anything. However, just as he was thinking, he felt a breath approaching in his heart. Fear nothing, be fearless because of everything. Instead of conquering the world, because he himself knows this, if he really goes out, not to mention being beaten to death, it will be the same. He is in the small place of Sky Island, and has no contact with other situations, even if he knows some information, but that's all. Enel, you seem to have done something to me just now, are you ready to face your punishment? The moment he heard this sentence, Enel's pupils shrank slightly. Although he had never fought against Luo Xiu, he had heard of Luo Xiu's reputation. Now that Luo Xiu looked at him like this, he felt a wave of fear. In the next moment, the gate of the palace was directly blasted to pieces at this node's moment. He is very clear about what the other party is like at this time. Although he calls himself the Lord of Sky Island and a god, he is not stupid himself. Luo Xiu actually came to my side, what exactly does he want to do? There are quite a few people in this world who are stronger than him, and it can even be said that there are many, and it is precisely because of these people that he came to Sky Island.
168 Crushing, don't want to die. I am a god, the god here, who are you? Get out of here quickly, or I will punish you. Enel shouted sharply, with an angry look in his eyes, but if you look carefully, you will find that there is a bit of sternness in his eyes. And Luo Xiu was naturally aware of this, and he said with a sneer. God, when did you call yourself a god? Don't you really know who I am? Otherwise, why were you attacking me just now? So you're scared, right? Now surrender to my feet, maybe I can consider letting your life go. Hearing these extremely angry words, Enel became angry 730 times, and he was really angry at this moment. In any case, he felt that he was a real god, and now that the god was being provoked, the god would naturally maintain his dignity. Keeping this thought, Enel's pupils shrank suddenly, and then a lot of power condensed from his body. Thunder flashes, accompanied by his roar, a huge thunder and lightning light fell directly in the sky, and a rumbling sound sounded, and Luo Xiu was directly surrounded by this huge lightning and lightning. Afterwards, a lot of dust burned up on his body, but when Enel was excited to see Luo Xiu's body, Luo Xiu laughed at this moment. Haha, what kind of strong do you really think you are? It turns out that's all there is to it. With a sneer, Luo Xiu spoke again with a smile in his eyes. Surrender to me or die to give you two choices. After the words fell, Enel was just thinking about what to say when Luo Xiu appeared directly in front of him, and then kicked on his stomach. Hearing a bang, Enel flew upside down, then slammed into the wall, spitting out blood. As the owner of the lightning fruit, he can naturally elementalize, but he finds that his elementalization is not worth mentioning in front of Luo Xiu. Every move of the opponent can bring a strong sense of power. With the CFEF kick just now, he felt that if it had been kicked on his own head, maybe now he had already started to separate. How? Why are you so powerful? Enel spoke angrily, but upon hearing his words, Luo Xiu sneered. What do you think you are? With a power in your hands, you can do whatever you want. Now I will let you see what it is to really do whatever you want. Having said that, Luo Xiu stretched out his palm, and then slapped Enel on the face. Enel dared to show great pain, and then his body trembled rapidly. He wanted to evacuate quickly at this moment, but Luo Xiu grabbed his head with one hand at this moment, and then pressed it directly to the ground. Hearing a bang, Enel screamed in pain, but he didn't have any ability to escape. He is now being beaten 10 times by Luo Xiu like 10 sandbags. There was a bang bang sound, and Enel's face was covered with a lot of blood in a short time. He didn't know what to do. At this moment, he seemed to be an abandoned child. As if everything in front of him could determine his life, he seemed to be dying. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. At the last moment of his life, Enel screamed loudly. He wanted to escape, he didn't want to die here. 169 It's not that simple to live. Hee, if you want me to spare you, then take out all your treasures, maybe I can still let you go. Luo Xiu spoke softly, then kicked Enel again, and with a bang, Enel flew backwards again and hit the ground hard. At this time, Nami and the others had already walked over from the outside. When they saw the somewhat broken bow and arrows and Enel being beaten by Luo Xiu, they instantly understood what had happened. It turns out that the guy who used lightning to attack us just now is this guy. I thought he was so strong, but he was just a weak person. That's right, the guy who was thought to be very powerful now seems to be just a little Kalami. Runty and Black Maria spoke a little speechlessly, talking, obviously, they were a little speechless. Because they never imagined that this so-called Lord of Sky Island would be so weak and terrifying. After all, the other party is kneeling in front of Luo Xiu and begging for mercy. This kind of situation has never happened to other strong men. Even if it was Kaido or Luo Xiu who defeated all the strong along the way, as long as there was a so-called strong, they would not admit defeat, but would rather die than surrender. Enel in front of him is obviously not such a person. He cherishes his own life very much, and cherishes it to the point where it has begun to be terrifying. Yes, from now on, you can watch the door here like a dog. Luo Xiu spoke softly, then looked around the entire hall, and then he spoke softly. What is the most precious thing you have here? Come up. Hearing this, Enel didn't hesitate at all, and directly began to move out a large amount of treasures, as well as coins, and put them in front of Luo Xiu. Soon, a large amount of treasure gathered in front of Luo Xiu, and these treasures add up to at least tens of billions of belly. Of course, this is all my property, please let me go, I will be obedient. Looking at the other person's appearance at this time, Luo Xiu shook his head slowly. At this moment, he felt that the Enel in front of him was a little hateful, a little disgusting, and a little disgusting. What you have is the Thunderbolt fruit, which is so powerful that you have used it to such an extent. It seems that you are just a weak person. Ask for flowers. Since this is the case, then you are not worthy of having the lightning fruit. Saying so, Luo Xiu stretched out his hand to hold Enel's head, and squeezed it violently. There was only a click, and Enel's head was instantly shattered at this moment. Enel let out a terrified scream, but at this moment, the breath of life quickly disappeared. 0. But I never thought that after I took out all the treasures, the final result would be different. He died in front of Luo Xiu, under such an easy attack. He really didn't have the dignity of a strong man. And this is a very normal thing, because after Enel became famous, he didn't find more strong people to fight. He stayed alone on Sky Island and became the master of Sky Island. From then on, he pretended to be a god, and facing ordinary enemies, he only needed one move of thunder and lightning. But in the face of those enemies whose strength has been strong since ancient times, he has nothing to do. For example, facing Luo Xiu now, the only thing he can do is kneel down and beg for mercy, but it is obvious that he did not live to die. 170 Marine Strikes, Ultimate Excitement. Starting today, this is ours. Luo Xiu spoke softly, with calmness in his eyes. I thought there was going to be a strong fight with Enel, but that doesn't seem to be the case now. This is an unacceptable situation for Luo Xiu. Now he felt a little speechless, he didn't even have any interest, sitting on the throne that belonged to Enel, he didn't say anything. 783. The girls saw this scene, looked at each other, and then came to her side, guarding her. As for the previous original owners on this island, that is, the original owners before being robbed by Enel, Luo Xiu had no intention of meeting them at all. Because one of the most precious treasures here has been taken away by him, that is, those Baileys. The second is naturally Enel's lightning fruit. Perhaps in the past, Luo Xiu had no way to condense the power of the thunder and lightning fruit. But now he can completely extract the power of devil fruit when the opponent dies, and then attach it to the new fruit. This way he can make all kinds of devil fruit artificially. Of course, the premise of every devil fruit is that a person's name has been sublimated. For such a thing, Luo Xiu is naturally willing. So he didn't say much, but looked ahead in the distance. Perhaps destroying this place is also a good choice. Luo Xiu suddenly spoke slowly at this time, and then there was an evil smile in his eyes. He was about to do something, but at this moment he shook his head slowly, rejecting the idea, because he understood that he was not really a monster born to kill. He was only born for his own survival, for the strong in this world. He can inspire many strong people, and can inspire most of the enemies here, but in the face of some weak people, he has no way to kill them. Maybe when the other party provokes him, he can erase the other party from the space at will. But if Luo Xiu took the initiative to provoke these weaklings, Luo Xiu would just sneer. He won't do it, and he never will. Okay, let's leave here, this place is not as mysterious as imagined. Luo Xiu shrugged his shoulders, said softly, and then left the palace with all the girls. They just came to the boat and wanted to go down, but at this moment they saw countless boats coming upstream from the sea. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiu frowned slightly, and then a smile appeared in his eyes. Because he saw the pennants on these ships, that was the flag of Marine. It's Marine, they're coming after us. At this moment, Black Maria spoke with some vigilance. Although he is powerful, he has always been by Kaido's side. It seemed that he didn't need to be afraid of the Marine, but he saw a familiar figure in the Marine, a figure that he had never seen before, but made him feel afraid. Akainu. That's right, the man standing in the center of the Marine 0.3 warship is one of the three admirals called Akainu. It is also the three admirals who hate Marine the most, representing the highest combat power in Marine. I didn't expect Akainu to come here. If this is the case, then the fun has begun. Luo Xiu smiled and said that the madness in his eyes sublimated to ultimate at this moment. 171 Hands-on, Merciless. Dark Power, Shatter. Luo Xiu stretched out his finger and pointed to the sky. At this moment, the originally clear sky condensed a lot of darkness. The electron beam condenses at this moment, and finally, transforms into black light waves one after another. Under the admiring eyes of the girls, these dark light waves blasted towards the ground. Just hearing the rumbling sound, all the warships were hit by the black light waves at this moment. The soldiers on the warship roared loudly, but they had no choice but to watch their warship explode. 25 inches great eruption. Akainu stood on a warship, saw this scene, and roared loudly. The next moment, his fists turned into huge lava, and blasted forward violently. He only heard the rumbling sound, and his fist directly shocked two black beams in the distance. Then a huge roar erupted directly. The moment the roar fell, everything was quiet. Luo Xiu, I am here to arrest you on behalf of Marine, let's capture you with nothing. If you are arrested now, we will not kill you, but will lock you into the nearest city. When your sentence is over, you will have a brand new life. The sound of waking up was not small, even quite loud, which also meant that everyone present could hear his words. The moment I heard his words, everyone present felt that they had heard it wrong. That's right, you vicious pirate, we know that Yinjia will kill you. But that's all, and the reason why Akainu is willing to surrender him at this time is not to kill him directly. Luo Xiu was able to defeat the four emperors, and it was a crushing victory, which meant that Luo Xiu's own strength had already surpassed the four emperors. Although Akainu is extremely brave and decisive, he is not stupid. You guy, Akainu Admiral is the highest combat power and the highest position in Marine, how could I become your subordinate? Taking a deep breath, there was a little smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, obviously, now he has figured out everything about 730. Everyone never expected that even if Luo Xiu made a counter-surrender at this time, he actually wanted Akainu to give up Marine's bright future and directly become his subordinate. This is better for everything, no problems. Although Marine Admiral is the highest combat power in Marine, it is actually at the same level as four emperors. Ha ha ha, are you Akainu? I didn't expect Akainu to have such a beautiful scene. I thought you were just a guy who didn't know what to say. Now it seems that's not the case. In other words, if he plays, there is a high probability that he will not be able to beat Luo Xiu, and there is also a high probability that he will be directly defeated by Luo Xiu. Although Marine is still the lackey of the five brothers, but is gradually peeling off. You know, Shigo can even annoy five elders when he becomes the Marine Marshal. Instead of doing this, it is better to say something directly and let Luo Xiu surrender voluntarily. It's simple, because Luo Xiu has a record of defeating 4 emperors before. I admire you very much, why don't you come and be my subordinate? Or the Marine Admiral Akainu, known for his iron blood. For such a situation, Luo Xiu is naturally happy to hear and see, and he also knows that Akainu is a person he admires. 172 Luo Xiu, I want you to die. Another little fanboy of Akainu, the little fangirl, let out a loud cry of anger at this moment. They don't want Akainu to be someone else's little brother, so what are they? It was different from other strong men beforehand. The situation Akainu faced at this time was his own. All of his subordinates basically agree with his philosophy very much, or these people can become his teammates because they agree with his philosophy. And if Akainu gave up his ideas at this moment and became a marine subordinate, then the final result would be obvious. He will become the target of public criticism, and these marines will not even attack Luo Xiu, but will be the first to plan to kill him. Luo Xiu knew this, and Akainu also knew this, so they didn't say much. The next moment, Akainu burst out laughing. Haha, I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be just a stupid guy. In this world, the world government rules everything, and the marine upholds justice. This is the foundation of everything. If these are overthrown, the world will be in dire straits. In order to maintain justice in this world, I must keep everything here, so I will not let you succeed in what you have done. Luo Xiu, let's fight, beat you, and return impel down to me obediently. After hearing these words, Luo Xiu also shrugged slowly, without saying anything. He does have some thoughts about Akainu, but if Akainu doesn't get in, then don't blame him for being cruel. Great eruption. Akainu roared loudly, his hands turned into huge fists, and he punched Luo Xiu. At this time, Luo Xiu smiled slightly, and his figure directly turned into a ghost, and came in front of Akainu. In exactly the same fighting style just now, Luo Xiu kicked on Akainu's body, kicking Akainu straight away. However, Luo Xiu just watched this scene, standing in the fireball, with a smile in his eyes. Luo Xiu said softly, then his left hand grew forward, and he struck out directly. I saw that Akainu felt pain all over his body, as if the elementalization on his body could not protect him. Lava meteor. A large number of marines above fell directly and fell towards the ground, screaming in horror. Luo Xiu, I want you to die. The ship that had just reached the peak was also torn apart at this moment. At the same time, a strange light appeared on his left hand, directly covering Akainu's body. With a roar, a huge lava was erupted directly into the sky by Akainu. With such a high distance, even if they fall into the sea, they will be smashed to pieces. Luo Xiu knew, and Akainu knew, so Akainu was angry. Just hearing the sound of booming and booming, the fireball wiped out everything around. The black fluctuation spread forward, directly turning into a stream of light, and slammed on Akainu's body. Ah. Subsequently, the lava formed a huge fireball in the sky and fell towards the ground. He let out an angry roar, and at the same moment, his eyes became extremely blood red. Akainu, Jiao, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew upside down, smashing into the ship like a wolf. If you only have this strength, then I'm sorry, you will die here too. 173 The Power of Terror. Accompanied by a howl, terrible lava erupted from Akainu's body at this moment. In an instant, this person's body transformed into a 3-meter-high giant, roaring and rushing towards Luo Xiu. At this moment, Akainu wanted to tear Luo Xiu into pieces, because Luo Xiu violated his angry words. However, in the face of Akainu's attack all over the sky, Luo Xiu only showed a sneer. Maybe facing other strong men, he may have a little bit of fear, but if it is Akainu, he really doesn't have much fear. The power of Akainu is the fruit on his body, and the lava fruit is one of the strongest fruits in the world. But that's all. Maybe at other times, the lava fruit can bring 347 extremely strong power, but in front of Luo Xiu, the so-called lava fruit is not even as good as a lighter. Destroy. I saw Luo Xiu stretching out his left hand, gently grasping it, and a word appeared from his mouth. The next moment, the lava on Akainu's body that rushed directly to this side was extinguished directly at this moment. Akainu just stood on the deck, looking at his body in astonishment. He never thought that when he used the power of devil fruit, someone would be able to extinguish the power on him directly. This surprised him even more than directly killing him, CFDD. Because he had never encountered such a thing before, except for him, everyone around felt a little surprised. That's right, everyone in this world has felt powerful power, and they all know that there is a very powerful existence in this world. When they saw a powerful existence, in the next moment, they might see an even more powerful existence. But the question is, directly making the power of devil fruit disappear, is it really a power star that humans can use? Or is there any devil fruit power that can do this? However, Luo Xiu at this time did it, and saw a sneer on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, and the smile in his eyes gradually spread at this moment. Surprise, do you want me to play something special for you? The moment he heard this sentence, Akainu suddenly felt something was wrong. He was about to say something more when Luo Xiu waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's play for you directly, I see that you can't wait." Saying so, Luo Xiu's body suddenly burst into a fierce and terrifying light, and then a black force rushed forward. The next moment, black power directly enveloped Akainu in the distance. Only choosing this moment, he opened his mouth wide and wanted to say something more, but at the next moment, a slap was directly on his mouth. With a slap, Akainu's body spun around in a flowing air, and then hit the ground hard. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Akainu looked at Luo Xiu angrily. He didn't understand why Luo Xiu could master such power. What's going on here? Could it be devil fruit? Have you mastered the new devil fruit power? Akainu said angrily. From the beginning to the end, Luo Xiu's devil fruit was quite powerful, that's why he had this question. Of course, more of that is naturally the premise that Luo Xiu has more than one devil fruit power. If it was someone else, Akainu wouldn't think so, but if it was Luo Xiu, all this would become normal. 174 Manipulation, helpless Akainu. Then you think so, and that should be considered correct. Luo Xiu smiled and said without saying anything. He just came to Akainu again, stretched out his left hand, and gently praised Akainu's forehead. A moment later, Akainu's body, which could not move at all, suddenly moved by itself. Akainu watched his body spin backwards in panic, and then looked at the subordinates in the distance. These Marines are all his subordinates, and they are like fans to him. They all think that Akainu is the most righteous admiral in the world. In fact, under certain circumstances, this is indeed the case, but the problem is that Kai Yin was born in the wrong era. If we say that the era in which Akainu was born was before the establishment of the world government, then, he will be the person with the most sense of justice in this world. But now, Marine has become the lackey of the celestial dragons, and everything Akainu does seems to be maintaining justice in this world, but he cannot understand the sense of justice of the little people. For him, only the most powerful existence in the world will have absolute justice, while the justice of others is only a minority. On Akainu's side, the minority must obey the interests of the majority and the interests of the collective. This series of conditions has been used to the peak by him. It can even be said that under certain special circumstances, if he sacrifices, he can exchange for the most absolute justice in the world. Then it is very likely that Akainu will not choose to refuse, but choose to agree. It is such a perverted to somewhat deformed person, but at this time the enemy he faces has become his teammate. But now it is equivalent to that Luo Xiu is directly manipulating his body, making his body a little different. This is the process of the power he gained when he got the lava fruit when he was a child. In those old days, his subordinates all looked at him in panic at this moment. He, it's not fun Akainu, let's take a look at these people who uphold your so-called justice, let them see, when you hinder the development of justice, will they defeat you, or obey you? How is it, Akainu, isn't this a nice gift I gave you? Terrible lava fell from the sky, and violent flames burned at this moment. The next moment, Akainu felt a flame burning on his body, and then this flame violently spread forward. Ability to control. The moment he finished speaking, Luo Xiu directly controlled Jiyoung's body and rushed forward, waving his bare fists, attacking his teammates with both hands. The problem was that the power of this lava made him feel something was wrong, a look that was not controlled by him. Oh. In other words, he went through this process again, and then he got his own wrong Yan no. 5. It uses elementalization to transform such powerful lava, and then controls the lava calendar that belongs only to itself. Saying so, Luo Xiu waved his left hand again. When the flames were exhausted, lava filled his body. Asking for flowers. This may sound weird, but you must know that the power of the lava fruit itself is its own power, that is to say, no matter at any time, the lava fruit is Akainu's own power. Even these substances turned into lava are its own body. 175 Cannibalism. Everyone looked at this scene in panic, they didn't know what to do next. Marine just watched Akainu attack their ships one by one, but they didn't take any action. Because they know that by now, they can't do anything anymore. What they were facing was their former boss, Akainu. How could they make lethal actions in the face of Akainu? 357, so they can only stand still at the same place, waiting for Akainu's arrival. Then Akainu killed them with a wave of his hand, and everything in front of them was shattered. They can only watch indifferently, because what they insist on is justice. Do it, kill me. Akainu roared angrily. The only thing he could move at this moment was his neck, he could say what he wanted to say. But his mouth and neck can't make any lethal movements, and he doesn't usually use these two organs for motion. This time, he could only rely on his own mouth to persuade his former teammates in front of him. These subordinates and teammates all looked at him in panic at this moment, without any plans to do anything. This is completely rubbish in Akainu's view. Kill me, if you are not controlled by him, I will kill you without mercy, so kill me. Akainu is promoting his thoughts, wanting to let himself die here directly. Even so, his admiral title is a bit idiotic, but for him, this seems to be the best ending. Because what he was facing now was a little different from what he had imagined. They never thought that they would be manipulated by others, and because he was manipulated by him at this moment, his own abilities became a burden at this moment. Kill me, this is your last chance, and this is also my last chance. Akainu still persuaded his former subordinates and teammates. However, none of these Marines raised their long swords, and none of them used their abilities to fight Akainu. Directly Akainu swooped forward, put the Marine warship closest to him on board, and then turned his fist into lava, melting the Marine warship. At this time, those people standing on the Marine warship did not have any resistance. Let your body be reduced to ashes in the lava, or let your body fall from midair. At this moment, they are like some puppets without any self, just fell into the sea. Ordinary soldiers are fine, but those capable people are drowning quickly at this moment. Fortunately, the remaining people will save them, so that they will not die. But there are also some people who will fall into the sea water, and then fall from the clouds. When they fall into the sea, they will die in a pool of meat sauce, and they can't die anymore. But in any case, none of the Marines fought back, because what they were facing at this time was the hunting they had experienced 5.3 times. Akainu didn't speak anymore at this moment, his eyes gradually became a little bit vicious. Sha Yi filled his eyes, he wanted to kill Luo Xiu, but now he could do nothing. Luo Xiu, you'd better let me die here, or I will never die with you. Akainu uttered the last cruel words, and then closed his eyes, not wanting to see this scene again. 176 Onward, Naval Headquarters Order. The night rolls on, the dusk wreaks havoc. In Naval Headquarters office, Sengoku and others saw this scene with a little anger in their eyes. Why did he do this? Why did he manipulate Akainu to attack and kill the Marines? Garp said angrily, clenched his fists in his hands, and at this moment, Haki flashed. We can't just let him continue, we have to stop him. A dull voice sounded, and everyone looked at a man with a mechanical arm named Zephyr. He's a former Marine Admiral. It looks like he has the ability to manipulate demon fruit power. 25. Is this a new devil fruit too? At this moment, Mizzy spoke with the flashing light in her eyes. She is the resourceful general in Marine, so the first moment she saw Luo Xiu's ability, she didn't want revenge, but wanted to analyze the specific effect of his ability. If that's the case, many of us won't be able to fight him. Sengoku spoke at this moment. His eyes were full of anger, but if what Crane said was true, then he couldn't possibly go to fight. Because she is also a demon fruit power, the power of the Buddha she possesses has a great range of attack ability. If Luo Xiu can control him, then the casualties to Marine will be great. I'll go, Zephyr said softly at this moment, the light in his eyes gradually flickered. I don't have devil fruit, and my mechanical arms are made by restraining devil fruit. It's right for me to fight him, isn't it? Hearing Zephyr's words, everyone present did not speak. The reason why they did not speak was very simple. For him, Luo Chulu is pervert, and the more he and Luo Xiu are of the same type, the more excited he will be. Sengoku finally issued his own order. Anyway, they're sending Zephyr to die. After hearing his words, Zephyr turned around and left without taking a cloud, and his target was Sky Island. Although they still didn't fight back at 233, they had already learned to dodge. Now, they are going to send a former Marine Admiral who is not as strong as before due to old age and injuries to face Luo Xiu. Go Zephyr, your mission is not to defeat Luo Xiu, but to bring Akainu back. Because they know this is the best way. No matter from which point of view, Luo Xiu is not in existence to be messed with. At this time, Luo Xiu didn't know this, because he was still manipulating Akainu to kill his teammates. Upon hearing his words, Runti, Black Maria and the others just curled their lips slightly and didn't say much. These Marines solved for Akainu one by one, and were thrown into the sea by Akainu. And how could Zephyr not know this, but he didn't have any choice. The opponent tore apart the body of Charlotte Linlin, who has the strongest defense, and defeated Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature in the world. He also stared straight at Luo Xiu, his eyes full of excitement. Luo Xiu's record is extremely strong. Kazuki Hiyori in the distance showed an excited look at this moment, staring straight at Luo Xiu. Lord Luo Xiu is still the same pervert as before, I like her so much. 177 Chaos and Justice. Enough, I can no longer be manipulated by you, First Marine Admiral. At this moment, Akainu let out an angry roar. At this moment, he didn't want to be controlled by Luo Xiu anymore. Because he knew that if he continued like this, it would be bad for him. So he had to change all that, and now it is. Lava Hound. I saw Akainu let out a loud roar, and a terrifying light erupted from his body at this moment, and then the light converged into the lava, and hundreds of lava hounds popped out. These lava hounds roared, roaring and stomping the air, and rushed towards Luo Xiu. However, although Luo Xiu can still control Akainu's body at this moment, he cannot control these lava hounds. It still looks pretty good, Luo Xiu said softly. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, then he took a step back, and then punched forward. With his fist as the center, the frightening wave formed a fan shape and rushed forward. Just hearing the rumbling sound, these waves directly blasted all the lava hounds into pieces. Luo Xiu shrugged slightly at this moment, and the smile in his eyes gradually grew stronger. Have you played enough? If you have played enough, let me tear you apart. I believe you like this too, don't you? Luo Xiu said, intending to fulfill Akainu's wish and follow his progress. I saw that Akainu's body showed some cracked marks at this moment. It seemed that the moment Luo Xiu walked towards him, Akainu's body would be shattered into countless pieces, so dead that he couldn't die anymore. Akainu panted heavily, wanting to change all this, but at this moment, a dark force directly enveloped his body, and his body was unable to move again. And Luo Xiu was only less than 10 meters away from him. Under this distance, Akainu could even feel the faint dark power emanating from Luo Xiu. The tyrannical power made him feel helpless, like a solitary boat in the sea. How come? Why is your strength so strong? Akainu said in surprise, not knowing what to do next. However, after hearing his words, a sneer appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth on the opposite side, and then he spoke slowly. The power in this world is very powerful, and some powers are beyond the reach of ordinary people, so many people think that this is the strongest power zone in the world after they have cultivated to their limit. As everyone knows, you are wrong. When you take another step forward, you can usher in a new life, and I have reached this level now. Quote, Luo Xiu said with a smile. The last punch was thrown forward. Hearing the rumbling sound, Zhiquan opposite felt the pain in his body at this moment. He opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say, and the next moment he saw Wang Zhaohao, a terrifying hole in his chest. In that big hole, everything about him has disappeared, and just after he fell into cultivation, a punch went straight through his body. With a pop, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the garden dog's eyes showed anger. But at this moment, he was helpless, because what he was facing was Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu said at this time, when the dark night falls, when justice no longer sticks to justice, maybe what the world needs is chaos. 178 The arrival of Zephyr. When Luo Xiu finished speaking, the eyes of Akainu on the opposite side moved slightly, as if he had thought of something. However, at this moment, he no longer had any thoughts, because he knew that what Luo Xiu would do next was to tear him to pieces. Even when his body is about to break, just when everything here wants to change. A trace of dark power gradually flickered in Luo Xiu's eyes. He wanted to use his own power to directly corrode Akainu's entire spirit, making him surrender to himself consciously. That's right, Luo Xiu doesn't need a man on his boat, but just taking a puppet doesn't make Akainu really become the strong man on his boat. So Luo Xiu doesn't have any burden on 360, and he won't say anything more at the moment. But at the next moment, a roar suddenly sounded from a distance. Luo Xiu, stop for me. Along with the roar, a somewhat old figure galloped from a distance. Although he looks a little old, but his body is extremely strong, the most prominent is the huge mechanical arm on his right hand. Crush! I saw Zephyr screaming loudly, raised his right arm and blasted forward, a violent and terrifying beam of light. At this moment, the light beam instantly penetrated Akainu's body, and at the same time wrapped Luo Xiu. The moment the light beam disappeared, Akainu lay on the ground exhausted, with a lot of scars on his body. But these scars were not enough to kill him directly, and Luo Xiu had already appeared in the distance at this moment. In other words, in this world, the most rubbish is that he thinks his life is not long enough. CFCA. Yo-ho, isn't this the legendary ex-Marine Admiral Zephyr? Why don't you teach your freshmen what to join in the fun here? The figure turned into a ghost and rushed towards the opposite Zephyr. Do you think I don't beat old people? I'm sorry to tell you, I don't just beat old people, I don't kill old people. After confirming that Akainu was only seriously injured but not dead, he grabbed Akainu with his left hand and threw Akainu directly behind him. As Luo Xiu's words sounded, all the girls who had been watching the show in the distance suddenly moved at this moment. And several Marines who followed from a distance also quickly caught Akainu's body and then quickly evacuated. Robin spoke softly, posing in a charming pose, with a slight smile in his eyes. There was a little brilliance and a little cruelty in Luo Xiu's eyes. He would not respect the old and love the young at all. Seeing him sneer, looking at the folding method of the blackboard in the distance. And the remaining few strong men also surrounded them, and they all had the appearance that if you dare to move, I will kill you. Naturally, the practice also knew this. He first walked up to Akainu and observed Akainu's appearance. Nami on the side also puffed out his proud chest, staring at Akainu on the opposite side. Seeing this scene, everyone present did not dare to move. Luo Xiu moved directly at this moment. Robin, Nami, Black Maria, Junti, Kwang Ilwa and other women all surrounded Akainu in the distance. He will naturally do it to kill the punishment in front of him. Hee. Now that you have brought Akainu away, do you really think that all my subordinates are free-spirited? Lord Luo Xiu didn't let you go, so you can't go. 179 Zephyr, the strongest enemy. Looking at Luo Xiu who looked like he was rushing towards him, Zephyr's eyes flashed with anger. At the same time, there is also vigilance, because he knows how strong Luo Xiu is, so when facing Luo Xiu, Zephyr is quite vigilant. He guarded his chest with both hands, and firmly blocked himself with the pulverizer on his right hand. The next moment, Luo Xiu's figure appeared in front of him, and then punched forward. A terrifying roar sounded, and Zephyr was directly hit to the body by this punch. Then his whole body became a little sluggish at this moment, and the strength in his body dissipated rapidly at this moment. Suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, Fa looked at Luo Xiu in surprise. How could it be? Your strength has grown to such a level. Hearing this, there was a trace of calm in Luo Xiu's eyes. People who have fought against him will sigh similarly, because in their view, the extreme value of this world is fixed. Even rocks, a strong man who once surpassed an era, cannot crush them with his own strength. Now it is actually just their wishful thinking, not the limit of this world, but the limit they can achieve. Luo Xiu naturally surpassed that limit, so in the process of fighting with him, all strong men will face forces that they were unable to face before. There are some things you can't do if you don't want to, and there are some things you can't do if you don't want to. You just think I'm strong, but you haven't observed the scene when I'm exercising. Until now, all of this has changed, so if you want to surrender, I can also make you a puppet and become my subordinate. There was a cruel and evil smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. At this moment, he was not as calm as before. On the contrary, he seemed to have turned into a lunatic, and the gleam in his eyes reached ultimate at this moment. And now, he saw the expected effect. Zephyr wasn't sure if his attack would have the effect he expected. Zephyr spoke at this moment with the light in his eyes reaching the limit. Of course, this belief has been shattered before, but Zephyr is not afraid of this. For him, what he faces now is not the same as before. The golden light beam that the air was shattered at this moment seemed to be the only holy light that could be reached in this world. The specific effect is to release the pulverizer in his hand with 10 times the power, to achieve a terrifying light beam that can destroy all substances in this world. I saw Zephyr roaring loudly. This move was originally a power he didn't have, and it was a powerful fighting machine he temporarily installed for himself through Luo Xiu's fighting style. Looking at the terrifying beam of light blasting towards him, there was only a flickering smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. Destroy wave wave. The pulverizer in his hand was also rapidly expanding at this moment, directly producing a vague sense of destruction. For him, the most powerful ability in this world is not the power he possesses now. Ask for flowers. It is his belief in adhering to justice and achieving the name of not killing. 0. Thick light beams with a diameter of up to 10 meters spewed forward rapidly, and the terrifying waves directly shattered everything in front of them. However, under this terrifying attack, there was a smile in Zephyr's eyes. He, let me be your puppet. Why do you think I will do this? Don't you know that I used to be Marine Admiral? So he is not afraid of anything. 180 Broken, shaking of Sky Island. He didn't show a look of fear, nor did he show a look of sarcasm. In his opinion, the fighting power of punishing the law may not be as good as his own, but the other party's belief has reached the point where he can match his own. Come on, strongest enemy. Luo Xiu named another name for Zephyr, and although he knew that the current practice did not earn that name, he also knew that if the punishment itself did not meet him, then the fate of the opponent, 933, will be like this after all. A black light flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes. Without any hesitation, he punched forward. The terrifying waves rushed forward, followed everything in front of them, and then shattered everything with a fierce light. However, the only one that was not broken was Luo Xiu in front of him. There was a little calmness in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he looked at the opposite Shungfu with a smile on his face. And Zephyr was a little out of breath at this time, although the attack just now was not his own strength, but the pulverizer on his right hand, but the power to maintain the pulverizer would naturally consume a lot. Taking a deep breath, Zephyr stared fixedly at Luo Xiu opposite. At this moment, he could feel that Luo Xiu's own strength had surpassed the limit, beyond their level. It stands to reason that in the face of such an enemy, the most important thing they should do is to flee from this place first. The problem is they can't do that, because now Luo Xiu can catch up with them at an extremely fast speed and deal a devastating blow to them. For cooking, the only thing he can do now is to resist these with his own strength. Then cover as many students as possible, that is, Akainu and others leave here. But the problem is, there are people blocking them from Akainu now. Kazuki Hiyori and others stared at Akainu with scorching eyes, as if as long as Akainu and others dared to leave, they would destroy them with terrifying power. Why can't we let us go? Are we really going to kill all the Marines? After listening to the other party's words, there was only a little peace in Luo Xiu's eyes. It is true that there is no deep hatred between him and Marine. But the problem is, right now he's on the side of chaos and evil, and Marines is on the side of good, at least on the surface they seem to be. In this case, if Luo Xiu lets them go, no one else will say anything. Just look at Akainu, the other party will definitely accumulate strength again and come back to deal with him. There are no negotiable circumstances, unless the power they can get reaches the limit that ordinary people can't see. If that's the case, maybe they can escape, but the problem is that they can't get this ability. Crush. Zephyr roared loudly. His own strength increased rapidly at this moment, his eyes were shining with hot light, and he rushed towards the sky. And the high-speed movement of the pulverizer in his hand produced an incomparably terrifying force. Terrifying light waves ignited on Zephyr's pulverizer, as if shattering everything around it. However, to Luo Xiu, this was just superficial. As Luo Xiu took a step forward, their strength collided with each other at this moment, the bombardment of the two bodies together, terrifying fluctuations flickered at this moment. The next moment, a huge impact directly shook the entire Sky Island, making Sky Island start to sway in the sky. 181 Become stronger, countless strong rise. What's going on here? Is Sky Island going to shatter? Really? Will Sky Island also be shattered at this moment? Are we really going to face everything here? The Aborigines on Sky Island said slowly at this moment. For them, although they were ruled by Enel, the master of Sky Island, they were in dire straits. But for them, as long as they can live, it is the best, and now they can naturally live. But when Anilu was defeated, although they were a little excited, the problem is if the result is that their entire Sky Island is destroyed, then they are unacceptable. And now 26 is like this, they are roaring, shouting, and begging. I just hope that the battle between Luo Xiu and Zephyr can stop and prevent them from continuing this horrible battle. Everyone is no longer afraid of the shattering force directly breaking into the house in front of them. Even if they are about to die, they have to see who the person who killed them is. All ran out of the houses, looking at the horrifying light. At this time, in the very center of the battlefield, except for Luo Xiu and Zephyr, the others could only retreat. They didn't even have the ability to watch all this. Because their own strength is not strong enough. Only those who are stronger than Vice Admiral can rely on Haki to protect their bodies and prevent themselves from being torn apart by the shock wave. But even so, everything they faced was fighting with their lives. Akainu, who had already fainted, was also shrouded in this light at this moment, and woke up.
They all looked at everything in front of them in astonishment, and then stared fixedly at Luo Xiu opposite. For him, Luo Xiu was now a terrifying enemy for himself, an enemy that seems impossible to fight. And now, his teacher Zephyr is fighting Luo Xiu with his life. This is completely unacceptable to Akainu. Once again a lava-like light was ignited on this matter, and the whole person instantly changed into a lava form. The next moment, he charged forward quickly with terrifying power. A flame surged out from the darkness and light, burning in the sky, turned into a lava shell, and smashed towards Luo Xiu. This is Lord Luo Xiu's battle, you don't deserve to participate. A roar sounded, and Black Maria's body and happy speed rushed forward, and the whole person transformed into a spider form. Armament hockey was wrapped around the spider's legs that grew out of the back, and then formed 6 sharp blades, stabbing Akainu. At this moment, he wants to use his own strength to blast Akainu out. He wanted to feel the crisis coming, and there was a slight difference in his eyes. For him, Black Maria was just one of the 6 Black Panthers in the Beast's Pirates. Although it is a relatively strong one, but no matter how the other party has not even reached the level of 3 points, how can it be possible to fight with him now? But the problem is, although the power generated by the other party has not surpassed him at this time, it also creates a great sense of threat to him. For Akainu, it was a completely unbelievable scene. So Luo Xiu made you stronger? Akainu said angrily. He couldn't imagine what the world would be like if Luo Xiu could make all the pirates in the world stronger. 182 Akainu's dream. If the strength of every pirate can reach vice admiral or even admiral level, so can Marine really protect the world? No matter how you look at it, this is unlikely. After understanding this point, Akainu's anger also became more vigorous. At this moment, he finally knew what the enemy he was facing now. What he is facing is not a powerful pirate, but a pirate who can change the pattern of the sea. The other party can even flip the relationship between pirates and marine. But the question is, can pirates really become better? This is impossible. The reason why a large number of pirates become pirates is not only because their lives are difficult, more because they yearn to become pirates themselves. When One Piece Roger opened the Age of Great Voyages, everything in this world has changed. The teenagers who were also at a loss began to yearn for life at sea. They themselves are just ordinary people, but at this moment they hope to become pirates at sea and live freely. And the problem is that their own strength is not enough, their own ability is not enough, so when they really become pirates, all they face is death. However, when the base is large enough, there will naturally be a strong presence from among these people. And the fact is that, among some ordinary pirates, several extremely powerful existences stand out. These people themselves are very powerful, and they all have the potential to become the next 4 emperors. When they are flat on the sea, let them start plundering the treasures of this world. The civilians in this world will live in dire straits, exactly the same as they are now. And the era that Marine is dealing with perfectly solves these problems. Although the Marines are to a certain extent lackeys of the Celestial Dragons, they largely safeguard the interests of the Celestial Dragons. But the question is, how many Celestial Dragons are there, and how many humans can they harm? In this case, there is no problem in sacrificing a small number of people to save a large number of people. No matter when you look at it, there is nothing wrong with it, and this is what Akainu insists on. But pirates are different. After all, pirates have no money. What they want to think about is not to make money, but to rob. What they robbed were naturally those civilians who had no power. No matter how you look at it, pirates are not a good career. All pirates have only one ultimate goal, and that is to become a real emperor of the land, such as Kaido, such as Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. They don't have any ambitions to dominate the whole world, or to overthrow the Celestial Dragons and Marines in this world. What they have to do is to make themselves stand at the top, and they can wantonly plunder and exploit those ordinary people. In the face of such a situation, Akainu Nuo Majao is going to stand up. He wants to change everything, he wants to solve everything. So Luo Xiu and others standing in front of him became his ultimate goal. Your strength may be strong, but you don't have enough time to be strong. Fighting is not just a competition of strength, Akainu said softly. At this moment, the breath on his body exploded violently. He climbed 10 steps from an ordinary marine to his current position. 183 Akainu awakened again. The gray fire and the red flame gathered together at this moment. His lava was surging and erupting from his previous body. All creatures within a 50-meter radius of him were wiped out at this moment, and Kazuki Hiyori had already left this range long ago, otherwise they would have died without leaving any residue. This is devil fruit, is he awakened? Runt said with some surprise. However, after hearing his words, Black Maria on the side shook her head helplessly, and spoke slowly. Are you stupid? Akainu is the highest combat power in Marine and one of the admirals. How could he not develop devil fruit to the level of awakening? It's just that the current him is likely to undergo a second awakening, which is why he has become even stronger. After saying these words, Black Maria's entire body transformed into a huge spider at this moment. This is his devil fruit in its fullest form. Spider form. Black Maria, who turned into a big spider, stared at Akainu on the opposite side. He didn't attack rashly. As a spider, what he did was wait for the prey to enter the web he woven, and then step by step kill the opponent. But the problem is that spiders have a natural enemy, and the spider's natural enemy is flame to some extent. Although Akainu's lava is not a flame, it is more powerful than a flame. Because he knows that he is not what he used to be now, so the power he can display is also beyond imagination.
But now, Akainu can do this, he can transform the surrounding air and the surrounding land into a face through his own will, and then help him fight. Now he has no human form at all, just a piece of lava, but his attack power and attack range have been greatly improved. People say that fire and water are incompatible, but cold is incompatible, and ice and lava are actually incompatible. His whole body turned into a lava giant. Around his body, all the substances within a radius of 100 meters were burned by him into lava. Before that, they could only assimilate their bodies. Fire Nova, but in the future battle of Admiral, Aokiji lost to Akainu and became a loser. The level after Devil Fruit's awakening is actually able to assimilate all the surrounding substances around him. And Akainu also took this opportunity to directly become the new Marine Marshal. Of course, even if he is not suppressed by Akainu, there is actually no problem. Now, with angry rays of light in his eyes, he no longer has any fear. So Black Maria has a natural feeling of being suppressed when facing Akainu. In terms of the restraint relationship of attributes, ice suppresses flame and lava to a certain extent. The strength of the two sides is not at the same level at all, even if they restrain Akainu to a certain extent, they will still be defeated by Akainu. Akainu let out a huge roar at this moment, and at the next moment, the power on his body surged forward and evaporated, and then he rushed forward. This means that the current Black Maria has no way to fight the incident head-on, and his spider web can't make Akainu fall into the trap. 184 rolling, no matter how strong it is, it's useless. Luo Xiu, take your life. At this time, things suddenly screamed loudly, and then the whole person turned into lava, and rushed towards Luo Xiu in the distance. It turned out that at the beginning, the previous target was not Black Maria and the others in front of him, but his target was only Luo Xiu from the beginning to the end. At this moment, the lava turned into a terrifying big hand and grabbed Luo Xiu directly. At the same moment, Zephyr, who was fighting with Luo Xiu, was already somewhat physically broken, and quickly retreated at this moment. Backing away at this moment, he narrowly avoided the terrifying big lava hand, and the big lava hand also slapped Luo Xiu's body at this moment. Hearing a huge roar, Luo Xiu's body was instantly sent flying out and smashed to the ground fiercely. However, facing such an attack, Luo Xiu just laughed and stood up from the ground. Although he was shot flying just now, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. For him, the power he can produce now has reached a limit. Ordinary attacks can't cause any damage to Luo Xiu, even if it's the power of the awakened lava. To Luo Xiu, it's actually just a waste of time. For Luo Xiu, there is only one thing that can harm him now, and that is the destructive power of swordsmanship and ultimate. However, the power produced by the elemental devil fruit has nothing to do with these. Obviously, the terrifying power they produce and the ultimate ranged attack are fatal to ordinary people. But for Luo Xiu, it happened that his defense couldn't be broken. When he thought he was about to be killed, a figure rushed over to the dead body. The next moment, the two rushed towards each other with the ultimate light in their eyes. After a while, Luo Xiu spoke softly. That is being rubbed on the ground by Luo Xiu. With every punch, Chiquan can feel his body trembling. However, he had no choice. 000. Akainu opened his mouth wide, surprised and unwilling, but he faced only one result. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, and the madness in Akainu's eyes on the opposite side reached ultimate at this moment, and his incomparable resentment fell. If possible, he is even willing to forget this power again, but the problem is that he can't forget it now, so he will use this power to achieve his goal. Yes, he also wants to become stronger, but not in this way. And that was indeed the case. I saw that Luo Xiu sent Akainu flying with a punch, and then pressed the opponent to the ground and attacked fiercely. Rot. When he stood up on the ground, Luo Xiu stared straight at Akainu on the opposite side. Akainu let out a huge roar, and the face on his body evaporated more violently at this moment, and when Luo Xiu saw this scene, the smile in his eyes became even more vigorous. These should have something to do with me, don't you want to thank me? Lava, at this moment, I will use your power to destroy all those who are hostile to me in this world. There was a bang, and the two collided directly, but the next moment, Akainu's entire body was directly torn apart in the middle, as if all the power he had gathered just now, at this moment, directly turned into nothingness. Akainu, it seems that your power has become stronger now,